Boom! A thunder struck, lighting up the entire dark villa. The villa seemed like it hadn't been lived in for a long time. The floor was damp, and the white walls were covered in mold. The whole house exuded a terrible stench. But the pink room on the second floor was unexpectedly clean. A red toy bear sat on the bed, stitching its own decapitated head back together with a needle and thread. Its ball-like head was being sewn back onto its body, stitch by stitch. What a disaster, traveling into the body of a toy bear, and it took me half an hour just to find a head. The red toy bear couldn't help but curse under its breath. Its name was Zhang Yi. It had recently traveled here and had just barely accepted this identity. The lightning illuminated the entire room, visible through the full-length mirror nearby. Zhang Yi's fur was blood red, as if it had been dyed with fresh blood. Its empty, dark eyes were distant, and the corners of its mouth were raised high. Though it was a cute little bear with a smiling face, it sent a chill down anyone's spine. Ding, detecting host is stitching its body, activating the Fear Demon Bear system. Host, Zhang Yi. Identity, Fear Demon Bear. Fear level, 1. Skill, none, can gain skills by completing tasks and absorbing fear points. Reminder, the host can enhance their power by consuming eerie things or absorbing fear points. A system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yi, and he was thrilled. It seemed the system wouldn't disappoint any traveler. Even if one traveled into the body of a maggot, they would still get the corresponding maggot system. First task, stitch the fallen head back on. Task progress, 50%. Suddenly, a van drove up to the back door of the villa. Then, a yellow-haired man wearing a mask and a strong man got out. They skillfully opened the van's back door and lifted out a young girl dressed in a JK uniform. She was wearing a JK uniform with black stockings that had writing on them, her legs straight and slender. The girl seemed to have lost consciousness, having been drugged by them. The yellow-haired man touched his smooth thigh, almost drooling from behind the mask. Hurry and start the live stream. The brothers love watching with a plot. The strong man nodded, opened the live stream, then attached the camera to his head. The two of them lifted the JK girl and headed towards the villa. Damn. Did these two beasts really get away with it? Well, girls these days, going to bars is really dangerous. What if they run into these two beasts? Hee hee, there are more beasts in the world, but these two are particularly ruthless, drugging her and dragging her out. Is the location today a villa? This villa looks creepy. Look at the swimming pool, it's full of leaves and rotting stuff. It's clearly been abandoned for a long time. Don't you think this is exciting? When the girl wakes up, it'll be even more thrilling. As soon as the broadcast started, a crowd rushed into the live stream. This yellow-haired man and the strong man often did such immoral things. The viewers in the live stream cursed while watching, both criticizing and supporting at the same time. The two men expertly carried the JK girl into a room and turned on a bright light. What if someone suddenly shows up in this villa? The strong man's thick lips curled under the mask, nervously licking them. He seemed both excited and anxious. The yellow-haired man chuckled, "What are you afraid of? If we get caught, we'll add them to the mix. If it's a woman, even better." After saying this, the two exchanged a knowing look and laughed evilly. Upstairs, Zhang Yi was fully focused on stitching its head. Right now, it had no combat power. Suddenly, it heard some noise downstairs, and it couldn't help but speed up its stitching motions. Downstairs. No way, this place is too dirty and smells bad. Let's go check upstairs. The strong man slapped the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man's hand was wandering over the girl's body, and the mask seemed to no longer hide his lecherous expression. He froze, cursing, "Why are you so troublesome?" Fine, there seems to be a cleaner room upstairs. Lift her in. One in front and one behind, they lifted the person and walked upstairs. Bang. What was that sound? The two of them stopped and looked at each other. They had clearly just heard a noise. Was there someone else in this villa? The blonde man frowned. Stop scaring yourself, it was probably the wind. Hurry up and lift her in. I can't wait. This girl looks so young, maybe it's her first time. Underneath his impatient mask, saliva was already dripping. They opened the door and directly threw the girl onto the bed. There was a line on the bed. He picked it up and looked at it strangely, then casually threw it aside. Meanwhile, the blonde man had just pounced on the JK girl when she suddenly woke up. She was startled. Who are you? What are you doing? Let me go. She struggled desperately, but it was useless. The blonde man and the strong man pressed her down with one hand, revealing an evil smile. You're awake? That's even better. It's more exciting when you move. The girl kept struggling and screaming. The two of them quickly pressed her down. The viewers in the live stream were also watching intensely. Suddenly, a song was heard in the air. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. The voice was crisp and sudden, and the children's song sounded eerie and terrifying in this moment. Ding, fear value plus 20. Zhang Yi sat dazed in front of the mirror. What the heck, there's a music player in my head. When it's happy, this thing plays music, it's so ridiculous. Boom, the three of them were all scared. The strong man pressed the girl tightly, and the blonde man shakily stood up. A children's song? What's going on? Boom. Lightning suddenly struck. It lit up the entire room, and in that instant, everyone saw the red cartoon bear in front of the mirror. The cartoon bear was covered in blood red, with its mouth open wide, and its toy eyes empty and lifeless. Although it looked very cute, with the lightning, it seemed terrifying. Everyone jumped back in shock. What the hell? Damn it, who put a cartoon bear here? I thought it was a ghost. Saying this, one of them kicked Zhang Yi, sending him flying out. It's fine, it's just a toy bear. Let's continue with our fun. Turning around, the two of them continued to assault the girl, and the room was filled with screams. At this moment, Zhang Yi returned to the mirror. He was still grinning, but now it seemed like there were sharp teeth growing in his big mouth. Ding, stitching completion 100%. Mission complete, head stitched. Rewards issuing. Desolate Eyes, the Grim Reaper listens, the owl cries, where the gaze falls, it's all a magic eye, activating fear. Demonic Bear Bloodline, the host's original name was Tibbers, the little bear who set fire, activating the demonic bear bloodline, body grows several times larger, surrounded by flames, lasting for 3 minutes, fear temporarily enhanced. Hee, mission complete. Zhang Yi slowly turned his head, greedily staring at the blonde man. You kicked me earlier? Now it's my turn to kick you, right? Chapter 2, Red Fur Covered in Eyes, the Fearful Demonic Bear. Hee, little sister, stop struggling, brother will be gentler later. The blonde man leered as he lay on the JK girl, his head buried at her neck, greedily inhaling her scent. The JK girl was frantically struggling, kicking her legs and repeatedly begging. No, please, let me go. Let me go, I have money, I can give you money. The strong man beside her pressed down on her arms, eyeing her long, straight legs, swallowing his saliva. We don't want your money. It's more thrilling than money. Keep struggling, I like it when they struggle. The two of them paid no attention as a red figure slowly stood up below. Slap, the blonde man, Chen Yang, suddenly slapped the JK girl across the face, then pulled out a small knife and pointed it at her JK clothes. You damn bitch, keep struggling and I'll stab you first, then continue? The slap immediately made the JK girl stop struggling. Tears streamed down her face, smudging her makeup, and if given another chance, she would never go to a bar again. Why are you crying? You've ruined your makeup, it makes me uncomfortable to watch. Stop crying, old Zhang, go get that teddy bear for her to hug, heh. The burly man chuckled and let go of her to grab the teddy bear. But when he turned around, there was no teddy bear in sight. He scratched his head and searched around but couldn't find it. Where's the bear? Where did you kick it to? He asked in confusion. Chen Yang cursed loudly, you're really a pig brain, this room is so small, how can you not find it? Useless thing. After searching for a while, the teddy bear seemed to have disappeared. Damn it, I'm done searching. I can't hold it anymore. Saying this, he lunged at him. They started fighting, and the whole room was filled with the sound of screams. Haha, what do the brothers in the livestream want to see? Throw in a rocket, and I'll perform for you. The yellow-haired man looked up at the camera mounted at the head of the bed, grinning. At that moment, the viewers in the livestream were too afraid to even breathe. Because in their view, the teddy bear was sitting by the window. It had a wicked grin, its eyes were glowing red, and its mouth kept curling up. Holy crap! Yellow hair, there's a ghost. Yellow hair, look at the window, that teddy bear is smiling, it's watching you guys. Oh my god, I saw that teddy bear climb up step by step, and it's smiling, it's terrifying. Heaven, what is that? The teddy bear's eyes are glowing, no, there are so many eyes. So many eyes, yellow hair, your face. Your face. The live stream chat was flooded with the word eyes. Yellow hair froze for a moment, eyes? What eyes? He looked down at the side, and the burly man jumped back in shock, stumbling, holy crap. Yellow hair asked in confusion, what's wrong? Your face has so many eyes. The burly man took a step back, his face filled with terror, pointing at his face. Yellow hair's eyes showed a hint of fear, but he still forced himself to hide his terror. What are you talking about? Am I a ghost? I only have one pair of eyes. He reached up and touched his face, and suddenly, many eyes had appeared without him noticing. Ah! The three of them were all startled. Sitting on the windowsill, Zhang Yi coldly watched the scene, his desolate eye was the skill he had activated. It could steal someone else's vision, adding countless eyes within a certain range, and he could control these eyes. But these eyes couldn't cause any substantial harm. Gurgle. Besides their screams, the only sound in the air was the rolling of eyes. Ding, fear value plus 10. Ding, fear value plus 20. Ding, fear value plus 20. Then, under their gaze, the teddy bear slowly stood up. In their vision, Zhang Yi's red fur was covered with rolling eyes, pairs of blood-red eyes blinking and rolling. Along with this, Zhang Yi's smile grew wider, and suddenly, a nursery rhyme played in his head. The dark sky is hanging low. Ah! There's a ghost. Yellow Hair screamed, turning and running. The burly man did the same. The two of them crazily ran toward the door, but the door was already locked. With so many eyes, they could hardly see the road and kept crashing into the walls. As Zhang Yi slowly approached, his body began to grow larger, and red flames burned around him. The eyes were like bubbles in a boiling pot. Demon Bear Bloodline. Every step he took made the ground burn with flames. The entire second floor seemed to be under strain, or perhaps the wooden planks were already old and creaking. I've absorbed enough of the fear value, you two scum deserve to die. He grinned, grabbing Yellow Hair's head with one hand. At this moment, he looked more human, while Yellow Hair in his hand was like a little chicken doll, easily lifted up. He pressed both hands on Yellow Hair's struggling arms, then turned his head down and opened his large mouth. Snap! A bite broke his body in half. Whoosh! The sound of straw being cut, the tearing of toilet paper echoed. Blood sprayed everywhere. The JK girl and the strong man were terrified to the point of madness. The JK girl rolled her eyes and collapsed directly onto the bed. After swallowing the yellow-haired man, the giant body turned to the strong man. At this moment, the strong man was so scared that he lost control, and Zhang Yi just couldn't bring himself to bite him. He simply grinned at him wildly, his eyes crawling all over. Then, with a flip of the eyes, his limbs stiffened, and he was scared to death. His body was so large that he had to slightly bow his head to fit in this room. After dealing with the two, he felt a wave of fatigue hit, so he quickly shrank his body. After shrinking, the sensation got much better. He lightly hopped, standing in front of the phone's livestream, countless eyes staring at the camera. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted, and his once snow-white teeth were now stained with blood. Everyone in the live stream room was startled, jumping up in fear. The toy bear's gaze seemed to make them feel as if they were there, as if the toy bear had seen their true faces through the camera. He stared at the live stream room, continuously absorbing fear. He tapped his head, and that children's song played again. The children's song sounded nice, but at this moment, they wouldn't like it. The dark sky hung low. Beautiful stars followed along. The music played for a short while. Zhang Yi glanced down at the JK girl on the bed, then turned and left. Before leaving, he casually stuck an ID card next to her so that when the police came, they wouldn't have to search everywhere. You should thank me, I'm such a helpful citizen. With little short legs, he walked away with a squelching sound on the ground, wobbling with each step. The ground was covered with red footprints from the toy bear. Chapter 3, Fear Dominates the Network, Level Up. Host, Zhang Yi. Fear Value, 4,444. Skills, Magic Bear Bloodline, Beginner, Wasteland's Eye, Beginner. Mission, Not Yet Refreshed. Fear Level, 2. At this moment, Zhang Yi was transported by the system to an unknown place. It seemed to be an estate, with farmland outside. He quietly sat on a swing, grinning widely, his eyes blood-red. His fur was as bright as vermilion blood, with one or two eyes occasionally wriggling inside. He sighed lightly, then withdrew Wasteland's Eye into his body, before looking at his fear level. Currently, his fear level was only 2, not strong enough, but still more than enough to deal with ordinary people. And this level had increased after completing the first mission. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi directly used all of his fear value to increase his level. Visible to the naked eye, the experience bar behind the fear level began to rise, and in an instant, it broke through to level 3. The little bear by the swing had smoother and finer fur. The bright red looked as if it was dyed with pigeon blood mixed with other red dyes. A faint layer of black aura surrounded it, and crows circled in the sky, eyes wriggling inside its flesh. With the fear level reaching 3, his other skills also successfully broke through to the intermediate stage. Moreover, this magic bear bloodline seemed to have an unlimited growth attribute. As long as the fear value continued to increase, his magic bear bloodline would become stronger and stronger. Ding, fear value plus 2. Fear value plus 5. Fear value plus 9. Zhang Yi was shocked. It had already been half a day since he dealt with the two scumbags, yet the fear value kept rising? It seemed that his guess was correct. As long as his fear dominated the hearts of humans, his fear value would keep increasing. It must be from those watching the live stream, or the police. He let out a cold smile, placed his hands on the sides, and sang a song while sitting on the swing. The dark sky hangs low. The swing gently swayed back and forth, the breeze from the rice fields blowing through his blood-red fur. The singing spread throughout the entire estate. This world was shrouded in inexplicable weirdness. Since there is weirdness, there must naturally be specialized people to deal with it. These people are called night watchers in Daxia. A person in a long robe holding a night lamp, protecting the night of Daxia. At this moment, the villa had already been surrounded by the police, with yellow tape surrounding the area. The leader of the team, at this moment, furrowed his brows as he crouched on this side of the caution tape, looking at the document bag in his hands. Soon, a black sedan drove up beside them, and 4 men in long jackets stepped out of the car. As they got out, the police captain immediately went up to meet them. The other party also took out a black wallet, and the captain just glanced at it, immediately saluting. The 4 men, with the leader named Zhang Tao, were executors of a branch of the Night Watchers, with 3 members under him. As Zhang Tao walked, he put away his wallet and asked, "How is the scene?" The captain, following behind, handed over the document. "We received a call from a concerned citizen and came to check it out." After surveying the scene, and according to the statements from the concerned citizens, this is indeed a weird incident. As they spoke, they had already entered the villa. On the first floor, several forensic experts were standing. There was another caution tape on the second floor. They bypassed the caution tape and walked inside. As soon as they entered, they froze. The room was bathed in blood red. A corpse with wide-open eyes, its eyeballs bulging, was leaning against the bed. On the bed lay a disheveled JK girl, and half a corpse was still placed on the bed. Beside the nightstand, there was a live streaming phone, but now only a few people were visible on it, no longer as lively as before. After they entered, a female team member behind Zhang Tao immediately crouched down and examined the footprints on the floor. These were very strange footprints, some were huge, while others were very small, and the ceiling above seemed to have been scorched by flames. After a moment, Su Cheng stood up and nodded seriously. "It's weird, and the body can change size. What can be determined now is that it has fire abilities." Zhang Tao was about to nod and ask other questions when the JK girl on the bed suddenly woke up, screaming immediately. "Ah! There are ghosts! So many eyes, so many eyes!" She clutched her thighs, struggling on the bed, then saw the half-corpse hanging at the foot of the bed, almost fainting again. Zhang Tao frowned and looked at the captain. "What happened?" The captain was also shocked. "After the incident, we immediately sealed off the area. Once we confirmed it was a weird incident, we set up security, but we didn't notice she was still alive. That was our oversight. Usually, ordinary people have no chance of surviving when encountering weirdness." The strong man beside them was a clear example, but unexpectedly, this JK girl was unharmed. Zhang Tao nodded, showing understanding. He was also a bit shocked. But judging by her appearance, she had probably been scared out of her wits, so it was impossible to ask her anything. "Take her away. This phone is still live streaming, it probably recorded something. Let me check." "Su Cheng, did you record what she just said?" Keywords, eyes. Su Cheng nodded, "It's already recorded." In the next 5 minutes, everyone watched the live stream playback. The footage started with a teddy bear and ended with the same teddy bear. When they finished watching, Tang Hao gritted his teeth. "These two really deserve it. Such scum really deserve to die." Zhang Tao just glanced at him, then said calmly, "We are here to deal with the weirdness. These kinds of things will be handled by specialized personnel." Then, he crouched down, put on gloves, and picked up a line from the side. He stood in the room and analyzed the whole situation. He spoke softly. "This weirdness must have just mutated, otherwise, before the yellow-haired man kicked him. They should have already died. Maybe this kick triggered the strange mutation. Also, this strange ability currently has 2, the expanding flame, the eyes, tentatively 1, the nursery rhyme. There was no killing of the woman, this needs further analysis. Her strength shouldn't be too strong. Let's investigate her footsteps and see if we can find anything." After hearing Zhang Tao's analysis, Su Qing quickly scribbled on the document, and Tang Hao along with the team member beside him immediately left. Incident name, Demon Bear. Fear file, tentatively set to D. After recording everything, they could retreat. As for these 2 scoundrels, someone else would handle them, directly cremating them. Back at the entrance, Tang Hao and his companion followed Zhang Yi's footsteps and began searching. Tang Hao has a special ability, able to detect strange traces. But, at one point, the glowing footprints suddenly disappeared. Tang Hao stood up, surprised. It disappeared suddenly, even the aura vanished in an instant. But the general direction is determined, it's heading east. Let's go back and report to the boss. Chapter 4, Fear Spreads, the little bear is so well behaved. Online. Oh my god, this toy bear smile is so scary, with so many eyes. If it's nearsighted, that would be so troublesome, right? Modern internet users sure know where to focus on ridiculous things. Is this the so-called strange phenomenon? I hear people talk about it often, but this is the first time I've seen it. So our world really has these strange things. Yeah, many people sign confidentiality agreements, but with more and more strange phenomena, it's becoming impossible to hide. But this time I'm supporting the demon bear. It killed 2 scum, yet the young lady didn't die. This is a gentleman demon bear, give it a like. Damn, it's all eyes, and when it smiles, it plays a nursery rhyme, so freaking scary, I'm never listening to nursery rhymes again. Yeah, nursery rhymes used to be so nice, why does it sound so terrifying now? Damn, the video got deleted, must be a rumor, the authorities have acted. As the video went viral, Zhang Yi's fear value kept rising. The next day, Zhang Yi sat on a swing, quietly enjoying the rise in his fear value. Daytime reduces his power, so during the day, he decided to disguise himself as a well-behaved toy bear that sings nursery rhymes. As for night, the toy bear would turn into a fearsome demon bear, commanding the strange phenomena. Sure enough, as long as people's fear of me spreads, I can gain fear value from the system. In just one night and one morning, Zhang Yi had gained over 20,000 fear points. And this fear value was still increasing rapidly, probably because that video from last night was uploaded by netizens, making him completely famous. He never expected to become an internet celebrity in this life when he hadn't in the previous one. Really, life is unpredictable, just like a large intestine wrapped in a small intestine. After checking the system, no new tasks had been refreshed yet. Lying around for a day wouldn't be bad. Anyway, the system's teleportation location meant the night watchman probably wouldn't find him so soon. While enjoying the sunlight, a tender voice suddenly came from beside him. Wow, there's a toy bear here, Mom, is this the gift you prepared for me? Then, a little girl with twin ponytails, as delicate as a porcelain doll, ran over. She directly picked up Zhang Yi. The little girl was about 1.2 meters tall, wearing a dress and small shoes, very cute. Beside her, a woman with a pale face and tired expression followed her. She clearly hadn't rested well for a long time. Seeing her daughter holding the bear happily, the woman forced a smile. Of course it's a gift from mommy. Do you like it, Xiaowan? The girl's name was Lin Xiaowan. She hugged Zhang Yi tightly, planted a big kiss on her mother's face. She slapped Zhang Yi's face again. First, give the little bear to mommy will wash it for you, otherwise, it will be dirty, kissing it will make you sick. Zhang Yi? Lin Xiaowan quickly shook her head, tightly hugging Zhang Yi. No need, the little bear is very clean, just like me. Alright then, go play, mommy will make a phone call to your dad. After speaking, the woman dejectedly stood next to her, holding the phone, her eye sockets dark and her pupils sunken. Lin Xiaowan then hugged Zhang Yi and ran to the side to play with blocks. Zhang Yi was placed in front of her, pulling him to play with blocks together. Meanwhile, her mother was on the phone nearby, her voice low. The little girl couldn't hear, but Zhang Yi could hear it very clearly. Lin Xiaowan's mother took a deep breath and slowly said, "We are waiting for you at the estate, the last time, will we see each other?" Then, a man's impatient growl came from the phone. "Do whatever you want, just die far away from me, that estate is yours now, consider it your grave. She is your own daughter, if you won't care about me, at least." Before she could finish, another roar came from the phone. "Get lost, I don't have much, just children and money, so what if 1 or 2 die? If more die, I'm not worried about money not being enough to divide. Lin Sheng, I'm telling you, if you want to die, just die, after you're gone, I'll take back the estate, don't ever call me again." After saying this, the man hung up the phone directly, leaving Lin Xiaowan's mother standing under the willow tree, somewhat dazed. She had no expression at all, her eyes hollow like Zhang Yi the toy bear. She stared at the lake below, watching her daughter playing with the little bear in blocks, just standing there in a daze. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, feeling a bit angry. Damn, what kind of man is this I just crossed over? Why did I meet such a scumbag? This woman doesn't look bad, and she looks very dignified and virtuous, plus she has such a porcelain daughter, she should be a winner in life. But... Thinking about this, Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, still feeling a bit of sympathy for this little girl. Maybe she didn't know the truth yet. Little bear, later my mommy will take me to my daddy's place, I decided I'll bring you along. I have other toys there, they can be your friends, but I feel they're not as pretty as you. Lin Xiaowan kept talking to Zhang Yi, a smile shining on her porcelain-like face. Then, her mother came over, squatting beside her to play with blocks. She had a smile on her face too, but deep in her smile was a trace of despair. However, young Lin Xiaowan didn't notice at all, she only knew that mommy was with her, and she had cute toys, so she was very happy. Time passed, and at noon, they ate together on the grass. Then, while playing, Zhang Yi noticed the woman's aura became darker, and he realized something was wrong. The damn food is poisoned. A pair of eyes popped out from the fur, secretly looking at Lin Xiaowan, but found that the child didn't have this aura. Could it be, she didn't give Lin Xiaowan the poison? Her plan from the beginning might have been for both of them to die together, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it? But, now that she's gone, what use is Lin Xiaowan? Relying on her dead old dad? Although it had turned eerie, at this moment, Zhang Yi still felt a little sympathy for her. She suddenly stood up, holding Lin Xiaowan. Xiaowan, mommy is leaving. Lin Xiaowan blinked her big, sparkling eyes and stared at her mother. Where is mommy going? To find daddy? I want to go too. She then picked up Zhang Yi. Yes, the little bear must go too. It's my best friend. The woman stroked Lin Xiaowan's head. A trace of an angry smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, a chilling, miserable smile. Yes. Mom will go find your dad, she definitely will. Little one, stay here and play for a while. Saying this, she stood up, staggered, and walked to the back of the swing. She suddenly fell down, blood flowing from her mouth and nose, her body twitching as she died. An eye appeared from her thigh, just as Zhang Yi had expected. Chapter 5, The Little Bear Who Loves to Set Fires, The Child Who Loves Building Blocks. An eye emerged from the thigh of the already dead woman. It spun around with a soft puff-puff sound. This was the Desolate Eye that Zhang Yi had just activated, sensing a strange aura. As expected, she really did poison herself. Zhang Yi retracted his eye, feeling quite helpless. Although he had become a strange entity, this damn emotion was still hard to let go of. He turned to look at the little girl in front of him. She seemed to have no idea, not understanding what she had just lost. Little bear, this castle is beautiful, right? When the time comes, I'll have my mom build me a castle, and we can live in it together. And my dad, mom, we'll all live together, and eat cake every day. Little Wan lay in the sand, propping her chin with her hands, her legs crossed and swaying back and forth. Her bright, watery eyes blinked, looking very cute. She eagerly looked at the castle she built with blocks, then glanced back at where her mom had gone. She lay there, and before long, she fell asleep. Seeing her fall asleep, Zhang Yi stood up and stretched his body, twisting his neck. It was around 7 p.m. now, but the moon had not fully risen yet. From the sky, both the moon and the sun could be seen appearing at the same time. He stood in front of Little Wan, looking at the block castle and then at the figure of himself made from sand, his shadow stretching long in the light. Ding, side quest triggered, the little bear who loves to set fires, the child who loves building blocks. Seeing this quest, Zhang Yi paused, not understanding what this quest was about. The little bear setting fires referred to himself, and the block building girl referred to Little Wan, that much was clear. But what exactly was the quest? The system didn't provide any explanation, and he had no idea. However, the one thing he could be sure of was that the quest had something to do with her, and he couldn't leave just yet. He snapped his fingers lightly, and a flame surrounded him. Little Wan seemed to feel the warmth and no longer felt cold. A little while later, while Zhang Yi was studying the fear value, Little Wan woke up. She sat up, rubbed her tear-filled eyes, and looked around. Where's Mom? Why isn't she back yet? The moon had fully risen, and everything around them was pitch black, except for the light from Zhang Yi's flames. The wind blew, and everything seemed desolate. She began to panic, standing up and hugging her little bear, shouting around, Mom! Mom! But the only response was silence and the weak echo of her own voice. It seemed like the reason was Zhang Yi, or perhaps it was the body nearby, but night crows circled in the sky. Terrified, she could only hug Zhang Yi tightly, at least the little bear was warm. Little bear, where's Mom? Why isn't she back yet? I'm scared. The firelight illuminated her face, her pale skin glistening with teary eyes. Suddenly, something moved ahead, the sound crisp, but Zhang Yi heard it clearly. His hollow gaze turned forward, and the woman who had been dead before was now writhing on the ground, her bones making strange noises like blocks clicking together. She twisted, standing up like a vine-like block, surrounded by a black and white mist. This was the aura of a strange resurrection, visible only to the strange entities and night watchers. Damn it, this woman has become a strange entity. Zhang Yi thought helplessly, remembering what the woman had said earlier, I will definitely go find your dad. The strange entities in this world might be born randomly, just like a toy. It could also be that a person has changed, or it could be a legend. The woman in front of me has turned into a strange figure formed by resentment. She twisted her body, moving toward Zhang Yi and the others, her body making a crackling sound, as if it were made of building blocks. She stood in a place where the firelight could not reach, only the moonlight faintly revealing her outline. Mom? Xiaowan also saw the figure, suddenly stood up and shouted, but the woman did not respond. Xiaowan seemed to notice something was wrong with her mother, her little hands clenched together, feeling a bit nervous. Mom, did Dad bully you again? It's okay, Xiaowan can comfort Mommy. Xiaowan can sing for Mommy. After hearing Xiaowan's song, Mommy won't be sad anymore. As she spoke, she began to sing the first line while walking forward. Maybe the moon doesn't blink, and the stars don't talk, making you feel lonely. Hearing this song, the woman who had already died in front began to twist her body and move toward them. But in the next second, as Xiaowan rushed forward, Zhang Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed her right hand. The sudden action left Xiaowan stunned for a second. She looked down at Zhang Yi beside her. Zhang Yi looked up, with a cartoon bear smiling, the corners of his mouth curved, as if he said nothing, but it seemed like he said everything. At the same time, Zhang Yi continued singing that nursery rhyme, the dark sky hangs low, beautiful stars follow. Almost as soon as Zhang Yi's voice started, the woman in front froze in place. Primary weirdness. Weirdness type, growth. Weirdness level, 2. Weirdness ability, unknown. Weirdness target, unknown. Weirdness danger level, 0. For Zhang Yi, the danger was 0, but for Xiao Wan, it was different. After becoming weird, her emotions were 0. This primary weirdness has no intelligence. Lin Xiaowan's pupils flashed with surprise. Bear, you're alive? Zhang Yi raised his head and looked at her without moving, but held her hand tightly without loosening for a moment. Bear, that's my mom, I want to go to her. Zhang Yi still couldn't speak. In this state, he couldn't say anything, but he just stared at Xiao Wan with his eyes, as if she could understand what he meant. And Zhang Yi warned the woman not to come any closer, otherwise, he would crush her at any moment. The woman seemed to sense Zhang Yi's strength, so when the song started, she immediately stopped moving. She crouched down, not knowing what she was doing, but after a moment, she turned and left. Xiao Wan seemed a little anxious, but this time, Zhang Yi held her hand and took small steps forward. When they reached the spot, they could clearly see what the woman had been doing on the ground. She had drawn a picture, one adult, one child, and a teddy bear. Does she have intelligence? Zhang Yi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. It was impossible. This kind of growing weirdness couldn't have intelligence just after awakening. It might have been the weird magnetic field from earlier that affected her, triggering some memories, a kind of instinctual response. Mom! Bear, take me to find Mom, I want to find her, Dad must have bullied her, I need to find her. Xiao Wan grabbed Zhang Yi's hand, desperately pleading. She knew the bear was extraordinary. Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment, then followed the system's prompts, leading the little girl forward, swaying in the moonlight. Chapter 6, The Singing Teddy Bear. Two shadows, one tall, one short, stepped on the mud, stepping on the floor, leaving the manor. In the moonlight, Zhang Yi's steps seemed to glow, the little toy bear. At the same time, after they left, a group of people found the manor, led by Zhang Tao, who had taken over the mission yesterday. Zhang Tao was the team leader of the Southern Division in H City. Damn it, we searched for a whole day and night without food or water, and finally found a clue. The weirdness here is strong, it should be inside. Tang Hao pulled out a piece of chocolate and bit into it angrily. Immediately retracting the spirit of the ghost on his back, the night watchmen each had their own abilities. Some could control ghosts, others had special powers, each was different. Tang Hao was a police dog from the Southern District, specifically responsible for searching. Zhang Tao carefully pulled out a black knife from his waist and said, "Be careful, this magic bear's strength is unknown." The others nodded, cautiously entering the manor. Once inside, their faces changed dramatically. There were two eerie auras swirling around, though not very strong, they were especially clear, and there was also a normal person. The group quickly rushed to the swing set. Tang Hao crouched down, his figure floating out. The moonlight couldn't even cast a shadow on him. The shadow waved a hand, and in the next second, darkness enveloped the area. Then, fiery footprints appeared on the ground. A strange being just woke up here. And it was a human transformation. These pieces of food are poisoned, but the rest are fine. The grass next to the swing set has been pressed down, it should be human-shaped. Conclusion, there are two people at the scene, an adult and a child. The magic bear is among them. The adult died from poisoning and turned into a strange being, then left the scene. The child and the magic bear followed afterward. Su Qing spoke as she quickly wrote down analysis on her notebook. She gave a brief analysis, and Zhang Tao agreed. However, what surprised everyone was that the magic bear should have appeared before the woman transformed and did not harm the two. After the woman transformed, it started to act, taking the girl and leaving. These initial strange beings have no intelligence, so why didn't they attack the girl? The picture on the ground, mother, little girl, and magic bear. Zhang Tao rubbed his chin, his expression complex. Two possibilities. The first, the girl has special abilities that attracted the magic bear, and turned the adult who accompanied her into a strange being. The second possibility, the magic bear just happened to appear here, witnessed the adult die and transform into a strange being, then protected the girl and left with her. I lean toward the second possibility. The magic bear saved an innocent woman in yesterday's case. After the leader finished analyzing, the other three remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. But no matter how they thought about it, neither possibility could be confirmed unless they found them. Zhang Tao sheathed his knife and began to move forward. Regardless, two strange beings have already appeared. We must hurry. Before leaving, Zhang Tao also asked the police to investigate the situation of the manor and its owner. The police investigation came quickly, as Zhang Tao and his team were night watchmen and had to cooperate fully. The owner is a woman named Lin Cheng. She has a daughter but no husband. She's a wealthy local woman, and many of her mistresses don't like her. It seems she was deceived. The little girl is called Lin Xiaowan. The surveillance shows that Lin Qing returned to the manor with her daughter today. Zhang Tao suddenly interjected, just the two of them came back? Did they bring anything, like a teddy bear? A teddy bear? The person on the other end of the phone paused, seemingly checking the video. They stopped at a pharmacy for a while, but the surveillance didn't capture a teddy bear. Sure enough. Okay, I'll have an answer in 5 minutes. It seemed that both strange beings might have gone to find many. If they reached that place first, they should be able to intercept them. Though more than 2 hours had passed, strange beings could move quickly. Let's see if the surveillance catches anything. They should be able to arrive earlier by car. It all came down to luck. It had been 2 hours since Zhang Yi and the others left. The time was now past 10 in the evening. Under the street, the lights were dim, and the little girl was holding a big toy bear, walking at the alley entrance. Where's Mom? After walking for a long time, they still hadn't seen Lin Qing. Zhang Yi didn't answer, still pulling her along. It seemed that Lin Qing had some hidden abilities, able to hide in the shadows, making it hard for ordinary people to find her, but it wasn't impossible to spot her. It seemed she was really going to find this heartless man. Hey, where did this little girl come from, looking so delicate? Little girl, what are you doing here? Don't you know this is our territory? You're dressed quite nicely, looks like a rich person. Lin Xiaowan was holding Zhang Yi's hand when they happened to pass by the alley ahead and suddenly saw 2 or 3 homeless men jump out. Each of them was dressed in ragged clothes, with messy hair and unkempt beards. Their smiles were very lewd. It scared Xiaowan, and she tightened her grip on Zhang Yi's hand, whispering, I'm looking for my mom with my little bear. Have you seen her? One of the homeless men seemed a bit slow-witted, with a mole below his mouth and a long hair hanging from it. Looking for your mom? Come, Uncle will help you look. Look at how pretty this little girl is, Uncle will help you. Saying that, he reached out his right hand toward Lin Xiaowan, and the other homeless men also surrounded them. The economy of the Great Xiao world wasn't wealthy, and there were all sorts of strange existences. Although the authorities tried to conceal it, they couldn't hide it. So, there were many people like them. Xiaowan shrank back in fear, clutching Zhang Yi tightly. You, don't come closer, I don't know you. He. The mole-covered homeless man stuck out his greasy tongue, licking his fat lips, with oil stains from a trash can still hanging at the corner of his mouth. You'll get to know me soon, don't be afraid, Uncle will take care of you. Suddenly, a children's song started to play. The dark, dark sky. The other homeless men stood aside, curiously eyeing them. Hey, is that toy bear singing? Why is this toy bear standing there? Is it a mechanical toy? Looks like a stuffed animal. Put. The words had just fallen. As the children's song played, an eye suddenly appeared on the back of Zhang Yi's head. The fur started to roll, and more eyes began to appear. 2 of the homeless men were so scared they collapsed to the ground. Under the moonlight, their faces turned pale, and they pointed in horror at the toy bear. The next second, one of them suddenly clutched his throat, rolling on the ground. The homeless men ahead were startled and hurriedly asked what was happening, but then, a sharp pain came from their stomachs, something crawling out from inside. He knelt on the ground and actually spat out an eye, clutching his neck and staring in terror at the toy bear. The toy bear grinned, smiling, and singing the children's song. Pulling Xiaowan, they walked away. Under the streetlight, their shadows were stretched long, and behind them, the 3 homeless men were clutching their throats, their eyes rolling on their skin. Their throats were also clogged with Desolate Eyes. Desolate Eyes, the bloodline of the magic bear, and all the fear skills could all increase in strength with the gain of fear value. After reaching a certain value, they could even upgrade and evolve. Lin Xiaowan kept walking but didn't forget to look back. She wasn't afraid. Curiously, she asked, Little bear, did you do this? Zhang Yi slightly raised his head to glance at her, then nodded his huge head, and the children's song kept playing in her ears. While walking, Zhang Yi was also tracking Lin Qing's whereabouts. Lin Chang moved fast, she could hide her figure, and her body seemed to change, which was very strange. This made Zhang Yi have to enhance the Desolate Eyes to track her. All fear values increase Desolate Eyes. Simply use all the fear values to enhance the Desolate Eyes. After all, this thing is like a third-person perspective, like a god's view. Not only is it useful now, but it might also be useful to save their life later. Ding, the fear value was successfully spent, 30,000 deducted, and the Wasteland Eye upgraded. Night Raven's Eye can possess all creatures, control them, the range increases, and the survival time lengthens. Note, it is related to the host's strength. The blood red eyes, more red veins appeared. The veins spread above, and in the pupil, there seemed to be a flame. Wasteland Eye's second stage, Night Raven's Eye, successfully advanced. Then he found that his vision became better, his sensitivity to strange auras increased, and when the Night Raven's Eye was activated, his fear value would temporarily rise, and his strength would skyrocket. He only needed to slightly raise his head, and a crow in the air instantly froze in place, then a blood-red eye grew in the middle of its head. The crow soared into the air, becoming his third eye. This was the true god's perspective. With the crow's help, Zhang Yi locked onto Lin Qing's trace with one glance. Her body was folding, and her flesh seemed more like blocks, twisting as it moved forward in the dark night. Wherever she went, she had already killed many people, and her target was a villa in the city's suburb. It seems Lin Xiaowan's father was there. Zhang Yi grabbed Xiaowan and headed towards the target location. At this time, Minnie was under the protection of bodyguards, playing games with a woman in a frantic manner. This bodyguard, dressed in black, with long hair flowing down his back, was holding a book and observing it on the nearby chair. Ding ding ding, a phone call came in, and the black-haired man frowned, stood up, and picked up the phone. Boss, that woman named Lin Qing called again. In the room, many panting sounds suddenly stopped, and then a loud voice cursed, "Tell her to get lost." The long-haired bodyguard reluctantly opened the phone, intending to tell her to get lost. But then, a strange static noise came from the phone first. It was rhythmic, like dragging glass shards over a phone box, so uncomfortable. "I'm coming for you, I told you I would come." Hearing this strange voice, the long-haired man's expression changed dramatically. A strange aura leaked out of the phone. This aura was undetectable by ordinary people, grayish-black, more like a magnetic field. But the long-haired man's face changed, and he suddenly smashed the phone hard on the ground. A few bodyguards nearby jumped in shock. What happened? The long-haired man quickly picked up the walkie-talkie. "Is there anything unusual downstairs? Did a woman come?" As soon as the words were spoken, a burst of laughter came from the walkie-talkie. The voice was very gentle, but at this moment, it sounded extremely eerie. Because she said, "Minnie, I'm here, Xiaowan loves playing with blocks, I'm going to turn you into blocks and stay with her." Screech. The walkie-talkie broke down. The long-haired man's expression was grim. Had this woman turned Eerie? Moreover, she wasn't a first-level Eerie, otherwise, her magnetic field wouldn't have traveled through the phone. "You all block the door." After saying that, he turned and rushed to the bedroom, kicking open the door. At this moment, Minnie, holding a whip and a candle, froze for a moment, then angrily cursed, "What the hell are you doing? Can't you see I'm taming a wild horse? Get out!" The long-haired man quickly walked to his window, sidestepping to look down. "Boss, your woman is here to find you, we have to leave immediately." Minnie furrowed his brows. The long-haired man was from the Underground Bodyguard Association in H City, and had been with him for half a year. He acted decisively and meticulously. He would never act so startled without reason. Something big must have happened. Did that woman bring killers? Minnie hurriedly put on his underwear and cursed, "Damn it, that fool still dares to hire people to kill me. You go and catch her, don't kill her, I want to torture her severely." The long-haired man pulled the curtains closed, his face serious. "She came alone. No need to hire a killer." "A killer? Then what are you afraid of?" Many people immediately became unhappy. But the next second, the long-haired man continued, "She is no longer human. She might be something strange." "Ha?" Many of them were top-tier billionaires, so they naturally knew what the word strange meant in this world. Hearing these two words, they were clearly startled, licking their lips. "Really, really?" He suddenly grabbed the long-haired man by both hands. You must protect me." Bang, bang, bang. The next second, gunshots and screams came from outside the room on the first floor. What was clearer was the sound of blocks colliding, twisting like toy noises. "I told you I would find you, for sure." At the same time, a black car was speeding toward this direction. Zhang Tao furrowed his brows as he looked at the information. The strange events were becoming more and more intense. Wherever Lin Shang went, she had killed many people, and fear spread everywhere. And the matter with the magic bear had exploded online. The higher-ups had issued a strict order to deal with the magic bear as quickly as possible. The car suddenly stopped, and 3 homeless people lay on the ground. Tang Hao glanced over. The magic bear did this. They have blood holes of varying degrees on their bodies. It should be the strange ability of the magic bear, caused by its eyes. Hurry up! Also, release the bounty to other districts or city hunters. These 2 strange beings are not easy to deal with. We need help. The official organization's spiritual energy users, called ghost tamers, were known as night watchers. Those without official backing were either independent ghost tamers or city hunters. The former were generally supported by someone, like many long-haired bodyguards, while the latter had to accept bounties for payment. There was also a rank division among ghost tamers. The lights of the villa flickered. At the security booth by the entrance, little girl Lin Wan was holding Zhang Yi's hand, standing there. Lin Xiaowan's lips curled slightly, showing a smile. "Little bear, is mommy inside?" Zhang Yi's hollow eyes stared straight ahead. His expression never changed, still as cute as ever. He held her hand and walked inside. The security booth was eerily quiet. This was a villa area. Normally, the security should not be so negligent. Following Lin Qing's scent, Zhang Yi smelled a faint blood scent and an unfamiliar odor. After entering, they saw a middle-aged man jogging at night, coming towards them. Seeing Lin Xiaowan walking alone with Little Bear, he curiously ran over. "Little sister, did you get lost? Tell uncle, what's your daddy's name? I'll help you find him." He had just squatted down, asking with concern. And then saw the teddy bear beside her, confused. "Is this your toy?" Lin Xiaowan looked up and grinned. "He's not my toy. He's my family, uncle." Looking at her smile, for some reason, although it was innocent and cute, there was an indescribable feeling that made him uneasy. Then he looked at the teddy bear beside her, and a shocking scene occurred. The teddy bear tilted its head and stared at him. In an instant, every hair on his body stood on end. He staggered and collapsed on the ground, his legs desperately kicking backward. You. Lin Xiaowan tilted her head, her two pigtails hanging in the air. "Uncle, don't be scared. Little Bear and I won't bully you. I'm still looking for mommy." Then she continued walking forward. As for the middle-aged man, he seemed so scared that he couldn't even breathe, crawling and rolling his way to the security booth. He was just about to ask the security to call the police. But when he opened the door to the security booth, he saw that the security guards were stacked on the ground, piece by piece. Piece by piece, like building blocks. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed directly. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sound of fighting and screams coming from the villa above. Downstairs, Zhang Yi held Lin Xiaowan's hand, slowly walking upstairs. As they passed the first floor, they saw a bikini-clad lady crouching in the corner, holding her head and trembling in fear. Mumbling, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Sister." A crisp voice rang out, and the bikini-clad girl shivered as she lifted her head, tears streaking down her face. Lin Xiaowan squinted her eyes. "Did you see my mother?" She then noticed Zhang Yi standing nearby, and in fright, she buried her head back into her thigh. Well, I don't know anything, I don't know, please don't kill me. Then I'll let you play with building blocks later." Saying this, she jumped and started heading upwards. At this moment, the upstairs had descended into madness. The floor was covered in chunks of corpses, and even the sofa had been twisted by some mysterious force into building blocks, scattered all around. The long-haired man was covered in wounds, his left hand showing marks all over the skin. His right hand, however, was a blood-red mess, with thick blood dripping onto the floor, looking almost like slime. On the other side, Lin Qing, whose body was only half intact, was mechanically twisting her upper body to approach. Many, who had been holding onto that woman, hid at the back, their faces pale. Kill her for me, I'll double your salary." Many of them closed their eyes, not daring to even look at Lin Qing. The long-haired man gritted his teeth. Luckily, this strange thing revived just now. "If we let her grow a little more, it might be hard to handle. Mr. Su promised me something, he can't forget it." He finished speaking, shaking his right hand, his face pale as he charged forward, swinging his right fist. The fist instantly condensed into a scythe and slashed across Lin Qing's neck. Her upper body split open, becoming chunks of building blocks. The remaining head was still staring fiercely at many, eyes full of hatred. "Xiaowan, building blocks." She mumbled a few unclear words from her throat. Seeing this, many rushed forward, kicking her head. "Damn, dead woman, cheap woman, still dare to come looking for me after death? And mutter about your daughter? I'll have her come find you tomorrow, you cheap slut." This kick really scared him badly. Even his bodyguard was severely injured, and he was forced to increase their salary tenfold. "It's all this woman's fault." With a gloomy face, he kicked her head again and again, venting his anger. The long-haired man collapsed to the ground. His right hand had healed, but the rectangular scars on it would take a long time to heal. This battle had cost him half his life. Lighting a cigarette, he thought to himself, fortunately, his salary had been increased tenfold. When the time came, he could buy some strange objects to see if they could extend his life. Just as he was about to relax, amidst the curses from many, the door opened. Bang! A little child, holding a red-furred, blood-colored bear, stood at the door. Their faces were smiling, cute, almost to the point of being unsettling. "Mom, I found you." Lin Xiaowan let go of Zhang Yi's hand and rushed to her mother's building blocks, unable to put them down. The blood from the building blocks didn't flow out, they were strangely like objects. She wasn't the least bit scared. On the contrary, in the fearful looks of others, she carefully placed Lin Qing's building blocks together, piece by piece. Ding, task, the fire-loving little bear, the building block-loving child, completion 30%. As the nursery rhyme played, the little bear smiled, and life and death became uncertain. Chapter 8, So Many Eyes. "I don't want any, I don't want a single one." Many kicked Lin Chang's remaining head away. Just then, the door opened. At the door, a red bear was holding Lin Xiaowan, standing on this side. Lin Xiaowan's lips curved into a slight smile, shouting, "Mom, I found you." Then she rushed forward, squatting down to pick up the building blocks on the ground, one by one. The entire floor was covered in building blocks, and even some of the structures had turned into blocks. But she seemed able to tell immediately which pieces belonged to her mother. This terrifying scene showed the little girl squatting on the floor, assembling the building blocks piece by piece. Manny stared in shock for 5 to 6 seconds, and unable to hold back, he lowered his head and vomited. Ugh. Crazy, you little bitch, are you insane? Your mom is already a freak. Suddenly, Shawan looked up. Smiling, Daddy. Daddy, come play with me and help me build Mommy's body with the blocks. She laughed sweetly, refreshing, yet many pupils shrank in terror. Not just him, even the long-haired man was frightened. This little girl was filled with an eerie aura, yet somehow it wasn't eerie. How could a 7 or 8-year-old child be so bold? He turned back to look at the teddy bear at the doorway. He was immediately too scared to move. Although this teddy bear was not tall, only about 70 or 80 centimeters, it stood at the door smiling. It looked adorable. But its shadow on the ground was different. Beneath its reflection, it was enormous, 3 or 4 meters tall, surrounded by bizarre flames. Throw this person out, it's disgusting. How could such a thing even exist? Many gritted their teeth. Looking at Lin Xiaowan's face reminded him of that woman just now. He wanted to quickly get rid of everything related to this woman. But he didn't dare to move. This teddy bear, no, this eerie bear was staring at him, and every hair on his body stood up. It felt as if what stood in front of him was not a teddy bear, but an ancient terrifying beast. As long as he moved a little, it would immediately rush up and tear him to shreds. Boss, don't move, this teddy bear is not right. He slowly stood up, step by step cautiously retreating. Many frowned and noticed the teddy bear at the door. Isn't it just a teddy bear? What are we afraid of? At this moment, Zhang Yi was observing the task progress bar. Task, 40%. Shawan was piecing together her mom's blocks, but at this speed, it shouldn't be so simple. The arsonist teddy bear seemed to have the other half of the task on his side. Thinking of this, his expression began to subtly change. The corners of his mouth rose gently, the smile becoming more apparent. The empty eyes seemed to have a kind of magic that could trap those who looked directly into them into an abyss. The dark sky hangs low. A nursery rhyme began to play. Lin Xiaowan suddenly looked up. Daddy, the teddy bear is singing, let's build blocks together. Zhang Yi took a step forward. Boom. A flame ignited beneath his feet. Many jumped in shock. Just a moment ago they sent away one eerie thing, and now another teddy bear was coming. Scared, they hid behind the long-haired man. Protect me, I'll give you 20 times the salary once we're out. The long-haired man was sweating, let alone 20 times the salary, even 30 times wouldn't help him now. He absolutely couldn't fight, he could only run. He suddenly turned around, picked up a block from the ground, and threw it out. Bang! The block was very hard, clearly a corpse but as tough as steel, instantly smashing through the villa's bulletproof glass. He turned and ran. As for Minnie? Are you kidding? At such a critical moment, he was about to die. How could he still care about Minnie? One ghost master struggling against one eerie creature was already tough, now there were two. Even if he escaped, they wouldn't blame him for it. Minnie watched as the long-haired man left, cursing, "You son of a b***tch, I'm gonna kill you." He turned around and saw the teddy bear approaching. He was so frightened that he grabbed the nearby shaking woman and pushed her forward. Then, ignoring everything else, he turned and jumped toward the glass. The second floor wouldn't be fatal if he fell. Compared to life, he could tolerate losing a little brother. The woman he pushed forward trembled as she sat helplessly in front of Zhang Yi, kneeling on the ground, looking at him in panic. Snot and tears mixed together, crying uncontrollably. Zhang Yi smiled widely, extending his right index finger to his mouth, making a shushing gesture. But what came out wasn't a shoe, but a nursery rhyme. Then he suddenly leaped, soaring out, chasing after the two. The long-haired man who landed saw Minnie jump down right after. He quickly grabbed him and ran. "Boss, it's not that I won't help you. This toy bear's level is too high, we must run away." Holding him with one hand, the woman inside the room was able to delay for a moment. But before her feet had taken 2 steps, a gigantic bear suddenly fell from the sky. Its eyes were blood red, and the corners of its mouth curled upward, covered in cracks. Just a moment ago, it looked cute. Now, it had turned into a messenger of hell. Zhang Yi shook his body, a surge of flames followed closely. The long-haired man was scared and jumped, hurriedly pushing Minnie away, rushing in the opposite direction. But the next second, he suddenly found that everything around was pitch black. Then, red eyes appeared all around in the darkness, as if they were growing out of the walls. They were filled with blood and still writhing. The Eerie Domain. His face was ashen. He had unexpectedly encountered something that could unleash the Eerie Domain. Blood began to seep from his right hand, dripping towards Zhang Yi's Eerie Domain. But the blood that fell to the ground was quickly devoured by those eyes. Soon, a gigantic eye, engulfed in flames, fell down. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist, striking upwards with force. Bang! He had decent strength, but at this moment, he was already at the end of his rope and was no match for Zhang Yi. Inside the Eerie domain, he smashed the eye with a punch, then crazily tore at the eyeball. Outside, many sat helplessly on the ground, watching the long-haired man go insane. He reached out his right hand, actually digging into his own eye. While digging, he shouted, "So many eyes, I'll dig all of them out for you." Thud, a single eye fell to the ground. Thud, 2 eyes fell to the ground. 3, 4, a ground full of eyeballs dropped from his body. Many were so scared they lost control of themselves. "Please, don't kill me, I have money." Turning to look at Zhang Yi grinned, "Money? Not useful to me, what I want is your fear." As he spoke, a burning eyeball appeared on his arm, and he began to crazily pluck it. He hit wildly, shouting, get away, I don't want eyes, I don't want eyes." Until he dug out his own eyes, finally enveloped by a surge of flames. Fear is being devoured. Tip: the stronger the target, the stronger the fear generated. Beings feared by the strong are true terror. Chapter 9: Let Go of My Girl, the Angry Little Bear. After taking care of the two, Zhang Yi stepped back to the second floor of the villa. His body once again returned to the appearance of a toy bear. Task: the fire-loving little bear 90%, the block-loving child 70%, overall 80%. Only one step left to complete the task. As long as he waits for Xiaowan to have fun with the blocks and assemble them, he should be able to finish with a fire. Lin Xiaowan's mind had already become problematic. She changed the moment her mother turned strange. Now, she seemed like a child of a demon, playing with the blocks. Zhang Yi, restored to a bear, quietly leaned against the nearby window, savoring the flavor of fear. The woman beside him, naked, sat there quivering, not daring to lift her head even once. Outside the villa area. At this moment, 2 ghost tamers stood outside. They were professional city hunters, members of the H-City Red High Heels Club. Both were D-level. The reason they appeared here was that a member of the same club, Huang Fei, had just sent out a distress call. Coincidentally, the two were nearby. Huang Fei was the long-haired man from before, and their club not only provided ghost hunting services but also protection and more. Li Su looked at the quiet scene inside the villa, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled white smoke rings. "We need to hurry." Not only did Huang Fei send a message, but it seems the Night Watchers are also activating information. Su Tao tightened his jacket and stepped forward. Su Fei should be dead, but this kid can be considered capable. Surprisingly, one has died, leaving only the last one. With the 2 of us going in, isn't it an easy win? Li Su nodded. "Don't let your guard down. We don't know the specifics of this last strange creature. Its type is completely unknown. Now, there's only one ghost for both of us. Let's catch it and see who it suits better before making a decision." After the strange outbreak, the ghost controllers came one after another. Usually, a ghost controller can only awaken one strange creature, but some can control 2 or even more. Some weak strange creatures serve as their food and toys. Su Tao said no more, tossing his cigarette to the ground and crushing it with his foot before stepping inside. The 2 arrived at the security booth and couldn't help but shudder at the horrifying sight within. The bodies had become blocks, truly tragic. Li Su took a picture and uploaded it back to the club. This should be the strange creature Huang Fei dealt with, codenamed building blocks. However, it is completely dead now. Su Tao lamented, "What a pity. This strange creature had real killing power. If I had controlled it, paired with my hanging rope, wouldn't it have been invincible?" The ghost Su Tao controlled was a rope. It floated above his head, able to change shape at will and extend infinitely within his control range, possessing strong shaping and protective capabilities, as well as entangling ability. It just lacked damage. If he could control those building blocks, that would be powerful. Li Su's controlled ghost was different. It was both offensive and defensive, a third hand on his stomach that appeared as a tattoo. After briefly reporting the situation at the scene, they quickly locked onto a villa. Arriving at the villa, they immediately saw a figure kneeling on the ground covered in blood and 2 charred bodies nearby. Bloody chunks were scattered on the ground, quite disgusting. Su Tao wrinkled his nose. Initial judgment, fire, and secondly, it should be an illusion. Li Su added, "As long as it's not a special strange creature and is over level 3, the 2 of us working together should be fine. Judging from the aura, it should be upstairs. I'll go in through the front door while you go through the side window. The hanging rope is best for surprise attacks and control." "All right." The 2 made their decision and started moving forward, one after the other. But they didn't notice the crow circling in the tree nearby, with a blood-red eye in the middle of its head. Inside the house, Zhang Yi watched the 2's every move closely. The 2's strength was hardly anything to worry about, they were just delivering fear points. Moreover, his task was not yet finished, so he naturally couldn't leave hastily. He sent the crow out to hover in the air for continued surveillance. However, the crow could not exceed 100 meters around him, or else the night crow's eye would become ineffective. Hee, I'm not afraid you won't come, I'm just afraid you'll take too long. Li Su entered through the front door, the stairs down below filled with building blocks. There were body parts and various structures, but no bloody stench. His tattoo gently wriggled. Once he found a strange creature, he would immediately unleash the ghost hand. Upon reaching the second floor, he found nothing amiss. The only thing he saw was a little girl sitting there, seemingly playing with something, next to a woman who was slumped over. The little girl was still singing, but he couldn't quite hear what she was singing. There are two ordinary people, temporarily not in danger. Li Su quietly said into the headset, aside from that, there seems to be no other movement. I'll check again. Minutes passed and he still didn't find anything. Only then did he slowly approach. Su Tao's voice came through. Could it be that the strange creature has already left? So soon? Li Su nodded. It should be. Otherwise, these two ordinary people would have already died. As he spoke, he had walked forward. At that moment, he could clearly hear the little girl singing the song, "Maybe the moon won't blink, and the stars won't speak, making you feel lonely." It might be. Before Xiaowan could sing the second line, Li Su interjected, "Are you all right? I'm here to rescue you. Has the weirdness left?" Hearing this, the woman was the first to react, quickly standing and rushing over, sobbing and unable to speak clearly. Xiaowan also stopped her actions and slowly turned her head. She smiled. "Brother, do you want to play with the building blocks?" From another perspective, Su Tao was suddenly shocked. He saw that the blocks this little girl was playing with were actually pieces of flesh. One by one, they were being assembled. "Be careful, this girl is dangerous." He quickly deployed his noose, wrapping it around Lin Xiaowan's hands, lifting her into the air. Xiaowan's singing abruptly stopped. The dark sky hangs low. The little girl didn't open her mouth, yet nursery rhymes emerged. At the same time, the woman standing next to Li Su pointed to the side. "Bear. Bear." Li Su looked back, and the cute toy bear was suddenly growing at an astonishing speed. Its body was engulfed in flames, its eyes blood red, eyes rolling beneath its fur. The nursery rhyme was emanating from its head. Zhang Yi stood up, furious, gripping the noose with one hand. "Let go of my girl." Chapter 10, Fear Spreads. This is a primary weirdness. 10 seconds ago. Su Tao saw something. The scene had no trace of weirdness, yet suddenly an eerie aura seemed to be gathering again. Then, he watched the little girl's movements. The creature that should have died long ago was now being pieced together by her. Bumpy pieces of flesh were being placed together, forming a brand new body. This creature wasn't dead. This little girl was restoring it. Was she the second weirdness? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he acted. He wasn't afraid of being wrong because no one could so calmly play with body part blocks. Moreover, this person was a little girl, with pigtails, as cute as fine porcelain. But after taking action, he realized that his earlier guess was complete nonsense. Because the real weirdness was the bear behind him. At this moment, Zhang Yi was furious, his body growing larger inch by inch, his fur turning blood red. It was as if the white fur had been soaked in blood. Crimson, like his bloody eyes. Zhang Yi's body had grown to 3 or 4 meters tall. He had to lower his head in the villa. His body was filled with flames, blood-red eyes ferociously staring at Su Tao. Speaking in fury, a flicker of flame shot from his mouth, like blazing starlight. His voice sounded like that of a keeper from hell, terrifying to the core. With one hand gripping the noose, a single eyeball suddenly rolled out of the back of this terrifying bear's hand. The noose felt searing hot, piercing pain, as if a flame-covered ant was gnawing at your eyes, your bones. Without even needing to intentionally loosen it, the noose was already failing, starting to slack. Xiaowan fell out, and Zhang Yi extended his left hand, catching her and holding her close. His fierce face gazed at Xiaowan. Xiaowan seemed completely unafraid, as if nothing were wrong, her legs dangling in the air as she tilted her head and sang her song. La la la. Playing with blocks, I'm just a step away from putting Mama back together. Her cheerful voice spoke suffocating words. Suddenly, a breath swept behind, an eyeball rolling out from the back of Zhang Yi's head. Without looking back, he swung a fist behind him forcefully. Boom. Li Su utilized his third hand, the skin pale, thin as deadwood. With black nails clenched into a fist. At the moment of collision, Li Su was instantly thrown away. In the next second, the noose wrapped around, tightly fastening around Zhang Yi's neck. The noose kept tightening, trying to lift Zhang Yi into the air. Zhang Yi glanced at the task panel. The little girl who loved building blocks was only 5% away. He simply let go of Xiaowan, who continued to play with her blocks. As he used one hand to grab the noose, trying to break it, Li Su crawled out from the ruins again behind him. Blood was flowing from his mouth and nose as he rushed towards them. This fist was aimed directly at Zhang Yi's stomach. This is a special level weirdness, we can't contain it, kill directly and claim the reward. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist was already flying toward him. But in the next second, Everything around fell into darkness, the whole world became silent. Suddenly, it seemed like something was writhing and rolling in his ears. He looked down and saw an eye rolling at his feet, followed by more and more, until eyes started growing all over his body. Oh no, this weirdness has a strange domain. He yelled in the strange domain, not caring if Su Tao could hear him. Ghostly hands waved constantly, trying to stop these eyeballs from touching him. The strange domain could control the area to form a space of rules, but it could not forcibly create rules inside your body. As long as these eyes didn't touch him, the eyes on his body were just illusions. However, the more this happened, the more eyes grew on him, and his vision started to scatter. He began to realize that even without turning his head, he could see behind him, even seeing his entire self. He started to panic, seeming to understand Huang Fei's death, whose eyes were gouged out, covered in bloody pits. That wasn't eyes, that was his own flesh. Zhang Yi looked at him, unable to help but admire. This is the first relatively strong ghost controller, at least much stronger than that Huang Fei. Huang Fei was enveloped in the strange domain, instantly falling into fear, lost without a grave. When facing the strange domain, only by directly confronting fear could there be a glimmer of hope. However, Zhang Yi's mouth slightly smiled. If it was like this, then their strength was still completely insufficient. Beside him, he suddenly grabbed the rope around his throat. The bloodline of the demon bear continued to expand. His body grew to over 4 meters, directly breaking the noose. The noose wanted to retract, but he gave it no chance at all, grabbing the rope with one hand. Boom! Flames followed along the noose, enveloping Su Tao. First, the weirdness was instantly entangled, and then he was shrouded in fear. Everything was dark, and in his ears were nursery rhymes, only boundless children's songs. Frozen in place from fear, his expression gradually became twisted and desperate. Streams of fear rushed toward Zhang Yi, greedily like a doll emitting a cheerful sound. Su Tao didn't even have the chance to struggle. Let alone Zhang Yi, probably even the block weirdness could kill him. The only one they had that showed any promise was Li Su. Enjoying the fear, he slowly entered his strange domain. Inside the strange domain, Li Su was holding on. Though covered in eyes, he still did not give up. The ghostly hands were distinguishing one eyeball at a time, and although still releasing fear, it was already much better than before. As long as Zhang Yi didn't interfere with him, he believed that he could soon walk out of this strange domain. But as he resolutely dug out the eyeballs from his arms, he heard it again. He heard that nursery rhyme again. Almost instantly, a wave of fear spread anew, wrapping him tightly. Gulp! As he swallowed his saliva, he saw ahead, a bear appeared. This bear, standing 4 or 5 meters tall, surrounded by flames, with blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. The corners of his mouth were pulled high, tearing all the way to his ears. Fresh blood stained his red fur, and something was gently wriggling beneath it. Below his neck, there were messy stitched lines, as if his head and body were forcibly sewn together with a single thread. He stepped forward, causing Li Su's heart to jump. Su Tao! Su Tao! As the words fell, he saw a person being held in the giant bear's hand. Su Tao was dead. So fast. I had only been trapped here for a few seconds. Is this a beginner-level anomaly? Chapter 11, The Arson Little Bear's Mission Completed. Zhang Yi, engulfed in flames, walked step by step. In his hand was Su Tao's corpse, covered in eyes. These eyes were like a kind of mold, growing all over his body, constantly blinking and wriggling, extremely disgusting. At least to Li Su, this sight was one he would never forget in his life. Zhang Yi strolled forward, constantly absorbing fear value. The more fear from these anomaly controllers, the greater the benefit for Zhang Yi. Just by taking down Su Tao and that long-haired anomaly controller, the fear value he gained was already almost half of what he had earned in the past 2 days. If he could take care of this Li Su as well, the harvest would be boundless. His desolate eyes could see the fear value on Li Su. His fear value was denser than anyone else's. This proved that Li Su's strength was stronger than the others. The strength of their anomaly controllers was divided into S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Within this, there seemed to be 3 smaller levels. Anomalies were ranked from levels 1 to 10. This Li Su should be an E+ anomaly controller. This level of anomaly controller has no problem dealing with a level 3 anomaly. Moreover, there was another anomaly controller attacking together. But the problem was that they encountered a special level anomaly, Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi tossed Su Tao's corpse aside and stepped towards the opponent. With each step, a kind of extreme fear nursery rhyme echoed in his ears. The nursery rhymes used to be beautiful songs to be listened to, but at this moment, the nursery rhyme sounded like the collision of bone-corroding steel knives from deep hell. It made every hair on Li Su's body stand on end. The more fear, the deeper one would sink into the anomalous domain, and more desolate eyes appeared. It was like a vicious cycle. In the outside world, Zhang Yi's size was just over 4 meters, but in here, he was a full 7 to 8 meters, looking like a mountain. Under that thick red fur, clusters of wriggling eyes were nauseating. Damn it, I'll fight you. Isn't it just a level 3 anomaly? I've killed before. Li Su seemed to be giving himself courage, roaring loudly. Then, he extended a ghostly hand, forcibly clawing off the extra eyes on his face. Following this, he charged towards Zhang Yi, facing the anomaly. The only way was to conquer his own fear. Otherwise, the anomaly could absorb your fear and become stronger. Every anomaly could absorb fear value. In the dark, only the blood-red pupils and the flames surrounding Zhang Yi could be seen. Swish. Accompanied by a screech, the ghostly hand on Li Su's stomach smashed forward, solidly colliding with Zhang Yi's fist. Zhang Yi grinned widely. Is that all? Your anomaly is too weak. He coldly laughed. Then, in Li Su's shock and confusion, he grabbed with one hand and directly caught the ghostly hand. With a squeeze, a burst of flame surged, turning Li Su's face pale in an instant. The ghostly hand's nails were long and carried infectious power, but Zhang Yi's fur was very thick, with a layer of eyes for protection. It couldn't pierce through at all. The person who was already somewhat fearful now appeared even more helpless as Zhang Yi grabbed the ghostly hand. As he looked up, he fixed his gaze on Zhang Yi's face. This was a bear-like face, but at the moment, it was filled with bulging eyes. He suddenly let go, his eyes dazed, his mouth gaping wide. With a strong grip, Zhang Yi crushed the ghostly hand, then, under its gaze, Zhang Yi swallowed the ghostly hand in one bite. In the realm of the strange, it was possible to enhance one's power through mutual devouring. This was the most basic kind of devouring. Sizzle. A harsh sound rang out, and the stitched mark on the toy bear's neck emitted a glow. Li Su kneeled on the ground in despair, his eyes wide with terror and helplessness. No, it's impossible. You are a mutated strange, you have intelligence, you have a strange domain. There are many categories of strange beings, and Li Su didn't know Zhang Yi's category, but he can only describe it as mutated. Ordinary strange beings only gain self-awareness, or intelligence, once they reach level 5. Before that, strange beings had only a single consciousness, which was to kill according to their own rules, to kill strange beings, to enhance their strength. But Zhang Yi was different. He hid, waiting for the two of them to approach, then suddenly struck. He could even speak such words, which was enough to prove he had intelligence. This kind of strange being was too terrifying. His psychological defenses instantly crumbled, fear invading him like an omnipresent breath. In almost an instant, the aura that had been suppressing the desolate gaze vanished, and many eyes sprouted on him like mushrooms after rain, until they covered his entire body. He lay on the ground in terror, rolling and struggling, despair and suffocation enveloping him. Originally, with the ghostly hand crushed by Zhang Yi, he was doomed. But now, as fear grew stronger, it became a great source of nourishment for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, with his massive body, looked at him and coldly smiled. The more you understand, the more fear will grow. If I were you, I would rather know nothing. Ugh. Li Su clutched his neck, his throat starting to enlarge, as if something was blocking it. He reached in to pull it out but couldn't grasp it at all. The strange domain disappeared. The girl who loves building blocks has reached 100% completion. The little bear that loves to set fires has reached 90% completion. The tasks were about to be completed, his body still massive. He glanced at the little Wan on the ground, who had just finished assembling her mother's figure. She seemed quite satisfied. The building blocks on the ground seemed to come to life, merging into her body. In that instant, a new aura emerged from little Wan. This was the aura of a ghost master. She had also become a ghost master. And her ghost was her mother, that ordinary type block strange. Caw caw. Crows in the air were cawing, sounding like dead ducks. Whoosh. A burst of black aura instantly knocked the crows down. Zhang Yi's vision darkened. More people are coming, and it's the officials, along with even more. At least 7 or 8 ghost masters had arrived, the strongest among them even at D+. With Zhang Yi's current strength, he wasn't afraid of just one person, but the numbers had reached 7 or 8, and were still increasing. He dared not act rashly and chose to leave this place. His massive body stood over 3 meters tall, with long arms that reached out. He extended his hand, and little One tilted her head to glance at the big bear, then smiled brightly as she took his hand. A big bear and a little child came down from the building. Zhang Yi turned back, looked at the villa and smiled, then a flame engulfed the entire villa. Ding, the arson little bear and block girl, task completed. Reward, fear value 20,000. Reward, 1 skill point. Reward, 1 skill extraction. Chapter 12, The Eye of the Night Crow slaughters all. After completing the task, the rewards were very generous. Zhang Yi hadn't even used his fear value yet. He planned to leave this place first, find another location to further study skill points and these matters. Holding little Wan's hand, he left the villa. Although many night crows had died, there were still sparrows and others in the trees. As long as it was a creature, Zhang Yi could control it using the eye of the night crow. Strange birds were circling in the sky. Zhang Yi had already set the villa on fire and was swaggering away from the back mountain with Xiao Wan. Suddenly, A sparrow's night crow eye locked onto a dark figure. It was very fast, this black figure swayed and weaved through the other shadows. At the same time, it seemed like a ghost controller was following behind, but they were not heading toward the villa, instead coming straight for Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi roughly checked through the night crow eye. It appeared to be a tracking type of strange entity, moving at great speed. As the night crow eye locked in, this dark shape had already found Zhang Yi. The newcomer was none other than Tang Hao from Zhang Tao's small team, along with the remaining member. Found it, codename Magic Bear, Tang Hao said, wiping a bead of sweat off, as he reported the information to the other members through his earpiece. At the same time, he scrutinized Zhang Yi, analyzing everything about him. Captain guessed correctly, there is a little girl by his side. She is Lin Qing's daughter, Lin Xiaowan. The magic bear is about 3 meters tall and has flames and strange eyes on its body. Lin Xiaowan's condition is off. I suspect she has already been warped by the strange entity. You guys hurry and come for support. Just as he finished speaking, the voices of the captain and the others came through the earpiece. Zhao Li is almost there, be very careful. We have already reached the villa location, and 3 strange entities have died on the scene. This magic bear's strength is evaluated to be at least level 3 or higher, and it may be a mutated strange. Tang Hao gasped sharply, this magic bear had killed 3 ghost controllers? Moreover, one of them was Li Su. He had heard of Li Su, a member of the Red High Heels Club, very strong, especially with the ghost hand. He is also dead? He must have headed there with another ghost controller after receiving news. Calculating this way, from when they arrived at the scene to their deaths, the magic bear had left the scene in just a few minutes? Had Li Su and another been killed in an instant by this magic bear? Be careful, this magic bear seems to have special abilities. Tang Hao gasped again as he heard the captain's warning through the earpiece. At the same time, he looked up and trembled as he gazed at Zhang Yi. When he looked over, he stood there dazed. A large red blood pupil opened on the back of the magic bear's head, staring intently at him. That eye seemed to come from the abyss, directly gazing into his soul. That eye seemed to be laughing. Whoosh! He was startled and fell from the tree, hitting the ground hard. What happened? Zhang Tao heard the noise and exchanged glances with Su Qing, immediately quickening his pace. The magic bear's power was too strong, and Tang Hao was not fit for combat at all. Tang Hao trembled. He seems to have noticed me, but hasn't moved. Zhang Yi stood motionless in front, just looking at him with the eye on the back of his head. Under that gaze, Tang Hao felt a coldness enveloping him, as if he had fallen into an endless icy abyss, terrifying. Run! Zhang Tao shouted urgently. Immediately, a children's rhyme echoed through the earpiece. Hearing the rhyme, Zhang Tao and the others turned pale. Because once this rhyme played, it meant the magic bear was about to attack. Zhang Yi, holding Xiaowan, controlled the strange realm and instantly appeared in front of Tang Hao, the big one and the small one staring at him. His ghostly shadow loomed behind him, seemingly wanting to struggle. Zhang Yi did not speak, but Xiaowan tilted her head with curious eyes and asked, Brother, why are you following us? Do you want to play with the little bear too? Tang Hao looked up, swallowing hard, completely gripped by fear. When he saw the eyeball among Zhang Yi's hair, he was even more shocked. Xiaowan continued to ask, or do you want to play blocks with me? As soon as the word blocks came out, the strange presence inside Xiaowan seemed ready to burst out, but Zhang Yi subtly used the bizarre aura to suppress her. Xiaowan is still too small to control her mother. If it comes out, it might very well hurt her. The little bear stared with big eyes, a smile creeping at the corners of its mouth, looking down at Tang Hao for a moment. A few words rose in his heart, official ghost handler. Tang Hao was shocked, this magical bear was intelligent. Seeing the other side like this, the fear value had almost been absorbed, and the people outside were getting closer. If they didn't leave soon, they would easily be surrounded. He stretched one hand in front of Xiaowan and covered her eyes. Turning with a smile, one eye emerged from Tang Hao's palm. Startled, he hurried to smack it away. The ghostly shadow wanted to move forward, but was burned back by a surge of flames. Tang Hao felt something rolling in his throat. He grasped it and desperately clawed at it. Zhang Yi was ready to kill him. Now he was a bizarre being and would show no mercy to any human. I won't kill just for the sake of killing because I have intelligence. I only act for my own benefit. My benefit is to become stronger in this strange world at all costs, and as for humans, they are none of my concern, except perhaps for Xiaowan. Xiaowan is my first friend after coming to this world and becoming a bizarre being. She should also be the only one. As for the official ghost handlers, I won't specifically hunt them down, but if they provoke me, I won't be merciful. Just when Tang Hao reached to claw at his throat, it seemed like his whole fist was about to go in. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's eerie domain reached its limit, the moment he emerged from the domain. A beam of black light shot forth. At the same time, Nightcrow's vision came, and a large number of people had already surrounded them. Zhang Yi coldly smiled. He turned back, taking Xiaowan and leaving. In an instant, a huge eye appeared out of thin air. This eye was enormous, nearly 1 to 2 meters in size, suspended behind Tang Hao, removing all the night crow eyes from him. At the same time, the eye in his throat was also expelled, along with a viscous liquid that was very disgusting. It was none other than Zhao Li. Zhang Yi possessed D-grade strength, and his bizarre form was a ghostly eye. The ghostly eye wanted to keep Zhang Yi in place. But the next second, on the huge ghostly eye, red eyeballs began to appear one by one. The eyeballs grew more and more, until the entire eyeball was covered. The black sky hangs low, bright stars follow. Xiaowan and Zhang Yi hummed the song together. Behind them, Zhao Li suddenly knelt down, the ghostly eye exploded, and blood flowed from his eyes. Zhao Li. Chapter 13, Bloodline Upgrade, Deep Whispers. Tang Hao exclaimed, enduring the pain in his throat, one hand clutching his throat while the other reached to check on Zhao Li's condition. In front of them, under the moonlight, the little bear led Xiaowan, step by step, out of their sight. The terrifying nursery rhyme in their ears gradually grew fainter. He really wanted to rush up and stop them from leaving, but Tang Hao's strength simply couldn't manage it. He was just a police dog. The ghost shadow was too weak. Zhao Li, what's going on? The next moment, Zhang Tao and the others quickly arrived, along with other night watchers from various sub-districts and ghost handlers from different clubs. Everyone stood nearby. A few people glanced at Zhao Li kneeling in front, immediately rushing out. However, after a short distance, they returned. Zhang Yi had already vanished without a trace, not even a hint of bizarre aura left behind. The group of ghost handlers stood by, observing his condition. The eerie atmosphere on site felt somewhat dazed. Zhao Li covered his eyes, his expression somewhat panicked. Tang Hao hurriedly said, "We saw the magical bear." Zhao Li faced off against the magical bear, but his ghostly eye was instantly destroyed. Now the situation is looking very bad. Although the ghost eye was not completely killed. But the moment it appeared, countless eyes of night crows crushed forward, completely disrupting its vision. As a result, the ghost eye inside its body also had issues. Now, not only was it blind, but it was also in immense pain. Beside it, the ghost manipulator, with arms crossed and a cold gaze, asked, "What is this magic bear, and how strong is it? Since it can kill so many ghost manipulators in an instant, its strength must be considerable, right? Only you two have seen it on sight. What's the situation?" Everyone looked curiously at Tang Hao. After all, there were very few ghost manipulators who could survive against the magic bear. It almost killed everything in its path. Zhang Tao frowned, took out a potion from his pocket, and then opened it to feed Zhao Li. After that, he asked, "Did the magic bear not attack you?" Tang Hao glanced at everyone, and Zhang Tao instantly understood his meaning. The magic bear's profile had already been established with the official night watchers. Unless it was a large-scale encirclement, information about it would not be disclosed. However, things were different now. This magic bear had exceeded everyone's expectations. If they could kill it with the help of others, that would be a great achievement. This magic bear should be a mutated strange being, level unknown, has a strange domain. It has intelligence. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, a gasp filled the air. The previously arrogant ghost manipulators all changed their expressions drastically upon hearing this. A mutated strange being? A mutated strange being meant it had many strange skills, and these skills were very powerful. If it had a strange domain, that would be even more alarming, coupled with its intelligence. This strange being must be classified as S rank. Even if its current strength doesn't reach S, it must still be given special attention. Because once a strange being develops independent intelligence, it has infinite growth potential. It knows how to evade, knows how to grow. This is a very dangerous thing. You survived against such a strong strange being? Tang Hao glared at him fiercely. I almost died. Thankfully Zhao Li came quickly. Everyone fell into silence. Zhang Tao got up to support Zhao Li, and a few people left first. The remaining ghost manipulators seemed intent on searching for Zhang Yi. After all, the bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. After today, issues with the strange magic bear would likely attract attention from major clubs. After all, no one wanted to give up such a mutated strange being. Inside the car. Apart from the four of Zhang Tao, there were a few others. They were night watchers from other divisions. They had come to help after receiving news from Zhang Tao, but before they arrived, the magic bear had already left. Seeing everyone looking despondent, Tang Hao pursed his lips. There's one more thing I haven't mentioned. Everyone turned back to look at him, curious about what he was going to say. Tang Hao recalled the scene when Zhang Yi left and said lightly, "He told us not to provoke him, otherwise, we might not be so lucky next time." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Su Qing said, "Since he said such a thing, it means he doesn't necessarily want to be enemies with us, right? Killing these people may serve some other purpose?" In the front seat, a man with deep-set eyes rhythmically tapped the glass window with his right hand. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, he said, "First, upgrade the profile of the magic bear, then send out the information to unite ghost manipulators to kill it. Also, this little girl must have issues, lock her data and secretly track her down." I will apply to the higher-ups for a powerful C-rank Night Watcher. Zhang Tao nodded, let's do it this way. You have all worked hard during this time, go back and rest for a day, then continue the search. Su Qing was taking notes beside him. Magic Bear, Intelligence, Mutated Strange Being, possesses a strange domain, its eyes can spread, control targets. Danger level, S. After leaving with Xiaowan, the two were directly transported by the system to a street corner. This place was either still H City or not, Zhang Yi did not know. He was too lazy to care about so much right now, his body had shrunk and turned into a doll. Xiaowan was squatting beside him, holding him, her two sparkling eyes seemed to be looking for something, this place seemed quite familiar to her. After completing the task, he gained a skill point, a skill draw, and tens of thousands of fear points. Zhang Yi thought for a moment and decided to use all the fear points first. Afterward, his fear level directly broke from level 3 to level 4. From the moment he entered this world until now, only a few days had passed, and he had risen from level 3 to level 4, the speed was very astonishing. After breaking through to level 4, his Eerie domain seemed to change as well. His Bear Bloodline and other skills also became even more powerful. All these skills would improve with his level. Let's draw a skill first. Skill drawing in progress. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a skill, Deep Whisper of the Abyss. From the deep whispering roar, the most terrifying voice of living beings, unlimitedly increases the target's fear points. Zhang Yi glanced at this skill, it seemed to complement the nursery rhymes in his mind. Nursery rhyme plus Deep Whisper of the Abyss, this sounded even more terrifying. When the war song sounds, it makes a grand entrance? Just a glance would probably scare someone to death. Skill point allocation, let's put it into the Bear Bloodline first. Ding, Bear Bloodline upgraded. Bear Bloodline, 3rd stage. Note, 3rd stage peak, the bloodline will change. While Zhang Yi was studying the system, a female voice suddenly came from the side. Xiaowan? Why are you squatting here alone? Is no one accompanying you? Xiaowan stood up, tilted her head while hugging the small bear, I have the little bear with me. He is very cute, he can even talk and will protect me. As she spoke, Xiaowan couldn't help but lift Zhang Yi up with both hands, looking very fond of him. Standing in front of Lin Xiaowan was a woman. She wore a black dress, a smooth and fair neck adorned with a silver necklace, and her demeanor was very graceful. Bending slightly, her long hair flowed over her shoulders. Hearing this, she curiously looked at Zhang Yi, the little bear's fur was shiny and crimson, very cute. By the way, Auntie, the little bear can also sing for me. Xiaowan patted the little bear, and without pressing any button, Zhang Yi's nursery rhyme began to play. The stars in the sky are crying, the roses on the ground are withering, the bugs fly. Clearly a nursery rhyme, but at this moment, it felt exceptionally chilling, as if a bone-chilling cold wind accompanied the song. This woman was Lin Qing's close friend. Her name was Su Jieja, she was a streamer and the only person Xiaowan recognized besides her mom and dad. It was strange how the system had brought them here. Very strange, there was no button on the little bear, how did Xiaowan make it sing? Su Jieja got up and looked around, curiously asking, Xiaowan, why are you here alone? Are you waiting for me? Where's your mom? Saying this, she took out her phone and called Lin Qing. God knows how long Xiaowan had been here. While making the call, she muttered, irresponsible woman, leaving her daughter here, where the heck did she go? Beep beep beep. The phone rang for a while but no one picked up. Where is your mom? Su Jieja bent down and patted Xiaowan's head. Xiaowan showed a smile and shook her head. Seeing the little girl like this, Su Jieja sighed and held her hand, forget it, come with Auntie first, your mom must have gone to find your dad again, truly unreliable. Su Jieja knew Xiaowan's situation very well. Including that damn Su, she had advised Lin Qing to give up at the time. With her looks and age, it wouldn't be impossible to find someone new. But Lin Qing stubbornly refused to listen, wanting to go back and find him, which led to Lin Xiaowan. As a result, after the child was born, aside from occasionally giving some money, she wouldn't pay attention to the other person at all. This led to Lin Qing suffering from depression, she had just returned from traveling with Su Jieja recently. After coming back, she became the way she is now. However, she had gotten used to it. Previously, Xiaowan spent even more time with her than with her own mother. People at the company almost thought this was her child. Holding Xiaowan's hand, she said, Xiaowan, Auntie is going to the company, the place you went to before. Would you like to go with me? Xiaowan paused for a moment, then lowered her head and earnestly asked, Little bear, can we go to the company? Zhang Yi naturally welcomed this, the system task hadn't refreshed yet. The only fast way to gain fear points was definitely through the internet and hunting spirit bearers. The latter carried some risk and could only be sought after opportunities, while the former was very simple. Xiaowan was already over 7 years old, a somewhat grown child now. She should have the most basic common sense, how could she ask about a toy bear like this? Could it be that the child has depression too? Thinking of this, Su Jejia couldn't help but curse, "This dog of a father really is not human. When your mom comes back, I'll take you to the hospital." Then, Shawan, holding the little bear, was led by Su Jejia to the live streaming company. The company was large, belonging to that kind of commercial building. Their company had 5 or 6 floors. After returning to the live streaming room, Shawan sat on the sofa in the back holding the little bear. Su Jejia even specially ordered a portion of fried chicken for Shawan, while she prepared to start the live stream. "Hey, Jejia, why is there a little friend with a toy bear behind you? Is she your best friend's daughter?" "It should be. I saw this little girl last time. She's as cute as a porcelain doll." "The little girl is so cute, and this toy bear is quite obedient. They look really nice sitting together. Look how cute the little child is, she even knows to feed the bear." "Haha, little girl, the bear doesn't eat food, it's just a toy, it can't eat." After the live stream started, Shawan and the little bear behind her stole many scenes, bringing Su Jejia a wave of popularity. However, someone quickly noticed that this little bear seemed familiar from somewhere. Su Jejia turned back to look at Shawan, then sighed, "This little girl probably has depression," imagining the bear as a living friend. "After the live stream, I'll ask her mother and take her to the hospital." Poor child, encountering such a deadbeat dad. After a complaint, she continued to start the live stream. Not long into the stream, the time reached around 8 in the evening. Suddenly, click! The entire floor's lights went out. There was a power outage. Su Jejia hurriedly opened her backup phone, still finding the internet. "Shawan, don't be scared, it's just a power outage, it should come back soon." Shawan sat there, just like it was nothing, shaking her head with a smile. That expression was exactly like the bear, it made Su Jejia a little scared. Shaking her head, how could she be afraid of Shawan? She continued to sit in the live streaming room. Since the streaming room used her data, it didn't take long before a staff member came. The staff member briefly explained the situation, while Su Jejia still had about 10 minutes left for her live streaming task, so she just took her phone and left with them. Streaming live while preparing to head downstairs. They were on the 4th floor, so walking down wasn't too tiring. At this time, the company's employees were either still waiting to go live for the power to come back, or had already left. So there were not many people on the staircase. The green safety passage here, with a gentle breeze blowing. Suddenly, a layer of goosebumps appeared on Su Jejia's arms. If it were any other time, she would definitely wait for someone, or for a call, but today Shawan was also here. "Are you scared, Shawan?" Su Jejia held Shawan's hand, stepping down the stairs slowly. Shawan shook her head. Little Bear said, "Don't be afraid, he is here." Upon hearing this, Su Jejia glanced at Little Bear. Little Bear smiled, so strangely that it made her feel a bit scared, constantly comforting herself that it was just a little bear, it definitely wouldn't talk, all just Shawan's imagination. She was wearing high heels, and after a few steps, she suddenly stepped into thin air. She fell straight from halfway down the stairs. Her phone fell in a mess, and she could only vaguely see a bit of light. In the livestream, everyone was panicking, frantically typing to ask what was happening. As a result, on the video, what appeared was Shawan's figure, squatting in front of Su Jejia, holding Little Bear. Little Bear actually moved. It slowly turned its head. Chapter 15, Little Bear meets Big Bear? Both can move? As Su Jejia fell down the stairs, everyone in the livestream was extremely tense, they couldn't even hear Su Jejia's voice. Then, Lin Shawan came over, squatting in front of Su Jejia with Little Bear. What shocked everyone in the livestream was that Little Bear moved. Little Bear's head actually floated around, that smile hadn't changed, yet at this moment it looked particularly creepy. The empty staircase suddenly echoed a nursery rhyme. Stars in the sky shed tears, roses on the ground wither. As the bugs fly, the bugs fly. Accompanied by the nursery rhyme, everyone in the live stream was horrified. Holy crap! Did you see that Little Bear move? Little Bear moved? Don't scare me, stuffed bears can't possibly move, it must be that Shawan accidentally moved it. Bullshit, that Little Bear's neck moved, it turned its head. I also saw it, Little Bear truly moved, it's freaking terrifying. Oh my god, what is that little girl doing, staring at Jejia, hurry and save her. My heavens, this scene, paired with that music, I really can't take it. The staircase was empty, and the sound of the nursery rhyme echoed down, with a trace of an echo. Fear spread all around. Besides the light from the phone, only Little Bear's eyes were red. Meanwhile, there were some strange sounds beginning to appear on the first floor, squeaking. And the unconscious Su Jejia now woke up, her head dizzy, strange music playing in her ears. She raised her heavy eyelids, and the first thing she saw was Shawan squatting in front of her, along with that toy bear. They even had the same expression, which was really frightening. Her pupils shrank in horror, and she instinctively shouted, "Ah!" Then, she finally managed to calm her emotions. "Shawan, why is your bear singing again? You scared your aunt." She sat up from the ground and then, suppressing her discomfort, turned little bear around to face away from herself. One hand rubbed her ankle while the other leaned to pick up her phone. She happened to see the words on the bullet screen. Judja, hurry and run, your little bear is alive. The bear is alive, it's a ghost, your niece is a ghost, run. Judja, don't be dazed, they're all ghosts. The bullet screen was filled with words about how little bear was alive and that Judja should run. Judja was already dazed from the fall, and now seeing these things, her heart was even more nervous. She swallowed hard, looking at the obedient Shawan next to her. She naturally didn't believe this. Her niece was so well behaved, how could she be a ghost? At most, this toy bear was just a bit scary. She stood up, patted her, but, everyone, stop saying such nonsense, I'm all confused from the fall, I'll end the live stream for now, I lost my composure, I'll go live again when I get home later. After saying this, Judja directly hung up the live stream. The reason I just fell was because I was looking at a live stream while walking. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tripped like that. After hanging up the live stream, she looked at the little bear beside her, still feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Fortunately, her niece was very well behaved, holding her little hand. Let's go, Shawan, Auntie will take you home to take a bath, then call your mom. Shawan obediently nodded, picked up the little bear, and followed her out. At this moment, although the live stream had ended, the excitement did not decrease. Netizens loved to watch these strange and frightening things. After returning home, Judja first took Shawan to take a bath, then settled her in her room. As for Zhang Yi, he was placed on a chair in the living room. This thing looked really scary, and she didn't want to sleep next to it at night. Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, watching as his fear level continued to rise. However, it seemed that due to official intervention, many videos had been deleted, so his fear level was not increasing as dramatically as before. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the woman's shadow in the livestream. Looks like I need to come up with some tricky moves. Judja had just sat down by the computer when she received a delivery notification. Soon after, a call came in. Judja, did you receive the package I sent you? A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Judja glanced at the two people at the door and that huge box. Huang Yi, I told you not to send me gifts anymore, I don't want them, and don't tip me in the livestream, I will not date you. This Huang Yi was a rich second-generation kid who wanted to pursue Judja. He first added her as a friend after tipping crazily in the live stream. Later, they became friends, and he took Judja out for meals and gifts, even expressing his desire to court her, which was all quite normal. However, one day Judja accidentally discovered that this Huang Yi was a player, casting his net everywhere. He was a scumbag. Realizing his true nature, she decisively cut ties with him. She was not a silly girl like Lin Chang who would fall for a man's little tricks. However, even though she wanted to break off the connection, Huang Yi stubbornly refused to agree. These days, although Judja ignored him, he still insisted on sending gifts, calling her, and asking her out for meals. Huang Yi pleaded repeatedly on the phone, Judja, give me one more chance. I promise there will be no second woman I love apart from you. Zhang Yi almost burst out laughing at Huang Yi's bear-like face. This statement seemed to say, I promise to love you the most, but whether I love anyone else is another story. As for others, I'll just love them a little. Judja rolled her eyes. She knew exactly what kind of person this rich second-generation Huang Yi was. She decisively refused. Okay, stop bothering me, I really won't be with you. As for who you want to love, it has nothing to do with me. If you keep sending gifts, I won't stop you, but I won't return them to you. By the way, I'm moving in a couple of days. Unexpectedly, Huang Yi actually agreed. Okay, but this time accept the gift, and I won't bother you anymore. Judja looked helplessly at the big box downstairs. Alright, the last time. After hanging up the phone, she had someone bring the box up. Curious about what was inside, she opened it to find another bear doll. And this big bear was quite tall, almost 2 meters, very fluffy and heavy. Judja was speechless. She already had one scary bear in the house and received another one. But for Huang Yi's promise, she still accepted it. At least this bear doll didn't look scary. We'll help you move it in, said 2 delivery workers, then they moved the big bear inside. Seeing their struggling appearance, it seemed a bit challenging. Finally, placed the big bear next to the little bear. She had promised to livestream for her followers, but she was too tired, so she just went in and fell asleep next to Shawan. Midnight. The bear moved. The big bear, the little bear, both moved. Chapter 16, the little bear moved, the big bear was scared silly. Midnight. Shawan and Judja were already deep in their dreams. The bear moved. Both the big bear and the little bear moved at the same time. The big bear wiggled slightly, and it seemed like there was another layer inside that huge body. You could clearly hear a sigh from the mouth and nose area of the big bear. Damn, I almost suffocated to death, that damn woman must be asleep now, right? There was actually a person inside the big bear. Judging by the voice, it sounded like a man, and it sounded exactly like the one who had called Su Jia before. So the big bear was actually a giant costume, and lying inside was the rich second-generation guy, Huang Yi, who had been chasing after Su Jia. Those two delivery guys were also his people, planning to sneak him in there without letting Su Jia get close. Obviously, Su Jia didn't want to touch the gift from Huang Yi at all, so she naturally didn't notice. At the same time, this guy was even live-streaming inside the bear suit, one hand holding a phone, the other attaching the camera to his head. Damn, old Huang really went in? Just like a damn novel. Old Huang is a hero among us. If I knew it was this easy to sneak in, I would have tried too. Old Huang, remember to stream the whole thing later. Damn it, old Huang didn't tell us? I could have sent a bear too and worked with you. Bro is ruthless, this is wild, I wanna try too. The livestream chat was full of his buddies, bar hooligans from H-City, and other rich second-gens. He wasn't even worried that these people might leak the video, since they had done this kind of thing many times already. Besides, with Huang Yi's status, who would dare to leak it? He wasn't afraid at all that Su Jia might sue him afterwards. In this society, money is everything. Huang Yi held the phone and showed an evil grin. Don't worry, I'll stream the whole thing for you guys, won't miss a single good moment. As he spoke, he licked his lips, thinking of Su Jia's cold face and graceful figure. Damn, that bitch thinks she's so pretty, acting all high and mighty, I'll make sure she feels real pleasure soon. It was already 12:30 at night. Su Jia had been in the room for a while, there was no sound, she must be asleep by now. Huang Yi took out a tube, with the other end looking like a lighter, and extended it out from the panda suit. He gently opened it, and a wisp of invisible smoke drifted out. This stuff was called I Love a Dog Deluxe Edition. He planned to go in after 10 more minutes, and by then, he would make sure this proud woman screams in pain. Oh no, screams in pleasure. While waiting, he peeked out from the panda's mouth. He had to admit, Su Jia wasn't just graceful and beautiful, she was also super clean. The cleaner a woman like this was, the more she could stir up a man's desire. He casually pulled in a t-shirt from the sofa nearby and showed a dirty smile. Hiss, so damn good, do you think this woman might still be a virgin? For sure, even brother Huang couldn't get her, who else could? Gotta say, Su Jia is really something, tall, pretty, and perfectly balanced. Brother Huang, aren't you afraid she might sue you? I heard her sister's husband is super rich. Come on, her sister's husband is that Su Duo guy, the one in the jewelry business, he's even wilder than us. Probably also wants to play with Su Jia. I see, then there's nothing to be afraid of, Su Jia is just a streamer, feel free to come. The people in the live broadcast room had all pursued Su Jia in the past. But all of them had been rejected by Su Jia, she knew what kind of people they were. So, this group of people would love to see the lofty Su Jia being toyed with by Huang Yi, and best of all, they hoped that brother Huang could let them join in too. Huang Yi showed his silver teeth, and when he smiled, the big bear shook. Brothers, don't worry, once I conquer her, I'll let you all join in. At his words, everyone became incredibly excited and began to fantasize about playing with Su Jia. At the same time, the little bear next to the big bear also moved. Zhang Yi twitched his ears as he was checking his fear value. Since the official intervention, many fear-related videos had been taken down, causing his fear value growth to gradually decrease. However, the fear spread online was never as strong as in reality. Infecting 1,000 people online probably wouldn't create as much comfort as 10 people in real life. Let alone those ghost tamers. Suddenly, Zhang Yi saw a hand stretching out from beside the big bear, pulling a piece of clothing in front of him. Then came a pleasant sound. Zhang Yi closed the system interface and looked up. Damn, what kind of big bear toy is this? It's clearly a person inside. This is a fake toy bear, just like himself. Then, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Interesting, really interesting, someone's here to deliver fear value. His expression began to change. Just moments ago, he wore a dazed smile, and now his lips stretched wider. His face became more and more terrifying. Just in time, the camera inside the big bear could see Zhang Yi in part of the room. Wait a minute, Huang bro, did this little bear next to you just smile? Damn, I didn't notice until you said it, but it really did smile. I'm not seeing things. I thought I was seeing things, so you all saw it too? It really smiled. Holy crap, don't scare me, wasn't this little bear like that before? Such a scary feeling, how can this little bear look so terrifying, especially that smile, I want to tear its face apart. Huang Yi glanced at the barrage on his phone, and his brow furrowed. Then he looked outside through his coat, and saw the little bear quietly sitting there with a smile. He hadn't paid attention before, so he had no idea whether it was a joke or something else. Not believing, he said, damn it, you bunch of idiots, do you want to scare me away, so you can come next time? I'm not that stupid. Once I'm done enjoying myself, I'll open the door for you, you can line up to come in, don't keep babbling. After cursing a couple of times, he thought the brothers in the live room were worried he would hog all the fun. However, just as he redirected his gaze to the little bear really moved this time. And in the quiet environment, a nursery rhyme began to play. The dark sky droops low. Chapter 17, Found You, Let's Play Together. Huang Yi had just scolded the brothers in the live room. He felt very pleased. Turning around, he was about to step out of the bear suit. Suddenly, he saw the little bear sitting beside him, its head turned, doing a full 360-degree rotation. And a crisp nursery rhyme echoed around him. The song was still sweet, but in the black night, coming from the little bear, it felt exceptionally cold. Huang Yi stood frozen, completely dumbfounded inside the bear suit, as a wave of fear washed over him. His entire face turned pale, his teeth began to tremble, and his whole body started to shake. He saw the toy bear's whole head spinning, singing, and smiling. It was not dead, it was alive. Holy shit! Oh my god, this bear is really alive, we've encountered a ghost. Oh my god, so scary, I thought you guys were joking, but it's real? Brother Huang is done for, how unlucky can you get? Needing this thing? The nursery rhyme, the creepy bear, did you guys see the news recently? Urban legend, creepy bear. I remember now, Chen Yang's buddy was torn into two by the bear, didn't think it was real, Brother Huang, rest in peace. That nursery rhyme is so creepy, I think I saw my grandma waving at me from outside the window. Whoa, I saw my grandpa, he's pulling at the hem of my clothes by the bed, what should I do, guys? Wait, why did my door open? What's going on? It's over, this creepy bear is affecting us now. It wasn't just Huang Yi who was attacked by fear. Even those watching the live stream now couldn't escape. Now, Zhang Yi's nursery rhyme was no longer the simple one from before, it now contained new abilities. Deep, eerie hum. The deep, eerie hum, fear from the depths of the soul, terror from the dark depths, awakens your nightmares. What they saw was the fear deep inside them, simply awakened by this nursery rhyme. The nursery rhyme couldn't kill directly, but it could control the deep, eerie hum to spread out, making others see their deepest fears. Some people could be scared to death, some could be driven insane, or cry from fear. Zhang Yi could gain fear value from this. Brother Huang, don't talk. The bear hasn't noticed you yet. A bullet screen flashed by. Huang Yi was so scared his mouth involuntarily made stuttering sounds. In extreme fear, a person can't control their own mouth. His stuttering voice kept coming out, his whole body shaking, eyes filled with tears. Finally, he gritted his teeth, biting his own tongue, and pressed his right hand tightly over his mouth. But even so, the big bear kept moving, shaking so obviously that anyone could see it. Thud. In his extreme fear, Zhang Yi suddenly stopped the head from spinning. He jumped down from the sofa, eyes bloodshot, standing in front as if observing something. Looking at its back, Huang Yi could see that the blood-red fur contained eyes, rolling and wriggling. It was extremely disgusting, horribly terrifying. His teeth chattered, hands and feet icy cold, breathing becoming rapid, as if he couldn't catch his breath the next second. White moonlight streamed through the glass window. It shone on his face, making him look even paler. The nursery rhyme kept playing, and Zhang Yi took steps toward the room where Xiao Wan and the others were. He stood at the bedhead, looking at the two people on the bed. Su Jejia was holding Xiao Wan, sleeping soundly, the porcelain doll nestled in her arms. While sleeping, suddenly, Xiao Wan opened her eyes and looked at the bear at the bedhead. She smiled. Then, Xiao Wan took the bear's hand and came to the living room, where they boldly squatted in front of Huang Yi, playing with blocks. Block by block, Xiao Wan assembled them. Huang Yi cried, tears and urine flowed out together. I can't believe it, not only is the bear a ghost, but this little girl too? Oh god, Su Jejia is sleeping like a dog, and she doesn't even know she brought two ghosts home? If she knew there were two ghosts in her house, she'd probably go crazy. Holy shit, Su Jejia's coming out, I'm losing it, whoa, my great-grandmother is here again, she wants me to eat her fried egg. In the picture. The bear and Xiao Wan were squatting here playing with blocks, and then Su Jejia, wearing a white nightgown, also came out. The white moonlight shone on her, and the light made her graceful figure under the nightgown visible. But at this moment, her eyes were closed. She seemed to be sleepwalking under the influence of a strange aura. She squatted next to Xiao Wan, eyes closed, playing with building blocks together. The spring sunlight shone bright. But at this moment, Huang Yi felt no desire at all, his mind was filled with fear. He was crazy, definitely crazy, this world was fucking insane. He was not one of these idiots, he knew they had encountered something strange. As a rich second generation in this world, he had learned about things that ordinary people could never know. In fact, his father had a ghost master by his side whom he could borrow from any time. But today, he hadn't brought anything, he was here to handle serious business and just happened to hit the jackpot. He hurriedly bowed his head, trembling as he put his hand down, then started dialing a phone number. He called for help, dialing the ghost master, asking him to come save him. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the phone was very soft, almost non-existent. His only hope was the Ghostmaster. A few seconds after dialing, the call connected. He gasped for air as if he had just emerged from the water, his mouth emitting whimpering cries. "Uncle, save me." But on the other end of the line came a mechanical, numbing voice, not the Ghostmaster he knew at all. "Where are you?" Hearing this voice, he trembled suddenly. Because this tone was exactly like a children's rhyme. He looked up abruptly and locked eyes with Zhang Yi's blood-red gaze. Xiao Xiong's face had now come close, blocking Big Xiong's view, his entire face right in front of him. Then, a playful voice came from the phone, Zhang Yi's voice. "He, found you." Huang Yi could no longer hold back, he screamed in horror, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. The deep, low chant of the children's rhyme continued to echo. This sound disturbed the electromagnetic waves, even affecting the live broadcast. The images transmitted from the broadcast were only what Zhang Yi wanted to send out. He reached out a hand to pull Huang Yi out, the other hand holding his phone. He gave a slight smile to the audience. When Xiao Xiong smiled, life and death were unpredictable. Fear level plus 1000. Drag him by the ankle with one hand, as if pulling a dead dog, walking past Su Jejia. At the same time. Downstairs in the community. Damn it, Huang Yi can't really be hogging everything, the live stream froze, and he's not answering his phone, damn it. Chapter 18, title, The Judge. At this moment, Huang Yi rolled his eyes and fainted from fear. Even if he fainted from fear, he could hardly escape Zhang Yi's deep, low chant. That fear continued to swirl in his mind. In his dream, there was a field of reeds. A gentle breeze blew, and the reeds were filled with blood-red eyes. Suddenly, an iron hook flew out from the reeds, stabbing into his ankle, and a force came, dragging him to the ground. On the other side of the iron hook was a strange little bear, pulling him step by step toward the distance. Ah! Fear level plus 100. Fear level plus 100. Fear level plus 100. Deep, low chant, experience points increase, range expands, effects enhance, the voice of judgment from hell, the guilty have their hearts cut and eyes plucked, while the innocent are forced to bear their sins. Congratulations, host, you have activated a basic title. Fearful Little Bear, Judge. Title activated, reward, fear level increased by 10%. From Fearful Little Bear to Fearful Demon Bear, the title now is Basic Judge. With the appearance of the title, after Zhang Yi applied fear to the target, his image would become even more terrifying, like a messenger walking in hell. At the same time, the deep, low chant was still swirling in the hearts of all those watching the live broadcast. Many people even saw their great-grandmother holding a bowl, standing by the bed, calling them to eat. This is the effect brought by the deep, low chant. It could not kill you directly, but it could infinitely spread fear. Fear was Zhang Yi's power, his sustenance. Damn it, Huang Yi really isn't answering his phone. Downstairs, two people were anxious, frantically calling Huang Yi. While watching his livestream, this guy said he would broadcast the whole thing, then came up with a match and brought them both along. As a result, the livestream was shut down, the phone couldn't be reached, and messages went unanswered. This clearly shows he wants to eat alone. Downstairs, two others, also rich second-generation kids, though not as wealthy as Huang Yi, usually hung out together, sharing the same bad habits, 3 scumbags in total. The 2 delivery guys before were them. The taller one is named Chung Fei, glancing around with his hat pulled down, looking a bit lecherous. These guys. I told you not to trust him. The other, shorter but muscular with thick eyebrows and big eyes, is Song Long. Hearing this, he kept dialing, his brow furrowing deeply. Even though this bastard is scum, he shouldn't be lying to us about something like this. What if something happened? He knows Huang Yi well, enjoying all kinds of illegal tricks. His favorite saying is, it's better to enjoy together than alone. Chang Fei, feeling restless, took off his hat and waved it, gritting his teeth. What if he really likes Su Jejia and doesn't want to share? That woman has an amazing body and face, just thinking of her long legs and fair skin makes me drool. Indeed, listening to him, Song Long also imagined Su Jejia's graceful figure. He couldn't help but swallow hard. What if we go take a look? Chang Fei was already driven by desire, clapping his hands. Let's go. If we delay, what will we do if he wakes up and spoils the fun? What's the rush? Song Long wasn't anxious. If he wakes up, wouldn't that be even better? Where's the fun in a dead fish compared to a live one? The two exchanged a knowing look and smirked, walking towards Su Jejia's building. At this hour, the community was very quiet, with only the dim streetlights standing on either side of the basketball court. They still didn't give up on calling Huang Yi, even preparing to invite a locksmith to help if he didn't open the door. The basketball court was a bit dim, the white moonlight shining on the huge sycamore tree. Only a little hazy moonlight managed to fall down. The ground had tiny fruits, and there was a slight rotting smell in the air. While chatting, suddenly, a sound of basketball being dribbled came. It was already around 1 or 2 in the morning. Cheng Fei frowned, startled by the sudden basketball noise. Damn, there are so many crazy people in this low-end neighborhood. Instead of finding a woman to sleep with at night, they come here to play basketball and scare me. Song Long didn't say much but felt displeased. He looked around with disdain, thinking this kind of trash neighborhood was not worth having even for free. This Su Jujia is also crazy, can't she just follow me? I give her a fancy apartment, but she wants to act all pure. The two of them cursed and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Cheng Fei stopped, and Song Long looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Following Cheng Fei's gaze, they saw someone in the distance taking a defensive stance at the two-point line. Cheng Fei squinted, craning his neck slightly while shielding his forehead with his right hand. Unsure, he said, doesn't this guy look a bit like that Huang Yi? Oh. Hearing this, Song Long also took a serious look. With that parted hairstyle, this height, that skinny build, it really does look like him. Damn, instead of going to the hole, he comes here to shoot hoops? Is his brain okay? The two looked at each other with suspicion, but it was clear they both shared the shock and confusion. However, they were pretty sure they hadn't misidentified him. After all, the kid's hairstyle and skinny build were unforgettable. Uncertain but perfectly on the way, Cheng Fei and Song Long moved forward while observing. Young Master Huang, why are you here playing basketball? Did Su Jejia find you and chase you down? He spoke with a joking tone. As soon as the words fell, the faint glow of the streetlight was just shining on his face. There were stitched marks on his neck, and his mouth stretched from ear to ear, tilting his head. Most frightening of all, there was a wriggling red eye on his left cheek. The two were startled by this scene and instantly collapsed to the ground. Their expressions were terrified, and in almost an instant, cold sweat began to pour from them. At the same time, a sound of bouncing basketball echoed. Thud. 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 The two instinctively glanced to the side and saw a red toy bear, clutching a basketball, running towards them. Jumping from the three-point line, a slam dunk. Boom. The ball exploded. The basketball and Huang Yi's head both exploded, watermelon juice splattering all over the place, with some even splashing onto their faces. Gasping for breath in terror, the two looked up to see Zhang Yi smiling back at them. Eyes wriggled beneath the fur, with eerie laughter filling the enchanting nursery rhyme. Ugh. Cheng Fei suddenly felt his throat churn, as if something was crawling out from his stomach. He reached out a hand to claw but couldn't grab anything. Turning his head, he sought help from Song Long. But the stunned Song Long just glanced back, coincidentally spotting an eye deep in Cheng Fei's throat. An abyssal eye, staring at you, because you are also staring at him. Chapter 19 Nightmare, Painting the Strange. One hand clutching his neck, the other hand continually grabbing at Song Long. And Song Long just happened to see the red eyeball inside his throat. In an instant, a stream of yellow liquid flowed from his legs. He wet himself in fear. Huang Yi's head burst in his vision, while Cheng Fei had an eyeball blocking his throat. His breathing became rapid, legs frantically kicking the ground, body slowly moving backward, looking in terror at Cheng Fei. The latter was still painfully begging for help, one hand propped on the ground, crawling towards him. Crash. Suddenly, a sound of chains rattled from beside them, and turning back, he saw the terrifying giant bear grinning at him. As it laughed, he felt his vision start to blur. No, it wasn't blurring, his vision was multiplying, he could even see the scene behind him. Touching his face, he found his cheeks covered in eyes, each one wriggling. Ah! His eyes rolled back, directly terrified to the point of losing consciousness, and fainted. Zhang Yi walked closer. The surroundings unfolded into a bizarre domain, so what the cameras could capture was merely what Zhang Yi wanted people to see. 3 people, Huang Yi was dead, Cheng Fei was dead, leaving only Song Long. He didn't kill him, not because Zhang Yi was kind, but because he aimed to spread fear through Song Long. He needed to quickly raise his fear level. Bending down to absorb their fear value, then looking at the system panel, the fear value was still rising. It must have come from the viewers of the livestream just now. Host, Zhang Yi. Identity, Fearful Bear. Basic title, Judge. Fear value, 32,000. Skills, Magic Bear Bloodline, 3rd stage Basic, Wasteland Gaze, 2nd stage Night Crow's Eye, Deep Murmuring, Basic. Fear level, 4. Task, not yet refreshed. Without a refreshed task, he wouldn't deliberately hunt the ghost controllers. This was very dangerous, as opposing the official Night Watchers was extremely disadvantageous, because the bizarre world had formed for hundreds of years, and no one knew how many powerful Night Watchers the officials had. He was not strong enough now and dared not make a show of himself. Just lay low, develop silently, and scare ordinary people. The only regret was that he couldn't hunt down those 2 ghost controllers, otherwise, his power would have increased significantly. Zhang Yi cast a glance at the 3, humming a nursery rhyme as he walked upstairs. Upon reaching the upstairs, Xiao Wan and Su Jejia were still playing with building blocks. There was only a strange creature beside her. The strange creature seemed to be influenced by some power, constantly dwelling within Xiaowan, like a dead thing. After returning, Xiaowan pulled Su Jejia to bed to sleep together. He wouldn't hurt Su Jejia, at least for Xiaowan, this little ant was quite nice. In her dreams, Su Jejia tightly embraced Xiaowan, her beautiful willow leaf eyebrows knitted together. She seemed to have a nightmare, in which there was a little girl who loved playing with blocks and a cute little bear. And then there was the disgusting Huang Yi, who suddenly dug out his own eyes and handed them to Su Jejia. Looking at the bloody eyes in her hands, Su Jejia was startled. It was pitch black all around, and she couldn't tell which way to escape. Only a nursery rhyme was guiding her. Ahead lay a thick fog, and she desperately reached out to wipe it away, but it was useless. Finally, having walked out of it, she saw Xiaowan. Beside Xiaowan stood an enormous bear, and both of them, hand in hand, smiled at her. Little auntie, have you seen my mommy? Little ant, the little bear and I will sing with you." Soon, a cheerful melody began to play. 1, 2, 3 little friends, 5, 6. Brothers, go listen to it, true men are not afraid. As she sang, Su Jejia swallowed hard, instinctively shrinking backwards. But she saw the little bear start to speak, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, a heart still beating, a hook swaying in front, and one little friend left. Ah! She let out a scream, abruptly sitting up on her bed. Seeing her familiar room and the sleeping Xiaowan, her fear dissipated a little. But just thinking about those pairs of eyes in the dream frightened her. She glanced at the time, it was barely past 4 or 5, and the sky was still dark. She gently kissed Xiaowan's forehead, then quietly got out of bed, opened the fridge, and took out a glass of cold water. Gurgle, gurgle. Her throat was rolling, her figure appearing and disappearing. Suddenly, she felt something watching her and quickly turned around. She just happened to see Zhang Yi on the sofa. Seeing Zhang Yi reminded her of her recent nightmare, and she swallowed again, hurriedly putting down the water glass and returning to her room. Tomorrow I must tell Xiaowan to get rid of that bear, I will buy her new ones. In her haste, she didn't notice that Zhang Yi's gaze followed her movements. Moreover, on the living room floor, several blocks were assembled, forming the shape of a person and a bear. H City, Southern Night Watchers Division. In the meeting room, mist swirled, and under the murky light, sparks could be seen. Click. The door was pushed open, Su Qing feigning herself with a wooden board while frowning. Zhao Li and Tang Hao's injuries have stabilized. Tang Hao is undergoing psychological evaluation. Zhao Li, however, will likely take a while before he can be discharged. He was seriously injured this time. The higher-ups have already sent someone to treat him personally. In the meeting room sat 7 or 8 people. Besides Zhang Tao, there were also other small team leaders. Basically, everyone from the Southern Night Watchers Division had come. Even someone from the H City headquarters was present. The higher-ups value this demon bear so much? They sent people personally? Zhang Tao inquired. Su Qing responded, by the way, the higher-ups are mainly tracking a painting ghoul that seems to have escaped into H City, so they came along. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned quite solemn. The H City area was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the Southern Division, the second part the city center, and the third part was the Western area. This demon bear appeared in the Southern Division, so naturally, it should be dealt with by their Southern Division. The division also had many smaller teams. Zhang Tao and his team were one such small unit. We haven't even dealt with one demon bear, and now another painting ghoul has slipped in. It seems H City has been quite lively recently. A person beside him laughed and said. Zhang Tao sighed, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and asked, have you found out about Lin Xiaowan? I found out. Lin Qing has no relatives left, her parents have long severed ties with her. The only friend she has is Su Jejia, who is a streamer living near the city center. Have someone check it out tomorrow. Night fell in H City, in the West District. At the entrance of a bar, a mural suddenly came to life, and the woman in the mural stepped out. P.S. Brothers, please vote. I stay up late writing every day, begging for gifts and more readers, hoping for more updates. Chapter 20, Painted Tricks, the Wanderer cannot even have a proper funeral. Nighttime. H City, West District. Zhou was bustling with energy. This part of the West District belonged to the young people, and the bars were basically all in one area. The red traffic light still changed among 3 colors. All sorts of pedestrians wandered along the street. In the August heat, there was a person dressed in a thick cotton coat among the crowd. Even though he was dressed warmly, his face was still pale. If anyone got a little near him, they seemed to feel a chill. He was particularly noticeable. Many people looked over, secretly lamenting that he was either sick or seriously ill. He stood on the street, glanced around, and shrank his neck as he headed towards a corner. This person seemed very sneaky, cautious and holding back. As he passed the corner, the street painting in the nearby alley moved. The street painting depicted a hot woman standing on the beach. At this moment, the water next to the beach stirred, and the seagulls above seemed to come to life, fluttering about inside the wall. Suddenly, the hot-bodied woman stepped out from the mural. She quietly followed the man in front of her, moving quickly and slowly, in perfect harmony. The man in front suddenly paused, as if sensing something. He pulled down his clothes and slowly reduced his pace, seeming to deliberately let the woman catch up. The woman didn't hold back and quickened her pace to catch up. Under the streetlight, she cast no shadow, as if just a projection. The moment she stood before the man, she reached out her hand. At that instant, danger suddenly arose. The man in the cotton coat suddenly yanked open his zipper and shouted, "The painted trick is set. Act now." As the zipper opened, his belly was exposed. On his belly was an imprint of a snowflake, and at once, a surge of cold air was released, freezing a 2-meter radius in front of him almost instantly. The woman who had stepped out from the painting was instantly encased in ice, unable to move. At the same time, a black circle suddenly appeared on the ground. The black circle quickly closed in, wrapping the woman inside, and with a sudden pull, her body was severed in half. The black aura incessantly crushed and compressed until it reduced the woman to the size of a fist. Finally, the woman was confined in a pure gold object. After doing all this, the man in the cotton coat let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. "Damn, traveling south all the way, I finally caught this painted trick." The watcher holding the pure gold object also breathed a sigh of relief. "No harm done, I just didn't expect that the captains." As he reached this point, his words suddenly halted. Then, a drop of cold sweat rolled down from his forehead, landing perfectly on the pure gold object. The man in the cotton coat frowned. "What's wrong? Where is Xiao Li?" His face changed dramatically. The squad was divided into 2 groups, 3 members each, and he was in a group with the man in the cotton coat and Xiao Li. The captains were in a separate group. Their plan was to lure the painted trick here and take it down together. This was the strategy. But it was too easy, making them forget about Xiao Li's existence. Hearing his teammates say this, the man in the cotton coat also jumped up in shock, his expression changing drastically, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, a sound of a seabird came from afar. The two looked at each other. "This is the inland. Where did the seabird come from?" Right after, bang. They both suddenly looked up, a body fell from the sky, and at the same time, a seabird flew by above. "Oh no, that's not the entity of the painting monster, the entity is that seabird." The man in the cotton-padded jacket looked horrified. "It's over." Teammate Luli rushed forward quickly, diving underground, moving like a strange manhole cover. The seabird laughed in the air and disappeared into the wall. Luli revealed his true form, standing in front of the corpse, clenching his teeth, his eyes blood-red. "Dead." The man in the cotton-padded jacket trembled and walked over. Little Li's monster was extracted? Luli's hands were somewhat weak. He crouched down, lightly touching Little Li's body. Then he nodded heavily. "It was extracted. The painting monster has absorbed the powers of 3 strange entities so far." Smack. The man in the cotton-padded jacket suddenly slapped himself. "It's my fault. As a night watchman, I didn't notice in time. I got Little Li killed. It's my fault." Slap, slap, slap. In the dark alley, there was only the sound of the man in the cotton-padded jacket constantly slapping himself. Luli did not stop him, just quietly stood by. "Are you crazy? It's late at night, slapping your own face here, buddy. Do you need me to help you slap?" Suddenly, a person with yellow hair walked out, leering at the man in the cotton-padded jacket. A tongue stud hung from his tongue, purposely exposing the S on his arm. But before he could finish speaking, Luli charged up and delivered a big slap, sending the guy spinning 3 times in the air before he fainted on the spot. Then, he glanced at the person on the ground, crouched down, reached out, and yanked off his tongue stud sharply. "Disgracing yourself, enjoying these things." Not long after, 3 more people arrived. The 3 stared silently at the corpse. After a long while, one with a square face finally spoke. As he spoke, he casually picked up a cigarette and put it in his mouth. "The painting monster has already absorbed the powers of 3 strange entities. If it absorbs 1 more, its strength will break through level 5, and it will be even more dangerous." Luli took out a lighter, one hand shielding it from the wind, using the other hand to light the captain's cigarette. "But one thing can be confirmed, the painting monster won't actively attack ordinary people. Its target is only the ghost tamers, and it kills only the newly born strange entities. A total of 3, coming down from the north, they are very tightly connected. But a mistake led to a teammate's death. Little Li's strange entity had just awakened last week, very special, which is why he was directly selected into their team. But unexpectedly, he died on his first mission. This is the night watchman, ready to sacrifice at any moment. There's no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is bearing the burden for you. You all continue searching. I will take Little Li's body up to the southern district. It seems there is also an incredible strange entity appearing there, a special level." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression tightened. The special level strange entities not only possess intelligence but also have unpredictable methods, making them very difficult to deal with. In their team, besides Little Lee, everyone else was basically a ghost tamer of D+ level or higher. The captain was even more powerful. But even so, they had been chasing the painting monster for 5 days straight. Today was the first encounter, and one of them was killed in retaliation. In this world, to deal with strange entities, one can only use the power of strange entities. The captain glanced at the man in the cotton-padded jacket, cursed, then bent down to carry Little Lee away. Stop the slapping. Self-blame and repentance can wait. Now there are urgent matters to attend to. The dead won't even have a funeral. No one knows how strong the painting monster will be after absorbing 4 or even 5 strange entities. But officials have said before that true hunters often hunt for things that are different. Hua Gui can be considered a true hunter. She doesn't hunt the strange things, she only hunts the Jiangshi masters, and feeds on the strange things within them. This is a nightmare for the Jiangshi masters. Who? The next day, sunlight spilled slightly into the room through the gap in the curtains. Su Jejia suddenly opened her eyes. The bed was already soaked, all in sweat. After waking up last night, she had fallen back into that dreamland again. This time, she dreamed of an even stranger nursery rhyme. In the scene, a group of somewhat familiar people had their faces hidden from view. They were taken away by a creature shrouded in flames. Until the moment of death, the desperate screams still echoed in her ears. What a strange dream. That nursery rhyme, and that bear. She licked her somewhat dry lips and looked beside her. Little Juan was already gone. She shouted outside, "Little Juan, are you up yet?" Outside the bedroom door, the sounds of playing with toys could be heard. She got out of bed, pulled the curtain aside, put on her slippers, and stretched as she walked out. "Little Juan, did you sleep well last night? Today you're going to the hospital with your aunt, do you understand?" At the door, she just happened to see the blood-red little bear grinning at her from the couch. She shivered, associating it with last night's nightmare, and hurriedly turned the little bear's head away, feeling better after that. Little Juan was squatting on the floor, playing with blocks and Legos. The big bear, right next to the little bear, was now drooping its head, as if the cotton inside had been hollowed out. "I had a great time. I played with my mom and the little bear in my dream." Little Juan looked up and smiled. Su Jejia laughed and ruffled her head. "You're biased, even brought the little bear but didn't bring your aunt. Isn't your aunt good to you?" Little Juan tilted her head, staring at Su Jejia very seriously for a while. Then she narrowed her eyes and said, "Auntie is different from us." Su Jejia didn't take it to heart and got up, saying, "Yes, Auntie is an adult, different from the little bear and Little Juan." After saying that, she went to the kitchen to make breakfast while calling Lin Chang. The girl hadn't been seen for a day. Why hadn't she called her back? What an irresponsible mother. But Lin Chang didn't answer, and even said she had called many times without answering. Looking at the dozen missed calls on her phone, she frowned. Could something have happened? "If you don't answer today, I really might call the police." In the past, Lin Chang would have these situations, but she would let her know in advance to take care of Little Juan. But this time, it had been a day already, and there was no news at all. What she didn't know was that while she was worried about her best friend's safety, her friend had been by her side all along. After finishing breakfast, she habitually turned on the livestream. "Little Juan, come eat." Her livestream had no special program, purely relying on her looks, which still brought in about 5,000 to 6,000 viewers daily. But today, as soon as she started streaming, over 20,000 flooded in, surprising her greatly. The screen was full of comments, and she thought she had hit some kind of traffic jackpot. "What's going on? Wow, streamer, you're alive. I thought you were gone." "Oh my, Su Jejia is still alive, everyone, spread the word, she's still here. From the looks of it, you're doing well. Did your home have something that killed that ghost bear? Spread the word, this woman can even kill ghosts. Everyone, disperse. If the streamer isn't dead, it's not interesting anymore. Hey streamer, what about that little bear at your place? Did you lose it? Otherwise, how are you still alive?" The comments were very active, almost to the point of being dazzling. While eating breakfast, Su Jejia was selecting a few comments, but each seemed related to the bear. She smiled and said, "It's already the 21st century. Where did the ghost come from? I didn't lose the teddy bear, it's a toy that Little Juan likes very much, and it's just on the sofa." As she spoke, she looked back at the sofa from her phone. With just a slight adjustment, she could capture the teddy bear in the shot. But before she could finish her words, she was stunned. Then, she suddenly turned around, and the knife and fork in her hand fell to the floor, making a clattering noise. She covered her mouth, her expression somewhat terrified. Teddy bear. I clearly turned its head towards the window. When did it turn back? I remember turning it, there's no mistake, and at this moment, it was facing inside. In an instant, a chill shot straight from her feet to her heart. No, no, no. It must be little Juan turned it. Right, right, how could there be ghosts in this world? Don't scare yourself. Little Juan didn't have breakfast but was sitting not far from the teddy bear playing with her toys. There was no one else, it must be her. Damn, the host didn't really turn it by itself, did she? It's over, this teddy bear has a serious problem. It moved by itself when you fell down the stairs yesterday. Yes, it moved again now, it definitely wasn't little Juan, it moved on its own. This is too scary, host, you'd better get rid of this toy bear, it looks creepy. No matter what, just toss it away. After being so frightened, Sujaja lost all desire to eat. But when it came to getting rid of the teddy bear, little Juan absolutely refused. No, no, no. The teddy bear is very important, it will help little Juan fight, protect little Juan, and even sing songs to little Juan. I don't want to throw it away, Auntie, I don't want to. As soon as it came to throwing away the teddy bear, little Juan's expression became tense, and she struggled desperately. Seeing little Juan acting a bit wild, Sujaja felt scared. It seemed the girl's condition was a bit serious. Alright, Auntie won't throw it away, but little Juan must go see a doctor with Auntie and must listen, okay? Little Juan paused for a moment, turned to Zhang Yi, teddy bear, okay? Everyone in the live stream was about to sigh about the girl's serious condition. In front of the camera, little Juan hugged the teddy bear, seriously asking. The teddy bear's eyes were hollow, its mouth stuck in a smile, dazed and foolish. Suddenly, the dark sky looms. The nursery rhyme inexplicably began to play, startling everyone. Little Juan smiled, the teddy bear said it's good, that Auntie is a good person and will protect little Juan like the teddy bear. Damn, that gave me a shock, it suddenly started singing. Is this a beauty contest? Isn't this a horror contest? I can't take it, but it's really exciting, I just want to know if this teddy bear is a ghost. Not me, I just want to know when the host is going to die. Maybe this little girl is a ghost too. P.S. Please support with subscriptions, new books rely on subscriptions and tickets, I'm begging everyone. This book is from the origin, so it will be on the shelves early. The next chapter will start charging. Brothers from Chidian can subscribe to read on QQ Reading, the membership fee is relatively low, please try to watch on QQ Reading, thank you everyone. Chapter 22, A Nursery Rhyme and a Dream? Seeking first subscription, seeking tickets. Sujaja was very worried about little Juan's mental state. She even thought that even at her age, she might need to check her brain. Otherwise, to be truly scared by a toy bear, what era is this? It's absurd to think of toys as ghosts, a normal person wouldn't believe it. Okay, then little Juan needs to listen to the doctor, let's go down with Auntie. After Sujaja said this, she went back to her room to change clothes. When she left, she hesitated a moment, discreetly pointing her phone at the teddy bear sitting next to her. But after doing this, she felt dumb, am I really crazy? Do I really think the teddy bear is a ghost? Fortunately, after changing clothes, everything was normal. Holding little Juan's hand, they went downstairs together, the little girl held the teddy bear in her other arm. No matter what, I won't let go. After going downstairs, another phone suddenly rang. As a live streamer, she usually carries 2 or 3 phones, some for friends and family contact. Looking at the phone, it was a female friend contacting her, someone she usually got along well with, occasionally guesting on each other's streams to boost their views. Little EE, what's wrong? Miss me? Sujaja opened her phone and greeted with a smile. The voice of little EE immediately came from the other end, Jaja, are you okay? Sujaja was momentarily stunned, thinking she was like the viewers in the livestream, scared of the teddy bear. Just as she was about to tease her, she heard little EE continue, that damn Huang Yi hasn't done anything to you, right? Ha? Sujaja frowned, knowing that hearing the name Huang Yi meant trouble, but still confusedly replied, he hasn't done anything to me. I haven't even seen him these days. But last night, he insisted on giving me a big doll. I had no choice but to accept it, fortunately, he said it was the last time he would ever disturb me. It's that big doll. Yesterday, Tong Tong and the others told me that Huang Yi saw you like to pretend, planning to get tough with you. He's hiding inside the doll, didn't you notice? Ah. Hearing this, Sujaja broke out in a cold sweat, her footsteps suddenly stopping. Ahead, many people were gathered together, but none of it registered in her mind. No, it can't be. Nothing happened. That doll is still at my house. Really? EE was uncertain. Could Tong Tong and the others have lied to me? That shouldn't be possible. I even told them to take me to the ambulance, they wouldn't lie. Sujaja said, it can't be. There hasn't been any noise for a whole night. It should be fake, I've already left home. That's good. No matter if it's true or not, when you go back later, call 2 or 3 friends to check it out. Just to be safe, if that kind of person is going wild, we really can't do anything about it. Alright, thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal another day. We're just best friends, it's no problem. After hanging up the phone, Sujeja felt utterly unwell, fearing that if this continued, she might really go mad. Teddy bears and big bears, scaring people all day long. Could this guy really be sleeping inside the big bear? Or is he just lying? Sujeja shook her head. No matter what, I have to call my friends when I get back. I'm moving in a day or two, can't stay even a moment longer. The security in this community is too poor, next time I need to find a better one. I should ask Lin Qing if she has any recommendations. Putting the phone away, the chat room was also discussing Huang Yi. I have to say, our number one big brother is really fierce. Wasn't he spending millions to bend Jia to his will before? In the end, Jia just ignored him. Jia is still pretty good. At least compared to other female streamers online, she's very clean. Indeed, such streamers are really rare nowadays. Others are pretending, she truly doesn't want the money. Walking forward. Just then, there were so many people crowded together, and after struggling to get in, she saw that even the police had arrived. A yellow caution tape was set up around the area. How could Sujeja miss such excitement? The viewers in the chat loved it, and the donations doubled. She squeezed in closer, and the old men and middle-aged uncles who were unwilling to let her through, turned around and saw such a beauty? They quickly made way. Finally squeezing in. A wave of bloody smell hit her, making her pinch her nose in disgust. Looking up inside, she couldn't help but feel a chill running down her spine. A man without a head lay in the center, while another one sat beside Hai. He seemed to be laughing very happily, very happily. Suddenly, the scene froze. Standing beside, Sujeja's pupils contracted, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Unconsciously, the hand holding Xiaowan went up to cover her mouth, while the other hand holding the phone trembled incessantly. Song Long? She knew this person, he was also the big brother of the livestream, and always played around with Huang Yi. After seeing Song Long, she took a serious look at the side, Chang Fei. Both Song Long and Chang Fei were there. That person far away, whose head had exploded, could it be Huang Yi? This outfit, she had seen it before, it seemed to be the one Huang Yi often wore, with a sports car key hanging around the waist. It really was him. Sujeja was scared, her expression turned somewhat terrified. Nearby, the police rushed forward to drive people away, prohibiting photography and so on. She grabbed Xiaowan and turned to leave, but after just a few steps, suddenly heard an ant nearby discussing. I guess these three people are possessed, that person's head was smashed open, it seemed they used a stone, I heard someone saw it last night. Too terrifying, even a twisted killer is not this twisted, I also feel like they are possessed. You guys don't know, I called the police first today, I was so scared at the time, and The person speaking wore a sanitation worker's outfit, her mysterious manner attracted many people to gather around. Even Sujeja leaned closer. She was afraid, she knew the three dead people, and she was scared this incident might be related to her. After all, the three of them had all pursued her at the same time, it couldn't be for this reason, right? Clearly, she was thinking too much, but she can only think this way. The ant licked her somewhat purple lips and deliberately lowered her voice, the one alive is singing. It really scared me back then. What was he singing? Let me hum a line or two for you, it seemed like a nursery rhyme. Saying this, she pressed her lips together and mimicked, 1, 2, 3 little children, 5, 6. Boom. As soon as this nursery rhyme echoed, Sujeja's head felt as if it had exploded. P.S. My writing skills are limited, I can't write anything too scary. If you like it, please send some gifts. It's on the shelves now. Please subscribe. Chapter 23, Little Bear says there's a little child sitting on Auntie's neck, asking for subscription. The aunt was serious, and people around her gathered. She seemed to be recalling that terrifying atmosphere and that deadly nursery rhyme from the morning. Trying to make her voice better match, 1, 2, 3 little children, 5, 6. People around her gasped as they heard her sing this nursery rhyme, their expressions heavy. Breathing seemed to become very difficult. Everyone's hearts beat with the rising and falling of the ant's nursery rhyme, frame by frame. Sujeja's face had turned pale, visibly losing its rosy hue. Her eyes were somewhat hollow, her expression vacated, one hand covering her mouth trembled uncontrollably, making squeaking sounds. The ant frowned, immediately stopping without continuing to sing. Did I scare you, little girl? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's your fault for wanting to listen, now I've scared others. The people around also smiled awkwardly. Don't say the little girl was scared, aside from her, who the hell wasn't jumpy here? I have to say, this ant is really brave. Indeed, the older people seem to be less afraid. Back in their time, people believed in ghosts, but also believed that if they didn't do bad things, they wouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door, so they aren't afraid. Exactly, this ant is really great. Whoa, Jia, what's wrong with you? Your face turned pale all of a sudden. Are you really scared? Your lips are trembling. Judja was really scared. Does she have such a small heart? Judja isn't afraid. The bullet comments protect her, gifts protect her, brothers, keep sending gifts. Everyone in the livestream room was still joking around, but when they saw Judja's face, they were all stunned. Her complexion changed too quickly, like a hospital's white walls being painted over. Judja suppressed the fear in her heart, swallowing her saliva as she asked, "Auntie, what happened next? You must not have finished singing, right?" Auntie was stunned, and several old men shifted their legs, thinking, "Aren't you scared to death and still want to listen?" But before Auntie could say anything, a police officer came over and took her away. Everyone then dispersed. The scene had already been cordoned off, and there were no traces to be seen. However, in the eyes of the neighbors, this incident was just a haunting. It was likely that fewer and fewer people would come here afterwards. Little Bear sat in Xiaowan's arms, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What you see is all I want you to see. This is the power of the Eerie domain. This is the power of the desolate gaze. Fear is spreading. As long as others talk about this incident, there will be a deep, low, murmuring scent. Fear value plus 19. Fear value plus 20. The fear value is still rising. A few days have passed since the task refreshed, and I believe that in another day or two, the task will come." After leaving the community and until she sat in the taxi, Judja couldn't shake off the recent fear. Her mind was filled with that nursery rhyme and the toy bear. In her dream, it was Xiaowan and the toy bear singing that nursery rhyme. Moreover, Yi had just called, saying that Huang Yi was hiding inside the big doll, and now Huang Yi was gone, right downstairs in her own building. She was so scared. She wasn't afraid of Xiaowan, but she was really a little afraid of the toy bear. Was this just a coincidence? Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the little girl beside her and the toy bear, and she felt that the closer she got to the bear, the harder it was to breathe. The number of viewers in the live stream has surpassed 50,000. Each one of them came in just to watch the drama unfold. "Brothers, do you remember this morning when I told you I had a nightmare last night?" She spoke slowly. "I dreamed of reeds, dreamed of singing, dreamed of the bear in the nursery rhyme." She slowly recounted her entire dream from last night. The audience in the live stream had their hearts in their throats. Especially when she mentioned that nursery rhyme and the toy bear. The viewers were terrified. The number of people increased even more, directly breaking through to 60,000. Tens of thousands were listening to a pretty girl on a beauty platform tell a story. "Damn, is this real? Judja, you scared me. Wow, as soon as that nursery rhyme came out, I almost lost it. I was about to wet myself. Dreaming about this at night, and then encountering such a bizarre incident the next day, and hearing that terrifying nursery rhyme again, a normal person would be scared. Is Judja okay? I feel like you need to see a doctor with your niece. Could it be too much pressure? Don't overthink. Exactly, just throw the bear away, the little girl will cry for a while, and then it'll be fine." Everyone in the livestream was comforting Judja or giving her advice. But Judja could tell that most people still didn't believe it. Even she felt somewhat disoriented. What the heck was going on? She had to take it seriously because so much had happened in just one day since Xiaowan came. But she wouldn't throw Xiaowan away. Even though Xiaowan was Lin Qing's child, she had been with her for a long time, and she had treated her like her own daughter. Some were worried while others were delighted. Zhang Yi was overjoyed, as some were spreading fear for free, which was hard to come by. The visible fear value was rising. It was really exhilarating. In the afternoon, they arrived at the hospital, and many experts had also come to the community. 3 people died, and such bizarre deaths could not be ignored. After entering the hospital, Judja went directly to find a psychologist she was somewhat familiar with. Being a live streamer often meant facing online bullying and all kinds of rumors. This doctor was introduced to her by Lin Cheng back then. "We are already considered friends. We made a reservation ahead of time, so there was no need to wait in line." Knock, knock, knock. Judja stood at the door, holding Xiaowan's hand, and knocked on the door. The door opened, and a girl about 17 or 18 was crying heartbreakingly, followed by her parents as she walked out. Judja walked straight in. "What happened? Why are you crying?" In front sat a female doctor in a white coat, in her 30s, with round glasses and a beauty mark under her eye, still looking charming. A high school student fell in love and then got depression. Her parents are very worried. She has had 2 months of psychological treatment. It's quite complicated. She got up and twisted her neck. Looking up at Judja, she smiled and squatted down beside her. "Xiaowan is here. How long has it been since you last visited Auntie? Did you miss Auntie?" Lin Xiaowan timidly stood beside her, holding a teddy bear. Looking up at Judja with blinking eyes, she suddenly said, "Auntie, the bear said there's a little friend sitting on the beautiful Auntie's neck. Can I sing for him?" Without caring, she began to hum. "The stars in the sky are crying, the roses on the ground are wilting. P.S. My waist and back are sore, Could it be that someone is sitting on my neck too? I ask for a subscription, I ask for tickets, I ask for good reviews, brothers. Chapter 24, Mommy has always been here. The psychologist in a white coat squatted down gently, looking at Xiaowan. She was a friend of Lin Chang, and naturally knew Xiaowan. Who could not like this little ceramic doll? But, unexpectedly, Xiaowan blinked her eyes and said something shocking. Auntie, the bear said a little friend is sitting on the beautiful auntie's shoulder. Can I sing for him? If I sing, he will come down. The stars in the sky are crying, the roses on the ground are wilting. A timid voice rang out, accompanied by a cartoon bear's voice. The sudden actions of the girl and the bear made Tang Meili feel quite unsettled. With a surprised look in her eyes, she turned to Su Jejia, who was also at a loss. Su Jejia shrugged, exhaling slightly. Don't be surprised, this is why I brought Xiaowan here. Now not just her, I feel like my brain is a bit sick too. Where's Lin Chang? Su Jejia rubbed her forehead. At this moment, her livestream camera was facing outside, and she had muted the sound. I don't know. Yesterday while I was working, I saw Xiaowan squatting alone at my door holding the teddy bear. Lin Chang has not answered a dozen calls from me, many of which went unanswered. Tang Meili knew about the unreliability of these two, so she didn't care too much. Seeing Su Jejia and Xiaowan looking mysterious, she slowly got up. It's a society governed by law, no need to worry too much, let's first check on Xiaowan. Xiaowan pulled her clothes and sang, while a ray of sunlight shone on the teddy bear's fur outside the window, making it look as red as blood. However, after she got up, she was surprised to find that her neck seemed to feel better. Looking at the little girl so seriously, she helplessly shook her head and sat beside her. Xiaowan. Xiaowan hugged her teddy bear, obediently sitting on the chair, one hand pulling Su Jejia's clothes, and the other holding the teddy bear tightly. Her big eyes sparkled with black light, looking very obedient. Where is the little friend on Auntie's neck? Did he come down after listening to Xiaowan's song? To solve a psychological problem, one must first enter the other person's heart and understand them. Fortunately, Xiaowan knew her and trusted her, so this step was very easy. Xiaowan pursed her lips and said in a crumpled way, he died. Oh? Tang Meili frowned, continuing along Xiaowan's words, why did he die? Wasn't he just fine? Xiaowan hugged her teddy bear and said innocently, the bear said he was hungry, so he ate him. Hearing this, Su Jejia and Tang Meili both looked at the teddy bear in Xiaowan's arms. The little bear's hollow gaze was as deep as an abyss, and the smile at the corners of its mouth was quite chilling. Little bear. Tang Meili looked directly at the little bear and smiled, can I be friends with your little bear? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaowan's expression instantly became tense. Holding the little bear in her arms, no way. Why not? Is Xiaowan reluctant? Xiaowan shook her head, and then her expression became complicated. If Aunt Meili becomes friends with the little bear, you will die. Every word was absurd, every sentence was about death. Is this a psychological problem a 7-year-old should have? Tang Meili had to take it seriously. She stood up and glanced behind her. Su Jejia immediately went to lock the door. Then she walked to the side window, took out a pack of cigarettes from inside the drawer, skillfully lit one, took a puff, and exhaled it outside. How is it? Su Jejia asked. Tang Meili gently bit down on the cigarette, but the beauty mark at the corner of her eye rising and falling. How much do you know about this bear and Xiaowan's situation? Su Jejia shook her head and then told her everything she knew. In short, she knew nothing. When she saw Xiaowan, she already had this bear. Tell me about your situation first, then I'll try to hypnotize her and ask about this bear. Hypnosis can be somewhat dangerous for children. But it is also the easiest, after all, children are defenseless. Su Jejia pulled down the cigarette from her mouth and suddenly took a deep breath. I dreamt about them last night, the bear, children's songs. She recounted the entire dream from last night, along with everything that happened today. But she omitted the deaths of Huang Yi and the 3 others. Upon hearing this, Tang Meili was astonished. You really need to check your head. How could a bear be as terrifying as you say? I think you are under too much stress. Su Jejia extinguished the remaining cigarette, carefully slid it down into the sink beside her. I hope that's the case, but you should look at Xiaowan first. I'm worried about this child. Tang Meili nodded, glancing at Xiaowan, who was whispering to the little bear. Most of my patients, about 90 out of 100, are students or little children. Their stress is immense, leading to psychological problems has become commonplace. Due to various external factors, they close off their hearts and then imagine a friend, which is quite normal. I will try to solve it, but the key is still to find Lin Chang. Su Jejia nodded and waited outside. Xiaowan hugged the little bear and entered a room with Tang Meili. Xiaowan, remember to promise your aunt that you will listen to the doctor. Your aunt is waiting for you at the door. Upon entering the room, there was a rocking chair next to them. Xiaowan obediently sat down, hugging the little bear. Aunt Meili, actually I'm not sick, it's just that my aunt is too worried about me, that's why I came. Tang Meili nodded with a smile. Aunt knows, drink this cup of water, and then Aunt will talk to you about the little bear. After a series of relaxation techniques and professional methods, Xiaowan, lying on the chair, gradually started to relax. Tang Meili took a sip of water, her voice light. Xiaowan, do you see the little bear? Did your mother give it to you? In her dream, Xiaowan saw the teddy bear sitting alone on the swing. No, it wasn't my mother who gave it to me. Tang Meili continued to ask, then who gave it to you? Xiaowan's cheerful voice rang out, the little bear came to me on the first day my mother brought me home, it wanted to be my friend. Xiaowan is very happy, it is Xiaowan's first friend besides mom and auntie, and Xiaowan is also the little bear's only friend. It came over by itself? At least, one conclusion can be drawn, when I got to know the little bear. Lin Qing is here. Since it's like this, then it won't be a friend imagined during Xiaowan's sad moments, because when Xiaowan mentioned this, a smile was on her lips. Tang Meili then asked Lin Qing, where's your mom? Is your mom a friend of Xiao Xiong? Mom. Mom is a friend of Xiao Xiong. She paused slightly. Then have you seen mom? What did mom say about Xiao Xiong? At this point, Xiaowan suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking at Tang Meili's side. Mom is right here. Chapter 25. In hypnosis, people instinctively enter the scene being discussed. She saw the swing, saw Xiao Xiong, saw mom, and saw the cake. But suddenly, in an instant, everything disappeared. She suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Tang Meili's side. Mom. Mom has always been here, right? In that moment, as Xiaowan opened her eyes, Tang Meili shuddered violently, her pupils contracting in fear. Her expression changed as she quickly looked beside her, only to find nothing there. But hidden under her white coat, she was already covered in goosebumps. In this room with no windows, it felt like a cold wind blew in at that moment, chilling her painfully. Xiaowan, quickly close your eyes, she rushed to say. It was her first time encountering something like this during hypnosis. Could it be that the hypnosis just now wasn't deep enough? It shouldn't be. On the day she got to know Xiao Xiong, she didn't even want to talk when her aunt asked. Xiaowan naturally closed her eyes again, her breathing calm. Tang Meili didn't ask, and she didn't speak. She looked just like a person in hypnosis again. But that last sentence had indeed scared Tang Meili. Today, Xiaowan had already scared her twice, first with the little friend on her neck, and second with the invisible mom. She let out a long breath, adjusting her state of mind. When was the last time Xiaowan saw mom? What did mom say to Xiaowan? Xiaowan said, just now, mom said, mom didn't speak, it seems like she can't talk, Xiao Xiong doesn't allow her to speak. Hiss. Tang Meili licked her lips, rubbing her forehead, why doesn't Xiao Xiong let mom speak? Isn't Xiao Xiong also mom's friend? Because Xiao Xiong said, if mom speaks, both Xiaowan and Meili auntie will die here, it is protecting us. Damn. Even the usually calm Tang Meili almost swore. Before, she looked at Xiaowan like a patient, her eyes full of concern. Now. The way she looked at Xiaowan was like looking at a madman, her eyes even showing a hint of fear. Thank goodness this is a little child. Tang Meili wrote down everything, continuing to ask, mom loves Xiaowan so much, she definitely wouldn't harm Xiaowan. Wouldn't it be better for Xiaowan to let mom speak and try? Doesn't Xiaowan miss mom? As soon as she said this, the closed room seemed to have a gust of wind. Zhang Yi, who was lying in Xiaowan's arms, fell silent. Silly woman. If her mom speaks, at this distance, whether you die or not, Xiaowan will definitely die. Her mom had already become Xiaowan's spirit, but now Xiaowan is only 7 years old, she doesn't even know how to use the strange abilities. Moreover, her mom is definitely not just an ordinary spirit. If it weren't for Zhang Yi's suppression, Xiaowan would definitely be backfired. Xiaowan did not answer, her eyelashes gently fluttering like a fan. Xiao Xiong won't allow it. I want to listen to Xiao Xiong's words. If Xiao Xiong gets angry, the consequences will be very serious. Tang Meili continued to take notes. It seemed that Xiao Xiong was not born because of Lin Chang. But before Lin Chang left, Xiao Xiong had already appeared, and Xiao Xiong seemed very dangerous. It affected Xiaowan's emotions, including the deepest secrets in her heart. She needed to find Xiaowan's critical point. Then try to break it, and remove the little bear from the heart. This kind of thing usually needs to be done step by step, but now Lin Qing is gone, and Xiaowan's condition is too scary. Not to mention Su Jiajia, even she felt scared. Xiaowan, if mom is going to throw away the little bear, what will you choose, mom or the little bear? Once the words fell, the room became very quiet. It was terrifyingly quiet. The pocket watch in her hand was still ticking, its mechanical click merging with the sound of her heartbeat. Xiaowan's ceramic-like face moved slightly, and then a cold shout came out, get out! A word get out appeared. Tang Meili seemed to feel a flame, rushing towards her, visible to the naked eye, burning on Xiaowan's body. She was startled, and sat down on the ground with a thud. A heat wave hit the darkroom, the voice hoarse and unclear, completely different from Xiaowan's ethereal voice. The sound that reached her ears felt like an ominous omen, chilling to the bone. In an instant, Tang Mei was soaked, beads of sweat the size of pea-sized drops gently flowing into the crevices. She was a little scared, truly scared by Xiao Wan. At the same time, Su Jejia, who was waiting outside, was also getting a bit impatient. The things that happened today were hard for her to accept, and once it got quiet, her mind was filled with children's songs and those terrifying images. Including Huang Yi's death, she was tense all over. She decided to get up, go outside, and take a bathroom break, smoke a cigarette, and relax. It was already around 10 a.m., and even though it was a weekday, there were still many people in the hospital. However, there didn't seem to be many people in the neurology department. She held her phone and found that there were still more than 40,000 viewers in the live stream. Knowing that after leaving the apartment complex, she hadn't said a word to the live stream audience. Was the engagement this strong? For a moment, she actually felt reluctant to turn off the stream. Streamer, you go do your thing, we'll chat here in the live stream. It's fine, just end the stream, we'll keep chatting here. Are you all here to watch the show? If you want to eat melon, send gifts first, and go to the management group to find out. The streamer isn't dead yet, don't be too happy, look forward to the follow-up. Su Jejia rolled her eyes. These guys really. After ending the stream, she rushed straight into the bathroom. She lit a cigarette and began to smoke, soon a layer of white smoke floated above. She usually didn't smoke, but sometimes it seemed like only smoking could relieve the depression in her heart. She took out her phone and dialed Lin Chang and others, but neither of them answered. She was so angry she almost cursed. Creak. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a door opening beside her, but she didn't pay much attention. However, after a voice sounded, there was no sound of the door closing. Instead, a second creak. It seemed like someone was opening the door but didn't enter the bathroom. She usually sat in the last row on buses, and did everything in a secluded corner, including using the bathroom, always choosing the last door. But many doors had been opened, and she hadn't heard a door close. Was someone inspecting the bathroom? She didn't really care, but her phone rang with a call. It was a group admin. Hello? Jejia, something happened. Su Jejia furrowed her brows. What happened? Many are dead. What? Su Jejia trembled at the sound of this. Creak. The sound of a door opening had now reached the stall next to hers. He died? How did he die? What about Lin Chang? Forget Lin Chang, their whole family is dead. Crash. The whole family is dead? PS, please vote, please follow, feel free to point out any mistakes, thank you very much. Any suggestions or thoughts can also be brought up, I'll just put them in the comments. Chapter 26, Ant is not afraid, while you watch him, he is also watching you. Squatting in the bathroom, Su Jejia's face was full of shock. Although she was squatting. But at the moment she heard this news, she almost fell straight down. She suddenly felt her mouth tasteless, her expression somewhat numb. Creak. The sound of the door opening next to her continued, and she was even a bit impatient. Was this person crazy? Why do you have to check if someone is next to you when using the bathroom? Are you lonely or scared without someone next to you? Jejia, are you alright? The voice of her friend on the phone continued to ring, sounding somewhat worried about Su Jejia. Su Jejia took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, feeling a bit dizzy. You really mean it? Lin Chang is also dead? Lin Chang was her best friend, they had been very close since elementary school. They wouldn't contact each other all the time, but whenever they did, it would be very warm, sometimes just calling after several days or a week. More like an indispensable person in life, when I need the other person, they must be there. At this moment, hearing this news, a trace of indescribable emotion flashed through Su Jejia's heart. Her heart felt empty and desolate. I heard she died, the situation is very complicated, I don't know why, the news has been blocked by the police, I knew Huang Yi from the same club, so I know some friends, he told me. Lin Chang died, so Xiao Wan has become an orphan. So, was Xiao Xiong a friend born from Xiao Wan's emotions after Lin Chang's death? After all, Tang Mei had told her a little about this aspect. The whole family is dead, did they do so many damn things that they were killed by enemies? It implicated my Lin Chang. She gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening with anger. Her voice almost roared out from her throat. While speaking, Su Jejia purposely turned her ear to listen to the sounds next to her, and after the sound of the door opening came to her side, there was no more noise. But she was very sure that this person did not enter the bathroom, but seemed to have stopped at the door. Could it be some kind of pervert? She lowered her head defensively, scanning around to avoid any cameras. The voice on the phone fell silent for a moment, and seemed to lower significantly. The cause of death is said to be very strange, even ordinary police are not allowed to go, no forensic doctors or anything were there, I heard that many innocent people died too, piece by piece. Just the literal meaning. But there's something else, Lin Chang's body seems to be missing, but she is definitely dead, that's all I know, you should be careful. Piece by piece, he emphasized these words. Although he wasn't clear about what piece by piece referred to. Be careful? What does that mean? Sujeja swallowed hard upon hearing this news, but before she could finish her silence. Bang bang bang. Sudden knocking on the door startled Sujeja, who was already engulfed in fear and sadness. She looked up and started to curse. Are you out of your mind? Aren't there enough toilets for you? Knock on every one. Do you want a fee? Want it fresh? This shout carried all her emotions from these days, almost shouted out. Jeja, what's going on over there? Sujeja's chest kept heaving, mist hanging on her fair skin. Nothing, probably a pervert. You continue. No, I mean, why is there so much noise over there, and also children? What are you doing? Sujeja was stunned, her whole person petrified in place. She listened to the quiet sounds around her. Bang bang bang. The knocking sounded again. Suddenly her expression changed. WH. What do you mean? You heard children's voices? Yeah, some kids are knocking on the door, asking you to open it. Weren't you in the bathroom? With a crackle of static, the phone suddenly went silent. Sujeja panicked, her heart racing. She saw that there was no signal on her phone, and the knocking on the door in front grew more intense. She was completely frightened. Crouching down, her hands pressed hard against the bathroom door. You, don't knock, there's someone inside, someone. Then she began to shout loudly, her voice sharp and piercing. She wanted to attract the attention of anyone outside the bathroom with her cries for help. After all, this was a hospital, and there should be a few people passing by occasionally. She was utterly terrified. But no matter how much she called out, no one came, and the knocking suddenly stopped. She quickly tidied herself up, then stood up, her throat felt dry, and her hands still pressed hard against the door. Her hair was damp and stuck to her forehead. Who? Suddenly, a breath echoed in the once quiet bathroom, as if someone was inhaling. Sujeja cautiously crouched down, trying to peek through the gap at the bottom of the door. At that moment, something black slowly emerged from the top of the bathroom door. It was hiding in the shadows. She bent down, squinting one eye to look outside, but saw nothing, just a dull gray. A gray color, not mixed with any hint of color. She was engulfed in fear, completely unaware of what was happening, only knowing that outside was empty. Swallowing hard, just as she was about to stand up. Drip. A drop of water fell from above, and she instinctively looked up. A blurred face appeared above her, it was smiling and staring at Sujeja. That drop of water had fallen from its mouth. Her face went pale, and with a horrified scream, she plopped down. Startled, she buried her head between her legs, sobbing, despairing, terrified. Woo woo woo. A ghost. Creak. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open without her pushing, from the outside. She was even more scared, trembling like a small lamb, her voice weak. Woo woo woo, a ghost, there's a ghost. The bathroom door opened. Standing outside was a figure looking in at Sujeja, curled up on the floor like a little lamb. Auntie. The voice rang out, clean, crisp, and gentle. Sujeja was stunned, it was a familiar voice, but remembering that ghostly face, she was still very afraid. Yet she mustered the strength to squint her eyes and saw Xiaowan standing at the bathroom door with a teddy bear, tilting her head. The moment she saw Xiaowan, she cried out loudly and rushed out to embrace her. She cried there, continuously. A woman's psychological defenses shattered. She was terrified. Auntie, don't cry, Xiaowan is here with you. Xiaowan will sing for you, okay? Then Auntie won't be scared anymore. The floor was very dark, and nearby there was even a child's sticker to play with, which was clearly red. Why did she see gray when she looked through the door earlier? P.S. I don't know if the brothers can accept this rhythm, the protagonist's entrance is a bit low, but it will pick up soon. Annie will be sitting on the hellfire bear in no time. Any thoughts or issues with the rhythm, brothers can feel free to mention, I will take a look. Chapter 27, Her Mother is Dead? She says she has always been by her side. Hearing Xiaowan about to sing again, recalling that nursery rhyme, Sujeja quickly shook her head. No. It's okay, just now Auntie had a nightmare. Xiaowan tilted her head seriously, nightmare? Auntie can even fall asleep in the bathroom? Sujeja glanced up at the spot where the face had been, there was only a dark pile, as if a piece of wall had fallen down. Did I see it wrong just now? No, I was sure I saw a ghostly face, that face was even smiling. And then there's the floor and walls. She looked over, the wall was somewhat dark, and nearby was a child's sticker, a little magical fairy. But its color was red. What's going on? I really did see this sticker just now, but it was gray and white, how did it turn red? Could it be that I was too nervous and my eyes are playing tricks on me? Should I go back in and bend down to take another look? No, that's too scary. She hurriedly pulled Xiaowan and left the restroom. They say hospitals are the easiest places to be haunted, and it seems to be true. I never want to come back in this lifetime, it's too frightening. Yet, she didn't notice that Xiao Xian's belly was bulging. Zhang Yi's smile grew wider. The hospital really is a haunted place. Even during the day, such things exist. This world actually not only has strange things but also ghosts. But these ghosts are very weak and basically can't hurt anyone, otherwise, they would become strange things. In fact, the two are probably the same kind of entity. Maybe because of her own issues, Su Zhejia's magnetic field had some problems, so she easily ran into ghosts. However, these ghosts have all been eaten by him, adding quite a bit to the fear value. Also, Zhang Yi was amused watching Su Zhejia. When she squatted down to look out, she did see the ghost. She really did see it, only she didn't know it. Because while she was watching the ghost was also watching her. The eyes of the ghost contain only black and white. It is a spirit, it has no color. What you see is just the image filter through its pupils, so, the red sticker lost its color and turned gray and white. Zhang Yi even considered whether to let Xiaowan tell her aunt about it. To earn some fear value. He, let's not scare her now, looks like tonight will be busy again. I don't want to eat too much and not be able to eat later. The magnetic field affected many things, including Xiaowan. But now Zhang Yi couldn't leave Xiaowan. Without his power to suppress her, Lin Chang would break out. And Su Zhejia, this livestreamer is really good, every now and then scaring people, she can still convey fear in the livestream room. After returning to Tang Meili's room, she suddenly sat down on the chair, trembling as she took out a cigarette and lit it. Her hands and feet were numb and unresponsive. After finally lighting it, she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Her whole spirit finally felt relieved. Looking up to the side. Su Zhejia? Tang Meili was holding a cup of water. Her hand was also trembling. Her expression didn't look good either. What's wrong with you? Both said at the same time, then both froze. After a second of daze, one picked up the cup to drink, the other continued to smoke. Their gazes both fixed on the little Xiaowan beside them. Xiaowan sat on the sofa, one hand touching Xiao Xiong, the other hand swaying in the air, as if someone was playing with her. After taking a deep breath. Su Zhejia, her mother is dead. Tang Meili, just now she said her mother has always been by her side, I suspect. They both spoke at the same time, and once again they froze. Then they quickly stood up, swallowing their saliva, turning their gazes toward Xiaowan. These two sentences were said simultaneously, but they felt different from the first sentence. Su Zhejia felt her hands getting a little cold, hugging her arms and rubbing them gently. Tang Meili's eyes widened. What did you say? Su Zhejia repeated, her mother is dead, and many died together, the specific reason is still unknown. After saying this, she looked at Tang Meili. What did you say? Xiaowan said her mother has always been by her side? Don't scare me, I just got scared a moment ago, I feel like my brain is having issues. Xiaowan's face was beaming with a smile. She was pulling Xiao Xiong in the air, gently humming a song. One word is enough, I want to be with you for a long, long time. This is Xiaowan's favorite song. Her mother said that when she hums a song, her mother will always be there, just like the stars will not leave the moon, I will not leave you. Looking back at the two, Xiaowan smiled, sweetly and happily. Tang Meili frowned, are you serious? Lin Chang and the others are dead? Su Zhejia repeated what the manager had just told her. Hearing this, Tang Meili's eyebrows furrowed tighter, and her heart felt cold. Su Zhejia took a puff of her cigarette, looking a bit worn out. What did you just say you suspected? Tang Meili shook her head. I suspect that Xiaowan doesn't see Xiao Xiong as a companion, but has generated another consciousness on her own, meaning split personality. The number of personalities is uncertain. Currently, there is one called Xiao Xiong and one called Mama. It's possible she broke down after experiencing her mother's death. You know, many people don't like her and even want to hit her. Mama was her only bond, her only family. The roar she let out in the last moment of hypnosis was probably from one of those two personalities. Just like that? Su Zhejia asked. Tang Meili nodded. What else could it be? Do you really think there are ghosts? Su Zhejia laughed weakly and remained silent, unable to forget the scene in the bathroom just moments ago. I will always accompany Xiaowan, but you need to sleep with us tonight. I am scared, Su Zhejia said. There was no need to check the big bear at home. After all, Huang Yi was dead, so it could not be inside. But she was still afraid. Tang Meili rolled her eyes. All right, let's go to my house. Poor Xiaowan. It was morning now, and Tang Meili had to work until 3 in the afternoon. So Su Zhejia planned to take Xiaowan out for a walk, to clear her mind, to get some fresh air for herself. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was an unknown number. She felt a bit scared just seeing the call. But she still answered, hello? Hello, is this Ms. Su Zhejia? We are from the H-City XXX police station. There's something we need to confirm with you. Are you free right now? Police station. Su Zhejia felt a chill in her heart. As expected, they had found her. I am free now. You know Huang Yi, Chang Fei, and Song Long, right? I know them. Then come over directly, right now. Chapter 28, Have you seen my Xiao Xiong? The call from the police made Su Zhejia's heart feel complicated. Though she knew that the deaths of these 3 people had little to do with her, at least not directly, there was still a sense of ominous foreboding. Especially when she heard that nursery rhyme on her way here today. Sitting in the taxi, Su Zhejia looked at Xiao Wan beside her and pursed her lips. She asked, Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan hugged her beloved teddy bear, looking up at her aunt. Xiao Wan, do you really believe that your mama has always been with us? The question came out strangely, and she herself was not clear how it was spoken. Nervously looking at Xiao Wan, her gaze furtively glanced beside Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan nodded, yes, mama has always been here. Su Zhejia took Xiao Wan's hand, looking at the porcelain-like little girl. Who else knew the scars on Xiao Wan's body? Holding her hand made Su Zhejia's heart feel like it was burned by a cigarette butt. The little girl was indeed frightening, but she was the only one now, the only one left. Lin Chang was dead, the manager wouldn't lie to her. Deep down, she had already sensed something was wrong with Lin Chang, otherwise, she wouldn't have left Xiao Wan behind. Lin Chang was a love-struck woman, foolish, but such women often encounter bad people. Throughout her life, if it weren't for her, Lin Chang would have probably been fooled even worse. Hearing the news of her death, Su Zhejia's heart actually didn't feel significantly stirred. In fact, she felt a moment of relief that Lin Chang was dead and didn't have to suffer anymore. But what about Xiao Wan? Do you know that mama is dead? She stared earnestly at Xiao Wan. When she asked this, the driver in the rearview mirror frowned. It feels very strange. The little girl said her mom has always been by her side, but this woman said her mom is dead? Little Wan pouted as if she was deep in thought, her gaze like a layer of white moonlight spread over the dark sea surface. Su Zhejia noticed this and didn't ask anymore. She moved a little closer and reached out to touch her head. It's okay, Auntie is always with little Wan, this is the mission your mom gave me. Little Wan smiled and said, Mom said, with the little bear and Auntie around, little Wan is very safe and very happy. Su Zhejia, upon hearing this, also smiled and asked, then little Wan, is Mom in our car? Yes, she is sitting right here. Hearing this, the driver's hand gripped the steering wheel tightly and trembled, his eyes instinctively glancing towards the passenger seat where little Wan was pointing. But there was nothing there. Swallowing hard, he thought to himself, 2 crazy people, both are insane, can you not scare me? Though Su Zhejia was also somewhat afraid, she felt a bit better. Perhaps it was little Wan's mental illness, and even if it wasn't, even if Lin Chang was really following them, she shouldn't harm herself. The driver glanced at the navigation, there was still half an hour's journey. He quickly turned on the radio. Crackling. The radio had that familiar sound, a burst of electric static. Then it suddenly started to sing, maybe the moon won't blink, and the stars won't talk, leaving you feeling lonely. Hearing this voice, in the back seat, little One quickly chimed in, maybe the sun stayed up too late, the clouds are too lazy, forgetting to weave you a fairy tale. They sang back and forth, giving the driver a start. He hurriedly switched the radio station. The dark sky hangs low. Switched again. 1, 2. All were children's songs. Usually, listening to these felt nice, but now, hearing these nursery rhymes, even a big man like him got goosebumps all over. He quickly turned off the radio again and awkwardly laughed, the radio must be broken. But Su Zhejia's face turned pale, reminding her of Huang Yi and the others. On the way, they stopped talking. Originally a half-hour journey, the driver reached in just 15 minutes. Like a pestilence, he hurriedly dropped off Su Zhejia and the others at their destination. Watching the 2 of them walk into the police station, he finally sighed in relief, crazy people, scaring me in this hot summer. Cold sweat streaming. He sighed and naturally reached out to turn on the radio again. As a result, that familiar children's song started again, but this time it had an eerie voice mixed in. Damn! The driver hurriedly turned off the radio, leaned against the window, and looked terrified at the passenger seat. If there are strange things, don't blame me, don't blame me. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to drive, but when he glanced sideways, his eyes went wide. A plaid-clad woman, and a toy bear full of eyes. Damn, he suddenly shouted loudly, hitting the gas pedal, and with a bang, crashed into the police car in front. The traffic police, just getting dressed, immediately turned red-eyed. In the rearview mirror, the red toy bear grinned broadly. Hey, fear value freely given, isn't this urban legend just spreading slowly? No one has a mouth as big as the driver, they call themselves the little trumpet of the mountain city, getting on the car says 1, 1 passes 10, 10 passes 100. In the rearview mirror. Hello, I am Su Zhejia, just now a police officer called me to come over. Su Zhejia held little Wan's hand and walked into the police station to inquire the duty officer nearby. You are Su Zhejia, right? Go in front and find Officer Lee. The policeman on duty pointed her the way. She raised her leg and walked inside. It was her first time in a police station in her life. Upon entering, she bumped right into Officer Lee. Officer Lee had a buzz cut, serious eyebrows, and was in police uniform. "You must be Su Jejia, this way please." After going inside, Su Jejia looked a bit nervous. Did something happen to Huang Yi and the others? Officer Lee, sitting in front, frowned. "We checked the surveillance. You should have seen it when you went out today. Why not come over unconsciously? You must know that Huang Yi just walked out of your room." Hearing this, Su Jejia became even more nervous, her little hands clenched together. Unexpectedly, Shawan suddenly reached out and grabbed her. "Auntie, don't be afraid, Shawan and the little bear are here with you." Su Jejia finally felt a little better in her heart and explained, "I had something to do this morning. I had to take my niece for a health check. Besides, how would I know Huang Yi came out of my house? I don't know." Officer Lee didn't say much more, just told her to sit on a stool and then took out a pen to ask a few questions. He recorded, "He came out of your house. You really didn't know last night?" Su Jejia suddenly stood up. "I swear I didn't know. If I had known he was in my house, I would have called the police long ago." Officer Lee nodded. "Let me show you something." Saying this, Officer Lee played the surveillance footage from her door. The time was around 2 o'clock last night, and her door suddenly opened. Then, she saw Huang Yi hopping out all by himself. Halfway, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at the camera. He placed a finger on his mouth and then laughed heartily. "Did you see my little bear? Did you see my little bear?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Yi continued singing that strange nursery rhyme, step by step going down. Su Jejia's face turned pale, as white as the wallpaper beside the police station. "He really came out of my house. He was really hiding inside that big bear?" Just thinking about it made her shiver. Luckily, he went out. Otherwise, wouldn't I? Officer Lee watched her reaction and spoke while writing. "We already had someone check your house, and last night he must have been hiding in your big bear. After he came down from upstairs, he met Cheng Fei and Son Long, the other two people." "What is the little bear he mentioned?" "In the room, besides a gigantic toy bear, there seemed to be no little bear at all." The police found it strange why he suddenly asked that question facing the camera. "Little bear?" Su Jejia was stunned for a moment, looking at the red little bear in Shawan's arms. Could it be referring to this? Shawan also noticed Officer Lee's expression and immediately protected the little bear, not letting him see it. Officer Lee didn't say much, just let them continue watching. After Huang Yi came down from upstairs, he met Cheng Fei and Son Long, and the three of them went to the basketball court. Holding hands, they actually danced and sang. In the end, while dancing, Cheng Fei and Son Long picked up a rock and smashed Huang Yi's head. While smashing, they sang, "1, 2, little friends." After smashing Huang Yi's head, Cheng Fei suddenly sat on the ground, one hand clutched at his throat, dying in agony. And the only one left, Son Long, seemed to go crazy, sitting on the ground. Su Jejia was also a girl who would not admit defeat, but ultimately she was still an ordinary girl. Compared to a powerful CEO fighting in the workplace, she felt much weaker. "Do you know me?" Huang Lei said expressionlessly. "My son pursued you before, but you didn't agree. Today he is dead." Su Jejia took a step back, pretending to be calm. "Just because he pursued me, I must agree? His cause of death has nothing to do with me." Huang Lei said fiercely. "Yes. He pursued you, so you must agree to me. But now it doesn't matter, he is dead. Whether it is related to you or not, he died after leaving your home. I will come to find you, remember this." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the morgue to see Huang Yi. Even though Huang Yi lying on the bed no longer had his head, Su Jejia clenched her fists and bit her lip. "It has nothing to do with me. Why blame me? He was killed by someone else. Why don't you blame Son Long?" During the urine test, Su Jejia appeared heavy-hearted. Her face showed signs of exhaustion. All these troubles seemed to find her. Clearly, she was just a small streamer. Clearly she didn't even know what was going on with her best friend, and now a bunch of problems were coming her way. A small girl, very tired, very tired. As she walked out the door, a little girl named Shawan ran over, grabbing her aunt's hand. "Aunt, please smile." Su Jejia forced out a smile, and Officer Lee told her she could leave after settling everything. When she walked out, Su Jejia passed by a room and saw Son Long inside. Coincidentally, Son Long seemed to sense it too, looking over at her with that same smile. He seemed completely unaware of what was going on now. Upon seeing Su Jejia, he appeared very excited, suddenly standing up, extending his hands forward, as if pulling something. Then he gently shook. 1, 2, 3 little friends, 5, 6. Su Jejia was startled and hurriedly left the police station, thinking that Officer Lee would contact her if any further matters arose. As she was leaving, Officer Lee specially reminded her that it was best to hide out these days and to remember to call if anything happened. After being caught up at the police station for an entire afternoon, it was already past 3 when she came out. Just as Tang Meili was also getting off work, they agreed on a time and she went to find her in the city. Inside the morgue, Huang Lei looked at his son's body, his face turning ashen. Messing around with women got you killed. You really are a waste. After cursing, a bodyguard in black walked over and handed him the phone. Boss, something's off. Young master didn't just die so simply. Rumors on social media are going crazy saying he encountered a ghost at Su Zhejia's house. Huang Lei opened his phone, and his son's slightly twisted face was seen licking his lips, greedily sucking on a piece of clothing. Then the picture changed, and he vaguely saw a teddy bear come to life. The teddy bear suddenly leaned into the camera, placing a finger to its lips. Found you. Huang Lei put down the phone, his brow furrowing tightly. Strange? He was a big boss, and he had club people under him, so naturally he knew things that ordinary people did not. His subordinate nodded. I watched the video of young master's death. He kept repeating strange nursery rhymes and even asked where his teddy bear went. It's possible he got cursed, and Chang Fei and the others also got caught up. Damn it, is this beast's luck so bad? Even when going out, he couldn't avoid this thing. But fortunately, this kid loved to stream these things for others, otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Huang Lei clenched his fists. I am very angry now. A woman he brought immediately understood and shyly walked over, then squatted down. After a moment, Huang Lei said viciously, find that strange one. Kill me. And that woman too. Bring her to me tonight. The woman my son can't have. I'll get her for him. This is the night watcher who came down from the upper district, strength level C, codename Iron Horse, Captain Lu. Captain Lu carried a corpse and swaggered into the South District Night Watch Bureau. Su Qing introduced him, and they saw Captain Lu carry in Xiao Li's corpse. Then, he boldly placed the corpse on the ground. In front of Su Tao and the others, he said, do me a favor, burn it, then save the ashes for me. I'll send them to his family. After saying that, he sat down on a nearby bench and patted his pocket. Empty. He then scanned the surroundings. Can I borrow a cigarette? Zhang Tao quickly reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to light a cigarette for him. Captain Lu took a drag, and everyone watched the glowing ember slowly get larger and then flicker out. He didn't speak, so no one else did. Until a cigarette was completely extinguished, he finally let out a long sigh. Ha! In this age, we people don't even deserve a funeral. When we die, we must be cremated, or we might turn into harmful things. It's not dignified, not dignified. Captain Lu looked a bit weary, but a light seemed to flicker deep in his eyes. He tossed the cigarette butt to the ground and gently stomped on it. He got up and extended his right hand. Let me formally introduce myself, Watchman of the Upper District's Special Dragon Team, Lu Liangbing. You can just call me Captain Lu. Zhang Tao hurriedly stepped forward. I am Zhang Tao, Captain of the South District Bureau of H City. Nice to meet you, Captain Lu. This is my team member Su Qing, and over here is Tong Yan from the Bureau. After briefly introducing everyone, Captain Lu directly got to the point. I am here at your bureau because we need to work together on something, and we have also been ordered to help you with the magic bear issue. Our team will take care of the injured. Now, let me tell you about the main task this time, the painted unease. Hearing this, everyone stood up, their expressions serious. Lu Liangbing stood up and walked to the blackboard, gently outlining with the chalk in his hand. The painted unease was detected the day before yesterday with a fear level of 4, a special grade anomaly, possessing a strange domain. Known abilities include merging. It can forcibly extract anomalies from the bodies of ghost masters and blend into the environment. A fear level of 4 isn't considered anything particularly strong. But the special grade must be taken seriously. Anomalies classified as special generally possess their own strange domains, providing them great power in various abilities. Su Qing, taking notes, suddenly paused and asked, Captain Lu, may I ask why you specifically referred to the detection level from the day before yesterday? Has this anomaly gotten stronger quickly? Lu Liangbing glanced at her and nodded. 4 weeks ago, it was only a level 1 anomaly. What? Everyone's faces changed. A level 1 anomaly just 4 weeks ago is now level 4? What kind of growth speed is this? If left unchecked, wouldn't it quickly reach level 5, or even 6? After briefly discussing the painted unease, Lu Liangbing started asking about the magic bear. The magic bear is also a special grade, very strong, with a special strange domain, among other things. But so far, there seems to be no evidence that the magic bear has killed anyone, and its whereabouts are unknown. Then, Lu Liangbing looked at the monitoring video of the magic bear. It was a massive bear engulfed in flames, with squirming eyes rolling in its fur. The sound resembled a frog licking its eyeballs. Lu Liangbing frowned, surprise flickering in his eyes. Has the position of the magic bear been locked down? Zhang Tao shook his head and said, there have been many urban legends about the magic bear in H City these past few days. Our people are investigating one by one. The magic bear seems to have a special ability, able to traverse and instantly disappear, making it very difficult to pin down. LV Liangbing twisted his neck and said, "Let's start searching. Don't let a single opportunity slip by. This kind of special grade weirdness is a threat to all humanity." I didn't expect 2 to surface in City H. For now, follow us to hunt the painting weirdness. The threat of the painting weirdness is greater. It is probably 1 weirdness away from level 5. Compile a list of all the ghost tamers and night watchers in City H who have recently successfully controlled ghosts. Leave no one out. Zhang Tao glanced at Su Qing, who instantly understood, saluted, and turned to leave. LV Liangbing rubbed his temple and said helplessly, "This kid is only 17, just became a ghost tamer. I thought he had a bright future, and now he's lying here. As the captain, it's my failure. As his friend, I feel pain. Although we've known each other for less than an hour, I hope not to see such things happen. Everyone, while carrying heavy burdens, pay attention to your safety." Yes. With the appearance of the painting weirdness, the official night watchers have released news. Whether it's from the clubs or loners, everyone is taking it seriously. If this weirdness sets its sights on the weirdness within oneself, it will be a terrifying thing. In the South District, West District, and Central District, there are dedicated personnel responsible for searching and investigating. But the painting weirdness seems to have disappeared like a ghost. Its aura is hard to find, as it can merge into anything, making it an expert at escaping. Central District Hospital. The taxi driver was deep in thought, holding his mental health report. Could it really be too much pressure? Did I see things wrong today? What he saw today, that little bear full of eyes, and the square woman, scared him to death. Taking advantage of the afternoon time, he came to check on his mental issues. "Old Wang, I've told you to ease up on drinking, you didn't believe me. Now you're seeing hallucinations, right? But I think old Wang might not be hallucinating. Haven't you heard the recent urban legends? A few homeless people died in the South District, and there were eyeballs all over the ground. Sounds terrifying. Also, I heard an urban legend about a girl holding a teddy bear who was covered in eyes." Voices from other drivers came through the phone, causing old Wang to tremble more. "You guys say, does what I encountered today count as an urban legend?" There was silence on the phone for a moment, then they said, "It doesn't count because you're not dead yet. If you die, then it should count." Old Wang. But the nursery rhyme you mentioned seems to have a problem. It looks like nursery rhymes have been appearing in recent urban legends. Old Wang sighed, thinking either I have a problem, or this world has a problem. Just then, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and looked to the side. "That seagull looks quite nice." "Seagull? Is your brain really not working? Can you even see a seagull here?" He was stunned. Holy crap! Seagull? Then he saw the seagull flying towards his taxi, and the key was that this seagull seemed to have 2 creepy eyes on it. His eyes rolled back, legs kicked, and he fainted directly. Hey, old Wang, are you okay? Damn, you're not really going to become the background character in an urban legend, are you? Chapter 31, Judgment Task, Walking in the Shadows at Night. The phone fell silent. Whether old Wang became a background character in an urban legend, they didn't know. But now, a gray-white seagull was perched on the back seat of the taxi, tilting its head as if sniffing something. Then it suddenly melted into the ground, wings spread, and flew into the shadow, rushing into the hospital. It headed straight for a room on the 3rd floor. This room was where Xiao Wan and her group were receiving treatment today. A strange creature stood on the table, its form continuously shifting, like a blob of living slime. The dark flesh twisted and struggled, and from time to time, it seemed that something was about to burst out of the black blood and flesh. Then, it locked its gaze onto a spot and vanished into the wall. What were you doing at the police station today? Tang Meili, just out of the mall with 2 others, asked curiously upon hearing Su Jejia had gone to the police station. Is it about Lin Qing? As she spoke, she cautiously glanced at Xiao Wan, fearing she might overhear. Su Jejia shook her head. No, it's something else. Anyway, it's been really annoying these past few days. Thinking of Huang Lei's threat and Officer Li's warning from earlier, she started to feel scared. No way, this person shouldn't be that bold. Besides, I'm not going back. He definitely won't find me. Tang Meili sighed. Xiao Wan has troubled you. I'll help take care of her next time when I'm on vacation. After all, Lin Cheng is my friend, and Xiao Wan is so cute, I can't bear to see her suffer. Su Jejia nodded. She needs to go to school. I'll send her back next month when the new term starts. We'll see then. The 3 were in a taxi on their way back. They heard the driver muttering to his phone. Old Wang might really have become a city legend. Who's going to check it out? Don't worry, I've already reported it to the police. Whether we taxis can get famous depends on old Wang. Seeing Su Jejia and the others getting in, the driver in front asked, Beautiful ladies, where to? Tang Meili replied, Yuzhou Road, XXX Tianhui. Okay, hold on tight. The driver stepped on the gas and sped off, while voices from other drivers occasionally came from the phone in the car. In this city, it was common for drivers to chat with each other while driving. Have you ladies heard any urban legends these days? The driver asked. Sujeja rested her chin on her hand, staring out the window, lost in thought. Tang Mei asked, what urban legend? The driver mysteriously replied, a ghost that likes to dig out eyes. They say it has taken many people's eyes. Tang Mei lifted her pretty face slightly and laughed, digging out eyes? Do ghosts have these weird hobbies now? You don't believe, beautiful? Tang Mei shook her head, I don't believe in such things. If I believed it, these two beside me could scare you to death with their stories. The driver chuckled, you shouldn't dismiss it. Didn't you hear? A friend of ours who drives a taxi just ran into that thing today. They say it looked like a bear covered in eyes, plus a woman with a grid-like face. We don't know the current situation yet, but when he went to check his head, he suddenly said seagull and vanished. Based on my years of reading novels, this guy is most likely the side character in an urban legend, just cannon fodder. Seeing the driver's confident demeanor and his joking about his friend, Tang Mei became even more skeptical. She smiled and said nothing. Little Bear wore a smile, staring silently at the driver. It seemed the story of the urban legend had spread, and all that was left was to create a big commotion and enjoy the fear it brought. Zhang Yi was now a strange being, and he realized his humanity was slowly fading away. The things he cared about were reduced only to himself and Xiaowan, maybe a little more for Su Jieja. In this world, only by becoming a hunter could he avoid being hunted. And Zhang Yi aimed to become the strongest hunter. Ding, mission activated. Basic title judgment mission triggered. Mission details, flames from hell, cries boiling in the abyss, will the night owl accompany you, the crow shall become your stars, the hunter shall become the fish and meat of the slaughterhouse. Mission issued, judgment. Quantity, 0 to 5. When night falls, the little bear who set fires and the girl would eventually meet the murmurs from the abyss. Zhang Yi's empty gaze suddenly flickered with a glimmer of light. The mission has finally arrived. This mission is actually a primary judge mission, different from regular tasks. Could it be related to the name? The system talked for so long, yet I still don't even know what to do. This number of judgments, could it be that I'm supposed to kill? As for this nightfall, it should mean time, right? After the time arrives, go kill 5 people? Killing 5 people is simple for him, but it feels like the task is not just that. In the past 2 days, he collected a large wave of fear value. When this task is over, he should have a chance to break through to level 5. However, for now, he needs to use the fear value to enhance the magical Bear Bloodline. The system indicated that when the magical Bear Bloodline reaches the peak of the 3rd stage, it will change, and he is looking forward to it. In the car, Xiaowan happily hummed a song, while the 2 women sat on either side, neither of them driving. The driver kept honking on the road. Su Jieja propped her chin and stared out the window in silence, while Tang Mei was somewhat annoyed. These drivers love to gossip all day long and talk too much. Finally, after much waiting, they arrived at their destination and quickly got out of the car. Beautiful ladies, you haven't paid yet. The driver suddenly stuck his head out, smiling awkwardly. Tang Mei walked back, took out her phone to scan the QR code, and said, driver, be careful on the road, urban legends tend to target those who talk too much. After saying this, she turned around and left. Watching her ample figure and the mole under her eye, the driver couldn't help but lick his lips. This woman has everything good, just talks too little, but it compliments me well. I should add her on WeChat. What a pity. Shaking his head, regretting, he drove off in his yellow Porsche. After getting out of the car, Su Jieja began her livestream. She hadn't done much streaming today, and the task wasn't even completed yet. Turning on the live stream. The screen flooded with scrolling comments. Wow, the streamer is still alive? OMG, the strongest streamer in history, also known as Little Strong. The manager just said you died in the bathroom. How did you suddenly come back to life? As expected of Su Jieja, a person who can sleep with ghosts, just a bathroom ghost, she can deal with it easily. By the way, the manager said you died in the bathroom. How did you survive? Looking at the comments on the screen, Su Jieja almost rolled her eyes to the sky. Don't talk nonsense, I just went to the bathroom. There can't be ghosts in this world, I checked. Yes, I can testify. Tang Mei smiled as she appeared on camera. I would rather believe that Jieja has a problem with her brain than believe there are ghosts in this world. Chapter 32, The White Rope Club, painting eerily, I want the magical bear too. Su Jieja rolled her eyes. Everyone, don't worry, I'm fine, it's just you guys being overly mysterious all day. The number of viewers in the live stream had already surpassed 40,000. This was just the early viewership after she started streaming. If it continued, it might double. Holding her phone, she streamed live while following behind Tang Mei and the others. Xiaowan was well behaved, holding a small bear without crying or making a fuss, honestly letting Tang Mei lead her. The community where Tang Mei lived was quite nice, requiring a card swipe to enter. However, the guard was still an old man holding a thermos cup while listening to music. The old man revealed a grin showing yellow teeth and nodded slightly. They didn't pay much attention and went straight in. At this moment, the comments started coming in again. Judge, I heard Huang Yi died, and Cheng Fei and the others are in trouble, is it true? Yeah, it seems to be spreading now. Many groups are saying they both died because of you. What is going on? This morning, the gruesome incident Judge streamed downstairs was them, I heard. I heard it was because they got haunted. Wow, is it that scary? I'm going to tell you a little rumor. Huang Yi and the others said last night that they were going to attack Judge, and then they died. Whoa! Is this a joke? How did they die? That's too terrifying. I heard that Huang Yi's head was smashed, and Cheng Fei stuffed his hand into his own throat. As for Song Long, he didn't die, but he seems to have gone crazy and keeps singing children's songs. This is just absurd. No wonder Jejo's face turned pale during her live stream this morning. Could it be related to her? It has nothing to do with her. The police have already solved the case and said the three of them got high. Looking at the bullet comments in the livestream, Su Jejia remembered Huang Lei and those bloody scenes. She pursed her lips and said, I don't know. The police have clarified it, it has nothing to do with me. Everyone, please stop talking about this. I can only say that they deserve to die. People like Huang Yi truly deserved it. That's true, but how is this even possible? They went to attack Jejia, and then they all died together. Could it be that there's really a ghost around Jejia? Is it possible that the person streaming is actually a ghost? Regarding the teasing in the livestream, Su Jejia didn't want to pay too much attention. Talking aimlessly, they soon arrived at Tang Meili's house. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room place, but she lived alone. The living room was spotless and clean. When Xiaowan entered, she hugged her teddy bear and sat down to play with building blocks, piecing them together one by one, very focused. Since bringing Xiaowan back, she seemed to really love playing with building blocks and Legos. She would take apart complete things and then reassemble them with other pieces, enjoying herself endlessly. You can stream, I'll go cook, Tang Meili smiled gently, skillfully tying on her apron. Su Jejia smiled apologetically, then I'll owe you one. Next time, I'll cook for you too. The latter smiled and went into the kitchen to cook. Su Jejia sat in the live stream room to broadcast, and today's topic was a bit sensitive and scary, so she decided to play a game instead. On the other side, Huang Lei vented for a while in the morgue, then went to a billiards club. The people in the club recognized him and kindly led him to an underground level. It seemed like another new world. This place was called the White Rope Club. Like the Red High Heels Club, it was a place created by wealthy people and exorcists, providing protection and part of the black industry. There were many rich people like Huang Lei inside. Mr. Huang? What brings you here today? I remember there's nothing happening at the club, right? A man standing next to the bar was elegant yet firm, looking very clean. Not just him, many people in the club had women in their arms, and these women had flirtatious gazes and revealing outfits. Some even began touching each other in public, while this man seemed a bit out of place. He approached the bar and got straight to the point. I need to send 2 more exorcists to kill a weird one. Huh? The elegant man's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. To kill a weird one, need 2 more exorcists? Including this one next to you, that makes 3 exorcists, right? I need someone to continuously protect my safety. As for the other 2, I need them for something else, Huang Lei stated plainly. The elegant man sipped his drink lightly and asked, what weird one, and where is it? Are you sure it hasn't moved? Huang Lei stared at him, saying nothing. The man smiled, sorry, I'm used to it. You're a member of the club, so you can borrow people from us. However, things are a bit complicated now. There are 2 very strong weird ones in H City, and our club. Not wanting to listen, Huang Lei waved his hand, just tell me how much more it will cost. The man revealed a silver-toothed smile, Mr. Huang, you're generous. Right now, the price for one weird one is around 50 million. You need to kill one, requiring 2 ghost tamers, so I will charge you 100 million, that's no problem, right? Also, the strange being that is killed will belong to our club. Huang Lei frowned. If a strange creature is contained, it would cost around 50 million. Even if it's killed, the corpse still carries some strange aura, which could sell for tens of millions. This club wants everything. Okay, but you must listen to me. Huang Lei thought of the death of his son, and the graceful figure of that woman, Su Jejia, so he agreed. In this age, the poor are getting poorer, while the rich are getting richer. 100 million is nothing. For him, it would only take a year or even just half a year. The effeminate man held 2 wine glasses and smiled. Boss Huang is generous. The 2 ghost tamers will arrive soon. Both are at mid-D rank, very strong. Huang Lei took the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. This glass of wine is worth 100 million. The effeminate man continued, however, I must remind you that these 2 ghost tamers can only be borrowed for 3 days, as our club has urgent matters. Got it, Huang Lei nodded, then threw out a card and turned to leave. After he left, a man stepped forward. His son died, it was likely done by a strange being. I guess he wants revenge. The effeminate man chuckled coldly. I'm not interested in him, I'm interested in his money, you understand? In the current situation, we don't lack ghost tamers, the outbreak of strange beings is getting worse. We need to make money quickly, otherwise, the future is uncertain. He sighed deeply. He suddenly asked, by the way, have you found the bounty released by the Night Watchers for a drawing oddity and a demonic bear? No news yet. He licked his lips. The bounty released by the Night Watchers is very rich this time, a vial of serum, which can save lives. Keep looking for me, whether it's a drawing oddity or a demonic bear, our club wants them all. Chapter 33, Aunt, don't sleep, little bear and mom are hungry. The matter of the drawing oddity and the demonic bear had already spread throughout all clubs in H City. The official Night Watchers released a notice, whoever can deal with the drawing oddity and the demonic bear will be rewarded with a vial of serum. This serum is the latest research product from the official laboratory, and its exact effects have not yet been disclosed. However, the officials revealed that the serum can enhance the compatibility between the strange being and the host, reducing the side effects the strange being brings to the host, with even a secret effect that the officials have not yet disclosed, but they clearly stated that the ultimate goal of the research is for this final effect. Just the first two conditions are enough to make ghost tamers fight fiercely, not to mention the final secret effect. Having the serum is like having an extra life. Regarding the special rules of the strange domain of the demonic bear and drawing oddity, they are not publicly disclosed to anyone outside the Night Watchers. In the car, Huang Lei looked at the two ghost tamers before him. They appeared to be around 30 years old, both with crew cuts and wearing black long coats. Even though they were not very close, he could still feel a strange chill emanating from them. Boss Huang, the club has informed us about your situation, but we still need to clarify a few things with you. We are both at mid-D rank, working together, we can easily handle a level 4 ordinary strange being. What strange being are you dealing with this time? Please tell us the details. One of the crew cut spread his hands and explained to Huang Lei, only discussing their abilities without revealing anything. This is the Ghost Tamer's trump card and is generally not disclosed casually. Just like how special oddities have their own strange domains and special rules. Huang Lei handed them an address and a photo. The two were stunned for a moment, as the photo was of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Boss Huang, what do you mean? We are here to help you deal with the strange being. It's not about helping you kill someone. Huang Lei scoffed, as for human matters, you don't need to lift a finger, you two going along is to deal with this weirdness. The two frowned, clearly unhappy with Boss Huang's attitude. Weirdness? About this weirdness, can't you tell us something? Boss Huang's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with resentment. There is a low-level weirdness following her. My son is dead, and I want you two to kill it and bring this woman back to me. I'll deal with it personally. He had only one spirit master under him, and that spirit master was only responsible for his safety, so these matters were investigated by other subordinates. At present, it could be confirmed that this weirdness seemed to be that little bear, and it was not of high level and had never killed anyone before. The two frowned. Boss Huang, we have no news about the weirdness, you are making it difficult for us. Difficult? Boss Huang waved his hand, and four beautiful women immediately stepped up from outside the car. Two sat next to Boss Huang, and the other two were for them. I believe in your strength, I have nothing but money, do you understand what I mean? The two exchanged smiles, one holding onto one of them, the delightful scent wafting down to between their legs. Since it's not of high level, that's fine, but there are 3 people in the photo, what about the other 2? Just kill it. Oh no, let the little one kill it, and bring the other one back, I'll use it. Sure. The two readily agreed, and then seeing the movements in their hands, Boss Huang sensibly stepped out of the car. He left the beauties in space for the two of them, and in no time, the car started to shake violently. There were 3 people in the photo? In fact, there was also a little bear. A man stood next to Boss Huang, his arms exposed, his frame very large. The arrangements have been made, and he will go over with them when the time comes. Boss Huang, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at the rocking car with a cold smile. What of the spirit master? It's all the same with just one word from me. In this day and age, having money means having everything. Whatever weirdness or not, they all must die. Remember to keep an eye on them. Spirit masters are indeed very powerful against weirdness, but they can't survive peanuts. The big man nodded, understood. A full hour later, the vehicle stopped shaking. The disheveled two walked out, with a hint of red at the corners of their mouths. If it weren't for the task today, I would have needed another hour. But still, with the weirdness situation unknown, we should be a bit cautious, said the shorter one, subtly adjusting his pants. That's true. The other man's face had a scar that stretched from his left eyebrow across, but the 2 women in the photo are really something. I've never tried such beauty before. Saying that, he couldn't help but lick his thick lips. The shorter man said, once we deal with this weirdness, how about we leave the club and follow him? This Lao bidding lacks everything but money. As spirit masters, we can't live long anyway, so we might as well enjoy it while we can. The scarred man nodded. Makes sense. I've already left over $1 million for my dead old mom, so I can live until she passes without worry. We might as well have some fun. The shorter man patted his shoulder. If only we could meet this painted weird in Magic Bear. Damn it, it would be worth a potion, letting us live longer. The situation with the painted weird is unclear, but I've heard it specializes in hunting newborn spirit masters. As for the Magic Bear, could you take it on? Heh, Li Su has some skills, but Su Tao? The worst of the useless. If we two meet it, we'll kill the Magic Bear directly. Isn't it just a level 3 special weirdness? What are you afraid of? Makes sense. If we run into it, we'll be rolling in blood. Whoosh. Have you found it? Not sure, but according to the instruments, the painted ghost indeed appeared here. What is she doing here? 3 people were standing at the entrance of the hospital. They were Lu Liang's teammates, members of the special team, the T-Lung squad. Something's wrong. Lu Li's expression changed as he looked at the instrument in his hand. Suddenly, he summoned his ghost master. It was still the black disc, hovering above the ground like an endless black hole, deep as an abyss. There's another strange fluctuation. Has the painted ghost found the 4th target? The others' faces also changed. The man in the cotton-padded jacket gritted his teeth. Xiao Li's death made him feel deeply guilty. For him, the only reason to keep going was to kill the painted ghost. Hurry, check the painted ghost's trail. We can't let her absorb the 4th strange being. You go inform the captain. The rest of you, come with me. Lu Li said, quickly heading towards the hospital to begin the investigation. The strange aura felt like the fluctuation of a special magnetic field. Each strange wave was different. Auntie, Little Bear, and Mommy are hungry. Chapter 34, Game time has arrived. So hot. Su Jejia stood on a patch of grass, a cool breeze carrying the scent of licorice all around. But she felt a heat that made her face flush. Suddenly, the grass, which had been very shallow, began to grow wildly, like a crazed frenzy. These weeds stretched out like vines, wrapping around Su Jejia and enveloping her in reeds. Slowly, breathing became difficult. The light in front of her started to fade, and darkness gradually covered it. She felt like a lizard trapped in quicksand, desperately stretching her hands out. It was as if seaweed had bound her feet and mouth, and she was tearing at the seaweed covering her mouth with her hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, her body sank, falling into another world. It was a manor, peaceful and calm all around. She looked panic-stricken, seemingly still unable to recover from the previous environment. Mei Li, Shaowan, where are you? Su Jejia shouted loudly, wasn't I sleeping? How did I end up here? Is this a dream? Why is it so real? Have you ever felt trapped in quicksand? Have you ever experienced the fear of being covered by the sea of gods? Su Jejia stepped on the grass of the manor, and ripples began to spread beneath her feet. She was very anxious, very anxious. Suddenly, a clear sound of wind chimes reached her ears. She had heard it before. It was the sound of the wind spirit from Lin Cheng's house. She slowly walked forward. Her legs felt heavy. Despite the cool breeze, the heat around her only grew stronger and stronger. As she moved closer, she saw Shaowan and the others squatting by the swing, playing with building blocks. The clear sound of wind chimes, accompanied by their gentle children's song, floated out slowly. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow. The insects fly, as long as you are with me. Suddenly, Shaowan turned around. Auntie, come play with us. Little Bear also turned around. It slowly twisted its head, its hollow eyes piercing the soul, the corners of its mouth raised high, and the stitched marks on its neck were horrifying. Especially the fur, which was filled with rolling eyes. At the same time, she saw Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng's body seemed to be forcibly stitched together with lines, and her flesh was like a grid of blocks. It was more like a building block than a person in Shaowan's hands. Lin Cheng. She hadn't seen Lin Cheng in a long time, a very long time. In her memory, her appearance had become blurry. Even now, seeing her, it felt like she should look this way. The 3 of them looked at her. Su Jejia stepped back in fright, covering her mouth with one hand. Auntie, do you want to play too? It's so much fun. Auntie, Mommy, and Little Bear are hungry. They were hungry. Looking at the 3 of them, constantly repeating words Su Jejia could not understand. She was very scared. But no matter how she lifted her feet, she couldn't move. A person drowning in a dream is hard to escape. Little Wan, she trembled, calling out to Little Wan. Little Wan brought her little aunt. Auntie, don't fall behind. Whoosh. Suddenly, her feet felt empty, and she kept falling down. This feeling of weightlessness was like falling into an abyss, endlessly suspended in the air. Struggling continuously in the air. Suddenly, everything froze. She burst out of the water like a drowning person, gasping for air, and sat up from the bed. Her whole back was drenched in cold sweat. This is a dream, such a real dream, such a scary dream. Auntie, Mommy, and Little Bear are hungry. Next to her, Little Wan's voice came again, and Su Jejia turned to look. Lin Xiaowan was wearing a floral nightgown, holding Little Bear, staring at her by the bed. The fur of the little bear in her hands was deep red, as if stained with blood, looking very creepy under the moonlight. Mommy and Little Bear are hungry? Su Jejia asked in horror. Little Wan nodded. Come on, Auntie, let's go play together, let's go eat, don't fall behind. As soon as the words fell, Little Wan turned around, happily singing a rhyme, hopping along. And Su Jejia's eyes suddenly became hollow, as if possessed. She sat up from the bed and followed her out. Tang Meili on the bed was still in a deep sleep, completely unaware of what was happening. Game time has come. The moon on the 15th of July had begun to round slowly. Moonlight poured down, enveloping the community above. The security guard at the door was leaning back, casually listening to the radio while crossing his legs. Picking up where we left off, Pan Jinlian and Wu Song raised a tiger together. One night, the tiger suddenly went wild and killed Wu Dalong. Wu Song, furious, rushed up Jingyang Hill and killed the tiger, and then, leisurely, it seemed to be the life the old man enjoyed every day. Suddenly, under the light ahead, a seagull flew over and then vanished into the ground quickly. The old man just lazily glanced at it and didn't pay attention, not to mention a seagull. Even if a Diga Ultraman walked in through the door, he wouldn't care. With a salary of 2,800, he laughed every day. However, it wasn't long before another car arrived at the entrance, and 5 men got out. The first 2 were the 2 ghost masters Huang Lei had hired from the White Rope Club, Scar and the short one. The other 3 were tall and strong, with very fierce expressions, swaggering as they walked in from the security room. As for the access control, that thing was meant to stop ordinary people, it had nothing to do with them. After you go up, you can act as you like, the strange things will be handled by us too, said the Scarman coldly. Under the strange circumstances, they would absolutely not take risks alone. First, they needed to let these 3 men draw out the strange things. The leading burly man frowned but didn't say much. After all, Boss Huang had given orders. Naturally, drawing out the strange matters was left to these 2 little brothers next to them. They seemed still unaware of what the strange things were, they were just ordinary thugs. Following Boss Huang, eating well and living lavishly, with no worries about the police. Naturally, there were no concerns. Following the address, the few stood downstairs and looked up. Tang Meili's house was on the 11th floor, and at that moment, all the lights in the community were out. The 5 boldly took the elevator up from downstairs. At the same time, the posters inside the elevator seemed to gently ripple with slight waves. A pair of eyes was watching them from inside the poster. At the same time, inside the room, Zhang Yi had already sensed the scent on them. The night crow's eye had locked onto them the moment they stepped in. Little Wan and Su Jejia were squatting on the floor playing with building blocks. Suddenly, the door of the adjacent room was pushed open. Tang Meili stared wide-eyed. Unbelievable, she covered her mouth. Jejia. Xiaowan. Why are you playing with building blocks in the middle of the night? Su Jejia didn't react, but Xiaowan turned her head and smiled. Beautiful auntie, it's game time. Chapter 35, You smell like you're burning. It's game time. Xiaowan tilted her head and said happily. Tang Meili stood aside in horror. Su Jejia was actually sleepwalking? How come I've never heard that she had this problem? She tentatively spoke, although she didn't understand why sleepwalking Su Jejia was here playing games with Xiaowan. Xiaowan, what game time is it? It's late at night, go to sleep, be good. Xiaowan shook her head. Beautiful auntie, come and play, don't be like a shivering little kitten. Tang Meili felt completely bewildered. She knew Lin Xiaowan had some nerve issues, but she didn't expect it to be this serious. Not sleeping in the middle of the night and playing with blocks, and she couldn't even understand a word of what she said. It was truly chilling. While she was pondering what to do, she suddenly caught sight of the moonlight beside her, the moonlight spilling onto the balcony. It cast long shadows of them. But there was actually an extra shadow. An invisible shadow, made up of blocks, resembling a person, sitting right next to Xiaowan. Xiaowan, the teddy bear, Su Jejia, plus the shadow, the 4 of them sat together playing with blocks. She was scared out of her wits, covering her mouth with one hand, slowly retreating step by step. This shadow? Suddenly, she seemed to recall everything that had happened today, including what Su Jejia said. The synchronized voices. Lin Cheng is dead. Xiaowan said her mom is always by her side. The more she thought, the more terrified she became. Could this black shadow be Xiaowan's mother, Lin Cheng? Could there really be ghosts in this world? Was everything Su Jejia experienced real? It wasn't her mind playing tricks, but there really were ghosts in this world. Also, the driver mentioned today about the checkered person, the red teddy bear. She saw the checkered person, the red teddy bear. If that's true, then this teddy bear. She looked at the motionless teddy bear, Zhang Yi, next to Xiaowan, with immense fear. However, the next second, all her worries turned into reality. The teddy bear sat still and slowly turned its head, smiling at Tang Meili. Tang Meili's mental defense collapsed instantly like a broken dam. She suddenly slumped to the ground, her shoulders trembling lightly. The teddy bear had movement again. It took small steps toward Tang Meili, one step at a time. The toy made a crunch-crunch sound on the ground. The moonlight shone in from behind Zhang Yi, and the originally short figure appeared particularly huge at that moment, as if a giant mouth of an abyss was about to swallow Tang Meili. Zhang Yi looked coldly at this woman in front of him, an ordinary woman. It didn't matter if she lived or died. Her level of fear was hardly worth mentioning. However, after all, she was Xiaowan's aunt, one of the few left willing to help Xiaowan. Zhang Yi raised his chubby right hand and placed it in front of his mouth, shoo. Then, he pulled her hand and brought her to sit by the building blocks. During this time, Tang Meili dared not struggle or resist, obediently sitting beside Su Jejia, huddled close to Lin Cheng. She felt her breathing tremble, and beside her, Su Jejia, although her eyes were wide open, had a vacant look, as if her soul had departed. At this moment, she looked at the building blocks on the ground. Another shock came over her. These are the building blocks I bought for her today? Not at all. This is a shrunken version of people, their faces even retained the fear they had before dying. And she saw many. She covered her mouth in fear, softly sobbing, tightly closing her eyes, not daring to look directly at it all. Xiaowan extended her hand, pulling Little Bear on the left, and Tang Meili on the right. Aunt Meili, it's game time, don't be scared, Little Bear and Mommy won't hurt you, come play with us. Maybe the moon won't blink, the stars won't talk, making you feel lonely. Xiaowan hummed a nursery rhyme, Su Jejia numbly followed her song, while Tang Meili shivered. She never thought she would really meet a ghost one day. And Xiaowan, could Xiaowan also be a ghost? No, Xiaowan is not a ghost, she is just surrounded by a group of ghosts. Aunt Meili, you have to join us, or Mommy and Little Bear will get angry, and the consequences will be serious. Tang Meili was startled, and with a clumsy, trembling voice, she gently hummed along with them. It was deep into the night, around 2 o'clock. A few people sat together, hand in hand, shaking their heads and singing a strange nursery rhyme. The originally cheerful nursery rhyme suddenly changed tone, starting with Little Bear. Little Bear didn't open his mouth, but the nursery rhyme came out from his head, 1, 2, 3 little friends, holding hands and playing snowballs. Ding dong, I have a secret, ding dong, someone is ringing the doorbell. Who is outside, treating pranks as a game? She couldn't bear it, who would listen to such a scary nursery rhyme for no reason? She held back tears, nearly scared to cry. Xiaowan suddenly took over Little Bear's nursery rhyme and continued singing. Creak. A sound of the door opening came, and Tang Meili froze, her eyes wide with shock. At this hour, who would open her door? And besides, I've never given my key to anyone. Xiaowan turned back and smiled, saying, hee, they've come to join Little Bear's party. Outside the door. 5 men were ready to enter but hadn't noticed that the person wearing a blue short-sleeve shirt, who just came out of the elevator, had a seagull on his clothes. The rules of the strange painting: do not wear colored clothes around her, she can take you into the painting, and she can bring the painting into reality. Scarface's skin began to change, layers of it looked strangely thickened, like fish scales, making it disgusting. He stood in the middle, while the short man stood at the back, taking off his gloves, squinting his eyes. Be careful, it's hard to fight in a place like this where you can't unleash your fists and feet. Scarface nodded. It's fine, a primary level anomaly, the two of us should easily handle it together. Open the door. As the command was given, a little brother took out a key and gently turned it, easily unlocking the door to the room. But almost at the moment of opening the door, a crisp, ethereal nursery rhyme sound floated out. The 5 men were stunned, and then the 2 leading thugs, like ignorant fools, just walked right in. After all, in their world, nothing seemed frightening beside peanuts. However, as soon as they entered, they saw a few people sitting on the floor near the balcony, hand in hand, singing a nursery rhyme. There were also blocks placed in the center. This scene startled even the 2 tough guys. What the hell is this? It's the middle of the night, why are you playing games? He, Big Brother is here to play with you. Saying this, the 2 of them had already walked up. Put. Just after taking a couple of steps, a crisp sound suddenly came from under their feet. One of them looked down and saw an eyeball. Then, he quickly raised his head and saw the little girl in front, tilting her head, laughing. You smell like you've been burned, ha. Chapter 36, Little Bear is angry, let them taste this. Who wouldn't be scared to see the scene? It was nearly 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. A group of people huddled together, hand in hand, singing an eerie nursery rhyme. Most crucially, that little girl, like a ceramic doll, looked at them with a smile, saying words they couldn't understand. They were strangers who had broken in at midnight. Didn't these people feel afraid? Yet, they continued to hum the nursery rhyme. Puff. He picked up the eyes on the ground and said casually, "What a broken toy, it even smells bad." After saying that, he casually tossed it aside and strode towards Xiaowan and the others. "Stop singing nonsense here, come with brother, brother will take you to play a fun game." Xiaowan turned her head to stare at them, her face full of smiles, seemingly without a trace of fear in her heart. Instead, Tang Meili was terrified. With ghosts and home robberies, today was truly unlucky to the extreme. "I really wanted to escape, but I couldn't get away." Xiaowan didn't let go at all, and Su Jejia didn't let go either. This little bear and Lin Qing weren't speaking, so how could she dare to act rashly? I could only watch helplessly as these two came over, cursing and preparing to attack. The scar-faced man pulled the short man, saying, "Be careful, something feels off." The short man squinted and nodded. "I see it, there's an extra shadow over there, and who would be hand in hand singing in the middle of the night? That shadow must be the strange one. Don't rush, let's wait until they completely lure the strange one out, then we strike and give it a fatal blow." The two reached a consensus, while the muscular man remained by their side. He was Boss Huang's man, naturally knowing about the strange matters. The two in front were just random cannon fodder he picked. As long as these two ghost masters didn't act to eliminate the strange one, he wouldn't step forward no matter what. The two approached Xiaowan and then reached out to grab Su Jejia. This woman was designated by the boss. She was indeed quite attractive, although they couldn't move around carelessly, casually touching her here and there, or accidentally kissing her somewhere. Boss Huang probably wouldn't mind. But the next second, the outstretched right hand suddenly stopped, freezing in midair. The person beside him asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you find out she's your relative? What is this?" The man's hand froze in midair, then he saw a crack appear on the back of his hand, and it continued to grow longer, as if something was wriggling inside. One crack, then two, then three. The two frowned as they leaned in closer. Finally, the first crack abruptly opened, and an eye suddenly popped out, followed by another, then a third. Until the entire arm was covered with dense eyes. This person was startled, shivering violently, frantically shaking his right hand. "Ah! So many eyes." The person next to him had pupils that shrank in horror and stepped back a few paces, clearly also terrified. Then, they saw the little girl turn her head and smile. "You smell like something is burnt, ha ha ha." Immediately, a wave of fire surged forth. "Ah!" The two struggled desperately. Xiaowan turned her head, singing as usual, amidst the shocked gazes of Tang Meili and the others. Tang Meili could see it clearly, that arm was full of eyes. It was a nightmare for anyone with a fear of clustering. However, she didn't see the flames, only the two of them struggling with all their might. The stars in the sky are crying, the roses on the ground are wilting. The nursery rhyme continued to echo. The two continued to struggle, shaking uncontrollably. "Ah, so hot, I'm going to be burned to death. Eyes, why are there so many eyes?" He struggled while undressing, frantically digging out the eyes on his own arm. One bloody eye after another was dug out by their own hands. Fear spread wildly. As the deep, low chanting releases, the range of fear expands, and the degree of fear deepens. "What are you two standing there for? Why don't you take action?" The muscular man was watching anxiously from behind. The scar-faced man frowned. No, these eyes are real, but this fire is an illusion. Is this the strange one's means? It should create illusions and eye damage within a certain range. The short man analyzed, and something isn't right. "I feel like I'm forgetting something." "Then stand here and take action." The scar-faced man squinted, seemingly having figured out Zhang Yi's tactics. The skin began to change. Suddenly, a big mouth appeared on his face and bit fiercely towards the shadow. His ghost control was a ghost skin, which not only had powerful attack strength and decent defense, but most importantly, this person's ghost skin could wrap the bazaar and neutralize its power. As long as it was wrapped in the ghost skin, the bazaar could not unleash its power. The ghost skin lunged towards the shadow. In an instant, the ghost shadow was wrapped up by his ghost skin, and the scarred man smiled. "It's done, we didn't even need to kill it to successfully contain it. Take out the box." The short man nodded and took out a pure gold box from his pocket, feeling that something was not quite right. Suddenly, "No, your face has been hit." The short man quickly dodged, extending his right hand, which was made entirely of bones, with not a trace of flesh. He suddenly grabbed a certain spot on the face skin, then pulled, yanking an eyeball out. The scarred man was shocked. "What's going on? I already contained it, how could it still launch an attack?" The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow. The nursery rhyme continued, but this time, they seemed to feel a heat rising, the temperature seemed to increase. The short man holding the pure gold box changed color dramatically, shock filled his eyes. It's over." Seeing his reaction, the scarred man was also surprised. "What's wrong?" The short man pointed at the bear sitting over there. Nursery rhyme, eyeball, flames. "Isn't that the magic bear the official night watchmen are looking for? Damn. As soon as he spoke, the scarred man shouted loudly, then quickly turned direction, his gaze fixed seriously on the bear sitting ahead. As the two pulled apart, they saw the bear sitting ahead slowly turning its head around. Its mouth was always curved into a smile, making people feel uneasy. Ding, the night owl walking in the deep gloom, task triggered. Task range expanded, 03. He understood that this task wasn't to kill ordinary people but to kill the bazaar. There were 3 bazaar present at the scene. He smiled coldly. From the moment they walked in, Zhang Yi had noticed it, and he could also see the trace of the painting bazaar. Although he did not understand why the painting bazaar, being of the same special level, would come seeking them. The little girl happily shouted, "The bear is angry, let them try this." Zhang Yi turned around, took a step forward, his body began to grow larger, surrounded by bazaar flames. Beneath the fiery fur, eyeballs were wriggling. It's really the magic bear. Damn! That stupid boss Huang, why didn't he make it clear that the bazaar was this magic bear? Chapter 37, Welcome to the Land of the Judgers. The moonlight shone brightly, and the eerie aura spread through the air like ripples in water. Layers of ripples drifted toward the distance. We've locked onto the aura of the painting bazaar. Luli's face lit up with joy, sweat covering his forehead. To find this painting bazaar and prevent it from continuing to absorb other bazaar, the special dragon team had hardly slept, each of them now with dark circles under their eyes and exhausted. But upon hearing Luli's words, a glimmer of light flashed in their tired eyes. We finally locked onto it, let's head straight over, the captain and the others are on their way. This time, we have to make sure it dies. In this attack against the painting bazaar, almost all the night watchmen from H City came, just to kill this special level bazaar. A special level bazaar with such high growth potential is very terrifying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent LV Liangbing, his strength is sea level. There were 3 people from the team at the scene. After locking onto the painting bazaar, they rushed over immediately, the address being reported constantly. LV Liangbing and 7 or 8 other night watchmen were also rushing over quickly. After glancing at the message, LV Liangbing's expression was calm. We've locked onto it, the painting bazaar may be making a move, we must contain her before she absorbs the 4th bazaar, hurry up. Inside the room, the 2 men's eyes trembled, their gaze revealing fear. The scarred man gritted his teeth, his fists cracking as they tightened. What an idiot Huang is, why didn't he make it clear that the strange thing he was dealing with was this devil bear? The devil bear was a special grade anomaly, although its level wasn't high, it was still enough to choke them up. Terrifying eyes surged beneath its fur, glowing with a bloody red light as the moonlight seeped through. The short man couldn't help but step back, the oppressive aura from the special grade anomaly devil bear made them forget their earlier bluster. There was still some blood on the skeleton hand, along with an eye. After tearing out the eye from the ghostly skin, those eyes began to parasitize on his anomaly like a contagious disease. As the skeletal hand, which was already devoid of flesh, began to sprout eyes one by one. It was as if new growths suddenly emerged where there had been bones, twitching and blinking. The sight was utterly horrifying. Devil bear, what's there to be afraid of, let's just kill it in one breath. The short man said, retreating backward. If not for witnessing his movements and shaking feet, the scarred man would have almost believed him. On his ghostly skin, traces of the expanding eyeballs were still visible. Looking closely, the other side of the ghostly skin was covered with eyeballs, densely packed like hives, still squirming and blinking. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the other side of the ghostly skin and suddenly tore it off, ripping away that part forcefully. The pain made him grimace, but soon the other parts of the ghostly skin quickly filled the void. Thud. The short man, who had been constantly retreating, suddenly bumped into something. Turning back, he realized it was the muscle man sent by Boss Huang. He had a handgun tucked in his waistband, yet he was still just an ordinary person. Don't block the way, the short man yelled. But the muscle man didn't move, his face was pale, mouth slightly agape, his throat rolling as if something wanted to burst out from within. The little bear had completely stood up, its body slowly growing larger alongside the flickering flames. Amid the roaring flames were mixed eyes, like a demon crawling out from hell. With each step, fiery footprints appeared on the ground. We can't wait any longer, just attack. The ghostly skin gritted his teeth, feeling the immense pressure as he spoke quietly. The skin suddenly stretched, sharp iron spikes appearing on the ghostly skin. At the moment the ghostly skin moved, the skeleton hand wasn't idle, it gritted its teeth, directly breaking one of its fingers, then swallowed it down. In the next moment, the skeletal hand began to emit a black-purple aura, spreading out like a centipede. His skeletal hand stretched forward and tore through the black mist that appeared in front of Zhang Yi. The skeletal hand lunged for Zhang Yi's neck. Nobody knew the devil bear's weakness, only that there were stitching marks on its neck. But before it could grab Zhang Yi's neck, Zhang Yi's body suddenly began to expand. The bloodline of the devil bear made his body grow enormously. What was once a toy bear had now reached a height of 3 to 4 meters. Flames spiraled around him like a dragon, one hand reaching out to grab the skeletal hand directly. At the same time, the ghostly skin also arrived, attempting to envelop it like a scroll. Layer upon layer covered it. Until the little bear's entire body was wrapped up, the flames began to dissipate. This is it. The scarred man's eyes lit up, forgetting about the eyeballs appearing on his skin, and hurriedly looked at the short man. Use your aura to wrap it together, let's try to destroy it in one go. Okay. The aura from the skeletal hand was still spreading. Just when they thought they had succeeded, Zhang Yi's flames spread out along the ghostly skin. At the same time, the flames that had appeared in the air began to condense into individual eyes. The room was filled with eyes. Countless eyes filled the air, everywhere, and even taking a breath made one fear inhaling these eyes into their body. Tang Meili was completely terrified, holding her breath and focusing, not daring to breathe. This is bad, this is his domain, the domain is expanding, be careful, the short man said through gritted teeth, continuing to break a skeletal finger. The dark purple aura seemed to be competing for space with these eyes. Pop. Suddenly, the little bear's eyes flickered with flames, and a colorful eye exploded. A voice came through. They're for you, that woman is for me. Ha! The sudden voice startled both of them, because it came from behind them. Scarface and the short man turned abruptly to look back. Behind them stood a muscular man. The voice came from the muscular man, but it did not originate from him, it seemed to come from deep within his throat. It felt as if a loudspeaker was implanted there, the voice hoarse. The sound came from the throat, but it did not seem to be emitted by his throat, it felt like it emerged from his stomach. Scarface frowned. What did you say? No, something is inside his throat. The short man stepped forward. Zhang Yi looked at him, a deep, eerie hum emerged, like a strange instrument echoing in a valley. Others could not understand it, but the illusion understood it. It was simply one phrase, get lost, she's mine, you are mine too, everything is mine. Then, a layer of red waves began to spread. Welcome to my domain, this is the realm of the judge. The blood-red sky was filled with stars, but these stars were all red eyes. Thud. Suddenly, a river appeared beneath Zhang Yi's feet, pulling him completely down. Even as he released the domain, the entire room was already wrapped by the illusion. Chapter 38, We are kindred, both hunters, join me, and hunt the whole world. The painting that appeared below pulled Zhang Yi down. His domain had not yet fully unfolded, the kingdom had not formed yet. Seeing the demon bear plummet underground, the two finally realized something was off. This creature behind them seemed terrifying too. Upon closer inspection, a seagull crawled out from the muscular man's mouth. The seagull was colorless, pitch black overall, colorful black. It was colorful gray. Its appearance seemed to cause the colors in the surrounding space to ripple like water. Damn! Illusion! Scarface shivered all over, his face full of terror. At the same time, he had deep hatred towards Boss Huang. They had agreed it was only a low-level anomaly, but not only had they encountered the demon bear, they were also faced with an illusion. What kind of luck is this? The Night Watcher had painstakingly searched for 2 special-level anomalies, and now they had stumbled upon them all at once. Fortunately, the illusion had no interest in them. They had been mastering their anomalies for 5 months and did not meet the hunting standards of the illusion. So in their eyes, the illusion seemed much gentler than the demon bear. Watching the shape of the illusion constantly change in the air, the two bit their lips but did not dare to move. What to do? Should we attack? The short man's skeletal hand had already broken many fingers, but he was still eager to try. Either the demon bear or the illusion was worth a potion, and a potion was equivalent to 1 life. He wanted to try regardless. Gue Pai gritted his teeth. He was also a little tempted, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone straight for the demon bear. But the current situation was that both the demon bear and the illusion, 2 special-level anomaly. Little one looked up at it and then smiled. Have you seen my little bear? You will never see your little bear again. The painting demon spoke, extending its magical claws, ready to pull Lin Qing out of her body. Fortunately, in the next second, a huge eyeball suddenly appeared in the void, attached to an iron chain. This was the iron chain of the judge, an entity existing within the judge's magical bear domain. Boom! A massive magical hand suddenly reached up from the balcony, followed by another one. Then, the magical bear climbed up from downstairs, its body swirling with blood-red pupils. That terrifying children's rhyme echoed back and forth. At the same time, the little bear growled softly, "This girl is mine." Bang! A jet of flame shot out, catching the painting demon off guard, making it dodge hastily. Wasn't the magical bear pulled into its own magical domain? How did it climb out from inside the domain? Before it could think too much, a dense swarm of eyeballs continued to descend, squeezing the air out of the room. In the corner, the scarred man shivered. The two of them hovered between the 2 magical domains, not daring to breathe. This is definitely a magical domain. This magical bear has a magical domain, and now there's no fighting back. It's time to find a chance to escape. Covered by the magical domain, this was no longer a room but a vast world. Everyone fell within the painting demon's magical domain, with eyes in the sky and flowing words and paintings on the ground. The painting demon's form was incredibly unstable, constantly changing. And Zhang Yi was a magical bear engulfed in flames, covered in eyeballs. We are kindred spirits, we should not kill each other. I only need to absorb the abnormalities from this little girl. In fact, I can team up with you to kill all the spirit controllers and wipe out the entire world's people. We should be hunters. The voice of the painting demon rolled, making everyone's hearts tremble. If the painting demon and the magical bear teamed up, the authorities might have to deploy B-level strength, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with the two of them. The magical bear simply stared at it, a deep hum echoing throughout the world. As the hum fell, the eyeballs trembled. You're right, we are hunters, but that is the only point. We are not kindred. And Zhang Yi turned to look at little Wan, smiling gently. This little girl is mine, no one can touch her except me. If you touch her, don't blame me for eating you clean. Two strange forces collided, creating an incredibly fierce aura that spread for miles. The painting demon stared at Zhang Yi, its form flowing and changing like water, then die. It suddenly charged forward, while pillars of water appeared on the ground. The water pillars were black, devoid of any color, striking towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's body changed, his right hand smashing out with a mighty punch. Eye of the Night Crow. An eye appeared in the center of his forehead, erecting, while a crack formed in the sky above this land. The crack was enormous, as if it split the heavens. Suddenly opening, it revealed an eye larger than the sky itself. Wherever the eye gazed, the flow of time began to slow down. Eyeballs accumulated in the air, binding the actions of the painting demon. In an instant, Zhang Yi moved beside it, then opened his mouth wide and gave it a bite. The painting demon's entire body was instantly swallowed by Zhang Yi, who began to chew wildly, the sound of shattering glass ringing in his ears. But in the next second, a drop of water suddenly appeared in front of little Wan. Zhang Yi showed no hesitation, yanking the iron chain and throwing it at it, wrapping it around its body. However, the painting demon was not afraid at all. In my magical domain, I am invincible, nothing can hunt me. As the words fell, a massive gaping abyss appeared beneath Zhang Yi's feet, and his body fell downward. The gigantic magical bear plummeted into the abyss. The giant mouth of the abyss suddenly closed, and the eyes in the sky began to vanish. The magic bear seemed trapped in the realm of the strange painting, unable to escape, and even its breath began to fade. Is the magic bear dead? Scarface squinted his eyes. The short man shook his head and said, we can't worry about that now, it's time to act. Official news says the strange painting has absorbed 3 anomalies. If it absorbs a 4th, its power will rise dramatically, and it will be too late to act then. Do you mean its target is the anomaly in this little girl's body? Exactly. Sure enough, after the little bear was pulled into the abyss of the strange painting moved towards Xiaowan. Inside Xiaowan, Lin Chang was trembling, it was very scared. In the eyes of hunters, prey is like a pitiful lamb. Special grade anomalies are the most terrifying existence among all anomalies. Lin Chang is not an ordinary anomaly, but it is definitely not a special grade anomaly. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. But suddenly, a strange nursery rhyme spread through the sky. The ground shook violently, and a crack began to split open beneath the ink-like surface. Then, the magic bear crawled out from within, with eyes accumulating in the air, pushing it out. It directly tore through the realm of the strange painting, forcing its own eyes into it, coming out like a dense mass. The Judgment Kingdom officially opened. The sky quickly turned red. The nursery rhyme spread around, and the value of fear surged towards Zhang Yi. The accumulated eyes blocked the vision of Scarface and the other man. It itches, it itches. He rubbed his belly, feeling a wave of itchiness all over his body. In contrast, the short man felt much better, knowing this was the effect of the magic bear's realm. This situation would only get worse. Calm down, the magic bear creates fear. The more afraid you are, the worse it will get. He sat on the ground, although there were many eyes on his skeletal hand, at least there were no eyes appearing all over him. Instead, it was Scarface who was covered in eyes, dense and disgusting like hives. These eyes wriggled, and with the deep, low murmuring, each eye seemed to be singing, making him more and more terrified. His mind completely lost control. The short man could no longer hold back and rushed forward, tearing his clothes to try to help him remove the eyes. But unexpectedly, his belly was covered in eyeballs, thick and dense, with not a hint of original flesh visible. He was shocked and took a step back. You fell for it. Fear was like a worm gnawing at the bones. Once it found a crack, it would burrow in and multiply endlessly. What the hell is wrong with you? Scarface gritted his teeth, his face pale with no blood. I have a phobia of clusters. The short man. This is probably the first demon master to die from a phobia of clusters. If you have that fear, go home and farm. Help me, please help me. He begged. The skeletal hand hesitated a little but still reached out and suddenly grabbed his belly. Big handfuls of eyeballs were pulled off, and heart-wrenching screams echoed. Fortunately, his anomaly was the ghost skin, capable of regenerating endlessly, but even so, his belly was full of holes. These eyes seemed to be taking root and sprouting inside. There was no way to pull them all off. No, you are already infected. The only chance to survive now is to kill the magic bear and break its anomaly, or you'll be doomed. Eyes began to appear on his head, strands of hair were pushed down by the eyeballs, looking extremely disgusting and terrifying. Even the short man instinctively stepped back, trying to distance himself. Ahead, the magic bear was still battling the strange painting. The magic bear's combat power was very strong, but its anomalous abilities were too few, basically, aside from the bloodline of the magic bear. It is all meant to spread fear. So dealing with the painting monster is somewhat exhausting. It seems after this task is completed, I must enhance my eerie abilities. With a sudden lunge, both hands stretched out, grasping tightly onto the painting monster. The flames bound it. Then, an eyeball appeared within the body of the painting monster, beginning to reproduce, dropping one after another, until it completely burst the entire painting monster. The painting monster transformed into a field of eyeballs, scattered across the ground. Ding, Judgment Task, 1-5. The painting monster is dead. Zhang Yi's task completed +1. Just as he was about to express his feelings, the scene before him suddenly changed again. A huge river violently swept him into its depths. P.S. 3,000 words chapter. Chapter 39, The Judgment Realm, the Land of the Dead, the Forbidden Zone of Living Beings. The river surged in, instantly pulling Zhang Yi into the deep chasm beneath the ground. At the same time, the figure of the painting monster reappeared above him. Though it was not in its true form, its anger was evident. You destroyed one of my lives, you truly deserve to die. Since you don't want to become the hunter, then go die. Official record. The painting monster possesses the ability of the river and mountain, able to freely change its form and geography within its eerie realm to create various environments. At the same time, other eerie beings absorbed by the painting monster might become its essence. So far, no abilities from other eerie beings have been discovered that it can utilize. Countless waves surged in, trapping Zhang Yi within the mountains and rivers. The eerie realm of this painting monster is incredibly powerful, an ocean of endless darkness, with a world within the painting that changes at will. The key point is that it only takes 1 second to open its eerie realm, which can be attached at any time to anything with color. With a fierce swing, the judgment chain in his hand was thrown out, grabbing tightly onto an eyeball at the entrance of the chasm. Roar! A low chant echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending chills down everyone's spine. At the same time, the scar-faced man moved, his body covered in eyeballs, resembling a monster piled up with dense eyes. He had no hair on his head, and aside from countless eyes, there were no other organs on his face. These eyeballs varied in size, cluttering his entire face. As he suddenly stood up amidst the low chanting, the short man glanced at him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Sit down. Wrap yourself in your eerie aura." That voice is strange. If we listen longer, the fear might be infinitely amplified. However, he did not notice that on his face full of eyeballs, one pair of eyes was particularly red, flickering with a crimson light. In the midst of the short man's shock, the scar-faced man rushed forward, flicking his ghostly skin, grabbing the chain while wrapping the painting monster in it. The magic bear grabbed the chain and was directly pulled out by him. Indeed, he had already been controlled by the eye of the night crow, his fear overwhelming, leaving no room for retreat. After being pulled out, Zhang Yi rushed forward, delivering a heavy punch towards the wrapped ghostly skin. This punch, infused with the fire of the little bear, exploded the ghostly skin along with the painting monster. The eyes on the ghostly skin burst like bubbles. The painting monster turned into a puddle of liquid. But Zhang Yi gave it no chance, as the task indicator did not flicker, indicating it was not dead yet. Desolate Eye. A giant eye appeared on the ground, overshadowing the painting monster's eerie realm, no longer giving the opponent any chance to activate their eerie realm. When the eye blinked, everything was frozen in place. At the same time, the red eyes flickering in the air began to slowly disappear, as the duration of the eerie realm was nearing its limit. The little bear's body was also frozen at over 4 meters high, his entire body covered in eyeballs. Though the duration of the eerie realm was close to its maximum limit, he still had one ability, the one granted to him by his title. Realm of the Judicator. The aura surged like fire waves rolling outwards, the little bear holding onto a chain. This was the ability of the title, and it was Zhang Yi's first time using it. Unexpectedly, within the realm, flames all around formed strange buildings, which looked nothing like anything made by humans, but rather like the dwelling place of the grim reaper of hell. Each flame danced, revealing a grim face, and terrifying nursery rhymes spread across the land. As the magic bear stepped forward, it began to dance joyfully. This kingdom, a land of the dead, a forbidden zone for the living. A short man was desperately resisting all the creepy domain's invasion. This level of special creepy was not something he could fight against, and even under its shadow, he felt utterly powerless. This was absolutely not what the officials called a level 3 special creepy. Fortunately, the creepy domain had disappeared. Although this Judgment Kingdom was also terrifying, it wasn't aimed at him. He just needed to hold on a bit longer and quickly escape through a tear. At this moment, even the drawn creepy was scared. This is not your creepy domain, what is this? The burning flames made even this fearless creep feel a hint of fear, a shiver from instinct. The magic bear took a big step, the chains in its hands burned with fire, and the corners of its mouth lifted high, seemingly pulling back to the ear. Welcome to the Judgment Kingdom, you are the hunter, I am the judge, judging your hunt. As the words fell, the chain in the magic bear's hand suddenly snapped, leaving behind a trail of judgment flames. The flames of judgment pressed forward, the terrifying barren eyes glittering like stars in the air. The drawn creepy was greatly shocked, quickly merging its whole body into the ground. Zhang Yi looked down. The ground was a painting, a landscape painting, where a woman held an umbrella, the lonely moon and sea swallows hanging in the sky. Suddenly, a pair of large hands reached out from the painting, tightly gripping Zhang Yi's feet, followed by a strange aura rolling within him. The drawn creepy seemed to be able to move freely within this colored landscape, impossible to lock onto. I understand, since you can teleport, I will leave you with no way to retreat. He propped his face with one hand, revealing one eye, then let out a chilling laugh. The barren eyes began to spread infinitely, multiplying endlessly within the landscape painting. They filled the mountains, rivers, and clouds, densely packed, tightly sealed. At this moment, the eyeballs seemed like air. Everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in shock. Above was the Judgment Kingdom, below was the barren creepy domain. Then he yanked the iron chain sharply, the judgment chain hitting the woman in the painting precisely. With a cold smile, game over. The gigantic eye fixed on her form, the judgment chain burned with hellfire, instantly tearing her apart. The drawn creepy scattered on the ground became a puddle of water. The sea swallow soared, seemingly wanting to escape while Zhang Yi wasn't looking, but unexpectedly. Zhang Yi saw everything, his eyes were everywhere, for he was the eerie magic bear with countless eyeballs. With another pull, the iron chain wrapped around it and fiercely yanked. Ding, judgment task, 2-5. The drawn creepy died once again, this time Zhang Yi finally released his grip. As the time for the creepy domain ended, they reappeared inside the room. Through all that had just happened, Tang Meili dared not look from beginning to end. As soon as those countless eyeballs spread beneath her, she immediately closed her eyes when she even turned her head and heard the sound of the eyeballs wriggling. The fear in her heart was boundless, but fortunately, the little bear had not harmed her. Otherwise, for an ordinary person, under the control of deep, low murmurs, she would have already died. Su Zhejiao was different. She had been immersed in nightmares from the start and still hadn't awakened. Little Wan, Tang Meili trembled as she spoke to Little Wan. That pleading gaze and frightened expression were strikingly moving. Little Wan tilted her head, dressed in cartoon pajamas. Beautiful auntie must be good, let's play a game together, otherwise, the little bear will be angry. They held hands and continued to sing nursery rhymes. Tang Meili was utterly frightened. The song was filled with a cry. The little bear stepped toward the scar-faced man on the ground. He was now controlled by the Desolate Eyes, and all that was left was to kill him, to devour his ghostly skin bite by bite, and then the task would be +1. As for the short man, he was still sitting on the ground, battling against the Desolate Eyes. This is the chance. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, ready to escape, but was immediately locked on by the Desolate Eyes. In the next moment, there was a slight itch in his pitch-black eyes, and then, puff! A very soft, very weak sound emerged. An eye grew inside his left eye, puff 2, puff 3. His vision started to detach from its previous intact state, shattering like glass before him. The perspectives multiplied more and more. In the judgment land beneath the demonic bear, what has been judged cannot escape the lock of the Desolate Eyes. At least, the short man's strength was still not enough. He was startled, quickly closing his eyes, pondering what to do now. From start to finish, he couldn't grasp the bizarre rules of the demonic bear. Without strange rules, can it still be called strange? This was called the Grim Reaper. Zhang Yi had arrived in front of the scar-faced man, his big hand reaching for him, then grabbing his neck, under the watch of countless eyes. He opened his mouth wide and directly stuffed the man entirely into it. Ding, task, judgment 0-3. Inside the body of the demonic bear, countless eyes pressed against one another, disgusting and terrifying. Even before death, this wave of fear was absorbed by Zhang Yi. After killing the painting monster twice and absorbing so much fear value, he didn't even need to complete the task. He had enough fear to enhance his abilities. Then he walked toward the last person, listening to the footsteps of judgment. The short man was so scared he almost wet his pants. The more he feared, the stronger the damage that the Desolate Eyes inflicted upon him. Even the place to pee was blocked by eyes. His right eye began to bulge due to too many eyes expanding. He was terrified, just as he was about to struggle to get up for one last chance. Suddenly, a danger arose abruptly. A castle appeared on the wall, and a black deadwood inside quickly pulled Xiaowan in. It was fast. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The little bear turned around sharply, its huge mouth, splitting to the roots of its ears, snapped shut fiercely, and the eyes around it widened, revealing countless grievances and anger. With a sudden leap, its body shot forward like a cannonball, entering the castle just as it closed. But the next second, its body reappeared outside a window on the 30-something floor, falling down from above. Below the 30-something floor, the demonic bear's body fell like a meteor, engulfed in flames. The painting monster has already started to battle? Its magnetic field fluctuation is so intense, the bizarre aura is about to overflow. Zhao Li, holding the equipment, opened his eyes wide. Was someone in this community fighting against the painting monster? Such a powerful bizarre fluctuation, what is battling against the painting monster? Outside, Luli was drenched in cold sweat, staring at the flashing words on the instrument, scared out of his wits. No matter what it is, at least for now, it's battling the painting monster. We need to help him. Boom. What the hell is that? Chapter 40, The Little Bear is here, hee hee hee. The Night Watcher's small squad of 3 was circling the road outside the community. The testing device in their hands was flashing wildly. This was a special research item from the Night Watcher headquarters laboratory, capable of detecting unusual bizarre magnetic field fluctuations. As long as it used bizarre rules or energy, it would be locked within a certain range. The 3 had just locked onto the painting monster and detected a large amount of unusual magnetic field fluctuations. While they were frustrated about who was in battle with the painting monster, suddenly, a fireball appeared on the 20 to 30 floors. This fireball was moving incredibly fast, heading straight down. Like a meteor streaking through the night, trailing a long tail behind it. The noise was deafening, the air howling like a wild wind in giant waves. The man in the cotton coat pointed at the sky, his expression filled with surprise. Wow, do you see what that is? The appearance of this fireball naturally drew their attention. From such a great distance, all they could see was a black-red fireball, nothing else was clear. They didn't notice at all that as this fire fell, in the distance, on top of the building, something seemed to be moving rapidly, wiggling like a painting. Crash! The instruments in hand began to change their readings, and the strange fluctuations made Luli's face fill with terror. At the same time, the fireball had already fallen towards them. Everyone hurriedly dodged aside, and just as the fireball was about to hit the ground, another teammate finally got a clear look. This is a bear? Luli and the others fixed their eyes on it. A giant teddy bear engulfed in flames was falling down. Boom! Zhang Yi crashed down from the sky, nearly creating a huge pit on the road. Half of his body sank into it. Meanwhile, the ground began to fill rapidly, an unknown darkness trapping him inside. Zhang Yi was incredibly angry, flames shooting up, the desolate gaze around him wide and bulging. Dozens of crows and sparrows took to the skies, each with a blood-red eye on their foreheads. 1, 2, 3 little friends, 4, 5, 6 little friends. My little friends are over there. As the nursery rhyme echoed, the little bear smiled, and life and death became unpredictable. Eyes rolled and crawled over Zhang Yi's fur, falling onto the ground, pushing away and tearing apart everything that bound him. His huge body began to slowly emerge from the captivity. In the shape of a judging bear, his bloodline towering 5 meters, eyes and blood flowing all around. Wow! A teddy bear, fire, eyes, nursery rhyme, is this the special level weirdo bear from H-City? The man in the cotton coat was startled, gripping his coat, ready to act. Once he moved, he would immediately freeze the bear. The other 2 teammates were also shocked. They came looking for the painting weirdo, but instead, they found the devil bear? Luli suddenly froze. Wait! Is this bear fighting the painting weirdo? Look at the strange magnetic field on the ground, this is the painting weirdo. At the same time, the strange energy flashing within the instruments was mostly emanating from this thing before them. As for the painting weirdo's energy, it had become incredibly weak. Had the painting weirdo already lost several lives to the devil bear? Is the devil bear so powerful? Even the painting weirdo has lost several lives? The man in the cotton coat swallowed hard, genuinely shocked. The painting weirdo devoured several strange things, giving it several lives. This painting weirdo couldn't defeat this devil bear? Meanwhile, everyone was puzzled. Why had the devil bear run into the painting weirdo, whose prey was not the same as the bear's? The nursery rhyme continued, and Zhang Yi's body had already crawled out from the ground, burning with flames, glancing at the few people standing nearby. They felt like they were facing a great danger and suddenly retreated several steps back. But Zhang Yi didn't have time to pay attention to them. Shawan had been captured. How many lives did that damned painting weirdo still have? Where did you hide my little girl? He sprang up violently from the ground, his huge body flying out like a cannonball. The eye of the night crow, with the feature of the desolate gaze, made it very easy to search for things, locking onto the painting weirdo's trace. But the painting weirdo could traverse through any colored wall or object. Although it was constantly locked on, it was still very difficult to catch it directly. As they watched the devil bear leap out and then vanish into a wall, the three people stood dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. What should we do now? Should we go or not? The cotton-padded jacket man asked urgently. Luli's expression was serious, cold sweat had stuck his hair tightly to his forehead. Follow me. Whether it's the demon bear or the painting monster, they are both special-level anomalies listed on the kill list. It's good for us that they are fighting each other. Following them might let us reap the benefits. I've already sent a message to the captain about this. The three no longer hesitated and hurriedly followed behind. However, the speed of the demon bear and the painting monster was too fast, and they could weave through the paint, making it hard for them to catch up. Soon they were left behind. Zhang Yi was a bit panicked. This damn guy still had one life left. His demon bear bloodline could hold on for a while, but he had to catch it quickly during this time, otherwise, Xiaowan would be in trouble. The painting wall before him was constantly changing, and his breath could tear through the painting monster's strange domain, but it would take some time to catch up. Judgment chains. With a fierce swing of the chain in his hand, the realm of the judger had not yet opened, but once the judger's target was locked, it would not change. The chain pierced through the white wall before him and shot forward, chasing after it. The little bear jumped in along with the judgment chains. On the white wall, a small bear covered in eyes was frantically chasing the painting monster ahead. The painting monster only had its last life left, but with the demon bear closely pursuing it, it dared not stop at all. It could only keep weaving with Xiaowan, changing the strange domain. But luckily, Xiaowan had not truly revived the anomaly yet, otherwise, in its current state, Lin Cheng could easily take its head off. Looking up, he saw crows circling in the sky. Eyeballs fell from above. He was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. From start to finish, Xiaowan remained silent, curled up holding her legs, sitting there, letting the painting monster carry her floating around. She looked back up, seemingly feeling something. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, "Did you see my little bear?" Then she guided Zhang Yi's direction with a nursery rhyme. The dark sky hangs low, the beautiful stars follow. The two strange ones were moving quickly. Luli and the others struggled to chase behind, and soon, Zhang Tao and Lu Liangbing arrived at the scene. A group of people looked at the three, dripping with cold sweat. What happened? Wasn't the plan to capture the painting monster? How did we encounter the demon bear? Luli said, "We had already locked onto the painting monster's position and were preparing to go, but before we arrived, a wave of strange aura fluctuations came, and we found that the demon bear and the painting monster were fighting. Now it seems the painting monster has been injured by the demon bear, and it has already pursued it." His Lu Liangbing gasped upon hearing this. The demon bear in H City was even stronger than the painting monster? It could injure the painting monster and still chase it? It seemed that the higher-ups had to reassess the priority of these two anomalies. Zhang Tao frowned. The rules of the painting monster don't match the demon bear. Why are they fighting? At this stage, they were unclear about the rules of the demon bear. They only knew that the painting monster was hunting newly awakened spirit masters. Lu Liangbing looked into the distance and said, "Let's split up and chase. You four stick together, I will go solo. No matter what, today is an opportunity. Two special-level anomalies fighting must have one die, maybe we can take them all out at once." After saying this, he already rushed out, as he was the strongest among everyone. He was not afraid of acting alone, even the painting monster would find it hard to trap him. The others exchanged glances and then followed him out. Indeed, this was a great opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Luli dragged the man in the cotton-padded jacket, slipping away in the darkness. Not only did the spirit masters want to hunt them to earn official rewards, but the night watchers also aimed for successful kills. The rewards would be even richer. On the other side, Zhang Yi, traveling within the strokes, discovered that the world before him began to shrink, starting to reject him. This was not his strange realm, but rather a space he forcibly entered through the chains of judgment. Now, it was searching, as if trying to expel him, indicating that the realm of the painting could no longer hold on. A torrent of landscape ink paintings surged in, with strange beasts tearing at him. He needed only to raise a hand, and everything would burst under the force of his gaze. But at this moment, he lost his direction. The eye of the night crow was still in the air, but for the time being, it couldn't lock onto anything. He could only rely on the words of the judger's chains, and the speed would be very slow. Just as he was about to unleash the full power of the Eye of Desolation, a song came to him. It was a nursery rhyme sung by Little Wan. He heard it. Fierce flames ignited once more. He burst forward, tearing the entire wall apart, bracing his hands against the real world and crawled out from within. "Little bear came to find me," Little Wan said, hugging his leg, sitting on the ground, tilting her head. She seemed not at all afraid of the painting anomaly before her. The body of the painting anomaly twisted and changed, like a blob of slime. It had several eyeballs, but it didn't care at all, just crushed them. "Damn magic bear, you ruined my 2 lives. After I consume the 4th anomaly, I will come to settle the score with you." Having lost lives, its power was weakened but still not restricted. As long as it absorbed the fourth anomaly, its fear level would rise, and its abilities would undergo tremendous changes. It walked step by step toward Little Wan, extending its dark claws. The claws resembled black, dead wood, slowly reaching for her. Lin Qing's breath trembled. It wanted to rush out but simply couldn't. It could only watch helplessly as the painting anomaly lifted Little Wan and began to drain her essence slowly. Ding ling ling. A sudden, sharp ringing sound echoed. Ding ling ling. The sudden ringing caused the painting anomaly to freeze for a moment. Then it turned to see its strange realm space split open in the middle. Firstly, a chain reached in from the outside. Finally, just as the crack was about to close, a pair of big hands suddenly pressed against it, then tore forcefully apart. The already unstable realm now seemed precarious, showing more cracks like a candle flickering in the wind. The fissures spread outward. Those big hands had greater strength. Crack, crack. Eyeballs began to fall from the backs of the hands, turning into a tide rushing towards the painting anomaly. The painting anomaly swung its hand suddenly, countless black vines shot forward. On one side were black tidal vines, and on the other, waves made of eyeballs. Two sharply different forces clashed against each other. Deadwood flew in all directions, and eyeballs exploded one by one. Pooch. The entire strange realm was directly torn apart by Zhang Yi. Little Bear was angry, and he stepped forward, walking in from the outside. As he moved, the realm of judgment was once more opened. Judgment had not succeeded yet, but had returned to this world. Red light began to cover the white moonlight, with leaping flames drawing the palace where the night owl resided. Screams at this moment were like beautiful nursery rhymes. The flames sang the nursery rhyme belonging to the magic bear. Stars of flames appeared in the sky as Zhang Yi walked step by step forward. The magic bear, over 5 meters tall, looked terrifying, especially with the eyeballs all over its body. He waved his big hand, pointing at the painting anomaly. Roar! A low growl resonated with deep, haunting tones. The painting anomaly abruptly stepped back, the black deadwood bracing itself. Yet Little Wan seemed to be unafraid throughout, simply watching quietly. You are an anomaly. Why do you want to help this human? You must know that this person carries our kind within him. The painting monster was terrified. This magic bear was not something it could provoke, it simply couldn't fight back. Killing it twice was not enough, now it was being chased. Zhang Yi's countless eyes stared fiercely at it, like sharp steel blades piercing into its heart. I said, we are not the same kind. Moreover, what this bear wants to do is none of your business. Boom! A burst of flames shot out from countless eyes, rising into the air like dragons. The painting monster suddenly turned around, its skirt connected to the ground swaying, and a waterfall surged from the earth, covering the flames. At the same time, Zhang Yi rushed forward, throwing a powerful punch. Bang! The painting monster was instantly smashed away, crashing to the ground, although its chest was still a tide of flesh and blood. After this punch, many eyes appeared on its chest. It got up from the ground, black light flashing around it, angry. Since the magic bear insisted on taking action, it could only use its last power. As its skirt swayed, the colors around it began to fade drop by drop. Rain began to fall from the sky, a rainbow of colors. The red rain was like molten lava, falling on the eyeballs, easily burning through them. The white rain condensed into ice, sharp blades falling down one after another. Rain of other colors also had different powers. As the paint around it faded, a palace rose up, immense, with a river at its entrance flowing in colorful hues. Zhang Yi stood under the rain, the paint causing him great pain, forcing him to use countless eyeballs piled atop his head. The palace began to change. Xiaowan sat inside, blankly looking at the little bear. She gazed at the little bear, which had a hint of painful expression. Worry filled her eyes. This was her first emotional fluctuation since her mother died and turned into a monster. She hugged her knees, seemingly cheering for the little bear, singing a childish nursery rhyme. Dark dark sky hangs low, bright bright stars follow. Bugs fly, only with you by my side. As the nursery rhyme rang out, Zhang Yi's flames seemed to grow fiercer, and the eyeballs showed no fear of the rain. Countless eyeballs dropped from him, one by one filling the colorful river. The magic bear's rule: do not be afraid. Do not open your eyes, do not listen to the song. The magic bear's judgment aura had already scared the painting monster, and the palace began to tear open in various places. Injuries formed, and eyeballs began to crawl out of the wounds. As a monster, the painting monster understood that once entangled by rules, it would be a very serious matter. So, it had to kill the magic bear before the rules completely wrapped around itself. Boom! At the palace entrance, numerous vines appeared, along with colorful steeds, rushing towards Zhang Yi. Two special-level monsters truly began to battle. In the outside world, Lu Liang, dressed in a black cloak, stood above the overpass, searching for the traces of the painting monster and the magic bear. Suddenly, he saw a red glow appearing ahead. The aura of the strange entity was very strong. He quickly sent the location to the other team members, and all the watchers hurried over. Standing on the overpass, he could feel that sense of fear. The whistling wind seemed to carry the heavy screams of hell's ghosts. With a cigarette in his mouth, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Damn it, what kind of creature is this magic bear? So powerful that it can chase and kill the painting monster. Can I defeat it if I go in? This red realm looked like a strange domain to him, belonging to the magic bear. He took 2 steps forward when suddenly, a nursery rhyme voice came from the realm. He froze in shock, for this voice was indeed human. His brow furrowed. Could it be that a spirit tamer has been captured by the painting monster? Did they start killing each other because of this spirit tamer? The reason for their mutual slaughter was special grade anomalies basically possess their own intelligence and unique strange domains. Such strange domains would not attack their kind unless the power differences were too extreme or under hunting rules. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, then threw the butt on the ground and stamped it out aggressively. He extinguished the ember, took out his phone, and started recording. Actually, I am not an unemployed drifter, I am a special occupation worker. The exact circumstances are hard to explain, but you must believe I am a good person, someone who struggles for the country. Little Lily is only 5 years old, she needs to eat more and grow a bit chubby, unlike me, so thin. If I have money, it's in a card, we in this line of work earn a lot. The reason I didn't tell you is to avoid making you worry. The password is XXXXXX, hidden in the layer of our wedding photo. After talking for 30 seconds straight, he threw the phone aside and rushed in without hesitation. He is the Night Watcher. Like countless lanterns illuminating the night, guiding the lost path like moonlight. The Night Watcher vows, we protect against demons to become the torchbearers, illuminating this gloomy darkness. When darkness falls, we will stand with swords before the multitude, cutting through the shadows. Bang. What the hell is this strange domain? So hard that I've made my nose bleed. Chapter 42, Little Sister, watch out. Uncle will be very handsome later. This red strange domain acts like a barrier. Surprisingly, his strange aura did not tear it apart, but instead, he ended up with a bloody nose. He reached out to touch this thing, appearing somewhat astonished. What is this? Definitely not a strange domain. Strange domain rules allow both ordinary people and spirit users to enter, but it's easy to get in and hard to get out. It would not be like this barrier in front of him. It was extremely difficult, even to think of entering it, and this red barrier did not move or change at all. The power of rules cannot create something like this. Could this be a self-activated ability of a certain anomaly, not an actual strange domain? Thinking of this, Lu Liang was frightened. What a terrifying ability this anomaly has. Is it from the demon bear? Or the painted anomaly? He had just finished his last words, and now he was somewhat at a loss. The properties of this thing exceeded his expectations. But as soon as he heard the singing from inside, he gritted his teeth. He rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a scar on his wrist, but this scar was made of glass and still reflected light. The glass seemed to form a centipede, quietly lying on it. This is his anomaly. He frowned, then gently tapped the glass surface, instantly creating visible ripples. As the ripples touched the air, it appeared to mist, and the red barrier began to soften. I'm coming. Inside the Judgment Realm. Zhang Yi held the painted anomaly in one hand, the massive demon bear's body ignited with flames, its eyes shining with judgment light. The castle before him was shrouded in darkness, colorful rivers flowed, washing over Zhang Yi's body over and over. He suddenly squeezed with one hand, causing a blast of the painted anomaly. However, within this space, the painted anomaly had no real body. To completely kill it, he could only destroy this painted world it had built. Countless eyeballs dropped like fleas, filling the rivers one by one. They contended for position against the pigments. Only when the entire world was filled with eyeballs would the pigments have nowhere to go. Small raindrops continued to fall from the sky. But Zhang Yi couldn't think about anything else. With Xiaowan's clean and gentle nursery rhyme, he leaped abruptly. His body, burning with judgment flames, soared into the sky like a ball. Then, like a meteor smashing into the ground, he crashed down towards the castle. Instantly, the castle began to change, and the rivers expanded. He was instantly immersed in a river of paint, countless inks rushing towards the great river, wanting to drown him completely within it. A colorful whale with triangular fins suddenly leaped out of the water, swallowing Zhang Yi whole in one bite. Immediately, the colorful whale transformed into a giant rock, soaring into the sky, with countless paints turning into sharp blades from the outside. Even the rock felt a chill piercing through its heart. Bang! A strange body appeared above the castle, still writhing together, in an indescribable shape. However, at this moment, many places on its body were covered with eyeballs. The eyeballs grew like moss, clearly showing that it was also severely injured, and fear had already begun to take root in its heart, otherwise, the desolate gaze wouldn't have taken hold so quickly. Crack! Suddenly, a crack opened beside the Judgmenter's kingdom, and a man wearing a black jacket, with a cigarette in his mouth, rushed in. Night Watcher on duty, strange beings retreat. He flipped over, and the glass centipede on his wrist instantly emitted countless streaks of light, then floated around him, resembling a white skeleton with tiny links at key parts. Entering the midst of it, he immediately saw the strange world. He had seen this huge castle before, but last time it wasn't this powerful. A puff. He stepped on many eyeballs, squinting his eyes as he looked up at the sky. The fireball was still burning. Did the magic bear fail against the strange being? Indeed, the magic bear had already killed so many lives of the strange being, and even the last resort of the strange being had been used. It seemed they were truly pushed into a corner. Eyeballs fell from the sky like colorful raindrops. His white skeleton extended outward, forming a protective umbrella. He saw the little girl under the castle. She was human and had just successfully controlled a spirit. And she was a little girl. Achieving spirit control at such a young age meant she had a promising future. He had to protect her today. Bang! The magic bear struggled violently in the air, numerous eyeballs striking like lasers to break these inks apart. Clenching iron chains, he burned with flames, suspended in the air. A three-way standoff. Magic bear, strange being, and Lu Liangbing. Lu Liangbing's current power was very strong, and neither magic bear nor strange being dared to act recklessly. Zhang Yi squinted. Is this a C-rank spirit controller? Lu Liangbing at this strength was formidable. If it was during his peak, he could have tried, but now was different. And there was still a strange being keeping a close watch. Seeing the two strange beings showing fear towards him, Lu Liangbing held the cigarette, leaning on his bone umbrella, stepping step by step on the ground made of paint and eyeballs. He walked step by step towards Lin Xiaowan. I believe neither of you will attack me, so I'll take this little girl with me first. You two can fight. Killing the two strange beings was part of the mission, but saving this little girl was his current priority. He swaggered to Xiaowan's side, extending his hand. Little friend, come with me. As soon as the words fell, the magic bear roared angrily. The sharp thunderous sound seemed to want to explode the entire world, countless eyeballs converging into a dragon-like torrent, fiercely striking towards him. At the same time, the strange being would not allow Xiaowan to escape. This was her only chance to advance to rank 5 terror. If she failed today, it was very possible she would die here, so she naturally could not let her go. The two special-level strange beings attacked simultaneously, and Lu Liangbing squinted his eyes. Countless glass beads shot out from his wrist like bullets. The beads collided with the eyeballs and with the ink paints. Although he was retreating step by step, he felt no fear. From the first step into this place, he had never thought of getting out alive. His right hand split from the middle, and the skeleton directly broke, forming two knives. His strangeness was not bone, but a special kind of glass, with glass replacing everything about him. Bones, tendons, including fresh blood. Even the blood flowing inside the body is white. Raising his right hand, he suddenly slashed down. It directly shattered a corner of the black, Eerie castle ahead. Zhang Yi grabbed the iron chain to defend, but was pushed back several meters. Zhang Yi stood up from the ground, staring at Lu Liangbing. He knew Lu Liangbing's intentions. He lowered his voice, using the Eerie to tell him, "This little girl is mine, get lost." Lu Liangbing dismissed him with a glance, then turned to look at Xiaowan, coldly smiling. "Little sister, watch closely, uncle will be very charming later." This is the first lesson of a demon conqueror, fear not. Chapter 43, Bullying the Little Bear. You all deserve to die, Mom will kill them all. The knife in his hand was very sharp, and the Eerie aura was also very strong. A crescent moon fell, countless fine beads transformed into raindrops, hitting the castle and leaving it pockmarked. At the same time, the ground suddenly opened a huge mouth. The Eerie could not wait. It quickly consumed Xiaowan without taking away the Eerie inside her. In this way, even if there is a risk of dual possession, it is still better than being cut down right now. The giant mouth of the abyss opened wide, and Xiaowan's body suddenly sank downwards. Zhang Yi was furious. Countless eyeballs transformed into tentacles, wanting to pull Xiaowan back, but it was already too late. Fortunately, Lu Liangbing was relatively close. Lu Liangbing furrowed his brows, his face changed, and he flew over swiftly, sliding in for a tackle. With one hand grabbing Xiaowan, the other hand turned into a blade, stabbing into the ground. The bridge formed by the gathered eyeballs randomly aided him. Zhang Yi leaped, grabbing the head of the Eerie, and crushed it as it merged into the ground. Countless ink splattered everywhere. This mere Eerie was no match for him. However, this was not the real body of the Eerie. It was not a single entity, but the entire castle. But the dispersing ink would increase the fear in the Eerie's heart, making it feel afraid, and the wasteland I took this opportunity to strike. The strength of the wasteland lies in the fact that as long as you have even a little fear, it will crawl up your body like a centipede, slowly spreading, with no gaps to escape. Puff, puff, many eyeballs gushed out from inside the castle, while Lu Liangbing fell beside the giant mouth of the abyss. A massive eyeball approached from below. Lu Liangbing's pupils shrank. He let go of his right hand, stepped on the eyeball, and jumped out from inside. As he landed, a pair of scissors appeared on the ground, and he dodged the attack while holding Xiaowan. He happened to crash into Zhang Yi's abdomen. Zhang Yi looked down at him. They were very close, he could clearly see the rolling eyeballs beneath the dense fur and the anger in those eyes. Oh no, he quickly closed his eyes, feeling as. Looking in confusion at this uncle with sparse beard, yet carrying a trace of righteousness. Uncle. Suddenly, little one opened her mouth to speak. Lu Liangbing wiped his mouth, waved his hand, and said, "It's fine, don't worry about me, later I will find a chance to tear open a crack and take you out, don't be afraid, don't ever be afraid." Little one tilted her head, "Uncle, my mom said you are a fool." Lu Liangbing glanced back at her, "Your mom is right, we night watchers are all fools, only fools are willing to light up the darkness for others." As his words fell, Zhang Yi's body of judgment suddenly grew larger, he could not wait any longer, the eye of the night crow had already locked onto many night watchers outside. If he kept stalling, later even he would find it hard to escape. Simply, he would endure no more. System, use fear value to restore power. Ding, restoring power with fear value requires spending 1/3, do you wish to continue? Continue. Zhang Yi spread his arms wide, his eyeballs began to turn calm, the color of his fur grew brighter and brighter. Ding, restoration successful, next time using fear value will be doubled. The flames around flickered, and from within them many eyes slowly opened. With his strength restored, he could once again use his strange domain, this was the special domain of the demon bear, called Desolation. Poochie poochie. Eyes began blooming like flowers one by one. The black castle started cracking, countless eyeballs piled in the corners seemed to open wide mouths, beginning to devour the body of the painting spectre. The painting spectre was utterly shocked, "You can still use a strange domain?" Zhang Yi's aura was restored, he looked coldly at all, ants. The low murmur sounded as if it came from the depths of the sea, carried by seawater and glaciers, distant and terrifying. He lifted the iron chain, standing in midair, judgment. As his words fell, countless fears flashed in the heart of the painting spectre, it was scared, it stopped fighting, even little Juan was forgotten, it turned to flee. But it was too late. This place was not only ruled by the Judgment Kingdom, but also shrouded in his strange domain. Bang! The painting spectre dove underground, but was bounced up by countless eyes, trying to crash against the nearby kingdom border to escape, but it could not. Zhang Yi smashed a punch heavily, the painting spectre was hit, its belly split open instantly. It could once use ink to heal wounds, but now, after the strike, countless eyes instantly flooded in, filled the wound, multiplied, giving it no chance. Again he reached out and grabbed, holding the head of the painting spectre. The demon bear grinned wide, judgment is over. As his voice fell, a deafening shattering sound erupted. Nearby, Lu Liangbing, whose eyes were itching, was stunned, then saw a crack appearing in the sky, a scar of heaven. It spanned across the whole void. The crack shone with faint red light, then bang. It was forced open. A gigantic pupil appeared above the sky, under its gaze all living beings were but ants. Bang bang bang. Ink began leaping like molten lava, as if boiling, dissipating into the air. In the demon bear's fur, the eyes of desolation enjoyed the fear of the painting spectre before death. I am a toy bear, I am also the demon bear of fear, all fear in the world is my food. Spare me, let me live, we are the same kind. Many ghost tamers are coming outside, if you don't let me go, you will die here too, you won't escape. I will join hands with you, join hands. But Zhang Yi's lofty body did not move at all. Night watchers? After I feed on your fear, my strength surges, these night watchers, in my eyes are nothing but ants. And, you and I are not the same kind. He opened his huge mouth, tearing to his ears, in his throat lights flickered, countless eyes wriggled inside, lighting up the once pitch-black abyss of his maw. He bit into the painting spectre, and as it struggled in terror, sucked it into his body. The entire castle, the whole Rainbow River, all became nourishment for Zhang Yi. Ding, Judgment Mission 4-5. Judgment Mission, now only one left, as long as he devoured the final strange being, he was able to complete the task. He contentedly rubbed his belly, cheerful nursery rhymes floated out. But Lu Liangbing was different, he was frightened. Was this really a grade 4 anomaly? When did grade 4 anomalies become this powerful? He unknowingly began to harbor a look of fear in his heart. Yet he still tightly protected Xiao Wan behind him. Put. A spot that had just been attacked by Zhang Yi sprouted an eye, and unsurprisingly, with the appearance of the eye, fear grew even more intense. The eye of desolation could shatter the heart, intensifying the fear. Zhang Yi walked step by step towards Lu Liangbing, who was preparing to fight to the death, determined not to let the demon bear take this little girl. Get lost. My people are arriving soon. If you dare to take one more step, I will make you die. Lu Liangbing gritted his teeth. In a flash, the glass bone blade came at Zhang Yi. The sharp bone blade could easily cut through Zhang Yi's skin. This was a grade C ghost master, stronger than any ghost master Zhang Yi had encountered before. A scar appeared where the bone blade sliced, and green blood flowed from within. Zhang Yi felt no pain at all, instead, he slammed his fist hard forward. Lu Liangbing raised his sword to block, and although his body was sent flying, he blocked this attack. In that case, you will be my final judgment. Zhang Yi no longer babbled, extending one hand to initiate the judgment. The heart of the judged would have their fear infinitely magnified, soul suppression. But suddenly, the eye of Night Crow trembled fiercely. A black shadow instantly slipped into his realm of judgment, slicing horizontally with a knife that opened a large wound at Zhang Yi's neck. The sudden change caught Lu Liangbing off guard. He was just relieved that someone had come to help. The man in the black robe stood at a distance, wearing a mask. Enjoy the fear, demon bear? I wonder if you feel fear in your heart. Zhang Yi stared at him. This person was very strong, at least not weaker than Lu Liangbing, probably around C+ level. Man and bear instantly tangled together. Lu Liangbing squinted from a distance. This person should be here to harvest heads and seek official potions. But he could not worry about that now. He had to quickly take the little girl away from here. His eyes grew itchier, and fear was increasing. If it dragged on, things would not end well. As a result, when he turned back, he saw Xiaowan already standing up, walking forward. Lu Liangbing hurriedly stopped her. Little sister, don't look at the demon bear. Be careful of the fear. Xiaowan turned back, smiling slightly. Little bear is very gentle, Xiaowan is not afraid of it. He suddenly realized something. From the beginning, he had been eroded by fear, while this little girl was unharmed. Either she did not fear the demon bear at all, or the demon bear had not acted against her. The demon bear fighting with the painting-like anomaly was not to capture her, but rather to protect her? Bang! Zhang Yi was knocked back several meters, more watchers appeared, and his situation was dire, being besieged. The eye of Night Crow outside was also about to be eliminated. If this continued, he would fall here. But in the next second, the little girl walked up, and in front of everyone, her face was as delicate as porcelain, like a princess from an anime. Smiling, she sat on the bear. Anyone who bullies the little bear must die. Mom, kill them all. Chapter 44, Uncle, don't move, I'll have Mom kill you. Little sister, don't go over there. That demon bear is a special grade anomaly, very dangerous. Xiaowan walked towards the big bear in front of everyone, and everyone gasped in surprise. This demon bear was a special grade anomaly. Even they, the ghost masters, dared not get close. They had to use their own abnormal aura to resist the invasion of the Eye of Desolation. And this little girl. Unexpectedly, they ignored her and walked over step by step. The magic bear in front of her seemed like her toy. Little one turned back to look at this uncle. Although he seemed cool, he didn't appear very smart. She smiled lightly. The little bear is not dangerous, the little bear is the cutest. Then, she stepped away with a cheerful pace. The little bear saw little Wan coming and didn't attack her. Instead, it squatted down and reached out its hand. She sat in the bear's hand and then placed it on her shoulder. Little Wan's face was as delicate as porcelain, cute like a princess from a fairy tale, while the magic bear, covered in eyes, looked fierce and terrifying. Yet, she was not afraid at all. What is happening? Is this girl a spirit master? Something's not right. Lu Liangbing is trying to save this girl. She should be a strange hostage, so why is she with the strange now? Who cares? As long as we kill the magic bear, we can get the potion. Hurry up and act before Lu Liangbing arrives. At the scene, including Lu Liangbing, there were a total of 4 spirit masters. The other 3 seemed to be from a club. Only he was a night watcher. Their goal was not to save anyone, but to slay the magic bear and earn the official reward. So they didn't care at all about Lin Xiaowan's life. The 3 of them charged at the magic bear, each with different oddities, but all were very strong. The weakest among them was at sea level or lower. Little one stared at them, her expression gradually turning cold. Saying jokingly, but eerily, bullying the little bear, I'll kill you all, can mommy help the little bear? As her words fell, an invisible aura seemed to hover behind little Wan. This aura gathered into a puppet, its movements stiff. Zhang Yi frowned. The aura was still suppressing Lin Cheng, and he didn't need Lin Cheng's help for now. Lin Cheng's appearance would only weaken little Wan's constitution, he wouldn't just sit idly by. As for the 3 spirit masters, Zhang Yi stepped forward, a layer of flames spreading from all around him, his eyes sparkling with the judgment fire of hell. The judgment realm reopened, and this time the number of people being judged rose to 3. He swung a punch fiercely, and a roaring fire surged forward, gathering in the air to form a fire bear. The spirit master in front wielded a long knife and forcefully slashed, cutting through the flames. The other 2 came at him from both sides at the same time. Snap! Suddenly, an eye cracked open in the air, and the speed of the 3 immediately slowed. Zhang Yi dodged, and the magic bear's bloodline expanded to 6 meters again, delivering a powerful punch. The masked man suddenly split his knife into 2, crossing them to block in front of himself. But after taking Zhang Yi's punch, his body was blasted back, and cracks appeared on his blades, from which eyes grew. He remained silent, crossing his knives to slide past, slicing off the eyeball. Another person suddenly opened his mouth wide. A strange music released from within. Wherever the music reached, Zhang Yi trembled, as if entering a hallucination. A knife flew out from the musical space. Zhang Yi's brows furrowed, and he suddenly turned. But the knife still cut his arm, tearing a gap in his puppet body, yet no blood flowed out. Several eyeballs blocked the wound. Just as Zhang Yi wanted to move to retaliate, this odd voice struck again, holding him in place and leaving him unable to move. Although it was only a 1-second delay, it was enough for them. The three figures appeared in front of Zhang Yi simultaneously, attacking and sending him flying. "Hee, the magic bear is nothing special, kill him, and we'll share the reward," said the one with black lips, almost touching his ear. His strange powers could be released through his throat, which was very impressive. As he sent the little bear flying, he smiled again and opened his mouth wide. The strange voice surged again, and the other two rushed forward, intending to completely slay the magic bear before it could recover. But in the next second, with the eerie sound ringing out, the little one sitting on Zhang Yi's shoulder started to sing. 1, 2, 3 little friends, 4, 5, 6 little friends. The stars in the sky are shedding tears, the roses on the ground are wilting. As the nursery rhyme fell, Zhang Yi suddenly discovered that his deep, low chant could actually amplify it. The controlled body could move in an instant. A cruel glint flickered in his eyes. He turned and roared, his enormous mouth resembling an abyss, filled with eerie, oozing eyes. The two were startled, not expecting that the strange ability of the big-mouthed man had been suppressed and broken. It was too late to turn back, they could only continue to confront the weirdness. Judgment. As the masked man approached Zhang Yi, just before the knife fell, Zhang Yi suddenly chanted these two words while staring at him with thousands of eyes. The latter paused abruptly, and in the next second, a fiery fist flew towards him. Bang! The whole person was instantly sent flying, while the person beside him rushed forward. The ghostly hand reached for Zhang Yi's eyes. "You have many eyes, so I'll dig out these 2 eyes of yours." The magic bear suddenly retreated, countless eyes appearing in the air to block the attack. After creating distance, Zhang Yi continued to unleash the wasteland eyes, combining it with the low chant and judgment. He amplified fear infinitely in the surroundings. The masked man was hit hard by this punch, as small eyes sprouted all over the bird part of his chest. He gritted his teeth, grabbing the knife to slice off all the skin from his chest. "Be careful, this magic bear's nursery rhyme is problematic, it can suppress your weirdness. We 3 will split up, surround, and attack. Remember, do not show fear, otherwise, we will only fail." The other 2 nodded, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the magic bear, and joined forces to advance. With the 3 of them attacking together, even though the eerie domain had returned to its peak, Zhang Yi found it quite challenging. Additionally, LV Liangbing was watching from the side, ready to take action at any moment, just observing. "This magic bear has no blind spots, let's seal him off and cut off his sight before attacking." As the masked man's words fell, the other man's ghostly hand released a lot of black substance. The substance appeared like a waterfall, forming a square cage around Zhang Yi. Inside, Zhang Yi could not see the outside situation, but those outside could see him. Attack! The 3 together launched their assaults, unleashing their weirdness to deal a fatal blow to Zhang Yi. Puff! The black waterfall square was cut open, and numerous wounds appeared on Zhang Yi's body. Even with the wasteland eyes plugging the gaps, he couldn't withstand it. To deal with the 3, he must first capture one and beat it to death, deal with one before anything else. Despite being heavily injured, he reached out with one hand to grab one person, then opened his big mouth wide. The big-mouthed man panicked, "Help me, help me." Seeing this, the ghostly hand wanted to help, but the masked man squinted. "If one dies, there's one less share, isn't it a good thing?" The ghostly hand paused at those words, then burst into laughter. "Good idea, I'll be polite then." He sneered coldly. Not caring about the big-mouthed man's plea for help, a dark hand suddenly reached out from ahead, directly grabbing at the magic bear. It cared nothing for that man's life. Bang! Before Zhang Yi could swallow this person, the ghostly hand came, directly tearing the man in half, injuring itself in the process. You. The big-mouthed man gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the 2. However, the 2 completely disregarded him, just glancing sideways at LV Liangbing. "You better not act, we want this magic bear." LV Liangbing squinted, indifferent, only watching from the side. No one knew what he was thinking. Injured, Zhang Yi crouched in front, not expecting these 2 to be so ruthless, completely disregarding their companion's safety. He hurt himself as well. While he was struggling, suddenly a masked man appeared behind him. Demonic bear, die. This was the masked man's strange ability, capable of turning his attack into fog. The fogged attack was like a flower planted in the ground. Ordinary people couldn't notice it, and Zhang Yi didn't pay attention either. But just as this attack was about to land on Zhang Yi, Xiao Wan shouted, "Mom!" Crack! As the sound fell, the fogged ability of the masked man's clone froze in place and turned into blocks, falling to the ground. Immediately, the strange Lin Sheng appeared. This was her first appearance after so long. Both masked men were shocked. "What, is this little girl's strangeness?" Isn't her strangeness this demonic bear? They completely got it wrong. After Lin Chang appeared, Xiaowan's face turned even paler, her small body trembling slightly. Pointing with one hand, her young face was filled with anger. You dare to bully the little bear, Mom, help me kill them all. Lin Chang moved. Usually, under Zhang Yi's pressure, she couldn't appear, but now that Zhang Yi had no pressure on her. Without the pressure on Lin Qing, Zhang Yi's strength also grew. Standing up, he roared, countless eyeballs fell from the sky, piling up. The knife in the masked man's hand swung wildly, but the eyeballs stuck to it like glue, soon covering the long knife entirely. As Lin Qing dodged, floating in the air, her hands swiped, these items moved as easily as blocks, including the masked man's weapon. The two were startled, one of them retreated. But just as they retreated, they collided with a giant eyeball, their backs instantly getting stuck. With a violent tug, their skin was covered with eyes. Oh no! They never expected that this demonic bear had helpers, and these helpings were not ordinary anomalies, but more like rule types. This kind of anomaly ability was extremely dangerous. Lu Liangbing, stop being dazed, hurry up and help, he shouted. Lu Liangbing rolled his eyes, are you sick? One moment you're saying not to move, the next moment you're saying to help. Though he said it, he had already rushed over, the demonic bear had to die, as for this little girl. Just as he stepped out, he heard Xiaowan laughingly say, Uncle, don't move, if you move, I'll let Mom kill you. Lin Qing, floating in the air, immediately shifted her target, focusing on Lu Liangbing. While Zhang Yi was fighting the masked men at the front, he was not falling behind at all. Lu Liangbing sweated heavily, he never expected, as a sea-level ghost master, to be scared by a newly born anomaly. Judgment. It was just a momentary lapse in timing. Zhang Yi directly executed judgment, holding the ghost's head with one hand and grabbing his back with the other, tearing it apart, ripping the anomaly out of him. With the anomaly separated, he could no longer withstand the pressure of the Desolate Eye, and eyes began sprouting from his flesh like bamboo shoots after rain. Zhang Yi grabbed the anomaly and opened his mouth wide, swallowing it whole. The ghost hand man was thrown to the ground by Zhang Yi like a person suffering from a plague. The scattered eyeballs on the ground surged like bone-eating insects, filling his body, enjoying the taste of flesh and fear. The masked man was scared. Was this demonic bear really a level 4 anomaly? When did a level 4 anomaly gain the ability to one-sidedly crush 3 sea-level ghost masters? A sense of fear rose in his heart, and in the next second, the mask bulged, as if something poked it. He suddenly realized, it was over, he felt fear, and the Desolate Eye was already spreading over his body. Oh no! I have to run, if I stay here, I'll die. He pressed his lips and turned to flee. But how could Zhang Yi give him the chance? His judgment task was already over. If all 5 judgment targets die, then what remains is slaughter. Zhang Yi suddenly appeared behind him, the massive body of the demon bear staring at him, grinning widely. Fear is truly the most delicious food in the world. Fear, say it again, what can I take away? Everything. He, fear can take away everything. The voice of the Grim Reaper echoed in the empty valley, causing panic. The masked man drew his knife and slashed, but Zhang Yi single-handedly grabbed the blade, his heart already filled with fear, for in front of the demon bear, there was nowhere to hide from it. As long as there is fear, that is my slaughtered sheep. He punched down, sending the masked man flying, his body covered in eyeballs. He landed right next to LV Liangbing, who couldn't help but tremble at the sight of his miserable state. Little sister, why did you team up with the strange one? Little one casually dangled her legs on top, swaying them. Uncle, the little bear is my most favorite thing. Uncle, please. Then, little one stretched out her hands, looking at LV Liangbing with a pleading expression. The glass bead in LV Liangbing's hand fell to the ground, he was already making plans. Hearing little one's question, he spoke, what do you want me to do? Little one cheerfully said, the little bear and mommy are hungry, please let uncle be their food, they will cherish every bite. Despite having been mentally prepared, he was still startled to hear this. The beads in his hand suddenly shot towards Lin Chang and Zhang Yi. Bang bang bang. Lin Qing's body was riddled with holes, he leaped into the air, holding a strange object in his hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Chang. But at a critical moment, Zhang Yi dashed out and blocked him with one hand. Grinning, he said, gently fall into fear, the taste of fear is delightful. Boom. A bell sounded, and he was wrapped in fear, thousands of eyeballs staring at him. He suddenly felt an itch in his eyes, gritted his teeth, twisted his body, but the glass knife still stabbed through. As he fell to the ground, he single-handedly threw the masked man outside with all his strength, then turned and thrust the knife fiercely into Zhang Yi's throat. He is the night watchman, his darkness is meant to illuminate others' darkness. Thousands can retreat, but I cannot. Puff. This knife pierced directly into Zhang Yi's chin. Fortunately, he used the Eye of Desolation to stack on top. Otherwise, this knife would have easily been taken away by LV Liangbing. This spirit master really deserves to die. Zhang Yi threw a powerful punch. Bang. LV Liangbing rolled out using the force, unexpectedly arriving beside the big-mouthed man. Although his body was already in tatters, he still had a life left. These spirit masters may not be good people, but in the shadow of darkness, how can there be complete eggs? This world cannot ultimately turn into a strange world, it should be a world for humans. He grasped the big-mouthed man with one hand. Brother, open your mouth wide, I'll send you out. With a sudden throw, the big-mouthed man soared into the sky, then opened his mouth, preparing to tear a hole in the judgment realm with the strange one to let himself out. His expression was full of surprise. He never expected he would have a chance to live, despite the fact that his lower body was covered in wounds, filled with eyeballs, blood vessels, and smashed flesh. But spirit masters are just like that, the cockroaches that can't be killed. LV Liangbing finally breathed a sigh of relief, reached to pull the eyeball beside his mouth, pulling it down as if popping a pimple. Damn, that hurts, I'm really just a too good person. But one survivor is better than none, this dark world needs spirit masters. Thinking he had sent the big-mouthed man out. But when the big-mouthed man opened his mouth, ready to tear the judgment realm, he was surprised to find that his mouth couldn't make a sound at all. What happened to his throat? It felt dry and hoarse, as if something was blocking it. This feeling grew stronger. Suddenly, a sense of suffocation came over him. His expression turned into one of sheer terror as he reached in to dig. One by one, eyeballs slid out from his throat. Bang! His entire throat burst, exploded by the eyeballs. Zhang Yi turned around, countless pairs of eyes were watching the dazed LV Liangbing mockingly. In this land of judgment, once fear is born, there is no way to retreat, fear is everywhere. LV Liangbing puffed on his cigarette, took a deep breath. The demon bear really is impressive, but I am not weak either. As he released a breath of foul air, he flew forward. The glass centipede on his left hand had already crawled up his arm, just a step away from his heart. He reached into his sleeve, took out a blue potion, and twisted the cap to drink it down. The veins around his neck began to crawl out like a centipede, and blue veins appeared on his face. His body began to twist, the sound of bones cracking ringing in his ears. Zhang Yi suppressed Ling Sheng again, taking him into Xiao Wan's body, then stepped forward with the pace of death towards LV Liangbing. Night Watcher, Ghost Controller, for my fear, the demon bear, you are all food birthed from fear. In my eyes, you are like sheep, and I will have no pity. He was strange, and as time passed, this feeling deepened. The only thing that could stir even a slight emotional wave in him was Xiao Wan. Others? They are all food of fear. Bang! LV Liangbing's power surged, moving quickly, crashing towards Zhang Yi. His small fist collided with the demon bear's heavy fist. Both figures were forced back, Zhang Yi unscathed, while eyeballs began to appear on LV Liangbing's fist. But it was only for a moment. At the moment the eyeballs appeared, his flesh began to swell, pushing the eyeballs out. He twisted his neck. Fear? The thing you take pride in, I don't care at all. In my eyes, there is only one path, and that is to kill you. I am never afraid of death. People die, birds fly to the sky, if not dead, for 10,000 years. As his voice fell, he charged again. Meanwhile, the land of judgment continued, but Zhang Yi's eerie domain slowly began to dissipate. Outside, Lu Li and others rushed over. Damn, the boss is fighting in there, hurry and help. The cotton-padded jacket man cried out, opening his coat, wanting to tear through the land of judgment. But his ability wasn't enough. Lu Li and another ghost controller were also nearby, and the three of them combined their strength to barely tear open a hole. They entered inside. Put. Stepping on many eyeballs, the three jumped back in shock and looked up. Endless eyeballs, rivers flowing with eyeballs, stars hanging in the sky were also eyeballs. On the ground lay several human corpses and painted monsters. Damn, the boss is so incredible, he killed the painted monster, the cotton-padded jacket man exclaimed just as he finished speaking. Bang. Then they saw the demon bear descending from the sky, with the so-called boss in its left hand. The taste of fear is truly wonderful, but you disappoint me because you have no fear. LV Liangbing's mouth dripped with blood as he gritted his teeth and smiled. Stop chattering, I don't understand what you're saying. Struggling a bit, he severed his right arm with a single knife and dropped down. You have time to shout about how incredible you are but no time to help, right? P.S. I'm feeling unwell these days, dropping a bit from 8,000, we'll add more later, hope for understanding. Then the first boss was defeated. The male protagonist is strange, emotions will be present but not much. Xiao Wan will, because of the male protagonist's eerie magnetic field, have her mind affected and become like Annie in the Alliance, a kind of dark figure. This book is a dark stream of strangeness, so there is no idea of doing things for the official. The male protagonist is an individual, the only one who can affect him is Xiao Wan. In the future, the eerie aspects will become increasingly disgusting, terrifying, and mysterious, just giving everyone a warning. If anyone has recommendations for eerie themes in the future, feel free to comment, I will read them every day. The next eerie themes like mansheep, ghost scale, actors, etc., pick one from them. Chapter 46, Uncle, I want to use your eyeballs to make a beautiful necklace. Of Liang's illness, with blue blood at the corner of his mouth, one arm already broken. He lowered his head and shouted, then charged again. The demonic bear is officially defined as a special level anomaly. As a member of the T-Rex squad, as a night watcher, he absolutely won't let go when confronted with it. One of them must die. He charged again and engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Yi. At this moment, Zhang Yi had already absorbed the fear value reward from the executor mission. Although he had not yet used the fear breakthrough, he was not something Liang's illness could handle. Without that blue potion to support him, Liang would be instantly killed by Zhang Yi, crushed. This potion is irreversible. Once consumed, it will cause injuries that cannot be undone. But to kill Zhang Yi, he had already made up his mind. Boss, did the boss take the potion? Lu Li's eyes widened, gritting his teeth as he spoke harshly. The cotton-padded coatman no longer cared about anything else. He charged ahead. The painting anomaly had already killed one teammate. He couldn't watch any more brothers die before him. Go! The cotton-padded coatman and the remaining teammate charged forward, disregarding the eyes of mountains and rivers all around. Ignoring the fear in their hearts, they had only one belief: save the captain, slay the anomaly. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand, and red light enveloped the surroundings, and then clusters of pupils fell like raindrops. As soon as they touched them, they would immediately spread like a plague. The cotton-padded coatman gritted his teeth. Come over. Then he tore open his chest robe, revealing a little ghost hiding in his belly, snow white with snowflakes floating around. Once he opened his robe, the little ghost released a large amount of cold aura, freezing all the eyeballs in place. Each eyeball, at that moment, was as fragile as candy. Lu Li clasped his hands together, and his figure immediately vanished. A circle of black wall cover patterns appeared on the eyeball-covered ground. Then he quickly used his ability, causing countless eyeballs to fall into this wall cover and disappear. He moved quickly, rapidly arriving at Zhang Yi's feet, and opened his mouth, managing to control his entire leg in the void. Zhang Yi wanted to pull it out but couldn't do it at all. Liang's illness had seized the moment, with a bone blade falling from the air, wanting to split Zhang Yi's head in two. However, an eyeball appeared in midair, blocking the knife, and then a punch sent Liang's illness flying. The eyeball regenerated, then wilted like a flower, regenerated, wilted, repeating this cycle. With each cycle, Liang's aura diminished a little. The remaining teammate had an unknown anomaly aura, but in battle, he stood far away, as if locking onto Zhang Yi. One could see the cross tattoo on his left hand. After aiming, he pulled suddenly. Suddenly, a void opened above Zhang Yi's head, and a massive steel cross crashed down. Zhang Yi frowned, extending his hands to bear the cross. The immense force bent his body down. Cotton Coat, it's your turn. This man gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. The cotton-padded coatman nodded, sprinted out, and leapt 7 or 8 meters high. His hands propping his belly, the little ghost above him sneered and released cold air, preparing to seal Zhang Yi's fate with this final move. Anomalies fear two things: pure gold, cold air. The cotton-padded coatman wasn't strong, but his anomaly was terrifying. Like Lin Qing, he was a rule-based terrifying anomaly. If enveloped by his anomaly, even special-level beings would struggle to escape. He flew in the air, cold air rushing towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's desolate gaze shattered into candy-like pieces. It was evident that the cotton-padded coatman was about to descend. Suddenly, amidst the battle, a faintly ethereal and strangely pleasant nursery rhyme rang out. Maybe the moon won't blink, and the stars won't speak. Are you feeling lonely? Maybe. Everyone's peripheral vision caught sight of the small girl, as delicate as porcelain, hopping joyfully towards them. Then she laughed. Brother, you can't hurt the teddy bear, or I'll be sad. Mommy! She suddenly shouted. The moment those two words fell, a wave of panic and ominous feeling flashed through the heart of Lu Liangbing, who was in a standoff with Zhang Yi. He abruptly looked up, his pupils contracting in horror. Watch out behind you. The man in the cotton-padded jacket felt a chill creep up his back as if something was staring at him. He quickly turned around and saw a floating block, shaped like a person. It had no expression and no movement, just a stiff body stretching its hand towards him. Just one touch, a gentle poke, would cause the man in the cotton-padded jacket to shatter like a block. But Lin Qing did not move further. Little Wan hopped happily to Zhang Yi's side, sitting on his shoulder and swinging her legs. Uncle, can you help me with something? Her twinkling eyes looked like two beautiful gems. But everyone was puzzled. How could a girl, so sweet like a fairy tale princess, now be sitting on something so eerie? Lu Liangbing licked his dry lips. You won't ask us to fill the teddy bear's belly again, will you? Little One supported her chin with her hands and shook her head. The teddy bear is already full. He's the cutest toy ever, but he has a bit too many eyes. Uncle, can you help me pick up that eyeball on the ground? I want to make it into a necklace. Lu Liangbing glanced down. One eyeball was particularly obvious. It was the two eyes of the ghost master that Zhang Yi had just killed. Oppose? If he opposed, he feared the little girl would fly into a rage, and then everyone would die here. This magic bear's power was far more than this. The higher-ups had seriously underestimated him, plus with such a bizarre rule, just relying on them was not enough to compete. He released his grip, crouched down, and picked up the bloody eyeball. After hesitating for a moment, he handed the eyeball over to Little Juan. Little Juan jumped off from the teddy bear, gleefully coming beside him, circling Lu Liangbing a couple of times. "Thank you, uncle. Can we go now? Or, do you still want to continue playing games with the teddy bear?" She looked at Lu Liangbing earnestly. Lu Liangbing looked up. The man in the cotton-padded jacket was just a step away from the Grim Reaper. Even if that block moved slightly, he would have no place to be buried. He clenched his fists. Okay. Little Juan jumped. Yay. We can go back to play blocks now, right, teddy bear? Can we go back? She looked at Zhang Yi, whose giant head tilted down to glance at her. Suddenly, the last eye of the night crow sent a message. Something happened over there with Su Jejia. Zhang Yi nodded, reached out, and hugged Little Juan, placing her on his shoulder. Looking down at Lu Liangbing, that terrifying low roar gently came. "You are the first person I've met who has shown no fear until this moment of death." He turned and left. Alice and the firestarter teddy bear faded away, and the domain of judgment cracked open. Chapter 47. Too many. There are really too many eyes, simply cannot get rid of them. As the domain cracked open, the four could only watch as Zhang Yi disappeared. The teddy bear was massive, its body engulfed in flames, writhing with eyes. Everyone feared it, yet this porcelain-like little girl felt no fear. She even wanted to use the eyeballs to make a cute necklace. Is this a normal little girl? Puff. Lu Liangbing spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't move because he couldn't hold on anymore. Without him, a C-grade ghost master, the others combined weren't enough to handle the teddy bear. If they continued to fight, everyone would die here. They weren't afraid of death, only afraid of dying without cause. And currently, one thing was certain, this special-grade Eerie magic bear seemed to have formed some kind of contract with the little girl. The demon bear cared deeply about the little girl, otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life fighting against the strange creature just to save her. "Boss." The other three hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Lu Liang was sick and sitting on the ground, his face pale, with a strange aura clashing wildly within him. "Don't worry about me first, check if you have any eyeballs on you, make sure." Upon hearing the captain's words, the three did not dare be careless and checked themselves carefully from top to bottom. All three found varying degrees of eyeballs, quickly revealing themselves under the strange powers of the cotton-padded coat man. When Lu Liang took off his outer clothing, everyone was shocked. His back was covered in eyeballs, desperately wriggling, densely packed and mixed with blood. "Boss, weren't you never afraid?" Luli pursed his lips. "That's fake." The potion suppressed the fear in his heart so the demon bear couldn't sense it, but the strange rules are unchangeable. The boss has been holding on. "I'll help the boss get these eyeballs off," the cotton-padded coat man said as he was about to move. But in the next second, a woman's voice came from beside. "Stop." The few turned back and saw Zhang Tao, Su Cheng, and the remaining teammate from their squad, along with 7 or 8 watchers walking over. Under Zhang Tao's lead, the 7 or 8 glanced at each other and without hesitation chased after them. "Captain." The woman was the one from their team with strange healing abilities, Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao squatted on the ground, looking at these shocking eyeballs, her eyes filled with fear. This fear rule was the first time they had seen it. It could only be described in one word: perverse. As long as there is fear, one would be parasitized. This is not a cheat, what is? These eyeballs have already fused with flesh and blood, and due to the potion, there are even eyeballs inside the body, forcibly pulling them out. The captain won't be able to bear it. Zhang Miao inspected and said. The cotton-padded coat man became a bit flustered. "So what now? The boss can't die." Zhang Miao stood up. "The situation of the injured in the southern division of H City is similar to the boss's. I already called the headquarters before coming. The lab people will come over tomorrow, and they will take over," giving another glimmer of hope. "A level 4 strange being has already alarmed the lab people?" The crowd was dumbfounded. But Zhang Miao didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked back, "Did the painting creature die?" "Yes, it was already dead when we arrived. The demon bear killed the painting creature 3 times, and 3 sea-level spirit masters also died on the scene." Hearing this result, everyone gasped in shock. The power of the demon bear was indeed beyond everyone's expectations, too strong. "Let's head back first, we'll discuss the specifics later." Lu Liang's condition was very serious, being parasitized by the wasteland eye, severely injured by Zhang Yi, and due to that one potion, although he was not dead yet, he had already fallen into a coma. Whether he could wake up was a question, but fortunately, at the crucial moment, the little girl spared them a chance. This little girl was clearly human. Why was she with the strange being? This strange being was indeed bloodthirsty. Why would it listen to the little girl? What exactly was their relationship? No one knew. Damn it, these eyes cannot be removed at all. In the apartment complex, the 2 spirit masters sent by Boss Huang were left with only one short man. He was parasitized by a few wasteland eyes and originally wanted to eradicate them. But suddenly, the wasteland eyes seemed to explode and began to grow wildly. Originally pulled out eyeballs grew back again, absolutely impossible to get rid of. Not long after, eyeballs started appearing on his face. The more he was afraid, the more they multiplied, and the more they multiplied, the more fear he felt. Until his hair started falling out, eyeballs appeared on his scalp, and his entire head was filled with eyeballs. The whole person was already dominated by fear. The initial calmness completely vanished. Beside them, Sujia and Tang Meili remained quietly sitting there. However, Sujia was deep in sleep, while Tang Meili was wide awake. She was a witness from start to finish, watching with her own eyes as the short man was covered in eyeballs. She felt so scared, but was relieved that she didn't grow any eyeballs on her body. Thud. The short man suddenly stood up and walked toward the two of them. Damn it, even if I die, I want to enjoy it first. Tang Meili was startled and gripped a block tightly, ready to fight him. Don't come over. The short man pulled down his pants, and to her horror, his lower body was also covered in eyes, his original third leg now wrapped in eyeballs, quite disgusting. He was furious, it seemed he wouldn't get to enjoy himself anymore. He was preparing to kill the two in a fit of rage. But suddenly, a crow's cry came from outside, and he turned around abruptly, as the crow flew straight at him. With a sharp pain, he collapsed to the ground and quickly ran away. He made his way to the ground level. He needed to seek help from Boss Huang. There had to be special potions around him. Being such a rich man, he must have them prepared. Stumbling, the world in front of him started to shatter like a mirror, becoming more and more fragmented. Zhang Yi had already returned to this side of the community with Xiao Wan, his strange magnetic field able to change the surrounding surveillance at any time. He looked up coldly and smiled. Today is Judgment Day, not a single one of you can escape, no one can get away. He followed at a slow pace behind him. A porcelain doll and a toy bear. Inside a certain villa, Boss Huang was lying on the sofa, fiddling with a photo of his son who had passed away. He placed it in the middle spot and stroked his son's photo. Although you were useless, you were still my son. Since you didn't enjoy yourself in life, Dad will help you satisfy that, and soon you will watch how I torture her. On the other side of the room was his personal ghost handler. He was a member of the White Rope Club. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang. Boss Huang was immediately excited. Are they back? Quickly open the door, my son can't wait any longer. The door of the villa was knocked on. Boss Huang hurriedly tidied up his son's photos in the living room, showing a face of excitement and a sinister smile. Son, Dad will avenge you and help you torture him mercilessly. Hurry up and open the door, my son is already eager. Shouting towards the door, two bodyguards sighed and quickly ran out. While walking, they whispered, staying with Boss Huang really makes money, but this guy is truly insane. Who can say otherwise? Which woman has survived a few days after falling into his hands? People like him will get their comeuppance. Whispering, they stepped forward to open the door. Their villa was a standalone structure, built above a high-rise building, independent from it. There was a dedicated elevator. Going up required facial recognition. So, when the two bodyguards went to the door to receive someone, as they just came down from above, they saw a short man in loose clothing stumbling toward them. The two were momentarily stunned, then smelled a fishy stench, wrinkling their noses. Where are the others? Boss Huang sent you to bring people, why are you the only one back? The short man looked down, his voice hoarse, as if filled with filth. Everyone else is dead, let me up, I have business with Boss Huang, make way. Saying this, he pushed the two aside. The two instinctively tried to stop him, but looked down to see his chest covered in small eyes that had sprouted. These eyes seemed to be laughing and squirming, very disgusting. They were immediately startled. What the hell is this? You are one of us, you can't attack us. The two thought they had offended him somewhere. After all, they had heard about the ghost handler's powers long ago. It's incredibly easy to kill an ordinary person. Instinctively, he stepped back and pulled out a gun, its bullets made of gold, meant specifically for dealing with the strange. As a result, the short man revealed only half of his face, gritting his teeth and saying, get out of the way, everyone else is dead, I need to find Boss Huang for help. This half face was covered with eyeballs, flowing with yellow-green liquid mixed with blood. It was as disgusting as worms corroding flesh. Seeing this, the two nearly threw up. The short man didn't waste time arguing, he turned and stepped into the elevator, going up. The two reported the situation below. Soon, they squatted at the door and began to vomit, throwing away their entire clothes. Damn, everyone else is dead? Only he came back alive? While rinsing his mouth with water, one complained, didn't two spirit tamers go? Did they all get killed by the strange? It's too scary. Did you see his face? So many eyeballs, it's as disgusting as pores. Oh my god, don't infect me. At the top of the villa. Someone had already received the news from the two below and was waiting at the door. Sure enough, when the elevator opened, several people with guns pointed at the door. Boss Huang sat on the sofa, his face dark and unfriendly. Useless, truly useless. Two spirit tamers can't deal with a single strange? Revenge doesn't matter, at the very least, bring that woman back to me. His voice was low, yet filled with roaring anger. At the same time, a person stood beside him, thin, with dark eyes and sunken cheeks, looking like he had indulged too much. He was the spirit tamer beside Boss Huang, strong in power, a member of the White Rope Club. He was hired by Boss Huang for high pay to provide personal protection. At this moment, he squinted at the short man. Even though they were from the same club, he didn't know these two spirit tamers. However, at this moment, he sensed a strange aura, very chaotic. Boss Huang, save me, please, save my life. He suddenly knelt on the ground, his wide robe covering him completely. Boss Huang frowned with disgust. Save you? I paid a lot to send you two to capture someone, and you didn't catch anyone, and now you want me to pay even more? Why should I? I'm not running a charity. Please, save me. I'm willing to be your dog, I'll be your dog from now on. He crawled forward on his knees. His cloak fell off. Everyone in the room shuddered. This person was too terrifying. His head had not a single hair left, replaced by countless moving, swirling eyes. When he looked up, his face, teeth, and mouth were covered, horrifying like mouth ulcers. Ugh! Boss Huang suddenly stepped back, unable to hold it in and vomiting, then cursed, "What the hell is this? So disgusting. Don't come over and dirty my floor, stop him." Several people raised their guns, aiming. The short man continued to plead desperately, "Boss Huang, that strange thing isn't ordinary, it's a demon bear, a demon bear. The painting strange is also there, you've put us in a terrible situation." Boss Huang frowned. What demon bear and painting strange? I don't understand. You didn't complete my task, and you still want me to pay? Are you dreaming? While he didn't know about the demon bear and painting strange, the man beside him suddenly shuddered. He quickly spoke up. What did you say? You ran into both the demon bear and the painting strange at the same time? But the short man ignored him, grinning wildly and seeming somewhat mad. You've trapped us. You promised ordinary strangeness, but turned out to be too special strangeness. Shouldn't you take responsibility? I only ask for your help now, I'm willing to be your dog from now on. Boss Huang smiled coldly. A strange capsule is 50 million, only suppresses strange breath for a month. You worthless piece of trash want me to use this thing to extend your life? Are you worth this price? Dog? I like nothing, just not money and dogs. Hurry up and roll, looking at you makes me sick. I still have to go find your White Rope Club to settle the score. What kind of useless thing did you send? Can't even complete the mission and still have the face to come back. His face was full of disgust, cursing loudly, his expression extremely ugly. The short man felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, completely hopeless. He suddenly changed his expression, staring viciously at Boss Huang. Since you won't give it, then don't blame me for grabbing it. Anyway, we are all going to die. Countless eyes squirmed on him, watching everyone. Boss Huang smiled coldly. A dog is still a dog, it will bite its owner, kill him for me. Bang bang bang. At the villa downstairs, two men were smoking. The woman Boss Huang played with yesterday is locked in the warehouse. Shall we go over and have some fun after work? Sure, this is the good thing about following Boss Huang. He likes to share the things he's played with, it's really great. Just as they finished speaking, a tender voice came from the side. Uncle, can you help me? Chapter 49. Hahaha, he's here, everyone will die, let's all die together. Two big men with cigarettes turned around and looked. A little girl with twin ponytails, wearing a small dress, her face rosy like porcelain, was holding a red teddy bear looking at them expectantly. The little girl was too adorable, her skin smooth as porcelain. At a glance, one could tell that she would definitely grow up to be a beauty. The burly man with the cigarette in front of him brightened up, revealing a sinister smile. Little girl, you look really pretty, what are you doing here? Do you need Uncle to help you with something? Do you want Uncle to take you to play? It's going to be so much fun. The other man looked speechless, patting his shoulder. No, this is still a child, are you really that desperate? The man smirked in a lewd way, showing an expression you don't understand. What do you know, I just like this kind, don't disturb me. Then he squatted down, talking to the little girl. The little girl, with sparkling eyes, curiously stared at him. Where does Uncle want to take me to play? The fierce-looking burly man showed a proud smile, but it looked worse than crying. Let's go, you'll know when you get there. Little girl, you really look good. The little girl lifted her head. Thank you for the compliment, but can Uncle help me with something before we go? The burly man asked. Feel free to say, as long as you go play with Uncle, don't say just one favor, even 10 favors Uncle will agree. The little girl stretched out her hand and counted. Then she smiled. 1 is enough, no need for 10. Is 1 enough? Uncle only has 1 life, so only 1 favor. The little girl suddenly revealed a meaningful smile, then said before the burly man could react, then would you please help me feed my teddy bear? As soon as the words fell, she hugged the teddy bear and lifted it up. The next moment, the toy bear suddenly smiled, crunch. 30 seconds later, the teddy bear discreetly wiped its mouth and was gently held by the little girl again, while the ground was a mess of blood, including severed limbs. There were also two heads that refused to close their eyes filled with eyeballs. The little girl hugged the teddy bear while holding a head, stepping happily towards the elevator. Then she stood on tiptoe and poked her head out. Just as the elevator door opened, she hurriedly ran in. She threw the head. But because he was parasitized by the Eye of Desolation, the golden bullets couldn't hurt his original body, instead being blocked by the eye. For a moment, no one could do anything to him. The more it was like this, the more excited Boss Huang became. The room was filled with the sounds of women's cries and gunfire. The short man gritted his teeth, yellow-green liquid starting to flow from his body. I want to kill you, I want to die with you, you deceived me, I want to die together. Now he had no desire to survive, only the wish to take Boss Huang with him. If there was a chance, he still wanted to enjoy a moment with Boss Huang's woman. He would rather die than not be a playboy. He stepped closer, his command over spirits already very weak, nearly drained of all its energy by the Eye of Desolation. He could only move forward with his last strength. The person standing next to Boss Huang's side, seemingly seeing his own final outcome. But that didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that the weak should die, and those who couldn't complete their tasks deserved death. Boss Huang is right, since the task failed, you should die outside. What does it mean to come back? The club can't afford to lose this person. Boss Huang, let me do it, don't let him dirty your eyes. Boss Huang angrily pulled on the woman's hair and shouted excitedly. Ha ha ha, good. Get him dead, I want to use his eyes to brew wine. For him, money and his own life were everything, nothing else mattered, not even his son. He was a wealthy man, aware of everything hidden in this world. In today's world, nothing was more important than being alive, than living freely. He took a step forward, his eyes dark, his cheeks sunken, yet he couldn't hide the dark aura that surrounded him, especially in the depths of his eyes. He gently raised his hand, ready to strike. Suddenly, a cheerful and gentle nursery rhyme filled the noisy room. The girl in the red dress laughs, the alley is quiet. Deep in the night with no one around, she is waiting for someone to arrive. As the nursery rhyme rang out, there was also a strange laughter, and as the laughter came, everything spun around. It echoed like a voice in the valley, spreading into everyone's ears. Everyone looked puzzled. But the expression of the short man in front changed drastically. His body was covered in thousands of eyes, filled with fear and panic. Like a frightened little lamb, he looked around. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, everyone will die, we all will die, haha, we'll die together. What was happening? Everyone turned their gaze towards the lanky man with sunken eyes. Including Boss Huang. Is this your strange new ability? What a ride. Next time I'm in the room, you can play your tricks at the door. And the spirit master was suddenly stunned. This isn't my strange ability, wait, there's something else strange. He locked his pupils, ready to take action while surveying the surroundings. Ding dong. The elevator arrived. Everyone instinctively looked towards the working elevator, holding their breath, staring at the door. The elevator door opened. A little girl in a dress with pigtails walked out, hugging a red teddy bear. She peeked out, then stretched out her hand. 1, 2, 3. Giggle, so many people, the teddy bear and mommy can have a big feast. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought something terrifying would come out of the elevator, but instead, a little girl walked out. She looked very cute. Where did this little brat come from? Hurry and get lost. One of the bodyguards reached out, ready to throw her out. However, as soon as his hand reached out, poof. A burst of blood bloomed open, and after the blood flower, there were eyeballs. Eyes began to grow all over his hand, and everyone around gasped in horror, their expressions turning extremely terrified. And Boss Huang was suddenly frozen. The toy the little girl was holding was the very thing that killed his son, wasn't it? It's her, kill him for me, avenge my son. Little Bear smiled, life and death were unpredictable. P.S. Next, a new plot begins, new strange things will emerge tomorrow, it's truly terrifying. Chapter 50, Blood Pool Marsh. Xiaowan's favorite color is red. The moment Boss Huang saw Lin Xiaowan, he was instantly frozen in place. Suddenly, the video of his son's death flashed through his mind. Wasn't she holding that weird little bear? It was that thing that killed my son. He turned around, picked up his son's memorial photo, placed it next to the woman, seized her hair, and shouted, it's her, my son was killed by that little bear, kill her for me, who can help me kill her, I'll reward 50 million. His face flushed red with fury. His movements grew increasingly violent, and this crazed appearance ignited a flicker of excitement among the bodyguards. They greedily stared at the porcelain-like little girl and the bear in her arms. For a moment, even the short man was forgotten. Everyone was swallowing hard, eyes greedy. 50 million. 50 million was enough for them to take a risk. 50 million was enough to buy many, many lives. But the nursery rhyme ringing in their ears made them wary. No one stepped forward for a moment. A hint of unease lingered in their hearts. The surrounding bloodshed and carnage seemed utterly out of place with this pure, porcelain little girl. This was a purgatory, and she looked like an angel. Her eyes blinked, her lips curled up slightly, humming a nursery rhyme that even she didn't understand, but it felt very natural. Boss Huang slapped the woman. What are you still standing there for? Get over here. So what if it's strange? Strange things are scared of pure gold bullets. Killer, 50 million. Under heavy rewards, there must be reckless men. The first shout stirred everyone's fighting spirit, and with the second roar, the trembling and howling voice of the woman beneath him echoed. Many people's eyes turned red on sight. Gasping for breath, eyes bloodshot. Finally, someone could not hold back any longer, suddenly lifting their pistol, the cold gun aimed at the porcelain doll. Grinding their teeth, they pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang! In that instant, sparks shot out from the gun's muzzle. The cold bullet flew towards Xiao Wan as she tilted her head, hugging the bear, singing a cheerful nursery rhyme. The nursery rhyme lightly floated, rippling throughout the entire flat. Crack! Suddenly, the bullet flew through the air, striking Xiao Wan in the center of her forehead, but it did not harm her in the slightest. Because, at that crucial moment, an eye blocked the bullet, firmly catching it. Xiao Wan tilted her head and smiled around the bullet. Uncle, do you want to play a game with me? The next second, the little bear she hugged moved. It slowly turned its head, blood-red eyes staring at them. Its body began to change, jumping down from Xiao Wan's arms. Red-haired bear eyes, flames of purgatory blazing. The body began to grow larger. In front of everyone, the little toy bear started to grow to adult size, then 2 meters, then 3 meters. A gentle breeze blew, the fur swaying, revealing beneath it a chilling, abyss-like eye after eye. Just like the eyes on the short man, only they were hidden beneath Zhang Yi's fur. Zhang Yi stood in front of Xiao Wan, glaring fiercely at everyone, then roared in anger. Roar! The beast's roar descended, countless eyes flying out. Everyone was startled, opened fire, as countless bullets swarmed towards Zhang Yi. Moreover, a special knife meant for dealing with strange things was drawn by one of the bodyguards. Fear? Death? Ridiculous. These things are nothing in the face of true poverty. There is only one disease in the world, the disease of poverty. There is only one thing most terrifying in the world, and that is being poor. Wealth can push ghosts to grind, and it can make many people work hard for you. Under countless bullets, Zhang Yigan remained unscathed. Not just now, but even before, it was insignificant. Pure gold can indeed suppress or even kill and contain the bizarre. But for special grade bizarre, it is still too weak. This is what they naturally think. Zhang Yi grabbed with one hand, the huge mouth opened wide, and he sucked one person over. Then he stared at him, opened his big mouth. Countless eyes in the abyss giant mouth stared at him. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. He peed himself immediately, and the blade that subdued the bizarre fell from his hand. Zhang Yi looked at him with great disdain, then bit off his head and tossed his body aside. The gunfire continued on. The smell of blood spread throughout the entire villa. Xiao Wan sat beside singing, her legs dangling, tilting her head happily. Her smiling face with curved eyes was very cute. The short man, covered in eyes, was completely in despair. He seemed to have gone crazy. Scoffing as he sat on the ground, they are all dead, they all must die, everyone must die, it's really good, really good. Boss Huang's expression was abnormal. He seemed to have taken some drugs. He didn't care that his subordinates were being slaughtered by a blood-red little bear. The only ghost master had been watching silently. Real hunters do not attack right away, they observe and seek opportunities. He suddenly spoke. Boss Huang has taken something. His mind is not clear, you two take him away. Even though blood had already stained the sofa red, and heads could be used as pool balls in the room, he was still unafraid, and kept going, crazily going. This woman had fainted from fright, but he was still not afraid and kept acting. What kind of person is not afraid? A fool, and a madman. And he, with squinted eyes, was sizing up Lin Xiaowan. In his eyes, this little bear and the girl must be related. After thinking for a moment, nearly all the bodyguards were on the brink of death. The ones left were too scared to step forward. One by one turned around and began to escape. He took out a knife and stabbed his palm. Blood flowed down thick and viscous. Soon, the entire ground formed a blood pool swamp. His Bazaar, the blood pool swamp. Ability C, same special grade Bazaar. This is his strength as a member of the White Rope Club. The spread of the blood pool swamp caused everything to become bloodified. Everything touching the ground turned red. All the bodyguards trying to escape were forcibly controlled in place, unable to move. What are you doing? We're on the same side. Each one turned back in terror to stare at him. The gaunt Su Lin smiled coldly. I understand we are on the same side, so please help us. In the next moment, the blood pool swamp covered them, turning them into blood people. Even the heads that had been cut off, the severed limbs, and even the short man were dragged up. Everyone became his blood people, rushing towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi looked at the blood pool climbing upwards beneath his feet and took a step back. Xiaowan was so excited, she clapped her hands. Red, Xiaowan loves red the most. Chapter 51, The Opening of the Drama. After being controlled, blood people no longer feel fear, they are not influenced by anything. They had already become his puppets. The ability of blood people depends on the power of the blood pool swamp. Even ghost masters can control them, but they cannot use ghost masters' abilities. However, to him, that was enough. Countless eyeballs flew out, sticking to these blood people's bodies, but they did not affect their actions at all. They had no fear, the desolate gaze inflicted no harm upon them. All the blood people launched an attack on Zhang Yi. 8 or 9 blood people surrounded Zhang Yi. Not only did it move quickly in the blood pool, but its stickiness exceeded Zhang Yi's imagination. Su Lin's right hand was still bleeding, his face growing even paler, yet his expression was somewhat insane. This was the demon bear, eliminating it in one go would grant him official rewards. What were those 2 useless short men compared to him? Zhang Yi shifted slightly, and suddenly countless red blood hands reached out from the blood pool, grabbing his body. The blood was also eroding his barren eyes. His massive body began to be dragged down by this thing. The blood figure had arrived beside him, reaching out with blood-stained hands toward Zhang Yi. Wherever it touched, scars would appear. Zhang Yi swung his fists, flames wrapped around each punch. Although he could smash the blood figure apart, the blood pool swamp quickly reassembled their bodies, reviving them. Even in pieces, they could revive. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, then suddenly swung, and a huge blood eye appeared in the air. As the blood eye opened, a beam of light spread down, illuminating the blood pool below, and in the next moment, the blood pool began to dissipate. If he couldn't break it apart, then he would use a strange aura to push it away. Seeing this, Su Lin was not in a hurry, he merged into the blood pool swamp, moving quickly below, making it hard to catch his figure. Suddenly, Zhang Yi's right leg standing in the blood pool was fiercely stabbed by something, the cloth strip pulled apart, and a little cotton fell out. He was startled, trying to jump up, but the blood pool swamp deeply gripped his leg. Immediately, an axe reached out from the blood pool swamp, fiercely chopping toward his belly. He made a cold grunt. If you want to pull me down, then I'll go down willingly. He stopped struggling altogether, fully sinking into the blood pool swamp. If he wanted to break the rules, then he must penetrate them and completely dismantle from within. Once inside the blood pool swamp, everything around was blood red, like sinking to the bottom of the sea, even breathing became extremely difficult. He began to unleash the bloodline of the demon bear. The bloodline of the demon bear started to swell inside, his 3-meter body quickly transforming into 6 meters, eyes blood red, with eyes all over his body rolling and releasing flames. Puff! A sharp blade suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his eyes behind Zhang Yi had already sensed it. He spun around, extending his right hand, grabbing the blade, flames coursing along with it. Boom! The flames erupted in the blood pool, a cry of pain came from ahead. Countless blood figures began to condense, launching an attack against him. Although the blood pool swamp could bind their movements, under the judgment of the blazing fire, the effect was weakened. He stretched out one hand, a smirk on his lips. Red Purgatory, let me show you what true Red Purgatory is. Judgment Kingdom. The Judgment Kingdom was stronger than the power of rules, directly unfolding within the blood pool swamp. His body could move, no longer bound by the rules. Flames burned and danced, eyes began to appear in the blood pool. These blood figures, though immortal and able to repeatedly revive, Su Lin was not. He was merely a puppet master, this was his strange domain, and the time he could maintain it was limited. The Judgment Kingdom could suppress the strange domain, forcefully opening Zhang Yi's barren strange domain inside. The eyes began to replace the blood water, from the inside out. Su Lin in the blood pool was startled, the power of the demon bear far exceeded his imagination. Initially thinking he had sought death by sinking into the blood pool, he unexpectedly found Zhang Yi forcibly opened a barrier in his own blood pool. This barrier was actually not suppressed by the strange domain, it was utterly terrifying. In haste, he urged countless blood waters to condense into sharp blades toward Zhang Yi. The burden brought by the strange domain was too great. If he doesn't solve the magic bear quickly, he will die here. Blood turned into sharp blades, but Zhang Yi showed no fear. Just a C-rank spirit master, don't forget, I just killed 3.5 in one breath. An iron chain appeared in Zhang Yi's palm, this was the judge's primary weapon, and he had already completed the primary task, the reward was still unclaimed. But to deal with him, this thing alone is enough. The iron chain, as a judge's weapon, has a suppressive effect on the weird. With a sudden yank, all the blood pools in the swamp split apart in the middle. Where it split, it was quickly filled with eyeballs. Su Lin only saw a flaming iron chain coming towards him, accurately locking onto his position. Boom! The iron chain struck him, and his wounds quickly began to burn, with tiny eyeballs appearing at the cracked spots. At that moment, he realized the terrifying strength of the magic bear. He was starting to panic. He turned sharply, looking up at the blood pool swamp where a little girl was looking down with a curved smile, hands outstretched. She seemed to see Su Lin inside the blood pool through it. Su Lin pursed his lips, more and more eyeballs began to appear at the wound. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stop the spread of the eyeballs by blocking them with the blood dot. Then he turned and headed towards Lin Xiaowan. The magic bear was beyond his imagination, he was simply no match. If he wanted to survive, he must control this little girl. The magic bear would not disregard the little girl's safety. The blood pool began to dissolve, and a massive force of rules pressed down, forcibly delaying Zhang Yi's actions. But Su Lin had already charged out, eyes wide with excitement, reaching out for Xiaowan. Controlling this little girl meant controlling the magic bear, it had to be this way. The official potion would soon be mine. As he emerged from the blood pool, stretching out his right hand towards Xiaowan, he suddenly saw a woman standing behind Xiaowan, a blocky woman. Then, his outstretched right hand turned into blocks, falling down, and then his entire body, all his organs. At that moment, he understood, this magic bear was not the weird of Lin Xiaowan, it was an independent weird. Lin Xiaowan's weird was this blocky woman. But it was too late. In the entire room, besides the cute porcelain dolls and the toy bear, no one survived. The little girl joyfully sang nursery rhymes and left with the little bear, and the entire villa was engulfed in flames the next second. At the same time, in H City, happy community. Under the streetlight, a person dressed in a red opera costume was twisting its body. Its figure could twist 360 degrees, and below was a crowd of spectators, each with vacant eyes, swaying to the sharp, piercing opera voice. Falling flowers fill the sky, blocking the moonlight. Borrow a cup. Recommend on the Phoenix platform. Chapter 52, It's watching me, it appears as soon as I close my eyes. The community's night lights appeared dim and pale under the moonlight. On the platform, the figure in red was twisting its body, the opera voice gentle yet piercing. The surrounding crowd swayed back and forth. At 2 a.m, everyone was still awake, watching the opera downstairs. The shadow of the long opera costume was stretched straight by the moonlight. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of the community, a certain room was lit by a dim desk lamp. A young girl was curled up on the bed, covering herself tightly with a quilt, feeling extremely fearful and scared. Beep beep beep. Hello, this is the H City XXX Public Security Bureau, how can I help you? Help me, please come save me. A terrified, trembling voice came from the phone, like a little lamb surrounded by a pack of wolves. Are you in danger? Where are you? What danger are you facing? There's a ghost. There's a ghost. She's staring at me, she has been staring at me for hours, please come save me, I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer. The little girl trembled her body. The voice trembled out, carrying a faint cry. Although she was hiding under the blanket, she still dared not close her eyes, the dim light gave her a sense of safety. Ma'am, we are from the city police station, please do not joke with us. We can charge you with obstructing justice. No, I'm not joking. It's really here, it's staring at me, I'm so scared. On the police station side, the operator was Zhang Shui, who had just graduated and started her job. At this moment, she sighed, feeling a bit helpless, and someone beside her asked, what's wrong? Is someone playing prank calls again? Zhang Shui nodded, the caller says she has encountered a ghost, and that ghost has been staring at her for several hours. It was common for police stations to occasionally receive such nonsensical calls. Many were harassment calls. So everyone was used to it, let alone talk about encounters with ghosts. Anyone who made it to the police station must be a rational person, right? From the sound, it seems to be a little girl. Does she have some kind of mental illness? Let's ask more clearly, Zhang Shui sighed helplessly. Then, she adjusted her tone and asked, little sister, could it be that you saw it wrong? No. I clearly feel it there, it's bending over at my bedside staring at me. Its makeup looks like someone from a performance, as soon as I close my eyes, it will move. If I keep my eyes open, it won't move at all. I'm too scared to sleep now. Please come help me. Zhang Shui was stunned, if you close your eyes it will kill you, but if you keep your eyes open it won't move? This didn't sound like a ghost, it sounded more like the fear many people have before sleeping. Not to mention others, even Zhang Shui was scared as a child, as if closing her eyes would let a ghost hide in the corner watching her. Only by keeping her eyes open or having the light on was she safe. Thinking of this, Zhang Shui almost concluded that this little sister must have had a nightmare or was worried about something. Anyway, she wouldn't believe in ghosts. Little girl, is there no one at home? If you're scared, you can ask your parents to stay with you while you sleep. No. No one. My second mother has already been taken by the ghost. I'm too scared to call her. Can you come save me? Zhang Shui fell silent for a moment and then said, okay, what's your address? I will send someone over right away. Happiness community. Wait, I feel it moving. It seems to be speaking, can you hear it? It's singing. No, it's singing a tune. Did you hear it? Suddenly, the little girl's terrified voice came through the phone. But Zhang Shui didn't hear anything. She guessed that the little girl might really have some mental illness. I didn't hear it. Little girl, don't worry. I have already sent the police uncles over. You wait a moment, I can keep chatting with you. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Zhang Shui seemed afraid that the little girl might do something ridiculous. She spoke up, little sister, are you still there? Shoo. Don't talk, I'm watching it. It? Can you see it? Where is it? It's on the ceiling, it's watching me. I can't see what it looks like, but its clothes are so long they're almost touching my bed. It's starting to move out, it's crawling out on the windowsill and jumped down, it jumped from the 3rd floor. Zhang Shui stood up suddenly, unsure of what the ghost the little girl mentioned truly was. Some mentally ill people see those around them as monsters and can then harm them. She was afraid the little girl was in this situation. Sister, it's singing something I don't understand, but it's so sharp and so scary. I see my second mother, and the neighbor. Little sister, they are all down there watching the performance. They took their own heads off. Below, everyone was watching the show, listening to the mournful and frightening opera. Imitating that red figure above. The red figure began to twist its body, they also started, their upper bodies twisting 90 degrees, they followed suit. Then it was 180 degrees. Crack, crack. Bones began to break, an inexplicable force snapped everyone's waists, astonishingly twisting 180 degrees, then 360 degrees. Finally, hands touched their own heads, gently plucking them off. Even after the head fell off, they maintained a smile. The body, without a head, continued to twist, blood splattering on the ground, irrigating the grass. As the red figure on stage twisted, it looked graceful under the moonlight, only missing the object atop it. A beam of moonlight swayed in the gray world, a red dress, a beautiful face, a sing-song voice, causing fear in all the living. They're dead, all of them are dead, everyone in the neighborhood is dead, sister, I am so scared. All dead? Zhang Shui swallowed hard, this was the first time she had taken such a terrifying call. Little girl, don't panic, the cops will be there soon. She was also urging the police on the other end of the line. This little girl seems a bit unstable, hurry up, I'm worried something might happen to her. The officer sat in the police car, glanced at the map, 2 minutes until we arrive, what did this little sister say to scare you so much? She said some nonsensical stuff, singing, ghosts, and even talked about taking her own head off. If I weren't sitting in the police station, I'd be scared myself. Singing? The person in the police car was taken aback, wait, did you hear any opera music? Everyone in the car perked up, listening intently, yes, we heard it, it sounds like Chu Rinmei, I've heard it with my old man, who's listening to music this loud in the middle of the night. The car stopped. Inside, the opera music continued to rise. The man is in the heart of the woman, the maid is in the heartbreak. 3 police officers got out of the car, followed by a member holding a walkie-talkie, listening to reports through an earpiece. He paused for a moment, digging at his ear, opera? What? Did you hear the opera? The 3 in front turned back, looking at him in disbelief. Xiao Wang, you should check your ears, how can you not hear such an obvious singing? It was either a joke or he truly was deaf. The 3 no longer paid attention to him. Xiao Wang scratched his ear, I really did not hear anything. Could it be my ears really have a problem? It's all my mom's fault, dragging me to that church yesterday, the priest was knocking a pair of metal crosses near my ear, maybe that's when my ears got messed up. Sighing, he hurried to catch up with the 3 in front. The leader, Lu Sun, was the team leader who responded to the alarms. He held a walkie-talkie. Xiao Shui, where does the little sister who reported live? We've arrived at the scene. Zhang Shui quickly switched to voice mode. Building 2, 3rd floor, apartment 303. Hurry up, the little sister is very scared. By the way, check if there are people downstairs when you go up, I'm worried there's really something wrong. Lu Sun nodded, okay, but don't worry too much, it should be the little girl having a mental issue. We heard the opera, it's right in front of us. It's probably because someone died in the neighborhood and they hired some performers. Opera? Zhang Shui asked, you all heard it too? Yeah, everyone heard it, except Xiao Wang, whose ears don't work well, he didn't hear it even when it was this loud. Zhang Shui listened carefully again, can you turn it up a bit? I seem not to hear anything. You didn't hear it either? Lu Sun's expression was strange, increasing his volume, then asked, how about now? Still nothing. On Zhang Shui's end, she could only hear Lu Sun and the others breathing heavily. Although there was some faint static noise in her ear, there was indeed no sound of opera at all. Lu Sun didn't take it seriously, it's probably that the walkie-talkie can't transmit it. I saw someone performing opera, I am going to take a look now. A few people with walkie-talkies and flashlights came towards this way. The entire community was shrouded in darkness, except for a faint light on the third floor somewhere. Even the streetlights flickered weakly, as if they would go out at any moment. "Sister, I see the police uncles. Don't go over there, don't let them go." As Zhang Shui stood there in a daze, the little girl's terrified voice suddenly came through the phone. "They've been discovered, it's over, everyone is going to die, whoa, make them not go over, don't let them go." On the other end of the phone, the little girl's voice grew more shaky and fearful. Her voice went hoarse, and the signal was poor, causing the eerie sounds to cut in and out. Zhang Shui hurriedly comforted her, "Don't be afraid, little sister, they are going to take a look, maybe they will see your second mother and will come to be with you soon." They can't come over. They can't come over." Lu Sun and the three others approached with Xiao Wang, and from a distance, they saw the performers on stage. However, the light was very dim, and they couldn't see what was happening clearly. He shone the flashlight gently, and then the three froze, a wave of fear surged from their feet to their hearts. The hair on their bodies instantly stood on end. The flashlight's beam was fixed on the performer. It was a female actor, her face pink, but her eyeballs glowed a dead fish-like white. She also noticed the police officers, her body starting to twist, 90 degrees, 180 degrees, staring at them. Lu Sun was startled, and at the same time, the light shone down to the ground. Below the stage stood all corpses, all without heads, dazed and swaying like puppets. At this moment, the actress began to sing, "The man is in the heart of flowers, I am at the moment of heartbreak." Ah! They screamed loudly, so frightened that they sat down on the ground, their faces filled with terror, their eyes vacant and dazed. "What happened? Captain Lu, what's wrong? Please respond quickly." Zhang Shui only heard a scream, then no more response. They are controlled by ghosts, the police uncles are going to die soon, woo, sister, am I not saved anymore?" The little girl saw the scene, and with a single scream, the three police officers who collapsed on the ground stood up numbly. Not only did they not run away, but they also walked into the audience area, listening to the opera together. Then, they took off their own heads, without any resistance, smooth and natural. "Captain Lu, what's wrong with you? Please respond." She didn't quite believe the little girl's words and continued to inquire about the officers dispatched. But Captain Lu didn't reply, the walkie-talkie was silent. After a few seconds, a terrified voice from Xiao Wang came through, "Ah! It's crazy, the captain and them encountered ghosts." Xiao Wang turned and ran, tumbling and crawling, not daring to look back or hesitate. Back at headquarters, Zhang Shui suddenly stood up, her heart cold at the sound in her ear. "Xiao Wang, what happened? Specifically, what happened?" "A ghost. The captain is dead, he twisted off his own head." Zhang Shui was stunned, he twisted off his own head? Let's not talk about whether it's real or not, even if it is, how could that be done? Does an ordinary person have that much strength? Moreover, how is it so similar to what the caller described, twisting off his own head? Could it be that there are really ghosts in this world? Ding dong. Suddenly, a voice message popped up on her phone. Zhang Shui was still in a daze of confusion and instinctively reached out to click on the voice message. There was a silence in the voice. Then, a bizarre sound began to emerge. Immediately after, "The man is in the heart of flowers, I am at the moment of heartbreak." Ah! Lin Xiaowan had already returned to the room, carrying Zhang Yi. At this time, Su Jejia and Tang Meili had already fallen asleep. The ground was a mess. Lin Xiaowan stepped forward, holding Su Jejia's cheeks with both hands and gave a peck. Then, pretending to tidy up the living room, the little magic bear followed behind. Holding a big leg, "Little bear, this is so dirty, eat it." "Little bear, do you think Auntie and the others will be hungry when they wake up? How about Xiaowan makes them a nutritious breakfast?" P.S. In the following prologue, attentive readers should have guessed that it's not just about the actors, but other things will appear too. This book is dark-themed, with Alice and the cute little bear. Recently, the grades have been very poor. I ask everyone to send more votes and read more, thank you. Warm reminder, please do not go alone to listen to Chu Renmei, it's easy to lose sleep. Chapter 54 Intermediate Title, Deep Whisperer of Crying. Xiaowan. Lin Chang. Tang Meili, where are you? Why can't I see anything? In the nightmare, Su Jejia had been lost for several hours. Aside from the endless darkness, it seemed she could see nothing and touch nothing. In the dark waves of the nightmare, only the ground felt slightly soft. Apart from that, she could feel nothing at all. She could only gently call out. The echoes of empty valleys and deep seas filled her ears, and she was very scared. After walking for a long time, she lost track of time. Suddenly, a gentle child's voice rang out, and she looked up. The stars were shining, it was Xiaowan's voice. Hanging in the air were red stars and a white crescent moon. In just a moment, the red stars turned into pairs of eyes. Slowly, her vision became clearer, and she could see everything around her. This was a red hell, flames dancing. Countless eyes were rolling on the ground, densely packed. She suddenly fell into it, countless eyes trapped her in the middle, like sinking into a swamp. Slowly, her legs were being devoured, slowly, her body was being consumed. In the end, only one hand was still struggling above the ocean of eyes, until it was all engulfed. In the last moment, she heard Shawan's laughter from the ocean of eyes, along with a strange laughter. Ah! She suddenly struggled, staggering and sitting up from the ground, sweat on her forehead sticking to a few strands of soft hair. Everything around was bright. She was sitting beside the sofa. Opposite her, Tang Mei Li lay there motionless, turning her head. Shawan was hugging the little bear, smiling and looking at her. "Auntie, did you have another nightmare?" The sparse sunlight filtered through. Lin Shawan held the red little bear, her face becoming whiter and prettier. Su Jejia had just woken up from the nightmare, heaving a sigh of relief. Seeing her lovely niece, she reached out to pinch her little face. "Shawan, Auntie realized that you are getting whiter and cuter, let Auntie give you a kiss." Shawan raised the little bear, then Auntie kissed the bear first before kissing me. Looking at the blood-red little bear, Su Jejia paused, smiled, and gave it a kiss. Ah! As soon as she kissed, Tang Mei Li woke up, startled by Su Jejia. Her body kept retreating, her eyes filled with fear as she stared at Shawan and the bear. Su Jejia did not know what happened last night, but she had seen everything. This toy bear was a ghost, a monster that could eat people, covered in eyes. What's wrong? Su Jejia looked at her in confusion. Tang Mei Li pointed at the little bear and Lin Shawan, blurting out, "They." But before she could finish her words, she saw the little bear's mouth slightly curling up, then it stretched out its right hand to its mouth and made a gesture, "Shoo." She suddenly shut her mouth, her body already drenched in cold sweat. The bear's mouth slowly opened, as if saying something she did not know, and she did not dare to know. All she knew was, the bear wanted her to be quiet. "What's wrong?" Su Jejia, seeing her reaction, hurriedly asked. Shawan got up. Then he came to Tang Mei Li's side, hugging Tang Mei Li. Aunt Mei Li must have had nightmares like Auntie, right? Being held around the neck by Shawan, Tang Mei Li was in a daze. If it weren't for the little bear just moving, she would doubt what happened last night. Tang Mei Li felt a chill all over her body, her voice trembling a bit. "Xia." "Shawan. Aunt Mei Li is a bit scared." "It's okay." Shawan patted Tang Mei Li's back. "Shawan and Auntie are here with you, don't be afraid, right, there's also the little bear." Gulagi Tang Mei Li swallowed her saliva. What was going on with Shawan? How was she different from last night? But one thing was certain, Shawan and the little bear did not harm them, instead, they protected them, killing the group of intruders. Thinking of this, Tang Mei Li finally felt a bit calmer inside. Wait, how did we end up sleeping here? Weren't we in the bedroom? Su Jejia scratched her head, looking puzzled. Smells so good, what's that smell? Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted in, and Su Jejia and Tang Mei Li stood up together. They saw a bowl of porridge on the table, and Shawan said with a cheerful smile, "This is made by Shawan myself, lean meat porridge, it's so delicious." Zhang Yi sat on the sofa. Last night he had gained a lot of fear value, and the primary judgment title task was completed. Now was just the right time to collect his rewards. Ding, primary title, judge, task completed, rewards are being distributed. Ding, congratulations host, title upgraded. Intermediate title, Deep Echo of Lamentations. Judgment Realm upgraded, Compassion of the Wailing Ones. Reward, 300,000 fear value. Reward, 1 opportunity for ability extraction. Reward, 1 ability enhancement point. Sure enough, it was still these 3 kinds of rewards. He was somewhat looking forward to the ability extraction opportunity, hoping to draw an offensive ability. Otherwise, his current attacking methods were still too few. In battle, he could only rely on the Demon Bear Bloodline. It seemed that the Demon Bear Bloodline would upgrade after reaching the next level. He simply decided to use the ability enhancement here. Ding, Demon Bear Bloodline upgrade successful, early stage of 4, evolution successful, new form. Purgatory Demon Bear. Purgatory Demon Bear, the singer in the depths, who chants of death and fear, eyes of a demon. The form had evolved. Now, relying solely on the Purgatory Demon Bear's form, Zhang Yi could instantly kill the previous sea-level opponents without taking any damage. Fear value enhances strength. Ding, fear value consuming. Fear level, 5. Remaining fear value, 3,000. The little bear sighed. The fear value was still too low. Upgrading from level 4 to level 5 cost so much, and to upgrade from level 5 to level 6 would probably need dozens of times more. It seemed that while he developed steadily, he also needed to spread a great deal of fear, otherwise, growth would be too slow. At this rate, if the officials really sent out a powerful spirit controller, he would indeed have a hard time handling it. Zhang Yi glanced at Su Jejia, who was praising Shawan beside him, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed it was time to do something big. Eerie ability extraction in progress. Ding, extraction successful, Eerie skill, Compassionate Fury. Compassionate fury, flames from the purgatory demon bear, stealing life from the living, granting silence to the dead. The color of compassionate fury was deep blue, wrapped in flames, equivalent to a barrier other eerie energies could not invade. Moreover, this flame could even grant living beings a sense of silence, turning them into his puppets, controlling them. Touching it would result in burning fury that is hard to extinguish. Possessing absolute defense and offense, plus the ability to grant plunder, compassionate fury is so powerful. Shawan, you did pretty well. Who taught you? Su Jejia, sipping the porridge, asked curiously. Shawan pointed beside her, smiling brightly. Mommy. Chapter 55, the show is starting. Su Jejia's hand paused for a moment. Then looking at the porridge in her hand, although she knew Shawan was joking, she still felt a bit hard to swallow. Tang Meili saw all of her expressions. She didn't know, but Tang Meili certainly knew. Lin Cheng is right here, although she cannot see, she is indeed here. There are two ghosts beside her, it's terrifying. But she doesn't dare to speak. If she does, this little bear might kill her directly. She puts on her clothes and prepares to go out. Jejia, Shawan, I'm off to work now, feel free to make yourselves at home in the evening. I'll see if there's anything going on, if not, I'll come back to keep you company. After saying this, she intentionally glances at the little bear beside her, only to find that the little bear is staring back at her. She shivers, the little bear was clearly facing away just now, how scary. Su Jejia gives a bitter smile, then it's a trouble, I don't want to go back to my place for now. It's okay, it's okay. After speaking, Tang Meili makes a hasty exit. The remaining time, Su Jejia takes out Shawan's homework and asks her to do it. She herself sits beside and goes live, having already cancelled a stream yesterday, planning to earn more money while the popularity is good these days. After all, she still needs to support Shawan in the future. Ant is going to work, Shawan has mommy and the little bear to keep her company while doing homework. Shawan hugs the little bear, smiles, and then runs to the other side to do her homework. Su Jejia sighs, I wonder when this child will return to normal, I hope after a few days of school it will be better. Night Watcher's branch. 3 people lie in the hospital bed, Lu Liangbing, Zhao Li, and Tang Hao. All 3 have many red iron needles sticking into them and are placed in a dark green cover. Their bodies are covered with bandages, but in many places, the bandages bulge, allowing eyeballs to be seen through the gaps. The 3 are deep in Zhang Yi's deep whispers, still dominated by the Desolate Eye at this moment. With Zhang Yi's strength breaking through to terror level 5, the influence of the Desolate Eye becomes more severe. At this time, many eyeballs have started to crack, dark green and yellow thick liquid oozing from inside. Their entire bodies are twitching, with Lu Liangbing's condition being the most special. The Desolate Eye acts like a poison stabilizing life, poisoning his body, yet steadying his bizarre revival within. Originally, after taking the medication, Lu Liangbing was already on the brink of death. But he was alive, pulled back by the Desolate Eye, maintaining a balanced state, though he is neither living nor dead, he cannot die right now. The other 2 are the same, the Desolate Eye is spreading but also suppressing the anomaly within. Especially today, the Desolate Eye even overpowers his bizarre revival. Outside, a doctor from the official laboratory comes down, looking shocked. I've never seen such a strange ability, are you sure it's that newly born demon bear? Zhang Tao, with a cigarette in his mouth, has eyes as dark as a panda. What should we do with the 3 of them now? Do they have to stay in there? The doctor, holding a camcorder, nods, these eyeballs can spread like a plague, they cannot go outside until thoroughly researched. Moreover, the higher-ups have sent a new person in charge, who will take over everything here, all spirit masters from H City will gather here for a meeting in 3 days to welcome the new head. Zhang Tao is startled, another person in charge is coming? The doctor speaks in a deep voice, the situation of the demon bear is already known to the higher-ups, at this stage, you are not its match, do not provoke it, the head is coming not just to deal with it, but H City has other tasks. In short, the higher-ups have understood the demon bear's situation, it has not caused mass killings, the danger level is high, but not catastrophic, just wait for the new head. After finishing, he takes his camcorder and some other items and walks inside. The mysterious revival has been around for many years, and the official has various means to deal with it. Zhang Tao sighs and turns to leave. The magic bear was indeed not something they could handle. Just as they stepped out the door, Su Qing hurriedly came in to report, Captain, something happened in the central district, over 2,000 people in a community died overnight, and their heads were twisted, with their upper bodies rotated 360 degrees, and their entire spines broken. The incident occurred last night. Of the 4 police officers who passed by, 3 died, and only 1 survived, who is currently at the Central District Police Station. The disaster level is not low, so all ghost tamers are being called to the scene. Zhang Tao was shocked. More than 2,000 people killed overnight? This hadn't happened in H City for a long time. Even with the magic bear, it probably hadn't killed more than 10 people until now, right? Hurry over, tell me more details on the way. Okay. On the way, apart from the seriously injured Lu Liangbing, the rest of the Special Dragon Squad went over. Their strength was overall greater than that of the local police station. When they arrived, the entire community was already sealed off with tape, and the nearby residents had been evacuated. Even from hundreds of meters away, they could smell that disgusting stench. In this weather, a corpse could start to stink overnight, not to mention the blood of more than 2,000 people pooling on the ground. Flies buzzed everywhere, and with a hot wind blowing, that horrible smell was overwhelming. Even experienced forensic experts couldn't help but want to vomit. Over 2,000 people lying neatly together, their heads twisted off, their bodies broken 360 degrees. What explosive visual shock was that? Up ahead, Zhang Tao saw someone who didn't fear the foul smell, squatting on the ground in a cotton jacket examining something. That person even picked up a head, looking left and right, as if he couldn't smell that horrible odor. There was no fear before death, the neck bones were pulled out by brute force, and there were no strange powers on this body. He said a lot, then stood up and shrugged. I don't understand, Zhang Miao, you take this one, I'm just a brawler. Next to him was a cold beauty wearing frameless glasses. Her expression was icy and showed no reaction as she scanned the scene. Where's the surveillance? It's all blurred. This kind of strange event can already affect the magnetic field. 3 of the 4 police officers died, leaving 1, along with a dispatcher and a little girl. Let's go have a look, the scene is already unrecognizable. Zhang Miao turned and walked away. Glancing at Zhang Tao who had just arrived, he ignored them. Arriving at the ward, a little girl was sitting alone on the bed, hugging her knees with a panicked expression and dark circles under her eyes. The lights in the room were fully on. Guarded by the night watchman here. Suddenly. Don't talk, did you hear that? The opera is on. 2 night watchmen were sitting nearby, having not left the little girl's side since last night. This incident had already been confirmed as a strange event. She was the only survivor from start to finish, and she might even have seen the strange creature. So she must be protected well. But suddenly, the little girl hugged her legs tightly, trembling and staring around. Shu, did you hear that? The opera is on. As soon as she said this, the 2 night watchmen stood up in unison. They looked around seriously. The opera? I didn't hear it. The other one also nodded, frowning tightly. I didn't hear it either. Ha ha ha, the opera is on, it's coming, it's coming. The little girl stood up, bouncing around madly, her expression frantic. She even directly pushed open the window, trying to jump from the 5th floor. Fortunately, the night watchman acted in time to prevent this tragedy. What's going on? Zhang Miao happened to push the door open and walked in, followed by many night watchmen, all frowning at the scene. Leader, she suddenly said she heard the opera and then went crazy, jumping around everywhere, saying someone wanted to take her away, preparing to jump out the window. After listening to the explanation, Zhang Miao stepped forward and closed the window. Then she had the doctor give the little girl an injection of a sedative, and the girl's condition became a little more stable. However, her brows were still filled with fear and terror. The room fell silent. A murmuring sound arose as she leaned in close to the little girl's ear, holding a pen to listen and take notes, seemingly humming a tune. It was hard to make out, but it was clearly the flavor of singing operas. Zhang Miao stared at her for a while, using instruments to check the situation, finding no strange aura from her. This indicated that the little girl's hallucinations were caused by fear. After checking the situation, she got up and went to another room. In this room sat 2 people, the police dispatcher and the only police officer who survived yesterday. The expressions of the 2 were slightly better than the little girl's, but it was still a bit hard to accept. After all, living well, one sudden day a group of officials tells you that there are many ghosts in this world, and you encountered them last night. Your worldview would definitely be shaken. After more than 10 hours of calming down, not a wink of sleep in those hours. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the strange things that the officials described and the events of last night. Hello, I am the temporary person in charge of this matter, named Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao walked in and politely extended her right hand. The 2 hurriedly stepped forward. Hello, I am police dispatcher Zhang Shui from 102. I am Wang Yu. After a simple introduction, Zhang Miao got straight to the point. What happened last night was strange, just the kind of ghost you understand. It is the same kind, but the intensity of this strangeness exceeds your imagination. Last night, overnight, more than 2,000 people in a neighborhood were killed by the strange. After saying that, she paused and looked at the reactions of the 2. The 2 were stunned, seemingly deep in thought, also seemingly frightened. No one moved, just quietly stared at the ground, their expressions a bit numb. Did Brother Su really die? Wang Yu asked softly. Zhang Miao stared at him and countered, what you saw with your own eyes, don't you believe it? Wang Yu swallowed hard, his face pale and weak. I just can't believe they pulled their own heads off, twisting their bodies 360 degrees. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he possibly believe it before this? You are the only one who survived among the 4. Wang Yu nodded, his voice hoarse, staring at the ground. I also want to know why I am the exception. I am so afraid, living is torment. I can even see Brother Su's soul questioning me why they all died and I am still alive. He suddenly covered his face, as if on the verge of tears. They said it's unfair. This action startled Zhang Shui beside him. She pressed her lips together. Tears glistened in her eyes. I'm sorry. If yesterday I had taken this as a prank call, then Brother Su and the others might not have died. She was filled with self-blame, feeling she pushed Brother Su and the others into the abyss. If she hadn't answered that call, hadn't believed the little girl, hadn't meddled in worrying about her mental issues, Brother Su and the others wouldn't have died. Zhang Miao spoke softly. It's not your fault, this is your responsibility. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Even the deceased police officers, this is also their duty and mission, and we will remember them. Just like their captain, LV Liang, even knowing the abyss lies ahead, as long as he carries his mission and responsibility, he will jump in without hesitation. That is the mission and responsibility of such people. The moods of the two became a bit low, and Zhang Miao didn't press for more questions. Instead, she started to play all the details from last night after Zhang Shui received the call. With the playback of the recording, everyone present picked up on the little girl's panic. From initial anxiety, it shifted to terror, to madness. Ghost, there is a ghost. It stares at me. As soon as I close my eyes, it wants to take me away. I'm too scared to close my eyes and sleep, it is everywhere. The opera, I hear someone singing opera, and I'm so afraid. Yang and the others were taken by the ghost to watch opera, even the neighbors are watching opera, everyone is watching opera. Ah, they took off their own heads. Then there are the on-duty police officers. Did you hear the sound of opera? No, I didn't hear anything. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miao's beautiful willow-like brows slightly furrowed on her frameless glasses, as she paused the recording. She replayed it from 5 seconds prior. It was quiet, there was no opera sound as they had said. Zhang Miao asked, did they say they heard someone singing opera back then? At this moment, little Wang's face was filled with pain, especially as he heard his teammates' voices in the echo again, tears streaming down his face. Desperately nodding, he said, they said they heard someone singing opera, and it was very loud, but I'm very sure no one was singing. Then he looked up, with an extraordinarily serious and eager gaze needing others to believe him. I swear, I really didn't hear a single sound of opera, not even a bit. Seeing his expression, everyone present believed him. Zhang Miao paused briefly to write down a few words. Opera sound, provisional rule number 1. We believe you. Besides the little girl, it seems like no one else heard the sound of opera. Including the operator. Everything about the opera and the performers seems to only exist in the little girl's description and that of the few who had died. Beyond that, no one has seen or heard anything. But, why is it that among the 4 people present, he alone did not hear it? Zhang Miao stared at him, then quietly took out the strange detector. This thing is very precious, a product from the laboratory. The moment she took it out, the detector moved, showing a red mark. Zhang Miao and Lu Li immediately stood up, creating distance from him, sensing the strange aura surrounding him, ready to attack at any moment. Not right. He has a problem. P.S. The next chapter was delayed due to being under review. Chapter 57, Nursery Rhymes vs. Opera. The device can detect weak strange auras. Even if the strange thing lingers on someone for a moment, it will indirectly affect a person's magnetic field, causing issues. This device is precisely used to detect strange magnetic fields. All the night watchmen suddenly stood up, keeping a wary eye on Wang Yu. Even Wang Yu was startled, looking at the others with trembling eyes, his face filled with confusion and fear. What's wrong with me? Is the strange thing still clinging to me? He frantically extended his hands, checking around his body, exploring. As if he were covered in disgusting cockroaches that were scurrying around, and he could feel them but couldn't touch them. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Miao reached out to pull Zhang Shui over, maintaining a distance from him. Then everyone gathered around. Even if he genuinely had a strange presence, given the current situation, the night watchman could instantly overpower it. So everyone wasn't afraid, just cautiously approached to check the situation. Luli checked and then looked at Zhang Miao. Sister, it's fine, it should be residual strange aura. Did the device capture it? Zhang Miao glanced at the device, nodding. There shouldn't be a big issue. The approximate strange aura has been locked. If it appears again, it should be trackable. Wang Yu completely didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Zhang Shui, who was pulled over by Zhang Miao, had a slight unnatural smile curled at the corner of her mouth. In the past few days, the hottest topic online. #This world is far more than what you see. Aside from the things we usually come into contact with, there is actually a creature called the strange #. When I was 8, I encountered disaster. My grandfather forcibly stuffed a white-clothed female ghost into my bed. Damn, why is everything about this subject trending lately? Could it really be something eerie? How could there be anything strange? It's already the 21st century. If you don't believe in science, how can you believe in oddities? What if science could prove the existence of the strange? Then what would you believe in? Have you heard? Recently in H City, there are many urban legends, like the walking headless doll and the singing bear doll, devils, and all sorts of things. Yeah, yesterday in our neighboring community, it wasn't just rumors, there really was something eerie. I heard someone singing in the middle of the night. Yes, I even recorded it. Listen. Damn, don't scare me. What are they singing? Is it Chu Rin Mei? It's bringing back childhood trauma. Too scary. Turn it off. I'm glad I only played half of it. Then, a voice clip played. Because this is a small forum, the play count of the voice wasn't very high, but it had already reached over 2,000. Many people clicked it out of curiosity. In front of the computer, Su Jeja, wearing cartoon pajamas, was happily eating a bowl of noodles. Suddenly, seeing the link sent by the water friends, she clicked on it. The audio clip started playing. ZZZ. Except for a buzzing sound from static, she couldn't hear anything else and slurped her noodles. Unable to help herself, she complained in the livestream, "What nonsense! There's nothing in this audio clip. Spreading rumors daily, I thought there was really some scary opera, making me excited for nothing. Damn, Jeja, when did you go deaf? I clearly heard a voice and incredibly creepy opera." Yeah, I heard the opera too, how come you didn't? Guys, where's the link? Why did it disappear? The link was retracted by Jeja, I didn't hear anything either. I heard something earlier. Is Jeja just pretending? She probably got scared and is forcing a charade. In the fan group, aside from Su Jeja, many people heard it, excluding those who didn't click the link. The eerie ability spreads beyond rules. But when rules encounter another type of rule, there will be a clash, leading to partial invalidation. Sitting on the sofa, the little bear smiled, staring at her back. Opera? Interesting, just don't know whose nursery rhyme is stronger. Su Jeja went to the bathroom, and Xiaowan held the little bear, sitting in front of the livestream. Then she opened the audio clip, this time, it played completely. A sharp, screeching, yet terrifying operatic voice came out from the player. Xiaowan hugged the little bear, tilting her head and humming the nursery rhyme. Opera and nursery rhyme collided for the first time. Xiaowan! Your phone time is up. No more playing. If you keep playing, you'll get nearsighted. Su Jeja returned from the bathroom just in time to see her on her phone. She directly confiscated it and carried the little girl back to the bedroom. School is in 2 days, be good and don't make a fuss. Night fell. The sky in H City was gray and dim. The moonlight lazily spilled onto the earth. In the past 2 days, Tang Meili said she had something to do, so she didn't come back to stay, telling Su Jeja and the others to treat it like home. Su Jeja also didn't dare to return home, so she stayed here. At night, it was only them and the little bear. Around 1 in the morning. A piercing operatic sound broke the silence, sharp and clear. Xiaowan suddenly opened her eyes, glanced at her sleeping aunt, and got up. On the windowsill, the little bear was quietly sitting there, staring at a person in a pink opera robe on the first floor outside the window, who was singing. This person occasionally looked up at Zhang Yi. The little bear, however, smiled and stared without moving. This was not the true form of the performer, just its rule power. So Zhang Yi did not strike. This performer has considerable strength, at least level 5 or above. I just don't know if there's an eerie domain, if so, H City might be in trouble. The performer continued to sing. Left the residential area. At the same time, the performer went mad, tonight, listening to opera, and all the dead had their heads cut off, their bodies twisted 360 degrees. Before dying, there was no fear in their eyes, only a sense of peace. It's coming, it really is coming. In the hospital, the little girl who reported the performer incident suddenly jumped up from the bed, panic in her expression, shocked. This sedative could make an adult sleep for a whole day and night, yet this little girl woke up after only 6 hours. Over the past 2 days, she had already lost her mind many times. The night watchers had seen it all before. The two were about to call the doctor to give her an injection when suddenly, the little girl froze. She quietly stood still in place. The two were taken aback, wanting to check on her condition, when she suddenly looked up at the ceiling, then placed one hand on her head and the other hand pinched like an orchid under her mouth. Her mouth slowly opened. He is in the heart of the flower I am at the time of broken intestines. At the same time, in the next room, Zhang Shui, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly stumbled up as well, in the same posture, starting to sing opera. Wang Yu on the other bed was scared to death, desperately covering his ears, but the sound of the opera seemed to penetrate through the quilt, through his hands, into his mind. Outside, the lofty opera singing had a piercing quality. But around him, there surrounded another eerie aura. Chapter 58, The Power of the Performer's Rules, Great Kill at the Hospital. Two rooms simultaneously experienced strange magnetic fluctuations. The little girl maintained this action, and both night watchers were stunned. Over the past 2 days, the little girl had appeared in this state many times, but this time, as ghost warders, they could clearly feel a peculiar aura fluctuation. And with the little girl's sharp voice starting to hum opera, the space around them began to change. The light seemed to be covered with a thin veil, only scattered twinkling stars could fall down. The white light became very dim at this moment. The left night watcher's expression was serious, standing up and squinting at the little girl. Be careful, this time doesn't seem fake, the eerie aura has already started to fluctuate. Notify the higher-ups, request support. The disaster level of this performer was very high, the level of fear was unknown. They did not dare to delay and had to report the situation quickly. The other night watcher wore a white short-sleeved shirt, and his arms were longer than usual. Hearing this, he quickly took out his phone, but found the signal had already broken. He took out another communicator, but it also couldn't send messages. Both felt a jolt in their hearts. If communication was cut off, it meant the eerie level was very high, at least possessing eerie domain abilities. Be careful, we are cut off, they will soon receive the message. Just hold on for 10 minutes. The man in white quickly waved his hand, the two instantly understood, then blocked their ears. The eerie code name was artist, the temporary rule was, listen to the music. So they had to close their ears and could only communicate with sign language. ZZZZ. In the next moment, a buzzing sound began to appear in their ears. At the same time, the little girl standing on the bed began to twist her body. Her small body began to sway and walk flamboyantly, just like those performers on stage, half covering her face with a lute. While dancing, she opened her mouth wide to loudly hum that terrifying opera. The two were locking on to the eerie position, and the light in the room began to show a dim red. Then, Swona, bronze drums, and arrow followed in succession. The little girl opened her throat, and various strange sounds came out from within. She was like a walking instrument. Her face began to turn pink, she walked down from the bed, her body swaying, coming closer to the two ghost warders. With a smile as beautiful as a flower at the corner of her mouth, her right hand gently waved, and a scent of rouge wafted through the air. The two remained as still as mountains, still fixated on the strange essence. The little girl was just a branch, the strange thing was not in her at all. The man in white pursed his lips, his arms suddenly elongated, and then he thrust fiercely towards another direction. But he struck only empty air. Suddenly, he felt two pats on his shoulder, another ghost wielder signaled him to look towards the window. It didn't matter that he hadn't looked before, now, a glance caused his heart to leap. Originally, only the three of them were inside the room, but looking through the window, the entire room was packed with people. Aside from the two of them, the rest were all performers, each wore different costumes, some played warriors, others actors, and some scholars. But they all had identical faces, pink rouge, long dark eyes, and tightly pursed lips. One of them even held a wooden spear to his throat, although it remained motionless. The man in white took a sharp breath, stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, and then moved slightly. Immediately, a trickle of fresh blood flowed from his throat, even though nothing was in front of him. It seemed that the wooden spear within the mirror was real. Yet these performers did not launch an attack against him, which was indeed strange. He reached out his hand and gestured, illusion? The other person furrowed his brows, without understanding the unique rules governing this particular weirdness. Its strength was infinitely enhanced. Some peculiar grade weirdnesses were weak, but their rules of power were very strong. Once the rules were understood, dealing with the weirdness would become much simpler. Could it be an illusion? Thinking of this, the man in white closed his eyes and took a step forward. In an instant, he found himself completely unable to move, and trying to open his eyes again became impossible. His blocked ears were suddenly unsealed. The next second, his mouth flew open wide, and a theatrical voice erupted from his throat. His figure shifted, unexpectedly mimicking an action of singing opera alongside the little girl. The other watchman's eyes began to bulge. He just disappeared? Not even the blink of an eye passed, and he was killed by the weirdness? Damn! What rules does this weirdness have apart from not allowing me to hear its opera voice? If I don't understand this rule, I'll die here too. He leaned against the wall, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid, staring fixedly at the window. He looked at all the performers in the glass window, and at the same time, the performers were intently staring back at him from inside the room. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed beneath his feet. His legs were severed cleanly. Put! He let out a horrific scream, collapsing to the ground and fearfully looking up. He didn't see the weirdness, but saw the little girl and his teammates suddenly rushing over, looking down at him with wide eyes and pursed lips, their expressions horror-stricken. Completely motionless. The two stared for a moment, then turned and spun around with the movements of performers, then seized the air and dropped down violently. Dead. Why is there the sound of opera? Is it the hospital? Who turned it up so loud? Shoo, this room is a special ward, there are people upstairs, and nobody is allowed to enter except the director. two young nurses passed by the door, quietly discussing. Suddenly, a man in a cotton-padded jacket carrying a midnight snack appeared, his expression changing. What? Where did you hear the opera? The sudden appearance of this man startled the two nurses. Seeing him wear a cotton-padded jacket in the sizzling summer, he must have been ill, and they hurriedly pointed upstairs. Upstairs, it's quite loud. The man in the cotton jacket, forgetting about his midnight snack, turned and rushed upstairs while pulling out a communicator. Big sister, there's trouble, the performers are here. After relaying the message, he had already reached the corridor. But at that moment, his steps seemed to be frozen. He stood at the staircase in the corridor, looking ahead. The corridor was long and crowded. It was filled with all sorts of people dressed in theatrical costumes. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards him, their expressions filled with smiles, tilting their heads. The man in the cotton-padded coat gasped, his feet stumbled, his left hand grasping his robe, ready to tear it apart at any moment. All the performers stared at him with their heads tilted. It was as if he remembered something and hurriedly blocked his ears with his breath. Then he took a deep breath, preparing to step forward, but just as he lifted his foot, a cold sweat dripped down his face. Because a strong scent of rouge wafted over, he looked up and saw a performer dressed in a pink robe singing as she emerged from the wall. Suddenly, his feet sank. His knees almost gave way under the weight on his shoulders, he nearly fell to his knees, and in an instant, a person appeared on his back. Dressed in a costume, smiling slightly and tilting her head, she stared at him. My lord. The words my lord echoed in his ear. The man in the cotton-padded coat felt a heavy weight in his heart and his expression changed drastically. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. I clearly blocked my ears with my breath, I shouldn't hear anything, yet why can I hear her voice? His face was filled with terror as he suddenly loosened his hands. Then he turned back and swung his fist fiercely. Bang! This punch landed directly on the weird figure's face, followed by him abruptly tearing open his robe. A wave of cold air surged out, instantly freezing the performer in front of him. But in the next second, more operatic voices came from behind. My lord is in the fragrant heart, I am in the heart-wrenching time. He turned back sharply, all the performers were coming toward him. 5 minutes later. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Miao and Zhang Tao quickly rushed over. At this moment, the lights on this floor of the hospital had gone out, the entire hospital was brightly lit, except for this floor which was pitch black with not a single light. Ah! Before Zhang Miao and others could go upstairs, they heard a shrill scream from the stairway. The few of them exchanged glances and rushed up. She was holding a device, detecting the power of the Eerie domain. Reaching the stairs, they saw two nurses huddled together, their faces pale and terrified. Above them was complete darkness, black enough that the stairway lights couldn't shine through, like an endless abyss. Ghost! There's a ghost! The two nurses clung to each other, screaming and crying. Zhang Tao clenched his fists, following behind Zhang Miao, and Luli found a black manhole cover beneath his feet. Everyone summoned their eerie powers, ready to strike at any moment. Entering this floor, they were instantly enveloped by darkness. However, as night watchmen, they did not have the mindset of ordinary people, they were scared but not fearful. Taking a step forward. Before them, the corridor was lit only by the green emergency lights. Ahead was pitch black, but the green light illuminated some corners where eerie figures in costumes were stiffly twisting their bodies. Zhang Miao waved her hand, signaling everyone to remain calm, first blocking their ears. Taking a step forward, she saw a block of ice, which was the eeriness sealed by the man in the cotton-padded coat. However, this didn't seem to be the essence of the eerie figure. She raised her hand, her nails turning blood red, sweeping across, slicing all the eerie figures that got too close into pieces. Luli followed suit, the manhole cover began to expand, dragging some of the figures in costumes into it. These eerie figures in costumes did not fight back at all, they were like numb robots and were soon cleared out by everyone. Zhang Miao stood at the doorway, frowning. The eerie figures in the corridor were cleared out, but these two patient rooms had not been dealt with yet. She waved her hand, and the group instantly split into two parts, one part entering the other room, while the other part followed her. Counting down 3 seconds, they all burst through the door. Bang! The door was kicked open. Zhang Miao rushed in and immediately saw the 3 dead bodies, along with 2 night watchmen and the little girl. At this moment, 3 heads lay neatly on the ground, their bodies twisted a full 360 degrees, dead beyond any hope. One of the night watchman's body was chopped into countless mangled pieces, a sight too horrifying to bear. The entire white hospital room was stained red. Sister! Suddenly, from another room, Luli shouted loudly. She hurriedly turned and ran over. In another room, the man in the cotton-padded coat had his nose cut off, his ears severed, and only one eye remained. He curled up in the corner, using his strange abilities to seal himself off, still clinging to a thread of life. The other 2 people in this room were safe and sound, crouching in a corner, terrified beyond belief. Creak! The lights flickered on, everyone jumped in shock, looking around. The entire white room was filled with words and symbols, along with some opera scripts. It looked extremely eerie and terrifying. Zhang Miao quickly ordered someone to take the man in the cotton-padded coat back to the substation. The doctor was there, and saving him was the priority. He was the only one who had encountered the strange being, and he alone understood its rules. As for the other two ordinary people, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "You two, if you're not dead, get up quickly. The strange being is gone, tell me everything you saw." This time, 2 comrades had died. Her brother was severely injured, with his nose, ears, and eyes taken. How could she not be angry? Wang Yu was a police officer, he was slightly bolder. He pointed a finger at Zhang Shui next to him. She is the strange being. She hasn't left, hurry up and kill her. Huh? The night watchman froze, all their gazes suddenly turning toward Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui was stunned as well, she cried out in an earwail, I'm not. I'm a human, I'm not a ghost. Wang Yu was shaking in fear, his body trembling. You must believe me, she really is a strange being, she really is. Wang Yu. Are you crazy? I've already apologized to you, do you still want to harm me? Zhang Shui shouted angrily, tears streaming down her face. Their actions left Zhang Miao bewildered. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her anger and then asked, Wang Yu, what do you mean by that? Remember, you are a police officer. Zhang Shui did indirectly cause you harm before, but she didn't do it on purpose, it was your duty and mission. Wang Yu stood up but still dared not look directly at Zhang Shui, saying, Leader Zhang Miao, I swear I am not lying, she really is a ghost. This ghost can sing opera, and just now she was on the bed, singing opera while twisting her body, it scared me to death. You have to believe me, she was really singing and twisting her body, hurry and restrain her, please. Everyone stared at Wang Yu and Zhang Shui. Zhang Miao could tell that Wang Yu was not lying. If that's the case, then this matter. Wait a minute, if what you said is true, then why are you still alive? You must know that no one has survived after encountering a strange being. The 3 people beside you are all dead, why are you still alive? Zhang Tao suddenly asked. Everyone nodded, looking at him. Wang Yu was stunned. I don't know. But I swear what I said is true. By the way, that injured team member must have seen it, he rushed in and witnessed everything. If you don't believe me, ask him. Zhang Miao stared at the two for a moment, then stood up, Captain Zhang Tao, it's up to you now. I'll leave this to you. Send more people, I'm going to check on his condition. Okay. Zhang Tao nodded, and then received the news, Captain, the figure of the opera performer has appeared again in the urban area, the estimated death toll is at least 2,000. According to the investigation, all the deceased seem to have clicked on a link. A link came in from below. Little one, be good in school today. If you can't focus, don't force yourself, but make sure to eat and sleep well. If anyone bullies you, just call your auntie. At the school gate, little Juan hugged a teddy bear, quietly listening to Su Zhejia's instructions. Auntie, don't worry, with teddy bear around, who would dare to bully me? I let the little bear dig out his eyes. Little Juan nodded, Auntie also needs to behave, don't wander around, don't get bullied. If you get bullied, remember to call little Juan, I will help you. Okay, stay obedient at school, Auntie will come see you tomorrow. As she spoke, Su Zhejia left. Chapter 60, Little Juan really likes other people's eyes, and Mom is really here. Teacher, I'm sorry. Little Juan's mom may not be able to come to work on her behalf. If there's anything needed in the future, just call me. This child Little Juan has had a little trauma recently, please pay more attention to her, and if there's any trouble, call me. I will come right away. Looking at Little Juan walking into the school with her backpack and hugging the little bear, Su Zhejia always felt a strange feeling she couldn't describe. It was as if the school ahead was an abyss, and something big would happen soon. The male teacher, looking gentle in his glasses, smiled and said, Don't worry, such a cute little friend like Little Juan, we all treasure her and won't have any trouble. Su Zhejia still had a little worry on her face, then it's troublesome if there are any issues, remember to call me right away, the children's psychology isn't quite normal lately. The male teacher nodded with a smile, okay, we will take good care of the children. School is like a second home for them. No matter what the child is like, we will treat her like family and address her psychological issues well. Then it's troublesome. After saying this, Su Zhejia drove away from the school. Little Juan's mother, Lin Qing, still had no news, and it was almost certain that what her friend told her was true, Lin Qing had died. Although she didn't understand why the police wanted to keep it a secret, it must have something to do with that scoundrel, certainly a crime committed. To avoid affecting Little Juan, she didn't go to the police station to inquire, and being quiet like this was also fine. When she gave birth to Little Juan, her household registration had been arranged through someone, and it could be changed at any time. So today, she still needed to register Little Juan's household registration under her name. In H City, money can accomplish anything. Getting in the car, she casually opened the voice chat in her management group, where everyone was chatting enthusiastically. Oh my god, a lot has happened in H-City lately, many people have died. Last night, I heard someone singing opera next door, at around 2 in the morning. This time to sing opera, you won't guess what happened the next day? The entire family next door died. I was so scared when I heard this news today. Yeah, I heard that someone in our neighborhood also heard singing and then died. Not only that, there are also those urban legends recently, like the priest carrying a cross and the walking dolls, so damn scary. Shh, don't talk about these things in the group, it might get shut down. Bro. Could it be that spiritual energy is reviving? The world is getting chaotic? This is no longer just spiritual energy reviving, this is mysterious revival, it's terrifying. Sujeja only listened for a short while, then urged everyone not to talk about dead people in the group and didn't pay further attention. Not only in H-City, but even she had encountered quite a few major problems recently, it was truly troubling. A wave of itchiness came from her neck, and she couldn't help but scratch it a bit. But she didn't notice that the itch was from a seam on her neck, and something was wriggling inside. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xiaowan, I like eyes and I like building blocks. Little Wan stood on the podium introducing herself. Her porcelain doll-like face made people want to press a kiss on it. After her self-introduction, Little Wan hugged her little bear and sat in a corner. Teacher. She suddenly raised her hand. The teacher walked over with a smile. What's the matter, Little Wan? Little Wan stared at him and innocently said, Can you get a stool for my little bear too? The male teacher glanced at the teddy bear in her arms, the teddy bear smiled, and although it was just a toy, it gave off a chilling feeling. Thinking of how Sujeja reminded him when she left today, he still brought a stool over for Xiaowan. Xiaowan placed the teddy bear beside her, sat down next to it, and began the class. After class. Many classmates rushed to Xiaowan's side, after all, attractive people can charm others in any grade. Wow, Xiaowan, your teddy bear is so cute, its eyes seem to be glowing. Lin Xiaowan, can I hug your teddy bear? Xiaowan quickly hugged the teddy bear tight and shook her head. No, you can't. Then she mysteriously said, My teddy bear eats people, you'd better not touch it. Upon hearing this, some kids were startled. However, some kids disdainfully said, TCH, stingy Lin Xiaowan, if you don't want to let us hug it, just say so, why lie, no manners. Exactly, I heard the teacher say that Lin Xiaowan has psychological issues, and she has no parents, so we shouldn't bully her. I also heard that without parents, she definitely has no manners, that's why she likes to lie. Some children who were rejected by Xiaowan immediately started cursing her. The unsightly words came out without restraint, directly spewing forth. Hearing this, Lin Xiaowan's expression instantly turned cold. Staring at them, she said coldly, Who said I don't have a mom? My mom is right here. A few children burst into laughter. Ha ha, you're such a liar, where is your mom? There's no one here, your mom has gone, she's dead. Lin Xiaowan pointed beside her, my mom is clearly right here. A few kids looked to the empty space and laughed again, mocking and insulting her. The originally cute Lin Xiaowan instantly became the object of everyone's disdain. My mom said not to play with children without manners. My mom also said, stay away from crazy people. Liar. Everyone scattered, no longer paying attention to Lin Xiaowan, while the boy who was just rejected laughed at her on his way out. Everyone don't play with her, let her play with her own toys. Watching their departing backs, Lin Xiaowan's gaze slowly turned cold, then her lips curled into a high smile. Tilting her head, she sang a nursery rhyme, hee, Xiaowan never lies, my teddy bear really eats people, and Xiaowan also loves other people's eyes. In school. Lin Xiaowan appeared out of place among those around her, she was very quiet, loved to talk to herself, and had no other friends except the teddy bear. Even some teachers didn't like to communicate with Lin Xiaowan. Because Lin Xiaowan always said scary things, my mom has always been by my side, I love other people's eyes, my teddy bear loves them too. Auntie, this Lin Xiaowan is a liar, she can't eat that much, she has to feed her teddy bear, that's wasting food. Auntie, this Lin Xiaowan has no manners. That day, a boy happily followed behind Lin Xiaowan to insult her, calling her names. Because he really liked Lin Xiaowan's teddy bear, but she wouldn't let him play with it. Lin Xiaowan kept smiling and didn't say anything until night fell. Night came. In a corner on the bed, a small figure sat up. She held the teddy bear and walked step by step to another bed. With a bright smile, she said, Xiaowan never lies, Xiaowan really likes eyes, and the teddy bear really eats people. Chapter 61, Zhang Shui is strange, Wang Yu is 2, there are a total of 2. How's it going? In the night watch division, Zhang Miao rushed back immediately. What happened in the hospital, regardless of how Wang Yu and Zhang Shui explained, was useless, the only witness was the coat man. As long as he survives and wakes up, he can not only clarify the situation of Wang Yu and the others, but also mention some strange rules and characteristics. This is very important for their night watchers. The doctor came out from inside. The situation is a bit serious. The strange entity inside has overused to the point of revival. Also, with the eyes, nose, and ears cut, the body is under severe strain and could die at any time. He is now a ticking time bomb and must be locked away. Once he dies, that strange entity inside will revive. We must contain or imprison it immediately. After a special great entity dies, it will burst out of the body and become a new type of entity. The strange entity in the cotton jacket is very strong, but its defense is weak, so it must be killed and contained immediately upon revival. Zhang Miao and the others fell into silence. On this mission south, Shaoli died, the captain is severely injured and still hasn't woken up, the cotton jacket man is also badly hurt, leaving the special dragon team with only the three of them, a significant loss. Luli gritted his teeth and punched the steel plate beside him. Damn it, what's going on in H-City? Special entities keep converging here, we haven't resolved the last one, and another appears. Is there no way for us to live? Painting ghosts, magic bears, and now the actor have all been special great entities. Moreover, it has been discovered that there is another special great entity walking around, which has already killed 2 ghost controllers from Red High Heels, and its power is also very strong. In the eye of the storm, H-City. Zhang Miao frowned. What about Zhang Tao? Is there any new information? Luli shook his head. It's still the same. One, you keep saying Zhang Shui is that entity. The two of them can't even dare to close their eyes for sleep. Zhang Tao has been right beside, with 3 more night watchers joining, making 4 in total guarding. In an instant, 2 night watchers were dead, and 1 was severely injured. The strength of this entity is very strong, we must add more personnel. Let's continue searching for this actor. Did everyone click on this link before they died? Zhang Tao stared at the voice message on the phone, frowning. This is the information currently investigated, Su Cheng nodded, indicating, is it possible that this is also one of the rules? The performance is played out through voice? Zhang Tao suddenly stood up, it's possible. Send the information for analysis, also, block this link online. This actor's threat is much greater than the magic bears. The magic bear is strong but hasn't committed indiscriminate killing so far. Also, Su Cheng added, some ghost controllers from the Red High Heels have died, and the news is about a new type of entity they are calling the priest. Zhang Tao pursed his lips, it's really annoying, these troubles always come together. Now even the authorities are almost unable to suppress this, is the mysterious revival trend really unstoppable? There are many ghost controllers across the country, but they are still too weak against real entities. A special grade entity often requires many C-grade ghost controllers to deal with it. Captain, you should rest a bit. We'll take care of this here, Su Cheng looked at his dark circles with concern. Since the appearance of the magic bear, these troubles have been coming one after another, they haven't had proper rest in a long time. Now the higher-ups are blocking deeper investigations into the magic bear, and another actor and priest have come, putting them in a tough spot. Zhang Tao shook his head, no need, I will rest here. This is not the time to relax. A few night watchers took turns resting with chairs beside them. Wang Yu and Zhang Shui curled up in their beds, not daring to sleep. Wang Yu scratched his chest, feeling something itchy there. Ever since he drank the holy water his mother gave him that day, he had been feeling unwell. In the middle of the night. In a half-dream and half-awake state. Suddenly, a strange opera sound echoed. Zhang Tao raised his head and glanced around. Wang Yu and Zhang Shui were sitting up in bed, drowsy. And this opera sound was coming from the broadcast, not just in their room, but... The sound came from every room in the hospital. Zhang Tao's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. Everyone, get up quickly. The other ghost hunters trembled and hurried to get up. Captain, what happened? Zhang Tao's face was extremely grim. Are you deaf? Can't you hear the sound of the opera? We are all shrouded in the rules of the performer. What? As soon as he said this, everyone's face turned pale with fear. Crack. The entire hospital seemed to be pulled into an abyss, the lights suddenly going out. The little nurse at the door, holding an iron tray, looked around in confusion. What's going on? Who is playing opera in the middle of the night? It sounds really scary. Opera? Hee, didn't you hear the recent urban legend? They say there is a demon performer who is killing people everywhere. Don't scare me. I have a small heart. Crack. The lights went out, and the entire hospital was engulfed in panic. In the vast darkness, the only light was from the emergency exit signs, glowing green. Then, the sound of the opera grew louder and louder. In the flickering light, strange figures started to appear before everyone's eyes. Accompanied by the drop of the opera, everyone began to die, one by one falling down. I told you she was a ghost, look quickly, she really is a ghost. In the room, Zhang Shui twisted her body to stand up, her face covered with a layer of rouge. The sound of opera in the hospital was indeed sent out by her. Zhang Tao and the others stood up suddenly, glaring at her with vigilance, while Wang Yu hid behind them, his chest feeling increasingly itchy and unbearable. Just when everyone was falling into panic, the man in the cotton-padded coat woke up. Sister, strange rules, eyes, nose, ears, can't listen, can't close your eyes, can't smell the scent of rouge. And Zhang Shui has already been possessed by the strange thing. This strange level is very terrifying, roughly estimated to be level 5, and also Zhang Shui is a strange thing, that Wang Yu. Wang Yu is also, there are 2 on site. What? Hearing this, Zhang Miao's face suddenly changed, and Lu Li had already broken through the door, rushing towards the hospital. Zhang Shui is a strange thing, and Wang Yu is also a strange thing. She was still puzzled. Wang Yu determined that Zhang Shui was a strange thing, but the strange thing hadn't harmed him. Now everything made sense. Both are special level strange things. Oh no, Zhang Tao and the others are in danger. Why did the power go out? In another room of the hospital, Tang Meili and Su Jiajia were playing mobile games. The sudden blackout left the two in silence. Tang Meili wondered, did you hear the sound of singing? Su Jiajia shook her head, no. Then what is that? Is someone swaying outside the door? Tang Meili said while getting up to shine her phone flashlight and walk towards the door. Meanwhile, Su Jiajia felt a light itch at the back of her neck, as if her skin was about to burst, very itchy. An eye poked out. Why is my neck so itchy? Su Jiajia scratched her neck. Earlier today, Xiaowan had hugged her before she left, and since then it had been itchy. Could it be an allergy? Seeing Tang Meili holding her phone, lighting her way, slowly walking towards the door. Neither of them had gone home today. After helping Xiaowan with some things, Tang Meili insisted on staying, so Su Jiajia stayed here to play games with her. At this moment, the hospital inexplicably went dark, and there were strange sounds coming from outside. Who is it? Tang Meili carefully walked over, holding her phone. The shadow at the door stood still, showing no reaction upon hearing the sound. When she reached the door, Tang Meili glanced back at Su Jiajia, then bravely twisted the doorknob. The lights turned on. There was nothing. This corridor was empty, only the sound of opera echoed in the empty space, and the figure that had just stood at the door had disappeared. Tang Meili jumped in fright, hurriedly closing the door. Did I see it wrong? As soon as the door closed, she saw Su Jiajia's horrified expression. A look of panic crossed her face as she pointed behind her. In an instant, Tang Meili's hair stood on end, a chill crept up from her heels, running along her back to her neck. She swallowed hard, holding her breath, her right hand tightly gripping her phone, and slowly turned around. At a glance, another shadow appeared behind the door. She shuddered violently, screamed, and ran to Su Jiajia, gripping her hand tightly. It's a ghost. The two crouched by the table, covering their heads, too frightened to look up. Even the air they exhaled turned icy cold at that moment. Is that a ghost? This was Su Jiajia's first encounter, and she trembled all over, squinting and refusing to look up. Although Tang Meili was scared as well, to be honest, this thing was nowhere near as frightening as the little bear covered in eyes. So she dared to look up toward the door, and indeed there was a shadow. It seems like it. Could it be a prank? Let's go have a look. I'm too scared. Su Jiajia quickly shook her head. Tang Meili swallowed again, then let's just stay here. It should be fine by morning. Bang. The door suddenly slammed against something. The loud noise made both of them scream, burying their heads between their legs. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Bang bang bang. The banging continued. And this time, there was a sharp, piercing voice calling. My lord. Both of them turned pale with fear. Then they saw a head suddenly poking in from the door, wearing a white hat, with a face full of makeup and a smiling grin. Tilting its head, its copper bell-sized eyes stared wide at them. Ding ding ding. A burst of music sounded, and the eerie figure ignored everything, jumping straight in from outside. It circled around them. Everyone who hears the opera must die. This is the rule of the performers. Not to mention, at this moment, the two of them had already broken 3 rules. Just as the performers stepped forward, ready to take control of them, a flash of red light burst forth from Su Jiajia's neck. Soon, amidst the mix of opera, a nursery rhyme began to play. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow. The Lord is in the heart, the mistress is in sorrow. 2 distinctly different voices from different times, with different tones clashed together, making the atmosphere around them eerie and uneasy. Tang Meili trembled and caught a glimpse of the eye. She suddenly remembered, this was the eye from the little bear. After this eye appeared, the ghost did not come closer to them. Could it be this eye, that little bear, was helping them? Swish! The eye suddenly enlarged, shimmering with light, and swallowed the strange being whole. The eye fixed its gaze on Tang Meili, as if trying to tell her something. She suddenly stood up. Grabbing Su Jiajia, hurry, let's go. This ghost is dead, we need to run. Su Jiajia hadn't even registered what happened when she was pulled up. Where's the ghost? Don't worry about it, let's run. The whole hospital is surrounded by ghosts, we need to hurry. I told you, she's a ghost. Wang Yu pointed at Zhang Shui frantically, lost in the joy of his correct answer. Zhang Tao glared at Zhang Shui, who stood still. Plug your ears, get ready to move. As soon as he finished speaking, he darted forward. His speed was incredibly fast, a cigarette hung from his mouth. In an instant, he was right there, wrapping Zhang Shui completely in the cigarette before squeezing hard. At the same time, he pulled out a small knife and severed her head cleanly. Go! After killing Zhang Shui in an instant, Zhang Tao turned and shouted loudly. But the next second. Puff! A splash of fresh blood flashed before Su Qing's eyes, a spurt of blood sprayed forth. She turned slowly, only to see a tear in Wang Yu's shirt, 2 hands stretching out from inside. Directly pierced through a teammate's chest. The entire person's chest was pierced, and with a fierce pull, it split into 2. Wang Yu's face was twisted, looking down, his chest covered in sharp spikes and bloody marks. Be careful! Zhang Tao gritted his teeth and rushed over, pulling Su Qing to him, the smoke in his mouth forming a shield in front. Bang! With one punch, the 2 of them flew out, crashing through the door of the room. Zhang Tao's eyes were full of shock. The strange thing was never 1, but 2. He should have thought of this long ago. Wang Yu was certain that Zhang Shui was strange. Since Zhang Shui was strange, why hadn't he died? Why didn't he die at Zhang Shui's hands? Connecting to the fact that 3 out of the 4 police officers had died, and only he survived, what did that mean? He was not normal, at least he had another way to dodge the rules of the actor. Such dependence, did it not mean he had long been trapped in other strange rules, the rules colliding, that made him not hear the opera voice? Moreover, the strange rule he was under was not less than this actor. Captain, you all go first, I will hold him back. The remaining teammates' eyes flashed with determination. Wang Yu turned his head, crouching down to rip his whole body apart. It was time to harvest the seeds. Zhang Shui, executed by Zhang Tao, also stood up, placing his head back on his neck, staring blankly with wide eyes, a long spear appearing in his hand unknown when. The 2 things exchanged glances, then aligned neatly looking at Zhang Tao and the others. Clearly they had reached a consensus. Captain, hurry and go! The teammate shouted angrily, a syringe injected into his neck. He charged forward. Zhang Tao held his chest, looking back at the corridor. It was filled with actors, the whole corridor was packed with actors. At the same time, the phone rang. Be careful, strange rules, don't close your eyes, don't listen, don't smell. In addition, Zhang Shui and Wang Yu were both strange. Unfortunately, it was too late. A scent of rouge wafted over, and all the actors in the corridor looked over. Chapter 63. 2 Great Strangers Meet, codename, The Priest. Run? Where to run? It was all actors. He stood up, took a deep breath of smoke and exhaled, wrapping Su Qing inside. Avoiding the 3 major rules of the actors, charged forward. The high-pitched opera in his ears had nothing to do with him, and the red rouge surrounding him had nothing to do with him. Fortunately, these actors were just the breath of their true bodies, their strength was not strong. But for him with D+ strength, it was still quite challenging, and soon he was covered in wounds. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Miao and the others had arrived at the hospital, but at this moment, the hospital had been enveloped by a strange domain. From the outside, everything appeared normal, but the huge hospital was empty, not a single person could be seen. Lu Li gritted his teeth, scanning the surroundings. How do we get in? Zhang Miao pursed his lips, glancing at the device in his hand. As he raised it, bang. The glass around shattered, the needle spinning wildly, and the numbers began to jump. Everyone's expressions changed. What's happening? Zhang Miao took a deep breath, slowly uttering a few words. The strange aura is too strong, this device can't handle it, likely. Likely both are special level strangeness, and they have both arrived. As the words fell, they heard a sound of metal dragging from afar. At the tip of their noses was a strong, rusty metallic smell, very pungent. They turned back. A figure appeared, dressed in a black robe, barefoot, covered in thorns but carrying a huge cross. Lu Li's pupils shrank. The priest. This is the special level strange priest from the Red High Heels. A member from Red High Heels had gone to capture a strange being a while back, but was killed in return. That night, although this person escaped back, it led to the spread of strangeness, and 4 to 5 members of Red High Heels were killed. Why is it here? Codename Priest, fear level unknown, file not yet recorded. Codename Jester, fear level 5 and above, file. Codename Demon Bear, fear level rising, provisionally 5, file. These are the 3 major anomalies in H City so far, and before the responsible leader arrives, everyone has been ordered not to actively seek out the Demon Bear. As a result, suddenly, these 2 anomalies appeared. This leader is very likely here specifically for this reason. Sister, what should we do now? Although there are 6 vigilantes here, only Zhang Miao is truly strong, but she is not combat-oriented. Facing these things, it would probably be very difficult. Besides, the current mission is to quickly break the anomaly and rescue the people inside the hospital. Let's go. Zhang Miao hardly hesitated, turned around, and left, deliberately avoiding the priest. The priest's target did not seem to be them. He walked to the hospital entrance and looked up. He coldly smiled, revealing his yellowed teeth, took a step forward, and disappeared. He entered the hospital's anomaly. He came here to collect seeds. Sister, he went in. Luli suddenly stopped. Zhang Miao quickly said, hurry, block the anomaly's crack, don't let it close. We'll go in while we have the chance. Luli nodded, his whole body suddenly blending into the ground, and a black whirlpool quickly emerged, blocking the crack. The others hurriedly entered, some following the priest into the anomaly. Once inside, it was pitch dark, and the sound of the jester's song filled their ears. The priest walked ahead, carrying a cross, step by step. The cross dragged long marks on the ground. Wherever it went, all buildings began to dissolve and corrode. Cockroaches and maggots crawled everywhere, and a terrible stench filled the air. Once they entered, they could see that the flowers and plants on both sides had turned into plastic flowers. Zhang Miao turned to walk in another direction. Go, hurry up. The priest is already here. The anomalies on the scene may have increased to 3. You split up and rescue people. Luli and I will go up to help. Covered by the anomaly, ordinary people had very little hope of survival. But their duty as vigilantes was to save those suffering in the dark. The lover is in the heart, the lover at the moment of heartbreak. The hospital's loudspeaker was playing this piercing opera song. As Zhang Miao rushed out, she saw in the middle of the hospital, a jester dressed in pink was singing and dancing. Surrounding them were many onlookers, even some patients with broken legs were there, and some who were in the middle of surgery were present, their abdominal wounds still not stitched, intestines bleeding onto the ground. The few of them had already plugged their ears and noses, only able to watch the scene. The jester was still killing people throughout the hospital. The place was filled with screams and heavy silence of death. For vigilantes, even Ko. He turned around to save his teammate. As for him, he never thought he could leave alive. It was just like what he said when he first met LV Liangbing. As Shaoli's captain, I have failed, I am still alive, but he has died. As Shaoli's friend, I feel ashamed, I could not protect my friend's safety. This is his mission. As the captain of the Night Watch, he will never let any teammate die in front of him, using a teammate's life to escape. Luli rushed up immediately. Just as he approached, he saw Zhang Tao's neck being lifted by the priest, who then scratched his chest a few times and tossed him aside. With the cross on his back, he walked over to Wang Yu, reached into his chest, and pulled out a lump of black substance, swallowing it in one gulp. This was its seed. After dealing with Wang Yu, the priest left with the cross on his back. But the actors surrounded them, and the entire corridor was filled with dozens of them. All the actors stared at them, waving their knives, guns, and clubs together. Shu, don't speak, it won't hurt, Xiao Wan will be gentle. Xiao Wan and Xiao Xiong squatted on a bed, looking at a little boy with a smile. The little boy's eyes were filled with fear, but no sound came from his throat. Put. The eyeball was dug out and then placed into her bag. Xiao Wan said, Xiao Wan won't lie, and by the way, Xiao Wan really has a mom. My mom has always been here, if you don't believe it, look. Oh, sorry, you don't have eyes anymore, so you can't see Xiao Wan's mom, what a pity. She stood up and jumped off the bed, and Xiao Xiong twisted his body, grinning at the moonlight. Xiao Xiong, are you hungry? Then let's go, Xiao Wan will go eat with you. Let's go to the hospital party together. Chapter 64, Shrouded in a Strange Domain, the Magic Bear arrives. The black sky hangs low, beautiful stars accompany. The bugs fly, as long as you are with me. A little ceramic girl in a red dress held Xiao Xiong's hand as they walked down the school corridor. The sweet and tender nursery rhyme echoed throughout the school. The amusement park, classrooms, and swings seemed to have their figures. Tonight's moonlight is beautiful, the sky dotted with stars. The school security guard was patrolling with a flashlight when he suddenly saw a little girl in a red dress ahead. Little friend, it's bedtime, are you out to go to the bathroom? The uncle walked over with the flashlight, the light flickering, and he couldn't see Xiao Wan's face clearly, but he noticed the little bear beside her. The little bear was all red, with a smile on its face, staring at him. He raised the flashlight, and he froze on the spot. The little bear was alive, it was moving, and it was still laughing. The little bear suddenly put a finger to its lips, shoo. Then it turned, took Xiao Wan's hand, and hummed the nursery rhyme as they swaggered out the other side. One tall, one short, their figures passed through the wall and left. The security guard was stunned for a moment, then his legs went weak, and he fainted in shock. At this moment, the hospital had been surrounded by the police. The large hospital was still brightly lit, but there wasn't a single person in sight inside. Zhang Miao had already arranged everything on the way, but cordon was now in place, and the police were stationed, not allowing anyone to enter. Let me in, my dad is in surgery. Why are you police surrounding the hospital? If something happens to my dad, can you take the responsibility? Let me in. I want to see my mom for the last time. My child is sick, let me in to see the doctor. Many people were gathered at the hospital entrance, trying to break through the police cordon. The person in charge pulled out a gun, stepped forward, and blared fiercely at them. Something special has happened in the hospital. For your safety, no one is allowed to enter. The other police officers stepped forward, blocking everyone outside. No matter how they pleaded or cursed, they remained unmoved. For our safety? What does that mean? This hospital is fine, why can't we go in? Is there an infectious disease? Then why isn't your personnel wearing protective gear to go inside? Or are there some criminals? Let us in quickly. I want to see my mom for the last time. Everyone was still relentless. After all, the hospital looked calm and quiet, with no gunshots or explosions, just a little quieter than usual. It didn't seem like a big deal was happening. The police leader frowned, standing his ground, and said, "All right, the police don't need to explain so much to you. All you need to know is that you cannot enter the hospital. In 5 minutes, the safety line will expand by 100 meters, and everyone must retreat." This was an order. He was the person in charge of the police here, unknown to others but very clear to him. What was happening in the hospital was far scarier than a terrorist attack. It was bizarre, and a large scale of bizarre at that. Any small disagreement could result in thousands of deaths. If they were to let you in, it wouldn't be seeing your mom for the last time, it would mean you both would end up in line together. The safety line around the hospital expanded 100 meters outward. Even a dog within this area needed to be isolated and taken out. The officials don't need to explain. At the side of the hospital, by the wall, 3 officers were on guard. The safety line had been drawn, and usually, no one would be foolish enough to go inside. They couldn't stop someone truly determined. So, basically, they were just slacking off here. One of them was smoking and exhaled slowly, saying, "Things are getting less safe, huh? Have you heard about the incident in Longwy community a few days ago? A few thousand people died one after another in the following days. Although it was sealed by the authorities, quite a bit of information still leaked out." "Yeah," said the guy squatting in the corner, using equipment to check the surroundings, who couldn't help but complain. "I heard someone say that his friend died mysteriously at home, his head was cut off, and his body was twisted. It seemed like it was caused by something bizarre, and we aren't qualified to know why. I tell you, in this day and age, it can be summed up in one phrase: disaster strikes while one sits at home. I heard that vengeful spirits are about to awaken." After the last person spoke, the other 2 showed a trace of surprise, but it quickly faded back to calmness. Such things had long been circulating in the police department, and recently, it had been worsening. Whenever it appeared, it was a large-scale death. It's not hard to guess that it was caused by some mysterious force. Listen, this hospital is obviously quiet, but within a minute, everyone has disappeared, and every now and then, you can hear screams and strange noises. What else can this be but a horror event? Sigh, we can handle criminals, but truly dealing with such things requires professionals. The 3 chatted while remaining on guard. As for the mysteriously missing people in the hospital, someone from above would naturally be sent in to investigate. Suddenly, the 3 seemed to hear some music, bright and sweet. They turned around and saw a little girl holding a red teddy bear standing in the middle of the road. As she moved, the street lights on both sides of the road began to flicker incessantly. The dark sky hangs low, bright twinkling stars follow. The nursery rhyme's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed sweetly in their ears. The 3 frowned. One stepped forward immediately. "Little sister, you can't come here. Are you alone? Where's your mommy?" He wanted to see the little girl's face in the light of the moon and streetlights, but he found it impossible. The harder he tried, the blurrier his vision became. The little girl tilted her head and looked at him, then burst into a giggle. But she didn't respond to him. Continue holding the little bear and moving forward. The police hurriedly stepped forward to stop them, but unexpectedly, as they walked on, the originally small bear began to grow larger and was surrounded by flames. An eerie blue fire enveloped its body, with eyes scattered throughout its fur. The police were startled and quickly drew their guns. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 policemen behind them were also so frightened that they didn't even have time to put out their cigarettes, raising their guns in a hurry. Zhang Yi coldly smiled, his gaze fixed on the countless actors in the strange domain. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The taste of fear was sweeter than the fear of humans, indeed more delightful. He reached out and lifted Xiao Wan, placing her on his shoulder, then stepped out, instantly entering the hospital. As for the 3 policemen, they were completely stunned. Hurry, hurry to report, a bear engulfed in blue flames has entered the hospital. Chapter 65, Sister, where is my little bear? Have you seen it? Let's go. Zhang Tao, heavily injured, had cracks on his face like dried mud. This was his strange power. Su Qing clenched her teeth with a choked voice. "No, we must leave together." Without any hesitation, she charged forward, and Zhang Miao followed suit with Lu Li. The night watchmen would never abandon their teammates to leave alone, just as they would never fear the dark. The corridor was filled with many actors, all dressed in colorful costumes, their faces painted. Zhang Miao's nails shone with a red glow, easily tearing apart these actors, who would finally turn into a puddle of mud. But there were so many actors, when one died, others would quickly take their place. Zhang Miao was sweating coldly, suddenly remembering something. The true forms of the actors are in the main building. We can't go down from here, we need to go up, to the rooftop. If they faced the strange true forms head-on, they would absolutely die here. The strength of these actors had already surpassed level 5. Lu Li nodded, and a black circle underfoot began to expand, quickly wrapping several actors inside. The actors wielded wooden knives and guns, but they were extremely sharp, able to pierce flesh with a careless move. As the breeze blew, a wave of pink powder drifted over. Zhang Miao patted Lu Li, and they hurriedly held their breath. They saw Zhang Shui twisting her body emerging from within. Her movements were very stiff. Yet she could control Su Qing and another night watchman behind her, both frozen in place, already under control. Zhang Shui slightly trembled. The next moment, Su Qing suddenly held a papier-mâché large knife in her hand, aiming at Lu Li's back. Be careful! Zhang Miao exclaimed in alarm, inhaling some powder while her nails reached backwards. Bang! The papier-mâché knife, surprisingly hard, struck against her nails, creating a spark. Boom! The powder was instantly ignited, and the surroundings quickly fell into darkness. In the darkness was the true center of the actor's Eerie domain. This was a stage, filled with crowds sitting below, while on stage, a group of actors performed, with drums and gongs resounding, everything peaceful around. Suddenly, the flames began to shoot out, confusion broke out in the audience, horses trampling bodies, corpses bursting into flames. Cries. Screams. Voices searching for people. The flames burned for a long time, and a ragged, pale-faced female actor with blood at the corner of her mouth emerged, her eyes dull, suddenly smiling. She opened her mouth and sang her most cherished line from life. The gentleman is in the heart of the fragrance I am in the moment of heartache, Lenine. It was scarier than the weird painting I saw before, and the magic bear. Zhang Miao sneered, there's no way out, split up. Once they entered here, how could this special level of weirdness possibly let them go? At this moment, she understood the fear of the man in the cotton-padded coat, why he had frozen himself. This actor was not something they could handle. This potion was given to me by the doctor when we came here. You take it and bring Zhang Tao and this person with you. I will take Su Cheng. See you tomorrow. Zhang Miao's red lips slightly parted as she turned, carrying the already numb Su Qing, running towards the other side. Zhang Shui twisted her body and chased after them. Lu Li carried Zhang Tao in one hand, hoisting the other person on his shoulder, taking another route. See you tomorrow. For the Night Watchers, nothing was more important than these 3 words. The few Night Watchers who entered with Zhang Miao to rescue others were now standing neatly in the square at the bottom of the building, quietly watching the actor sing on stage. In the middle, the actor in the pink costume slightly raised his head, his expression rigid. Put me down. Lu Li, drenched in sweat, already had his chest torn apart, and a piece of flesh from his right leg had fallen off, revealing his ghastly white bones. But he said nothing and continued to carry Zhang Tao. Lu Li snorted coldly, enough talk, one is already dead. If you die too, how can I Lu Li go back and still hang out in the T-Rogue team? The big sister will look down on me then. He was already heavily injured, carrying 2 people, one of whom was dead. All that awaited them was death. Zhang Tao pressed his lips together and said nothing. He could tell that Lu Li was not so different from him. He chose to stop persuading. With a thud, Lu Li kicked open the corridor door, and both of them collapsed to the ground to rest. The air they exhaled was filled with the smell of blood. At this moment, Zhang Tao lit a cigarette and grinned at Lu Li. Lu Li rolled his eyes, enduring the excruciating pain as he lifted the flesh hanging from his leg and tightly wrapped it with a cloth. What the hell is funny? At this rate, we're doomed. Zhang Tao continued to smile and shake his head. The weirdness is getting scarier. Our H-City had a responsible person who was also C+, but unfortunately, he died. We've been waiting all these years, and now all the old buddies are gone. If you had another chance, would you choose the club, the society, or continue to join the Night Watchers? The path of the Night Watchers is not easy, while the members of the club are there for themselves, not for others. Lu Li stared at the upstairs position. I never thought about it. My dad was a soldier, and he said that in life, a person needs ideals and missions. If I could start over, I would probably still be a Night Watcher. Rest, I won't let you die, at least not before I do. Zhang Tao smiled but remained silent, slowly thinking in his heart, I won't let you die either, at least not before me. Bang! A sound came, and Lu Li got up, taking out this potion, giving a cold smile. He directly inserted the potion into his throat. Meili, I'm so scared. Why are there so many actors everywhere? Are they ghosts? Tang Meili and Su Zhezhou were feeling their way down the stairs. But there were many actors in the corridor, as well as some ordinary folks who had been controlled. The ground was covered in blood. Jumping out of the window was impossible, as a force would bounce them back. The entire hospital seemed to have formed a dome, unable to enter or exit. Tang Mei's makeup was already smudged, cold sweat sticking her hair to her face. Keep quiet, let's go to the main door, we will definitely be able to get out. Su Jie trembled, hugging Tang Mei's arms, asking, Mei, aren't you scared? I feel like you're so calm. Previously, when they had beaten her, she wouldn't believe there were ghosts in this world. Now, she wouldn't believe there were no ghosts even if they beat her to death. Tang Mei bit her lip, looking at the eye on Su Jie's body, and said, I've seen things even scarier than this. Compared to these things, the little bear at home, covered in eyes. That's really scary. Zhang Miao could no longer run, she was completely exhausted, and behind her, Zhang Shui relentlessly pursued her, making it impossible to shake her off. Along the way, performers had appeared one after another, leaving her with injuries all over. Su Qing was also at her limit, the two had reached a dead end. We can't go on like this, we can only find a place to hide for a while and suppress our breathing, maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. Supporting Su Qing, Zhang Miao pushed open a large door. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a loud sound echoed in her ears. Immediately, the two saw a small girl squatting on the floor in the empty laboratory, with eyes like ping-pong balls. It seemed she sensed them too. The little girl turned her head and smiled. Sister, have you seen my little bear? Chapter 66, Task, Nursery Rhyme Crushes Opera, Who is the Chanter? The little girl was squatting alone ahead. The laboratory had just started renovations, and the entire room was bare, containing only some construction materials. It was empty, the walls had been painted white. Bang bang bang. A sound came from her ear, and Zhang Miao and Su Cheng, who had just entered, were frozen in place. They looked up and saw a little girl squatting ahead. The little girl wore a red dress, and her features were delicate like porcelain. She squatted on the ground, her big eyes curiously staring at Zhang Miao and Su Cheng. Her black eyes seemed to reflect a different kind of brilliance, like a deep abyss that could absorb one's soul. Little one suddenly grinned, letting out a tinkling laugh like a silver bell. Sister, have you seen my little bear? Zhang Miao's expression changed, one hand protected Su Qing behind her, while the other hand ready to strike at any moment. She scrutinized little Wan for a long time, squinting her eyes. Little sister, why are you here alone? What is your little bear? While questioning, she stepped backward. A little kid playing here looked scary no matter how you looked at it. This was a hospital cloaked in the Eerie. If she were an ordinary person, she would have been dead long ago, yet she seemed completely unfazed. Little one tilted her head, one hand grabbing her eyeball while the other rested at the corner of her mouth, saying, The little bear put me here, he said he went to get something to eat. Did you see him, sister? Little bear? Zhang Miao and Su Qing shook their heads. Could this little girl really not be Eerie? Suddenly, little one stared at them, a smile creeping on her lips. Sister, do you have more friends too? Many people are at the door. Zhang Miao. The two were startled and quickly crouched down, forcibly suppressing the eerie and human presence within themselves. At the same time, they gently moved inward. The performers had already caught up. The entire hospital was his eerie domain, omnipresent. They cautiously crept closer. Little sister, Shu, don't let them find you. They protected Lin Xiaowan behind them, squatting in a corner, pondering what to do. But the next second, they heard Zhang Shui's voice call out. He, where have you been hiding? Stop hiding now. Su Qing shivered all over, her eyes filled with despair. In the dim light, she could faintly see the shapes of the performers outside the window, many. They wore official caps, clad in costumes, their faces caked with makeup, terrifying to behold. Zhang Miao said nothing. Then a sound of opera echoed, filled with horror and endless sorrow. Even if she sealed her ears, she could still hear that sound. It seemed to be everything, directly entering her mind. Zhang Miao gritted her teeth, showing pain, but extended her hand to shield Lin Xiaowan from the sound, trying to suppress it. Little Wan looked at her curiously, she was completely unaffected by the sound. We've been discovered, we need to leave fast, Su Qing spoke in agony. Blood began to seep from her 7 orifices. She looked extremely pained. I can't move. Zhang Miao suddenly realized she could no longer budge. All along the way, engaging with the performers, although her life was not at risk. Yet also was injured. I am afraid it was after being hurt that a strange aura spread, causing her to fall into the bizarre rules. At this moment, the two were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and there was only one word for the ending, death. The door was pushed open, and Zhang Shui twisted her body as she entered, followed by many actors. Zhang Miao and the others walked in amidst their terror. As Zhang Shui moved, Su Cheng began to mimic her, followed by Zhang Miao, the two looked like puppets being controlled by her. Little sister, run. Zhang Miao forcibly locked his breath next to Xiao Wan, allowing her to move. At this moment, he let out one final roar, wanting to save this porcelain-like little sister. However, Xiao Wan stood dazed in place, not moving. She just curiously stared at them, listening to the eerie opera. Zhang Shui sang the opera while starting to twist her body. Her head began to rotate, 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 60 degrees. 90 degrees. If it continued, their necks would snap right then and there. In despair, suddenly, a tender nursery rhyme voice rang out. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars accompany. Bugs fly, as long as you're with me. At the moment the voice sounded, it seemed many stars appeared on the ceiling, twinkling. In an instant, that terrifying opera shattered, and Zhang Miao and the others could suddenly move again. Moreover, as Xiaowan sang and moved forward, this group of actors actually began to retreat. A shadow flashed by. Lin Cheng made her move. Lin Cheng was also a rule-type strange being, with very strong abilities. Her methods were as fierce as the cotton-coated man's strange abilities, causing high damage. In almost an instant, this group of actors was turned into blocks by Lin Cheng. They fell to the ground, scattered all around. In the shock and surprise on their faces, Xiaowan ran over and began to piece together the blocks on the ground. Her little bag was surprisingly filled with many eyeballs. She turned her head and smiled. "Sister, do you want to play?" Zhang Miao and the others were startled, suddenly backing up, their instincts telling them this little girl was very dangerous. Is she also a ghost master? Su Qing asked doubtfully. Such a small girl is also a ghost master? And so powerful? Zhang Miao suddenly spoke. No, did you hear the song she just sang? That was a nursery rhyme. Little girl, could it be that she is the little girl next to the demon bear? As soon as these words came out, Su Qing was startled, her expression immediately turned panic. The demon bear has come too? Zhang Miao swallowed hard. I can't be sure, but at least we haven't seen the demon bear yet. However, I seem to have confirmed, she is indeed the little girl next to the demon bear. When they first entered here, the little girl was asking if anyone had seen her little bear. Doesn't that explain enough? Su Qing was a bit nervous. The fear of the demon bear in her heart was no less than that of the actors. What do we do now? Zhang Miao shook her head. I'm not sure, however, she doesn't seem to have ill intent towards us. Before the demon bear returns, let's leave first, go upstairs, and find Luli and the others. The two bypassed Xiaowan and exited through the front door. In the large room, only Lin Xiaowan sat on the ground playing with blocks and eyeballs. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars accompany. Suddenly, the entire hospital echoed with this nursery rhyme. The sound was loud, crisp, directly suppressing that terrifying opera sound. At the same time, in the center of the hospital, the actors on stage froze, their bodies stiffened as they looked up. The sky began to change color, with red skies hanging clusters of eyeballs. Blue flames began to appear on the ground. A little bear, engulfed in blue flames, slowly approached from the front. Ding, side mission, the compassion of the singer. Mission, nursery rhyme crushes opera, eliminate the actor's strange abilities. Chapter 67, The Paper World, Kingdom and Strange Domain. Mission, the compassion of the singer. This is Zhang Yi's purpose for coming here. One strange thing that can sing is enough. As soon as the nursery rhyme appeared, the opera was instantly suppressed. Immediately, Zhang Yi's kingdom and strange domain opened up at the same time. In the actor's strange domain, he forcibly opened his own kingdom and strange domain. The color of the sky began to turn blood red, with stars swaying above like eyeballs. In the world of the hospital, a dark blue flame began to appear in the corner. Within the blue flames, one could clearly see souls struggling, half of their bodies locked in the abyss, the other half in the kingdom. Screams, pity, low growls. Hands stretched out, grabbing at the people nearby, entangling toward the actors. As the nursery rhyme fell, the rules of the opera were scattered. Everyone who had lost themselves woke up, including the few watchers who had entered with Zhang Miao. Everyone was startled, looking around with fearful expressions. The surroundings were terrifying like hell. Ah, there are ghosts. What happened? Ghosts, run, run. Damn, so many eyes, I'm covered in eyes, boo hoo hoo, so scary, and the actors too. The nursery rhyme, it's the demon bear. The demon bear has come too, we need to get out, the demon bear is facing off against the actors. Everyone scattered in a panic, but Zhang Yi did not chase after them. Compared to killing them, what Zhang Yi wanted more was for this group to spread fear, so he chose to let them go. Adding a little more to their bodies, as long as they went out, the fear of these thousands of people would be something the authorities couldn't suppress. Zhang Yi stretched out his right hand, a flame was released from it. Kingdom, the pity of the weeper. The flame fell. The nursery rhyme vanished, replaced by waves of crying and lamenting screams. The hospital, originally a place thick with death energy, increased the effect of crying and pity by 1/3 after its use. Countless wronged souls burned with blue flames, swirling in the air, targeting these actors. Zhang Yi sniffed, grinning and saying, I smell another special grade strange scent, where is it? The actor's body stiffened above, large eyes fixed on him from a pink face. June, also a strange one? Why oppose me? As she spoke, it was in the voice of opera, which made Zhang Yi quite uncomfortable. He slowly walked forward, the blue flames on him becoming fierce, and eyes began to roll and open among the fur. No, 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 we are not the same. You feed on humans, while I feed on fear and strangeness. What you can eat, I can eat, and what you can't, I can still eat. In short, in my eyes, we are different, you are merely my food. Zhang Yi's level of fear had now reached 5, and he was about to break through to 6. Combined with his newly gained abilities, dealing with this strange being should not be too difficult. In fact, he wanted to see where the other strange being was, one that smelled even more delicious than her. Clang, clang, clang. After staring at Zhang Yi for a while, the actor suddenly moved, and as she did, sounds of swana and trumpet echoed in her ears. The lights began to change as well. Other actors started moving, slowly gathering toward the center. However, Zhang Yi took a step forward, the bloodline of the hellish magic bear awakened, chanting with the weeper in the deep dark, glorifying death and fear. His ears were filled with cries and chanting. His body grew larger, a 4-meter-tall magic bear stood up, with 2 devilish horns protruding from its head, and its eyes blazing with blue flames. The eyes, chilling like the abyss of hell, emitted a deathly cry with every step he took. Zhang Yi flew forward, his entire body falling like a meteor. The right hand raised high, burning with the fire of pity and anger, came crashing down. Boom! The entire hospital trembled under the impact. The performer's body was directly smashed, creating a hole in it. Nearby other performers were also thrown away by the shockwave, their bodies wrapped in the fire of pity and anger. With this punch falling, the performer was sent flying, but the rest of the performers quickly returned, all merging into the main body. The performer's body became larger and larger, no longer just 3 heads and 6 arms, but countless bodies fused together. Zhang Yi was not afraid, the fire of pity and anger could bring death, rob life, and grant the souls of the dead. He reached down to grab a huge stone from the ground and then smashed it out violently. In an instant, the stone burned with the fire of pity and anger. The stone began to change. Hellfire was born. This was a warrior created from the fusion of rock and the fire of pity and anger, a hellish stone burning with flames. Zhang Yi's horns burned with fire as he reached out, gathering countless eyeballs upon the hellfire. The hellfire felt no fear, only slaughter. It charged fiercely towards the performer. Zhang Yi followed closely. As the peculiar domain released, the rules around began to change, and the space started to twist. The hellfire had already charged up, the performer was holding many paper theatrical props, which, although made of paper, could easily pierce through steel. With a simple swing, a crack appeared in the hellfire's chest, but immediately, countless eyeballs began to fill it up. Clang clang clang. The opera began to play again, the sound ringing loud. The husband is in the heart of beauty, the wife is in the time of heartbreak. However, at the moment the opera sounded, Zhang Yi continued to sing nursery rhymes. He had already analyzed all its rules through the system. Can your opera overpower my nursery rhyme? Both being peculiar, I don't even need to breathe. No blinking, my entire body is made of eyes, I don't need to blink. However, the performer was ultimately a special level 5th grade peculiarity, with great strength. Facing the hellfire, it showed no weakness. Zhang Yi stood nearby, waiting for the opportunity, then suddenly rushed up and delivered a heavy punch to the performer's body. Boom! Flames surged, it was made of paper, and in the fire of pity and anger, there was nowhere to hide. The performer began to split, the sound of sharp instruments grew louder and louder. Zhang Yi and the hellfire trapped it between them. Suddenly, the power of the rules began to change. The surrounding space twisted, it was no longer a hospital, but a stage. In front sat many listeners, but upon closer inspection, these listeners were all paper people. Their heads began to turn 180 degrees to stare at Zhang Yi. A miserable laughter echoed throughout the entire hospital and stage. Then, the ground began to soften, the stone slabs turned into paper. Zhang Yi and the hellfire, surrounded by the fire of pity and anger, instantly melted away, plunging into a suffocating ocean. At the same time, up above, problems arose. Just escaped to the rooftop, Zhang Miao heard the chilling nursery rhyme, then the fear from the entire hospital grew louder. Countless blue flames wrapped around the resentful souls began to appear, as the flickering stars in the sky turned into red eyeballs. Boom! The entire world seemed to shatter, the void showing wrinkles of paper. Has it begun? The demon bear and the performer have clashed? Chapter 68, The nature of humanity is evil, the demon who commands fear. The empty sky began to show cracks breaking apart. The shattered sky was the performer's peculiar domain. After the domain cracked open, a red world appeared. In the red world hung countless eyeballs, the entire sky was filled with eyeballs. Then, the entire hospital began to melt like paper, the stone slabs became as soft as a swamp, and everything began to collapse downward. Countless ghostly blue flames carried the cries of the resentful souls, resonating in the ears. In the air, 2 terrifying and mournful voices mingled. Inside the hospital, those who had awakened were already terrified, each one desperately fleeing. But the hospital was a barrier, they couldn't escape at all. The ground began to collapse, and the hospital melted like paper. Many people fell into the abyss of paper, becoming mere food for the void. Screams rose and fell like waves. Ghosts! What is happening? We can't escape at all. I'm going to fall. Help me, I'm begging you. Run up. There's no collapse there, hurry. The paper of the hospital began to dissolve, but many sharp-eyed people saw the floors ahead still standing tall and rushed towards it like a swarm. Thousands of people squeezed together, filling the already narrow corridor completely. People pushed against each other, trampling one another. At this moment, fear was magnified infinitely, and all reason and kindness were thrown aside. Get out! Make way for me, I was here first. Get the hell off me! The old, weak, sick, and disabled seemed utterly helpless at this moment, either getting trampled to death or being left behind, merging into the paper ground. Panic and terror. Blood flowed down like a cascading waterfall, staining the entire ground red. The scent of perfume was gradually replaced by the stench of blood. Human nature is inherently evil. Under intense and sudden fear, everyone's primal survival instinct is awakened. Except for the Watchers. But at this moment, the Watchers seemed powerless, they couldn't help anyone and might even get hit if they tried to assist. Fortunately, saving even one counted, they took these little ones and rushed towards the higher floors. Help me, help me. I have money, put these kids down. A plump man suddenly reached out and grabbed the boy's arm, pulling down with all his strength. The Watcher frowned and said, let go. The immense force caused the boy to scream in pain. But he still didn't let go, continuing to plead, help me. I can give you money, 10 million? 20 million? Just save me, I'll give you anything. If it were any other ghost controller, they might be tempted. But this person was a Watcher, someone who held up lights and umbrellas for the people in the darkness. Using their own darkness to break others' darkness, standing with a sword before the abyss, they never feared. So he refused, gritting his teeth and saying fiercely, get lost. I don't want your money. If you don't let go, I'll kill you. Damn it. The wealthy man was also enraged, since they couldn't escape anyway, they might as well die together. If I can't live, you all can't either. We'll die together. After saying this, he lunged forward, tightly hugging the Watcher and the boy. Such is human nature, I may be bad, but I cannot stand to see you do well. Who says a person speaks kindly before death? Before dying, if I can drag one down, I will, this is true human nature. Get lost. The collapse of the ground became more severe, and within the sinking paper, countless eyeballs rolled, as if something terrible was struggling inside. If we're going to die, let's die together. Not only him but even other patients were enraged, rushing forward in a tide. They could see that this person was very strong, able to jump half a floor while carrying someone. But it was useless, if they were to die, they would die together, and at that moment, they lost their fear. The Watcher gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock and horror. He never expected that the person he risked his life to save in the Eerie hospital was such a man. In a moment of carelessness, the crowd covered him, dragging him into the abyss together, to sink. The other Watchers saw this scene, their eyes reddened, teeth gritted, releasing a strange aura. Come on, you bastards. I won't save anyone anymore, come on, I'll kill one. With a slap, he broke someone's head on the spot. With this as a warning, the others didn't dare to approach anymore. He intimidated the crowd, then leaped forward, carrying a small child in his left hand and a pregnant woman in his right, climbing upward with great effort. Human nature is like this. In the pity of the crying, it will be strengthened. Big sister. It's the demon bear. The demon bear has come and is currently fighting the actor, the entire hospital is starting to collapse. A night watchman ran up, still carrying two little children in his hands. Zhang Miao and Su Qing were heavily injured and had no strength to save anyone. Sitting helplessly on the ground, supporting the only barrier, it was because of Zhang Miao that this place had not collapsed, otherwise no one in the entire hospital would survive. Zhang Miao's pupils shrank. Sure enough, the demon bear has come, so the little girl we encountered just now is its toy. Su Cheng nodded. So far, every time a strange disaster occurs, the demon bear seems to be there, first killing Lin Sheng, then killing Hua Gui, now it's the actor. Big sister, do you think it is possible that the demon bear is neutral, hunting all creatures just for itself? Ordinary special anomalies will not be enemies with special anomalies unless it is a unique hunt. But the demon bear is clearly not this type. Zhang Miao thought for a moment, shaking his head. We can't come to conclusions easily, everything has to wait until the person in charge arrives. First save the people, if you have the ability, save them first. Remember, don't go into the second room on the right-hand side of the third floor, there are people inside. The night watchman nodded. Although he didn't understand who was inside, they definitely wouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. The actor and the demon bear were in a fierce battle and had no time to look after them. After bringing the hostages up, Wait for everyone to regain their breath and then seek an opportunity to tear apart the strange realm. Big sister, look. Suddenly, Su Qing pointed at the ground. The night watchman could see red, terrifying bloodlines eroding into the paper world. One by one, coming from beneath their feet, ordinary people have them, and so do these night watchmen. This is a fear line? Zhang Miao was confused. He had heard of anomalies that feed on emotions, but had never seen one. Moreover, one that feeds on fear. This demon bear is not to be underestimated. Zhang Yi and Hellfire, trapped in the paper world underground, were still struggling. These papers were burned by pitying anger, yet seemed to spread like plastic. Puff. Paper is the most fragile thing, but in some ways, it can also be very hard, easily piercing the skin. A paper guangdong knife slashed down, striking Hellfire fiercely. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. All the fearful anger was sucked into his belly. Then he opened his big mouth, spraying out his anger. Pitying anger surged like a dragon crossing the river, like an abyssal demon god, breaking a big hole from the paper. Bang! Immediately after, under the gaze of the night watchman, a large hole opened up in the ground of the hospital square, blue flames burning inside. A giant hand stretched out from within. Chapter 69, The music of death begins to play. The paper kingdom was torn apart. The ground seemed to open up a deep abyss, blue light shining out from within. Everyone stared at this opening, a bit fearful, as if something was about to emerge. The next second, a huge hand reached out from inside, fiercely slapping the ground, fingers thick with rolling fur, mixed with countless eyes, terrifying indeed. Following that, a pair of horns emerged from within. 2 hands, a bear surrounded by burning blue flames crawled out, like a demon king from hell. The pitying anger on the ground was leaping and rolling. Countless wronged souls were crying, and all across the sky flew one eye after another. In their ears, the sound of children's rhymes was everywhere. The demon giant bear crawled out from the paper hell, with twin horns atop its head. Its body engulfed in flames, the nursery rhyme echoed through the sky, as if welcoming this returning king of hell. The demon bear's power has increased again? On the rooftop, Zhang Miao and others looked at the demon bear in astonishment. Although it was Zhang Miao's first time seeing the demon bear, according to official records and the retelling by Zhang Tao and others, this is a red toy bear, over 3 meters tall, surrounded by red flames and eyes, with a fear level of only 3 to 4. But this thing in front of me, with horns on its head, its fear level is likely no lower than 6, a special weirdness. You tell me it took less than half a month to go from 3 to almost 6? What kind of strange growth attribute is this? It's really too terrifying, isn't it? Su Cheng nodded quickly, pulling out a notebook to record. The growth attribute of the magic bear is too frightening. It must be documented and reported to the authorities. Otherwise, if it continues at this level, it won't be long before it becomes a disaster. What's terrifying is not a special weirdness being a disaster from birth, but rather, the ability to have a disaster-level growth attribute. Roar! Zhang Yi stood in front of the paper hell, his hands suddenly slammed down as he roared forward. Countless resentful souls and eyes surged out from his throat. The paper slowly took the shape of an actor. The actor had a huge body, with 10 heads and 20 hands on the upper body, and countless legs on the lower body, with various weapons in hand. She sneered and pointed her General Guan knife at Zhang Miao and others watching the show above. We are all weird and all demons. Why must we harm each other? Isn't our goal these dirty, disgusting humans? Hearing this, Zhang Yi slowly turned his head to look at the rooftop, countless eyes blinking in unison. The crowd upstairs shivered in fear. Zhang Miao tightly squeezed her hands together, knowing that their only hope now was for the magic bear and the actor to kill each other, or else they would have no chance of survival. Fear spread in the air, as countless eyes absorbed it and transmitted it into Zhang Yi's body. Zhang Yi opened his arms, took a deep breath like a king, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Turning back, the corners of his mouth split to his ears, and as he spoke, the actor across from him could even see the eyes in his mouth. Fear is truly the most beautiful taste in the world. I am a demon, the demon of all living beings, including you. They are useless to me, it's far more enjoyable to spread fear. But you are different, I want to taste your fear with my own mouth and then eat you. Do you understand? The two special weirdnesses were communicating, and the watchers upstairs were trembling. The magic bear had never been defined as a specific weirdness. Now, Zhang Miao could be more certain that it was a neutral-level weirdness. It only acted for its own goals, regardless of whether it was human, an exorcist, or a weirdness. Since it's like this, then you can die. The actor sneered, and a sound of suona, a traditional Chinese instrument, echoed around, followed by changes in the space. Flames appeared on its body, and it suddenly opened its mouth to spit. Flames rushed toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't move, allowing the flames to burn him, instead feeling quite pleased. He crouched down, reaching into the torn hole. Then, with a fierce tug, he pulled out the hellfire, yanking it with both hands. The hellfire became a stick. He turned around, smiling as he waved, "Let's start enjoying." The crybaby's compassion, the music of death begins to play. As the music played, the little bear smiled. Life and death were unpredictable. Zhang Yi stomped hard, and the raging fire of compassion burst forth, cracking dozens of fissures inside. The General Guan knife in the actor's hand swung fiercely, cutting a section of the ground ahead, which directly fell into the endless abyss. Zhang Yi's foot slipped, and his body began to fall down, but as he took a step, countless eyes gathered beneath his feet. "This is your weird domain, but this is also my kingdom. I am the king. The king of fear, let your compassion begin." Stepping on the bridge made of eyes, he approached. The hellfire in his hand swung fiercely, as flames surged forth. Countless vengeful souls roared overhead. Seeing the two special and eerie beings fighting, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Miao sighed and began searching for a way to break the eerie realm. At the same time, many ghost tamers appeared in the outside world. Red High Heels, White Rope Club. The two deputy heads of H City clubs were here. Along with them, there was a doctor sent from the official side waiting here. Not only many ghost tamers were present, but even the mechanical equipment used to deal with the eerie things from the lab had been moved over. Latest news, the magic bear may have already entered. Two eerie auras are colliding, a crack is appearing in the eerie realm, but another force is blocking it, making it impossible to open. The doctor nodded, pushing up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. He said in a deep voice, "The appearance of the crack in this eerie realm should be due to a collision with the actor, either caused by the magic bear or by Zhang Miao and her group. It cannot be forcibly torn open, the only option is to let people in." As he spoke, he turned to look at the people from the two clubs. After a moment of silence, the two said, "We can send people in, but we hope you can keep the promises you made to us, doctor." The doctor sneered coldly, "Naturally, go in, rescue the people, and also collect the materials from the magic bear. Collecting materials is crucial for better studying the magic bear and breaking the Desolate Eyes on people like LV Liang and others. These Desolate Eyes are not like the power of rules, it is very difficult for ghost tamers below a rank to erase them. Even if an A rank manages to erase the Desolate Eyes, the person under the spell will become a ghost slave to the spellcaster, which is strictly prohibited by the Night Watcher's officials." "All right." The two deputy heads nodded, and 4 ghost tamers walked out from behind them. Their strength was all C rank. This world does not lack ghost tamers, especially among the civilians. On the contrary, the number of official Night Watchers is relatively small. Because ghost tamers do not live long, rather than living for others, it is better to live for oneself. Chapter 70, The Eyes Hidden Under Paper, Lament. The Red High Heels Club was struck by the eerie entity codenamed Priest. The club members suffered heavy losses. Watching the ghost tamers step inside, those in the lab could not help but frown. "Doctor, the experts from the civilian club outnumber even us in the official capacity." Casually, the ghost tamers they sent were all C rank, although the official side wasn't lacking, they didn't have many either. The doctor, looking scholarly in his glasses, fiddled with a nearby carousel lamp. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Whether in an eerie era or a war-torn era, it is always like this, their faith has always been the same, and that is money. There are ultimately not many heroes like the Night Watchers, who pursue faith. A member in a white lab coat pursed their lips, revealing a painful smile. Yes, they say chaos breeds heroes, but in reality, the hearts of the people in chaos are the most real, they act for themselves, not for others. The doctor smiled slightly and showed no concern. Such people aren't bad at all, at least they have greed, making them easier to control. His subordinate nodded, pulling out the latest documents. "Doctor, the latest potion being researched in the lab has been completed. It can delay the eerie revival and enhance the compatibility between the eerie and ghost tamers. The side effects are minimal, basically unconditionally enhancing the ghost tamer's abilities by 30%. That's good, let's resolve the hospital issue first. The person in charge should arrive in H City tomorrow, but his purpose for coming here is not for the actor or the magic bear." Death's echoes resonated in the air, forming a hellish melody. The night crows in the sky had blood-red eyes. Crying with pity, the fury of hell. A magic bear, 5 or 6 meters tall, swung a stick in its hand. Flames spewed forth, accompanied by the cries of countless vengeful souls, a wail mixed with screams. This is the sympathy of the wailer. This is Zhang Yi's intermediate title, the intermediate realm. In such a realm, all the strange and ominous things become his judgment targets. All power is suppressed by 30%, while his strength increases by 30%, because he is the judge. Bang! The actor's body is also very tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms, the paper gun in hand thrusting violently forward. A burst of flames collided with a gun made of white paper. Scattered sparks ejected countless eyeballs, rolling down like waves, piling up on the ground. Zhang Yi sneered, his left hand grabbing a ball of fire, the blue flame like a lonely light in the deep sea, throwing it violently forward. A massive eye suddenly tore through the sky and appeared. This eye was like a mark from the heavens, filling the entire sky, the whole eerie domain. Puff! At that moment, all creatures awoke to the deepest fear in their hearts, everything was frozen in place. The actor's body slightly stiffened, although it was a brief moment, it was deadly. The pitying wrath had arrived, boom. The pitying wrath, like a bone-eating maggot, touched the actor for an instant, climbing up and covering the entire body. The actor shed their outer shell like a golden cicada, the paper tore apart, a brand new body bursting out from within. It was a woman holding an oil paper umbrella, her face already covered in rouge, her pink eyes blooming. Glancing sideways at Zhang Yi, she gently opened the umbrella. The next moment, countless visible pink blushes fell from the sky, spreading down like rain in Jiangnan. Everything touched began to turn into paper. The ground started to turn into a swamp again, hands stretching out from the paper ground trying to pull Zhang Yi down. He thrust the stick in his hand sharply, flames began to shoot out. Opening wide his mouth, countless eyeballs surged out, pouring out like centipedes rushing towards the actor. At the same time, the rooftop was also showered with blush. People touched by the blush, their skin turned papery and scaly, gently touching it, the paper would shatter, blood rushing out like ink. Ah, what happened to me? Help me, it hurts so much. My head is splitting, so much blood. I can't see, so many eyeballs are appearing on me, so scary, boo-hoo. Many people were affected, and even some began to develop blood-red eyeballs all over. The eyeballs spread like a plague, once they appeared, they would not stop spreading. Zhang Miao rushed over and lifted a person's sleeve. On his right arm was a white sheet of paper, which was his skin. Something was wriggling beneath the paper, in no time, the paper shattered, revealing its original form. Between bones and flesh, there were countless eyeballs, wriggling, as if filling the entire flesh and blood vessels. Many people were frightened to the point of vomiting upon seeing this. Zhang Miao hurriedly spoke, "Don't tear off these papers, don't move around, the paper will numb your nerves, making you feel no pain, don't tear them. Once torn, fear will spread, and the aura of the demon bear will follow, causing the desolate gaze to expand. Once a spirit master is caught in the desolate gaze, there is no way out, not to mention ordinary people. Open your aura, this blush must not be touched, or we will be in trouble too." Zhang Miao spoke urgently. At this moment, recovering the aura and opening the Eerie domain was impossible, they could only struggle hard. They hoped that people outside would hurry to come in for support, or that the demon bear and the actor would suffer both losses, giving them a glimmer of hope. But the current situation was very bad, the actor was being suppressed and beaten by the demon bear without the power to fight back. Just the paper skin had already been torn several times by the demon bear, and if this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Sister!" Suddenly, a voice from the side, it was Luli, he appeared with 2 women and a man. "Are you all right?" Zhang Miao hurriedly approached, Zhang Tao and Luli were both injured. Instead, these 2 ordinary people seemed completely unharmed. Luli gritted his teeth, "We're not dead yet, but the situation is not good. I feel that something is wrong with the strange domain." Zhang Miao nodded, "The demon bear has come, it is currently fighting with the performer. The strange domain seems to be double-crossed, new rules have appeared." "What? The demon bear has come?" Zhang Tao shivered suddenly. Compared to their shock and fear, Tang Meili was different. "The toy bear has arrived? Does that mean Jia Jia and I are saved?" Sure enough, after Su Jia Jia appeared, these cosmetics seemed to be blocked and did not fall at all. "Meili, my neck is a bit itchy, can you see what's going on?" Su Jia Jia lifted her clothes. Tang Meili took a glance, "That eye was still there, it's nothing, just a little allergic reaction. This eyeball wouldn't harm them, otherwise, they wouldn't have survived until now, so she temporarily didn't tell her the truth. Someone has entered, it's the ghost controllers, and there are 4 of them." Suddenly, Su Qing exclaimed, pointing below. Chapter 71, Mom, why are their eyes all over my pimples? The appearance of the 4 ghost controllers gave Zhang Miao and the others hope. As soon as the 4 entered, they noticed something unusual about the hospital. The whole world seemed made of paper, yet another power was at play. It was like 2 mingled worlds, changing at any moment. As the 4 took a step forward, the paper on the ground suddenly tore, and 1 foot sank in, puff. The person's face changed, and he quickly lifted his foot. The moment he raised his foot, everyone's pupils shrank in terror. His right foot was instantly covered with eyeballs, these eyes were crawling into his pants, heading toward flesh. He was startled, hurriedly using a knife to cut off all the eyeballs, fortunately, they hadn't touched his skin. The leading man, wearing sunglasses, had a serious expression as he crouched down and lifted the ground. Seeing the dense eyeballs under the ground, terrifying like an abyss, he couldn't help but gasp. "Be careful, this should be the demon bear's ability, the officials have warned that you must not let the eyeballs touch flesh, and when facing the demon bear, never show fear. It feeds on fear, and once fear arises, the eyeballs will spread." The other 3 nodded, their expressions somewhat complicated. They weren't sure if they regretted entering here. The 4 looked up and saw Zhang Miao and the others, "Up there, save them first." The man in sunglasses spoke, and another person spread his hands, two black shadowy arms extended from under his arms, suddenly lifting. Gripping the sunglasses man with one hand, he flew directly into the air, while the other two had their own methods as well. 1 minute later, they appeared on the rooftop. "Hello, I am Gong Jun from the White Rope Club. This is Tang Kai, Li Di, and Su Xing, responsible for coming to rescue you, and also to collect footage and materials of the battle between the demon bear and the performer." As she spoke, Tang Kai took out a special camera, pointing it at the battle between the demon bear and the performer below. "Be careful." Seeing this, Zhang Miao hurriedly shouted to stop him. But it was too late. The demon bear, fighting, seemed to realize something was watching. A huge eye suddenly cracked open on the back of its head, staring intently at Tang Kai. In almost an instant, the lens of the camera in his hand shattered. Bang! Suddenly, an eyeball emerged in Tang Kai's line of sight, almost face to face with his eye, just a few millimeters apart. Fortunately, Gong Jun was quick enough and pulled him back. Immediately after, eyeballs began to emerge from the camera, one after another. Zhang Miao's expression darkened as she said, "This must also be a rule of the demon bear, never sneak a look at it. Even if you must look, you must use strange energy, otherwise, the eyeballs will explode your body." Gong Jun frowned. "The demon bear has appeared for so long, and you still haven't fully grasped his rules?" Zhang Miao sneered, "The demon bear's growth speed is too fast, I've never seen anything like it, his rule power is becoming more and more terrifying, it's genuinely too difficult to understand." Watching the demon bear fighting below, Gong Jun and the others felt a shock in their hearts. The actor is a disaster-level special type of anomaly. Such a powerful anomaly is actually being beaten by the demon bear, unable to fight back at all. It is clear how strong the demon bear is. You must know that when the demon bear first appeared, it was just a small trash. As a member of the White Rope Club, Gong Jun naturally knew this. Not long ago, Boss Wang was killed, and the 3 ghost masters who died were all from their club. It has grown to this point. Gong Jun murmured. "First, tear apart the anomaly space and send them out. The more people there are, the greater our pressure." Turning around, he took out a device. This device looked like a projector. It was given to them by a doctor when he came in. No matter what kind of anomaly space it is, it can tear apart a crack. As the projector was taken out, the 4 ghost masters began to project their anomaly aura onto it. In the next second, the projector's gears began to turn, and a white light was released. A crack appeared in the anomaly space ahead. But the crack did not expand, it hit a layer of red world above it. Zhang Miao stepped forward, gritted his teeth, forcing himself through the pain to send Su Qing out, but ordinary people couldn't get out no matter what. "What is this thing?" Everyone was dumbfounded. "This is not an anomaly. This is another kind of rule power, so strange. This is not an anomaly, this is Zhang Yi's realm. It's not easy to get out once you're in the realm, even if the realm is open within an anomaly, it still requires Zhang Yi's approval, otherwise, ordinary people want to get out of here, face judgment." "No." Gong Jun frowned slightly, "This can't be torn open at all, you all go out first, forget about these ordinary people, anyway, our task is to save you, their lives have nothing to do with me." The doctor's mission had 2 parts, if Zhang Miao and others were not dead, then save the people. Then collect materials from the demon bear, as for the rest, it's none of their club's business. This is the difference between folk ghost masters and official night watchers. Lu Li frowned and said, "Are you really going to leave them here to fend for themselves? They will die." Gong Jun looked at him coldly, "Stop talking nonsense, since you are so selfless, then stay here and die together. In half a minute, I will stop the flow, we still have things to do, hurry up and roll." Lu Li pursed his lips, looking at the people behind him, feeling helpless, but there was no other choice. He could only lower his head and carry Zhang Tao into it. If there was even the slightest chance, he would never give up just like this, but there really was no other way. This world lacks nothing, including people like you, do you understand? Only by living can it be real. After passing through, Gong Jun said coldly. Upon hearing this, the others thought, if we don't save ourselves, then what's the point? One by one, they crazily crowded towards the center, all wanting to survive. Tang Mei Li and the others were naturally among them. If there was a chance, no one wanted to die. Gong Jun glanced at them coldly, ruthlessly preparing to shut down the device. But in the next second, Tang Mei Li and Su Jia directly passed through the realm, and dozens of people behind them also successfully got through. What happened? Just now we couldn't get out, why has it suddenly opened? No one understood, but in fact, this was done intentionally by Zhang Yi. These people dying inside is utterly useless, it is better to let them out and spread the fear out, that is his goal. Puff. The sky began to rain, and the raindrops turned into eyeballs wrapped in rouge, accurately crashing down on them. Hiding beneath their skin. Like a disease, it hides itself. Once it comes out, these things will explode, completely explode, and that is Zhang Yi's goal. They are out. They have come out. Dad. Dad, you are out. What happened to your hand? Why is it so white, and why are there so many pimples? Mom, do I have a huge pimple on my face? Help me pop it. Puff. Ah. Chapter 72, The Eye Plague Begins to Spread, Fear, hee. Cracks appeared in the Eerie territory, and Zhang Yi specifically opened the gateway, allowing the people inside to survive and come out. However, although they had come out, everyone's situation was not optimistic. The police stationed at the entrance and the night watchman suddenly saw the crack open, and a group of people rushed out in a frenzy. Their faces were filled with fear as they desperately ran, with no time to look back. It wasn't until they reached the entrance and were stopped by the police that everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter when, seeing those uniforms always made people feel safe. It seems their first mission was a success. The doctor stood at a distance, surveying the scene. Zhang Miao was among the crowd, helping Su Qing as they moved closer. Suddenly, they heard voices from the crowd. Mom, you have such a big pimple on your face. I can't feel my hand anymore, it's so white, what is this? Dad, there's something moving on your chest. Ah, so many eyes. When the pimple burst, it wasn't a blackhead or a pimple, but an eye, a blood-red eye twisting within the flesh. Some arms were as white as paper, and with a gentle tear, an entire piece of skin fell off. After the skin fell, countless eyes of different sizes were mixed in the gaps of the flesh. These eyes were arranged irregularly like pores, writhing together and making sounds. It was extremely disgusting and terrifying. Some people's hair began to fall out, and in the fallen hair follicles, there appeared eyes. Ah! Many people fainted on the spot in fright. The police, doctors, and some demon tamers from the club waiting at the entrance saw this scene and instinctively took several steps back. It was too terrifying, too disgusting. Zhang Miao hurriedly shouted, "Don't touch those eyes." He stepped forward quickly, grabbing a person's arm, cold sweat instantly flowing down. That's right. This is the rule power of the demon bear. The demon bear did not let them go, it wanted the eyes to spread like a plague, infecting everyone in H City. Isolate everyone who came out of the hospital, gather them all here, including those who just had contact. The person in charge of the police station stepped forward and urgently spoke. But Zhang Miao shook his head. No, everyone at the scene must go, everyone, including the night watchman, must go. The demon bear's rule power is too strong, once infected, even the Liuliang disease can't be shaken off. If it accidentally spreads, the entire H City area could fall. This is far more formidable than any plague or zombie virus, it can even transmit through fear, and there is no solution. Everyone was uneasy, and in panic, they were examined one by one. The hospital was filled with wails. Meili, am I okay? Can you check for me, am I also infected? These eyes are so scary. Su Zhejia's face was pale, tightly gripping Tang Meili's hand. Tang Meili appeared much calmer because she knew this was the toy bear's trick. Then it should be fine for the two of them, you should be fine, don't worry, let's go check. After the check, a small number of people were not infected, but most were infected to some degree by the eyes. Even some police officers were scared by the fear and infected with the Desolate Eyes. Clearly, this fear had quietly spread. Before long, urban legends would become more and more numerous, more and more real. Doctor. Zhang Miao returned to the RV. Seeing the doctor studying an item, politely inquired. The doctor did not raise his head, just continued with his work. As long as you come back safely, is the magic bear and the jester fighting inside? Zhang Miao nodded. Yeah, it seems like the jester and the magic bear have collided due to some rules, and they are currently battling. Before we got out, the magic bear had already crushed the jester, and its form has changed. Upon hearing this, the doctor finally looked up with great interest and said, "Oh? I detected that its fear level has increased, and its form has changed?" Zhang Miao said, "Its growth attribute is terrifying. I request the higher-ups to send the Terminator, otherwise, I'm worried it will ultimately become a special-level disaster, and the entire H City, even the whole Great Xiao will become its food." The doctor paused his work for a moment. He nodded. "You don't need to worry about these matters, just handle the tasks from the higher-ups." Zhang Miao frowned. "Doctor, the magic bear is growing too fast, and I feel it's very smart, it." "Enough. Everyone has already evacuated, now it's our turn." Gong Jun put on a pair of gloves, stood on the rooftop, watching the magic bear engulfed in flames below. The other three stood in their respective corners. The battle between the magic bear and the jester had reached a boiling point. No matter how the jester's paper tangled, it was of no use. In the face of pitying rage, all beings returned to equality. Tang Kai spread his arms under his armpits to form a pair of wings. "Bro, the jester seems to be done for, are we ready to act?" The other two licked their lips and took out their special skills, including special weapons brought from the club. These were two special-level oddities. Not to mention the magic bear's value had increased to 2 potions. As for the jester, the disaster-level jester had already killed over 10,000 people, the latest bounty from above. The jester's life is worth 1 potion, plus an official ghost weapon. Ghost weapons are specially crafted weapons using oddities. These weapons are very powerful. Not only can they use a bit of the original oddity's ability, but they can also enhance one's oddity aura. As Gong Jun put on his gloves, he pulled out 2 pure gold boxes from his pocket. The official mission is just to collect materials. We try to imprison the magic bear and the jester. Tang Kai smiled, exciting, let's wait a bit and find an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the magic bear. Lita said, the magic bear rules as mentioned by the official, it's best not to lock onto it with our eyes. Gong Jun chuckled and tore off a piece of black cloth, covering his eyes, then I won't look at it, ready to act at any time, striving to imprison both oddities at the same time. The jester's current state had already been torn apart halfway. In the face of pitying rage, she had no power to counterattack. The paper world had already been burst by the eyeball. Zhang Yi grabbed the hellfire and leaped fiercely, his huge body burning with flames as he crash-landed. Boom! Pitying rage spread like a tide, melting the hospital dragged into the weird domain in an instant. Countless spectators' screams echoed as they were burst by one eyeball after another. With one hand reaching out, the 2 horns on his head released flames and sounds of pity. The opera shattered in an instant, nursery rhymes abolished everything. With a wide-open mouth, he grabbed the jester, preparing to swallow her whole. But at the crucial moment, the jester began to shed her skin, and simultaneously, a cold aura shot over from behind. Zhang Yi opened an eye on the back of his head and looked back, bang. The mirror shattered directly. Suddenly a stone fell from the sky, smashing down hard on Zhang Yi, while the other 3 attacked the jester. Hee, magic bear, thank you, we are taking the jester's life. This stone was surrounded by black, exuding a rusty smell, pressing down heavily on Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi raised both hands suddenly, but half of his body was smashed into the paper world. Both legs sank into the mud, unable to protect themselves. A person suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the stones, the weight on their hands became heavy again. Thank you, leave the performer to us, Gong Jun said, wearing a black eye mask, daring not to look directly at the demon bear. The other 3 individuals began to attack the performer. Tang Kai opened her hands, and her wings under her armpits flapped, creating a gust of wind in the air. The wind seemed to take shape, gathering in the air to form a lock that restrained the performer's body. At this moment, the performer was shedding its skin, having been beaten badly by Zhang Yi, its skin changing many times. More than half of the paper world had been burned away. For a moment, it was actually locked in place by this gust of wind. The other 2 individuals pulled out a scale from somewhere, an ancient black scale, floating before the performer. In an instant, the performer was unable to move, as if his entire body was nailed into the air. Li chuckled, the ghost tool is truly powerful, even a special level anomaly cannot escape its grasp. He took out a weight and placed it on the left side of the scale, the hook on the right side was suddenly lifted, and the performer flew upwards. The aura of the ghost tool spread out, like a big hand squeezing her throat. A large amount of strange energy was drawn into the weight, and the scale began to tilt. Brother, the containment box. Tang Kai shouted. Gong Jun nodded and threw over a box he held. The pure gold containment box appeared out of place in this world and the surrounding environment, shining brightly. Tang Kai reached out, wanting to grab the containment box. Suddenly. Boom. A bell sound rang out, carrying a vast resonance, more like the heartbeat of an ancient beast. Everyone looked down, and the paper began to break in the middle, countless blue wronged souls crawling out. They were screaming, crying with pity, and filled with anger. Immediately afterward, the entire ground split open, revealing a huge eye. Everyone stared at this eye, as if looking into the abyss. Their souls began to gather toward the center, as if the Grim Reaper was calling them with a night lamp. Close your eyes. Gong Jun shouted. The 3 finally realized this was the demon bear's rule power. This place was not only the performer's Eerie domain but also the demon bear's Eerie domain, his eyes everywhere. The 3 quickly closed their eyes, but a pitch-black void appeared before them. Almost at the moment they closed their eyes, the performer moved. She struggled violently, causing the ghost tool scale to shift, and Tang Kai broke into a cold sweat, pressing her own strange aura down on the weight. The performer suddenly returned to calm. Her aura had been shattered by Zhang Yi, and now, although the performer's fear level was 5, it might not even be comparable to a drawing anomaly. Gong Jun's 7 orifices began to ooze blood. Without this black stone, it would be a delusion to suppress the demon bear. Make a move, I can't hold down the demon bear any longer. Their plan was to use the stone to suppress the demon bear, quickly resolve the performer with the ghost tool scale, and then use the scale to deal with the demon bear. But unexpectedly, even when suppressed, the demon bear could still use Eerie domain rules, his powers were simply too strong. Brother. Suddenly. As they prepared to strike, a crisp voice rang out. Gong Jun abruptly looked up, only to see a little girl sitting in the distance, dangling her legs and supporting her chin. Why are you bullying the little bear? The 4 changed their expressions. They all knew there was an anomaly beside the demon bear, which was this little girl. As expected. At the moment Xiaowan spoke, Lin Chang moved. Lin Qing swiftly struck, and Gong Jun reacted quickly, jumping up intensely. The stone beneath his feet instantly shattered into blocks like building blocks. At the moment he jumped, Zhang Yi coldly smiled, reaching out, and a torrent of red galactic water suddenly fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, this waterfall was made up of eyes. Gong Jun was taken aback, removing his gloves, and struck out with a powerful blow. The black wind of his palm condensed in the air, and before it could touch Zhang Yi, a black handprint had already fallen on him. Put! This strike shattered many of Zhang Yi's eyeballs, an inexplicable liquid splattering everywhere. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, embracing his own body, turning into a ball. With a sudden leap, he shot out like a meteor. Gong Jun's pupils shrank in horror, and he extended both hands to strike back. Bang! The two forces collided, and Gong Jun's hands made a cracking sound, fire spreading as a result. His body fell like a kite with a broken string, sliding down from the front. The other three were still dealing with the performer, and seeing this scene, they were all frightened. Oh, the plan has changed, everyone get ready to retreat. Tang Kai shouted, the performer's half-body had already been dragged into the pure gold containment box. The official message said that the demon bear was surrounded by red flames, fear level 4, its strength was absolutely not this fierce. But this thing here, with its 2 horns, fear level not to mention 5, was nearly 6, was this the same demon bear? Collecting materials? What a joke, facing this thing, whether one could survive at all was a question. Zhang Yi fell from the sky, charging straight towards the performer, after all, this was his mission. With one hand, he grabbed firmly onto the scale, the aura shaking his hands until they felt numb. Pure gold and extreme cold are strange nemesis, touching pure gold was also very unpleasant. So he opened his mouth wide, and countless eyeballs shot out, piling up on the scale one by one. Using eyeballs to cover the strange aura above the scale. Slowly, the aura of the scale began to shift again, and the performer could actually move. The three turned pale. Gong Jun, with broken hands, crawled up from the ground. Hurry up, get ready to retreat. Mission failed, if we don't leave now, we will die here. Tang Kai nodded, pursed her lips. 3, 2, 1, retreat. Suddenly pulling away from the scale, they turned and ran. Zhang Yi laughed loudly. A melody appeared in the air. Once the nursery rhyme echoed, a loli appeared. The little bear smiled, life and death were uncertain. Little one, wearing red shoes, sang a song. Countless eyeballs erupted from the ground like a volcanic eruption. From start to finish, it took the four not even 2 minutes to declare defeat. Reaching the gap, the four hurriedly turned on the projector, wanting to squeeze out. The Eerie domain began to open. Outside. They opened, they're coming out, everyone get ready. Zhang Miao suddenly stood up, everyone tense and staring at the crack. The crack opened and closed, opened and closed. Everyone could hear the sounds of beasts, the void of the ocean swaying, and the beautiful sound of nursery rhymes coming from inside. Hee hee, do you think my kingdom is somewhere you can come and go as you please? They could only go out because I allowed it. In my judgment kingdom, is it so easy for you to come in and out? The moment the crack opened, everyone was eagerly anticipating. But the next moment. The opening crack instantaneously closed. The crack position resembled a door, with a massive pupil staring at everyone, intimidating all. Those who looked were all frightened, taking a sudden step back, their hearts shocked. Zhang Miao stared at the crack, worried. Oh no, the demon bear has made its move, their mission is likely to fail. The demon bear was fighting the performer. If they wanted to save the person and leave directly, it shouldn't be a problem. But now that the demon bear had come after them, didn't that mean it had already dealt with the performer? Doctor! We need to leave quickly. If the demon bear comes out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Miao packed his things and hurried towards the nearby RV. The defense forces of H City were simply not enough. 2 local super clubs indeed had strong fighters, but none were here if the demon bear broke out. The scene is likely to suffer severe losses. The doctor is a member of the official laboratory, absolutely nothing must go wrong. The doctor stared at the crack for a moment. Interesting, these 3 are unable to suppress this magic bear even with the ghostly balance? He clearly understood the strength of the balance. Let alone a level 5 anomaly, even a level 6 anomaly could be suppressed. Zhang Miao, have you seen the magic bear? The doctor turned and asked. Zhang Miao bit his lip and pondered for a moment, then nodded. It burns with a ghostly blue flame, has devil horns on its head, and its fur is filled with countless eyes, densely packed. The magic bear is very special, it has created another layer of barrier within the actor's anomaly domain. I can feel that all anomalies within this barrier, except for it, will be suppressed. When you look directly at it, no matter how strong your heart is, there will be a sense of fear. This is fear from the soul, just like a flock of sheep facing a lone wolf. Moreover, its growth rate is incredibly fast. I have never seen anything like it so far. The doctor pondered for a while, then walked towards the mobile home. Let's go, the collection of magic bear materials has failed, but the actor should be dead. The other night watchers remain steadfast here. They are the flames of hope before everyone's dark abyss, never backing down. Inside the anomaly domain. The four had just torn open the anomaly domain, their smiles still on their faces when they were sealed off. The red barrier isolated them as if it were glass. What's going on? How did the crack heal? Gong Jun looked at the scene before him, his face filled with disbelief. No. Impossible. This is laboratory equipment, it can't go wrong. Tang Kai fearfully reached out to touch the healed crack. The two beside him wanted to stop him, but it was too late. His hands had already touched it. In almost an instant. Eyes began appearing on his arms like mushrooms sprouting up, rapidly multiplying. Lolita reacted quickly, raising his hand for a strike. With that strike, the two arms were directly severed, although he was quick enough, the eyes spread even faster. At the moment the hands were severed, the eyes attempted to connect the arms with a few strands. However, Lolita struck again, cutting where the limbs had broken, not flesh, but the eyes. Using a strange aura to slice off the eyes. Although Tang Kai lost his hands, fortunately, he was not ensnared by the desolate gaze, allowing him to survive. Ah, he cried out in pain, kneeling on the ground. Though he had severed his hands, halting the spread of the desolate gaze, it was merely delaying the inevitable. Fear had already taken root in his heart, spreading like bone-eating worms, infinitely reproducing once birthed. Even the blood dripping onto the ground formed eyes one by one. Li Da's face was cold, sweat streaming down, even his right hand holding the balance began to tremble. The magic bear does not intend to let us go. Turning around. He saw the magic bear already moving towards the actor, like a king from hell, striding forward with its horned crown. The children's song in his ears was like an ancient melody capturing the soul. Gong Jun gritted his teeth. Stop it. If it devours the actor, its strength will grow even stronger. If we want to live, we might even need to ally with the actor, we must not let it kill the actor. The other three quickly got up and rushed over. It was precisely for this reason that, in this moment, no one cared that the actor was also a special level anomaly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do it! Gong Jun stood at a distance, clenched his hands, and suddenly the floor under Zhang Yi's feet began to shift. The floor cracked open, and white hands reached out from within, gripping his feet tightly. At the same time, Lolita brought his knife down from the air, aiming to chop off Zhang Yi's entire head. Su Xing and Tang Kai were focused on Lin Xiaowan, ready to act against Lin Cheng at any moment. Though Tang Kai's hands were severed. But his strangeness was the symbol under his armpit that could change. The thief clown suddenly faced an obstacle. Zhang Yi looked up, the knife had already flown down, and he quickly reached out his hand to grab it. Boom! The blade sliced through countless eyeballs in his palm. Little Bear coldly smiled, pulled his right leg with all his might, and walked straight up from the ground, launching a powerful punch. As his right fist came out, the flames burning on it formed a skull, opening its big mouth to come at him. Lolita was shocked, but fortunately, Gong Jun acted. A huge hand suddenly reached out from the ground, slapping towards Zhang Yi. Boom! After blocking the slap, Gong Jun flew over. I know you can understand what we say, let's work together to kill the demon bear, or we will all die here. The clown's body was still stiff, but with the breath of the balance infused, she could move now. Her lower body began to be covered with sheets of white paper, and her body thickened. Finally, a brand new paper figure broke free from within. The clown said nothing, just glared fiercely at Zhang Yi. Then, grabbing the red tassel spear, she charged forward while singing a high tune. Zhang Yi coldly smiled. The cooperation between the weird and the ghost master was truly interesting. But he was not afraid at all, even with them added, how could they be his opponents? His gaze turned cold, and all the eyes around him opened wide, a breath spreading like a tornado. Immediately, his ears were filled with the sound of crying, all sounds of sorrowful nursery rhymes. The entire world spun chaotically. In the sky, one eye after another began to bloom like starry flowers. Zhang Yi fiercely stepped down, and an eyeball fell like a meteor, coming with pity and rage. The clown dived down, her single hand grasping, with 3 heads and 6 arms, she jabbed at the eyeball with her spear. At the same time, the hand from the ground wrapped around again, shrouding Zhang Yi in darkness. On the other side, Tang Kai gritted her teeth and said, Little girl, don't move. I know you are a ghost master, but if you dare to move, I will twist your neck. Little Wan was not afraid, though. Instead, she tilted her head. Mommy, Little Bear, someone is bullying me. Chapter 75, The Demon Bear Goes on a Killing Spree. Sister, I found my little bear. As the words fell, the flames around Zhang Yi suddenly doubled. Even he didn't understand what was happening, his power surged. Lin Qing's figure suddenly appeared, arms hanging down, and in a flash, he charged out. He aimed to directly take off Tang Kai's head with both hands, but Su Xing also made his move. His strangeness was his own hair. The hair could continuously grow longer, and on his scalp was a ghost face. As the hair sprang forth, it instantly wrapped around Lin Qing, but Zhang Yi also charged over. His body fell from the sky like a meteor, the whole sphere engulfed in bluish flames. Boom! In an instant, Su Xing was directly blown away, and Zhang Yi grabbed Tang Kai's arms under her armpits. The 6-meter-tall little bear coldly stared at Tang Kai, who felt her scalp tingle and her whole body tremble. However, Zhang Yi did not take her life. He simply opened his mouth wide, gazing into the abyss, and then tossed her aside like a dead dog. He turned around and activated the power of pity. A sky full of crying sounds came, spinning everything around. Seeing this, the clown was also unwilling to back down, starting to sing opera. The two entirely different voices clashed, and the whole Eerie hospital seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Gong Jun plugged his ears and rushed forward. Li De, use the balance to seal the demon bear. Kill the demon bear first, hurry. Li De gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and took out the balance. Using ghostly tools required draining the life of the Ghostmaster, just like a bizarre revival. The more times it was used, the more violent the strangeness within him became, and the less life he had left. But there was no other choice. If they didn't act now, if the clown died, they would surely die here. The balance was taken out, floating in his palm. On the left was a weight, and on the right, a breath spread out, wrapping around Zhang Yi, taking the form of a little bear. Two things appeared on the balance, and the little bear on the right immediately broke the equilibrium. Li Da's face instantly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, injecting more force into his breath. Brother, if I die here, remember to give the money to my wife. Gong Jun nodded, don't worry. This time, he poured all his breath into the weight without reservation. Zhang Yi's body stiffened slightly, far less agile than before, and even his breath began to weaken, causing the whole country to show signs of trouble. The voice of compassion grew smaller and smaller. He didn't need to look back as all the eyes on the back of his head suddenly opened, locking tightly onto Li De. Then he turned and flew toward him. The actress rushed forward, blocking in front of Zhang Yi. Her strength was far inferior to his, but the desire to survive made her understand that if she didn't deal with Zhang Yi, she definitely wouldn't live. This country couldn't even be broken by her. Zhang Yi took a step forward, and a large number of red eyeballs appeared on the ground, gathering to form a red carpet, dragging him forward. Help! Li Da's legs trembled as though 1,000 weights pressed down on him, causing unbearable pain. Even his clenched teeth bled heavily. Gong Jun plunged his hands into the ground, and two large black hands quickly appeared in the distance, slamming toward the central demon bear. The demon bear raised its hands to resist, but the actress rushed in again. I'm here to help you. Su Xing saw things weren't going well, rushed over, and injected his breath into the balance. The balance instantly regained equilibrium. This powerful force of rules was crafted using a special level anomaly and methods from the laboratory. It didn't fear falling into the hands of the anomaly, for the anomaly couldn't use it. There were other devices like the balance in the laboratory. Puchi. The compassion of the country began to decrease. Zhang Yi's surrounding eyes started to half-close, and all his breath began to show problems. His body stiffened as he turned to gaze at the balance. Good stuff. Though he was locked on, he was not worried at all. With the rage of compassion, he stood invincible. This group of people did not understand what it meant to hear cries from hell, the wrath of compassion. Boom! A flame exploded from his body like a fountain. The flames were enveloped by countless eyeballs. The balance began to shift. To compare breaths, then let you all taste it to the full. Zhang Yi sneered. With the balance in trouble, even with the actress, it could no longer be suppressed. Countless half-closed eyeballs began to reopen, both of them spat out blood, their faces turning ashen, almost unable to hold on. Gong Jun hurried over, injecting his own lifespan along with it. Damn, the club has really been unlucky recently, trying to deal with the priest, and now provoking such a thing. The priest was very strong, he could even resist the rules, so when they came to deal with the demon bear, they requested official assistance. The priest would belong to them. But they never expected this. The mission failed, the demon bear was no weaker than the priest. The club? Zhang Yi laughed coldly. After this ends, I will go to your club, the White Rope Club, the Red High Heels, right? Everyone has to die. Spreading fear, disaster in the city, then you will be the ones to take the hit. While Zhang Yi was being suppressed, a child's laughter came from the side, and they turned to look. Little Wan was sitting on the windowsill, laughing leisurely, propping her chin, very happy. Wasn't she controlled by Tang Kai? Where is Tang Kai? Looking back, they saw Tang Kai standing behind them, but at this moment, his face was covered with countless eyeballs, densely packed. His entire body was also burning with a ghostly blue flame. He looked very mad, actually humming a nursery rhyme, a bitter nursery rhyme that sounded very harsh. Puchi. A wing stabbed forward like a blade. Directly plunged into Li Da's body. Li Da's face was full of shock and disbelief. Tang Kai. Are you crazy? Gong Jun and the others hurriedly spoke. Tang Kai's entire face could only be seen with his mouth, grinning and humming a tune, happily. As he hummed, eyeballs flowed out from the corners of his mouth. As Lita died, the strange presence in his chest began to awaken, and the scale shifted. Boom! A gigantic eyeball condensed in the air. Zhang Yi's eyeballs suddenly opened wide. Hee hee, it's my turn now. Pity and fury bestow upon the dead an eerie silence. Leaping forward, it grabbed the strangeness of Li Di, opened its wide mouth, and swallowed him whole, followed by others. Endless screams echoed throughout the strange hospital. The little girl sat beside, clapping her hands and cheering, making a clear, bell-like laugh, giggle. The rift has opened, the barrier has disappeared, they are ready to come out, be careful. Zhang Miao and others stood guard outside, anxiously watching the rift. Their hearts filled with anticipation, hoping that Gong Jun and the others would emerge, having dealt with the demon bear and the performer. Indeed, one person emerged. It was Tang Kai. However, his face was covered with eyeballs, and he walked unsteadily while humming nursery rhymes. 1, 2, 3 little friends, 4, 5, 6 little friends. Suddenly, he pulled out the scales. Everyone's faces changed. Zhang Miao shouted, "Run!" Boom! The demon bear appeared, with a little girl sitting on its shoulder, descending from the air. A circle of flames surrounded them, burning the ground into cliffs, beneath which countless spheres rolled closely together. Hee hee, big sister, I found my little bear. Chapter 76, The Fear Demon God Descends, Rule with Fear. The flames wrapped everything, forming a cliff. Below the cliff, countless eyeballs writhed continuously, like crowded maggots, endlessly reproducing. Everyone felt a chill at this sight, a flicker of fear ignited in their hearts. That little girl, as cute as porcelain, sat on the demon bear's shoulder, holding 2 blocks that looked like toys, able to connect freely. Her legs dangled in front, swaying casually, looking quite comfortable. Her twinkling big eyes were fixed on Zhang Miao, and then she smiled and said, "Sister, I found my little bear." The porcelain-like cute little girl played with the blocks, while in her hand, she tossed terrifying eyeballs. Zhang Miao and the others felt their pupils shrink in horror, greatly frightened. The blocks the little girl played with looked just like Gong Jun, while the other block was Li Da. The terrifying things in her hands seemed just like toys. Her innocent look starkly contrasted with the devilish demon bear below, like an angel versus a demon. Be careful, that's a special level strange demon bear. Zhang Miao suddenly took a step back, and everyone prepared for battle. There were 3 night watchmen on site, and the club members numbered 7 or 8. In total, there were over a dozen night watchmen, but their strength was generally low, with the strongest only at sea level. Now Zhang Yi's power had surpassed sea-level demon controllers. Whenever he wished, he could easily take down this group of people. Tang Kai held the scales. Hee hee, enjoy the fear, come and accompany me, be toys, and you won't be afraid. The scales floated slightly in his palm, a strange aura infusing into them. Immediately, a weight appeared on the left side, and the right side of the scales slowly lifted. At the same time, the night watchman in front felt his body stiffen, realizing he could not move, and his flesh began to show signs of corrosion. His heart was filled with fear, and he could only watch helplessly as countless eyeballs converged upon him from the air. Help, help me! He turned his head with great difficulty, seeking help from the person beside him. But the others were all frightened. The demon bear was a being that even 4 sea-level demon controllers and ghost tools could not defeat. Now the ghost weapon was in his hands. How could my group of Karami compete? Everyone began to retreat, and the people from the club even seemed ready to escape. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a black shadow flashed by. Zhang Miao had acted. Zhang Miao was a member of the Tyron team, breaking through the darkness with her own strength, never afraid. She soared through the air, her red nails waving continuously. Countless eyeballs were sliced into pieces and fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth and looked back. Don't just stand there, hurry up and help. As her voice fell, the rest finally reacted and rushed to help. As for the people from the club, they stood aside, surveying the black swamp. To them, the world's destruction had nothing to do with them, the death of all the watchmen had nothing to do with them, as long as they lived on. They made a move, and Tang Kai continued to increase the flow of energy, enveloping everyone. The demon bear twisted its massive body, glancing into the distance, a hint of a slow smirk on its lips. The Eerie realm could not be activated, but the nation still could. Starting today, he would plunge the entire H-City into his fear. H-City was just the first step. He wanted the whole world to be engulfed in his fear. I am the fear bear, and also the fear demon. I want to create a world filled only with fear, only with nightmares. He suddenly opened his huge mouth. Countless red eyeballs were spat out, gathering in the air like raindrops, each falling down. Zhang Miao and the others changed their expressions. Now they had to resist the suppression brought by the ghost weapon while also being careful of the falling eyeballs. Once touched by an eyeball, it would be the end. It's raining, giggle. Little one sat on Zhang Yi's shoulder, clapping her hands happily at this scene. Become toys. Tang Kai continued to increase the delivery of the ghost weapon. They were overwhelmed, everything falling apart. The people from the club were ready to escape, but how could Zhang Yi give them a chance to run away? To spread fear completely, he had to crush all their hopes. Zhang Yi set little Wan down beside him, then dashed forward in a flash. Little Wan hummed a cute nursery rhyme, the dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow. A 6-meter-tall giant bear, burning with flames, with 2 horns on its head, its fur rolling, eyeballs glaring at them. Everyone was so frightened that their legs trembled, their faces pale. Zhang Yi grinned widely, a cold smile, and then smashed his fist down. Boom! 3 or 4 people were smashed away, falling into the nearby cliff. Almost in the instant they fell, countless eyeballs spread towards them, crawling and covering them densely. But they were not killed. Zhang Yi wanted to enjoy fear. To spread fear. The people on the shore saw the scene and were completely terrified, breaking down and crying. As they broke down, fear instantly took over their hearts. Even though they were not in Zhang Yi's Eerie realm, they could not produce the Eye of Desolation from within. But the more it was like this, the more the Eye of Desolation would come knocking, countless eyeballs spread towards them. Zhang Yi seemed like a Grim Reaper, lifting one person's foot as if it were a chick. He reached out, forcibly tearing out the person's Eerie, swallowing it in one mouthful. Pulling again, he peeled off all their skin and casually tossed it into the cliff as nourishment for the Eye of Desolation. Put! The people around were so scared they wet themselves, truly wet themselves. They had seen scary Eerie's, but never something so terrifying. From the torn flesh, countless eyeball. The performer? The performer has already become the nourishment for the barren eyes. Run, hurry and run, the demon bear is beyond our imagination. Zhang Miao held firm, suppressing all the ghostly devices on his own shoulders. The remaining few ghost handlers were almost in tears. This is the officially reported level 3 to 4 anomaly. It looks even scarier than a level 6 anomaly. After Zhang Miao stepped forward, the others turned and fled, knowing they had no chance if they stayed. Don't run, not one of you, stay here and become toys. But Tang Kai gave them no chance, her wings suddenly spread out, and a strong wind rushed in, carrying countless eyeballs. Put! Everyone was stained with the barren eye. They became lambs, helplessly watching the demon bear step closer and closer. The little girl's nursery rhyme became the only music before they closed their eyes. Hee hee hee, so many toys. Chapter 77, she dug out her classmates' eyes as toys. The little girl stood on her tiptoes, moving around below. Stepping on eyeballs made squeaking sounds. She took one step at a time until she reached Zhang Miao's side, who lay on the ground, covered in eyeballs, looking weakly at Xiao Wan. She opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out. Xiao Wan crouched in front of her, pursing her lips and looking at this pretty big sister. Then she reached out, touching Zhang Miao's arm, her fair and tender little hand gently grabbing an eyeball, pulling with a tug. Put! The eyeball was yanked off just like that, 1, 2, 3, 4. While pulling, Xiao Wan asked, "Sister, does it hurt?" Her little mouth opened, revealing a smile, innocent and carefree. "Why do you want to bully the little bear?" "Hey, the little bear is so cute, if you don't bully him, he won't bully you." She talked to herself, pulling out the eyeballs from Zhang Miao's body. Meanwhile, the demon bear was harvesting the other people's anomalies, step by step, hand by hand. In their fear, it turned their despair into a dead silence with compassionate rage, becoming his flame. A huge hand grabbed a handful of eyeballs, sneering, pressing the eyeballs against their faces, their bodies. After finishing everything, Zhang Yi picked up Xiao Wan, placing her on his shoulder, collecting the Judgment Kingdom. Humming a nursery rhyme, he left this place. Almost at the moment they left, all the people who had been lying on the ground stood up. Their faces and bodies were covered with eyeballs, and besides their mouths, other organs were no longer visible. Walking was also swaying unsteadily. Fear, toys, join us, join us. All ghost handlers spread out in death, since they wanted to spread fear, let them come. Except for Zhang Miao, everyone was controlled by the barren eye to become toys, starting to spread. And she was lucky, having helped Xiao Wan before, so Xiao Wan didn't let her become a toy, but the situation was still unpleasant. Lying on the ground, trembling. After 10 minutes, the police, along with the remaining night watchmen and ghost handlers arrived. Seeing the scene, everyone was terrified, the ground was covered in eyeballs, and Zhang Miao lay motionless in the center. They turned her over, her body full of blood pits, in a terrible state. As for the others, not one remained. This night, H City became a city shrouded in fear. Urban legends were no longer legends, but walking stories of demons. Somewhere, an outdoor fishing streamer. Xiao Long was fishing, casting his rod, and letting it sink in the water, all in one go. Brothers, don't go chasing empty air, tonight the streamer will definitely catch a big fish. Admins, ban all the empty air fans. Having fished for several days without catching a single fish, he had already become the laughingstock of the fishing world. Today he even declared he wouldn't go home until he caught something. But after sitting for ages, still no fish, at most those tiny fish lightly nibbling at the bait. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. You are the only fishing blogger I follow, do you know why? Because you're so bad at it. You make me laugh, I've never seen fishing like this. You like this, brother, and you've been sitting here for so long without catching anything. It's been so many hours, and not even a float is moving. How embarrassing. The live chat is full of mocking comments. The heat is not low, this is actually part of his streaming strategy. Reverse live streaming, he hasn't even put a hook, it's just a rope. Criticism is one thing, but he's gained attention, and his goal is achieved. Just as he was immersed in joy, suddenly the fishing rod moved, and the float was pulled down quickly, with great force. Experienced anglers naturally understand that a big fish is biting. The viewers in the live chat are excited, is the Air Force really going to catch a fish? But he is confused, thinking, it can't be, I didn't even put a hook in, how could I possibly catch a fish? Yet the fishing rod suddenly bent sharply, could it be that a big fish is really blind? The live chat heated up quickly, and he got excited, gripping the fishing rod tightly and pulling hard. The force is tremendous, this fish weighs at least dozens of pounds. But as he pulled, he felt something was off. What kind of fish is this big, yet doesn't struggle at all, almost allowing him to pull it up? Oh my, is it really going to come up? What the hell, this can't be a prop, right? This fishing rod seems to have a big fish, why is it not struggling? Yeah, could it be a dead fish? What's wrong with your props team? You get a dead fish? Can't afford a live one? No, wait, look over there, why is it reflecting light? No, that doesn't look like a fish. Where's the lighting crew? Shine a light, what is that thing reflecting? The more he pulls, the faster it appears, and the hotter the live chat becomes, the more excited Xiaolong gets. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. As he pulled it to the shore, the reflection became more obvious, with a sharp tug. It turned out to be a person. And this person's head was covered in eyeballs, not only on their head, but their whole face was covered in eyeballs, and their entire body was filled with eyeballs. Dense and cluttered like pores all over their body. There were even countless eyeballs rolling out of their mouth. Xiaolong was startled, he suddenly let go of the fishing rod and collapsed on the ground. His shorts instantly got soaked. This is someone infected by the eyes of desolation, already reduced to a walking zombie, and for ordinary people, the spreading power is even more terrifying. It twisted its body toward Xiaolong, who was scared out of his wits and turned to run. But he didn't notice the pain in his feet. What the hell, I'm gonna puke, what is this thing, why is it covered in eyeballs, it's so scary. My phobia of clusters is coming out, this is so disgusting, ew. Kneeling, what the hell is this? It can't be a script, right? Script? You haven't seen the anchor getting scared and wetting themselves, right? They scared the poop out. Damn, no wonder they call him the strongest angler. So disgusting, hurry and get out of here. Strongest angler, besides fish, can even catch ghosts. Overnight. In H City, the police department fell into a state of being overwhelmed. Urban legends are increasing. Many hospitals are full to bursting, the word eyeball directly tops the trending searches. Hashtag is there a disease that causes eyeballs to grow all over the body? I'm so scared, am I infected with something? Hashtag last night I saw a person squatting on the ground, their body covered in eyeballs, hashtag the strongest angler caught a monster covered in eyeballs, hashtag. After signing a confidentiality agreement at the police station, Su Jiayi and the others hadn't slept all night. The moment they closed their eyes, they saw those creatures. Beautiful, does this world really have ghosts? Tang Meili took a deep breath, there should be, yes, definitely there are. You ask me? There are 2 living in your home, you don't know? Su Jiayi wanted to say something else when her phone rang. Picking it up, she heard, hello, is this Lin Xiaowan's family? Please come to the school immediately. Something went wrong. Su Jejia was stunned, what happened to Xiaowan? It's not her that had an accident, it's that she dug out a classmate's eyes. Chapter 78, the forceful Su Jejia, Xiaowan is just spoiled. Su Jejia's expression was strange, it's the call from Xiaowan's homeroom teacher. Tang Meili seemed to remember something, the eye from last night made her quickly ask, find out what's going on, Xiaowan wouldn't have gotten into some trouble at school, right? That monstrous bear indeed came to the hospital last night. Others might not know, but she was very clear, the bear written on the confidentiality agreement was the little bear inside Xiaowan. Then the homeroom teacher's voice came through the phone, filled with shock, disbelief, and confusion. Xiaowan is fine, but her classmate is in trouble, Xiaowan dug out her classmate's eyes. What? Su Jejia's expression was stunned as she locked eyes with Tang Meili, filled with shock. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. What do you mean by Xiaowan dug out her classmate's eyes? Can you explain it in detail? What a joke, Xiaowan dug out her classmate's eyes, that is absolutely impossible. On the phone, the homeroom teacher repeated, I'm not joking, it's literally what it means. Lin Xiaowan went to dig out her classmate's eyes last night. You need to hurry to the school. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Jejia was completely dumbfounded. Xiaowan dug out a classmate's eyes? How could this be possible? There must be some misunderstanding. Xiaowan is so well behaved, so cute, so gentle and obedient. How could she do such a thing? Her face was full of anxiety. Meili, you go back first. I need to rush to the school immediately. Xiaowan must be in some trouble. Tang Meili looked at her anxiousness, bit her lip, and though she wasn't keen on going, she still said, "Don't worry, I'll accompany you." Okay. The two drove towards the school. Today, the traffic was incredibly congested, with various accidents happening from time to time. In front, the overpass suddenly exploded with a loud bang, shocking them even from a distance. Su Jejia hurriedly looked ahead, her expression anxious. What's going on? How did an explosion happen? This is delaying my journey to school. It's really annoying, all this messy business piling together. Her heart was already worried about Lin Xiaowan's condition, and now this incident made her even more frustrated. Suddenly, someone got out of a car ahead and started running back in panic. This action startled both of them. What's happening? Ghost. There's a ghost ahead, run. Holy crap, there's an explosion, turn around quickly, stop watching the show. Oh my god, the urban legend has really appeared. Is it the eye ghost? It looks so disgusting. Listening to the voices around, Su Jejia shifted into gear and pressed the gas, leaving without looking back. Luckily, she was far enough away. A little while later, she switched to a different route. Turning on the local news broadcast. Today, H City has suddenly erupted with an epidemic. Those infected will develop various strange bacteria all over their body, appearing like eyes. Breaking news, figures from urban legends have actually appeared. Citizens captured footage of Jesus last night, walking along the street with his cross. The urban legend has been updated again. Citizens are advised not to go out at night during this period. Please take care of yourselves and believe in the authorities, believe in science. The two listened to the news broadcast with complicated feelings. Others might treat it as a joke and a legend, but they were different. They had personally experienced it last night. That was a genuine ghost, capable of passing through walls, possessing people, and killing. Even now, Su Jejia still had a face full of amazement, thinking about how she had actually survived last night. It was magical. This world has gone mad, it really has gone mad. Everywhere is filled with legends and hauntings. I never thought there were really ghosts in this world, and they are this terrifying, nearly killing everyone in the hospital. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the school. Today, the school was holding normal classes, and the noisy world outside seemed completely unrelated to the innocence of the children inside. As soon as they entered, they saw many little kids happily playing on the slide and with various toys. They all wore smiles, but Su Jejia did not see Lin Xiaowan among them. She headed straight to the medical office. Just as she arrived at the medical office and had not yet walked in, she saw a big-bellied man wearing a gold necklace smoking at the entrance. With a crew cut, the folds on his scalp were visible due to his excessive weight. Su Jejia and her companion quickly walked over and stood at the door, just as they were about to knock. The big-bellied man spoke first. Are you Lin Xiaowan's guardian? Su Jejia frowned. Yes, that's me. In the next second, the man suddenly stood up straight, his belly sticking out like a soccer ball, and Tang Meili quickly pulled Su Jejia back. You got a problem? Tang Meili was not at all like Su Jejia. After being a doctor for so long, she had encountered all kinds of situations, and if she didn't have a bit of temper, it would be impossible to be a doctor nowadays. Do I have a problem? The man shouted angrily, I see your entire family has a problem. Lin Xiaowan hurt my son, is she insane? So violent at such a young age, no wonder she's a little beast. Hearing this, Su Jejia's face turned cold, and she pushed Tang Meili's hand aside to step forward. Say that again. The little kid does not understand, and you don't either? Didn't your mother teach you what politeness is? My mom definitely taught me. The man was not angry but instead laughed, but I heard Lin Xiaowan didn't have her parents teach her. She must be a wild child, no wonder she's so stupid. You! Tang Meili almost raised her hand to slap him, just as the door to the medical office opened. The two hurried inside. The little boy was surrounded by several doctors, his head wrapped in bandages as he sat there. Lin Xiaowan, on the other hand, stood there like a child who had made a mistake, hugging a teddy bear and pouting, standing obediently. She stood there gracefully, her porcelain-like face showing no expression. Xiaowan, are you okay? Su Jejia rushed over and hugged the little girl's head. Lin Xiaowan raised her head to look at her aunt, reaching out to touch her hand. Xiaowan is fine, auntie is fine too, are you scared? Su Jejia was momentarily stunned, then smiled bitterly and shook her head. Silly child, at times like this, worry a bit more about yourself. In fact, Lin Xiaowan was asking if Su Jejia had been scared last night, but Su Jejia took it as a question about the present. Then she stood up, protecting Lin Xiaowan behind her. With a serious expression, she said, Class teacher, I am here. First of all, I don't know what mistake Xiaowan made, but you shouldn't make the little kid stand here all the time. She's been standing for a long while, can't she sit down? The class teacher frowned. Classmate Lin Xiaowan hurt another child's eyes. I just punished her to stand for a few hours, this is still light. You should think about how to compensate the other party, and she made a mistake, shouldn't you blame her? Su Jejia was not to be outdone, of course, I will educate her, but not right now. She is tired and can sit down now, can't she? Let's talk about compensation after she sits. Xiaowan has no family. I am her home, an unconditional favoritism. Chapter 79, Drinking Water and Lowering the Eyeball. Hee, Xiaowan is really smart. Holding the teddy bear, Xiaowan watched her aunt's back, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Even the teddy bear seemed to shine with a hint of brilliance. Su Jejia continued, besides, we still haven't clarified what happened. What if it wasn't my Xiaowan's fault? She always kept Xiaowan protected behind her. Tang Mei pressed her slightly white-red lips, standing next to Su Jejia. Just as Su Jejia had imagined. She too, no matter what Little Bear and Lin Xiaowan are, they saved her, twice without hurting her. Perhaps the ghosts that others fear are not the ones we fear? The ghosts that others fear might also be the people that others long for day and night. The big-bellied man also walked in, biting a cigarette, completely ignoring the no-smoking sign nearby. His eyes were full of disdain, nostrils flaring as he looked at others. Isn't it your child's fault? She hurt my son's eye, the video shows it clearly, what's there to explain? Really, a child without a mother has no upbringing, such a beast coming to school is just a waste of resources, a good school should strictly control this, I bet you don't even know how to sell the tuition, right? In his words, not only did he insult Lin Xiaowan, but he even dragged Su Jejia into it. He just looked at Su Jejia, who has some beauty, and then sprayed filth from his mouth. Su Jejia was used to it, she didn't care how others spoke about her, but her bottom line was Lin Xiaowan. Just as she was about to curse back, Tang Mei pulled her over, directly firing back, you fat bastard, clean up your mouth, didn't your mother teach you how to behave? Do you want me to check your brain? I think your placenta is stuck in your head, blocking your brainstem. Cursing? Just kidding, I've never been afraid of anyone, Tang Mei. As a doctor who looks at nerves, I've seen all kinds of fights, small quarrels every 3 days and big fights every 5 days. What kind of storms haven't I seen? When has the big-bellied man ever been cursed at like this? He slammed the cigarette butt on the ground. You say that again, I will kill you in a minute, believe it or not. Tang Mei still held on to Su Jejia. Su Jejia was a streamer and depended on this for a living, but I'm different. Kill me? I can stuff you into 3-dimensional space in a minute, suck out your brain fluid, then let it drip out of your nose for your mother to drink, do you believe it? With this set of moves, even Su Jejia next to her was stunned. It seems that this cursing didn't involve any dirty words, and was even very cultured. Mei is a bit amazing. Next time, I should learn from her so that I won't be afraid of being cursed in the streaming room anymore. The big-bellied man turned red in the face, raising his hand, I'll give you a slap. His hand was just raised. Little Bear's pupils flashed a dark red light, and in the next second, his son let out a painful scream, covering his eyes. He rushed over, son, are you okay? Didn't your eyes get better? Why does it still hurt? The doctor explained, it should be part of the healing process, the eyeball was hurt, but it's nothing serious. You chat, we'll leave first. Su Jejia was also too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She directly said, Xiaowan, can you tell Auntie about the situation? It's her, this pitiful creature that no one wants. I said she has no mother, she's a pitiful creature. While I was sleeping, she came to dig out my eyes, did I say anything wrong? She's a pitiful creature that no one wants, no mother, no father. Nobody wants her. The little boy pointed at Xiaowan, chattering unceasingly. Hearing these words, Su Jejia's face grew paler, her hands tightly clenched together, wishing she could tear his mouth apart. Ha, my son isn't wrong, she really has no mother or father, nobody wants her. What my son said is the truth, is there any problem? Su Jejia asked coldly, class teacher, did you speak about Xiaowan's family situation outside? The class teacher showed a bit of embarrassment and forcibly explained, the class was introducing themselves, so I said a little about Lin Xiaowan, but I didn't expect the kids to be so indiscreet. I'm sorry. He's lying. Lin Xiaowan suddenly spoke up, pouting and lifting her head. I heard him cursing me with other teachers, saying I'm crazy, saying my mama doesn't want me anymore. Auntie, my mama hasn't abandoned me, she has always been by my side. The reason I wanted to dig out his eyes is because mama said with Little Bear, mama said. Say that in this world, besides myself, no one is allowed to hurt Xiaowan. Xiaowan spoke very seriously, with innocent eyes wide open. Tang Mei instinctively glanced behind her, although she couldn't see, she was sure that Lin Chang was really right here, never leaving, always by Xiaowan's side. And the bear in her arms, if you really anger him, the consequences are serious. You little beast, you dare to say this after making a mistake? I'll just act like your father and deal with you. The big-bellied man took a sip of water and immediately charged over. The homeroom teacher didn't stop him, but instead watched the scene with a cold smile. However, at the moment he made his move, not only did his son's eyes suddenly hurt, but even his big belly felt a sharp pain. He immediately clutched his belly, as if something was rolling inside, the flesh and skin were shaking. The two of them rolled on the ground, clutching their painful spots. This sudden scene startled everyone. Su Jejia hurriedly stepped back, holding Xiaowan, and swallowed hard. What do you want to do? Are you trying to scam us? Get out, there's surveillance, no way. Seeing their appearance, the homeroom teacher quickly called for the doctor again, but no issues were found. They could only be sent to the emergency room, two of them going together. Facing Lin Xiaowan, the homeroom teacher's face was very cold. As for the mistake Xiaowan made, the school is still discussing it. But this matter is serious, I estimate you will be expelled. You should pack up and get ready to leave. Su Jejia was immediately unhappy. You say expelled and it's just expelled? I paid tuition, hundreds of thousands for a semester. If you want to expel me, then give me back my tuition. I don't want to get entangled with you. Just wait for the school's notice. The homeroom teacher left with his thermos, his face full of disdain. As he passed by Xiaowan, he even specifically cursed, a beast nobody wants. Then, he walked out of the room. Feeling a bit stiff and cold in her neck, she rubbed it but didn't think much of it and left. Su Jejia gritted her teeth, filled with anger. Auntie, don't be angry. Xiaowan will behave at school in the future and won't cause you any trouble. Xiaowan patted Su Jejia's hand. Su Jejia's heart softened, and she sighed. It's okay, Auntie is not afraid of Xiaowan causing trouble. I'm just afraid Xiaowan gets bullied. If they bully you again, keep fighting back, but protect yourself. Xiaowan giggled and then whispered, got it. Oh, and I just had Mom put eyeballs in their water cups. Tang Meili froze, her hand holding the cup quietly shook a bit. Don't worry, Meili Auntie, you don't have any. Chapter 80, Eyeball Feast, Bullying Xiaowan. Looking at Xiaowan's innocent smile. Tang Meili's expression froze on her face, holding the cup unsure whether to put it down or not. Su Jejia playfully glared at her, pinched Xiaowan's chubby cheek. What nonsense are you saying? Today Auntie and Meili Auntie have other things to do, so you behave at school. If they bully you, just endure it, and then tell Auntie. When Auntie comes to school, she will help you get revenge. It doesn't matter whether you study or not, focus on eating more and snacking. Anyway, we paid the money. After staying for a few more days, Auntie will come to pick you up. Keep this phone secretly, and if anything happens, just call Auntie. As she spoke, Su Jejia put a phone into Xiaowan's pocket. Children these days already know how to play with phones. Xiaowan nodded. Okay, Xiaowan remembers, with the bear around, nobody can bully me. Then we will leave. Xiaowan remember that. After that, Su Jejia and Tang Meili left the school. The school didn't care much about the punishment for Xiaowan. Staying in such a school wasn't good anyway, as long as the children were happy. It's not like they can't afford it. In the classroom, Xiaowan's seat was placed in the last row. She wasn't angry, she calmly walked over with a teddy bear in her arms, then took a small stool and sat by the window. Humming a song softly, she dangled her legs, occasionally using a small comb to brush the teddy bear's red fur. The classmates around her kept their distance, secretly looking at her with a terrifying gaze. In her arms, the teddy bear's eyes flashed with a hint of blood. Ding, side mission, the only merciful one, successfully completed. Rewards are being distributed. Ding, reward distribution, fear value plus 20,000. Deep whisper evolves. Ability enhancement, articulate inner fears, infinitely magnified. After dealing with the actor, Zhang Yi's strength saw some improvement. Currently, his fear level was only 5, but he was no longer afraid of the 6th level anomalies. His entire power spread fear. After today, urban legends would continue to spread, his fear value would become more terrifying, and the authorities were struggling to suppress these rumors. In less than 3 days, his fear level would definitely break through level 6. Once reaching level 6, his strength would skyrocket, unlocking the hidden skill of the hellish demon bear, Hellgate. Hellgate, the cries of hell, the roars in the abyss, the power of dominion, the path of judgment. Although the system announced a level 6 reward, it didn't explain the ability effects of Hellgate. However, he was very much looking forward to it. This world must ultimately fall into the shape he controlled, humanity would no longer be the sole ruler, and a brand new species would be born. And I am the god of this species. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. The homeroom teacher put down the chalk in his hand, picked up a thermos cup, and took a sip in front of everyone. Then he said, yesterday, some unpleasant things happened in our class. I hope everyone will not fight. Classmates should help and love one another, and not bully others. After a pause, he continued, however, as for some students who lack family education, just don't provoke them. You have parents to teach you, but she does not. Just don't play with her. Teacher, we understand, the students replied in unison. At the same time, their eyes unconsciously turned to the girl at the back, by the window. The girl seemed completely uninterested in what they were saying, gently swinging her legs with a smile on her face. The homeroom teacher nodded. All right, go play. Tomorrow, a priest from the church will come to our school to talk about the Bible. You can tell your parents, and if they want to come, they can join. After speaking, he walked out without looking back, a sneer of disdain for Shawan on his lips. As he stepped out, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. He rubbed his belly, not knowing why, and instinctively looked at Lin Shawan in the far corner. At the same time, Lin Shawan smiled sweetly at him, a look that made the homeroom teacher frown and feel a bit uneasy. The pain and itch in his belly became more pronounced. He hurriedly took his thermos cup and rushed to the restroom, holding his stomach with one hand. It felt like something was wriggling inside, which was strange. And that itch was becoming more and more apparent. Could it be that there was some sort of worm in his belly? Old Zhang, are you having diarrhea? You're in such a hurry, Teacher Yuan chuckled, looking at him. The homeroom teacher's face turned pale as he nodded. Probably something I ate didn't agree with me. I won't say more. He rushed into the restroom first. Teacher Yuan followed him, still smiling. Puff. Suddenly, something slipped out of the homeroom teacher's pant leg, but he didn't notice. It was Teacher Yuan following behind, who froze for a moment. Old Zhang, something fell out. It rolled out. He called out, but old Zhang didn't hear and had already rushed into the restroom. Teacher Yuan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Walk forward, then get ready to bend down and pick this thing up. As he got closer, a foul stench and a fishy smell hit him, making his face turn pale, and one hand instinctively covered his nose. Damn, what is that smell? Did you shit yourself while walking? He carefully examined this thing, and it didn't look like poop, but rather a round object. There was black, white, and even red blood vessels on it. And this thing seemed to be moving? Curious, he walked over and crouched down, trying to hold back the urge to vomit. He poked it with a stick. The thing rolled slightly, and at that moment, he froze. It was an eye. Holy shit! He was so scared that he fell to the ground, his face as pale as death. The eye was still moving. It seemed to be speaking, it seemed to be staring at me. It was just an eyeball. And Yuan teacher guaranteed that this wasn't a toy, it was real. There was even some poop stuck to it. A ridiculous thought appeared in his mind, and he was struck like a thunderbolt. Old Zhang. Old Zhang pulled an eyeball out? This thing had dropped from his pants leg, and he had seen it with his own eyes. Yuan teacher blankly turned his gaze toward the nearby bathroom, his mind completely blank. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the bathroom, loud and clear. He swallowed his saliva, not caring about the filthy things, but trembling as he stood up, calling into the bathroom. Old Zhang? Old Zhang? Inside the bathroom stall, old Zhang's expression was full of terror, his eyes wide open, cold sweat dripping from his temples down to his neck. His gaze was fixed downward. I pooped a bunch of eyeballs? Chapter 81. I pooped a bunch of eyeballs? Inside the bathroom stall, old Zhang, the homeroom teacher, was pale, his eyes wide, cold sweat dripping from the veins near his temples, falling into the pit below. The drops fell onto the eyeballs, gently washing off the bloodstains on them. He slapped himself across the face, with blood and feces on his face, realizing that this wasn't a dream, it wasn't an illusion, it was real. I pooped an eyeball, a real eyeball. Gurgle. His stomach made a rumbling sound, he felt something rolling inside him, traveling down, reaching his rear. But it got stuck, so he could only reach down and dig. Put. Splash. A puddle of fresh blood and eyeballs fell out desperately, and his swollen belly began to shrink as the eyeballs slid down. He braced himself against the nearby water pump in the door, legs spread wide, his expression filled with fear. He was getting paler. Old Zhang. Old Zhang, what happened? Yuan teacher was still calling out to him from outside the door. But no matter how much he called, old Zhang didn't respond, and he didn't dare to go inside. An eyeball had rolled out from his pants leg. Would you dare go in? Yuan teacher, what are you doing? Several other teachers walked over, looking at Yuan teacher in confusion. Yuan teacher seemed to have found a lifeline and quickly pointed below. An eyeball. I just saw an eyeball roll out from old Zhang's pants leg, and now he's inside the bathroom, not responding to any calls. The others froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. What kind of prank is this? You two are so bored, even an eyeball is coming out. Yeah, did you guys watch that recent urban legend about the eye giver? Is this what you came up with? None of them believed him. Until Yuan teacher stepped aside, and they saw the eyeball neatly placed on the ground. The bloodied eyeball was staring directly at them. It seemed to be laughing. Ah. What the hell is that? The others screamed in horror, and many students gathered around, curiously staring. It's really an eyeball, not a prank. Old Zhang is inside, but he's not answering. Who wants to go inside with me and check? Yuan teacher had a good relationship with him, but at this moment, he didn't dare to go in alone. It was too terrifying. Who the hell drops an eyeball while walking? I'll go in with you. A PE teacher stepped forward. Walking alongside teacher Yuan, the two of them stepped inside together. At the same time, the students at the door had been driven away, and the eyeball was taken away by the vice principal using a trash bag. What's going on? Where's teacher Zhang? The vice principal, with a small belly and wearing glasses, asked cautiously. Teacher Yuan shook his head and pushed open a stall. Old Zhang, are you okay? He was not inside. The second stall, the third stall. Finally, only 3 stalls were left. Just as they were about to push open the fourth stall, some blood seeped out from the gap under the door. Both of them were startled. Taking a deep breath, they looked at each other, forcing down the fear in their hearts, ready to face a terrifying scene. With a sudden pull, the door opened, but there was nothing inside. Just when they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, another stall opened on its own. At the same time. Crash! The door was pushed open, revealing a pile of eyeballs, and a pool of blood flowed out from inside. The eyeballs floated like logs swept down a river, scattered everywhere. At that moment, both of their stomachs churned, and they covered their mouths with one hand. Their pupils dilated, staring fixedly at the inside of the stall. At this moment, old Zhang was sitting there with a deathly pale face, his pants pulled down to his knees, his eyes wide, mouth agape, drooling. That face was suffocating to see. Ah! Teacher Yuan and the man, more than 1.8 meters tall, especially this muscular gym teacher, were instantly frightened to the point of wetting themselves. Urine suddenly poured out of his pant leg, and he stumbled, falling to the ground. His legs kept kicking backward. This scene, he swore, would be hard to forget for a lifetime, more memorable than first love. Teacher Yuan fainted from the shock, while the muscular gym teacher almost crawled out, as if he had lost his soul upon exiting the door. The vice principal looked at him in confusion, shocked in his heart. What happened? What's wrong? He pointed inside with a trembling hand, unable to say a word, his mouth quivering uncontrollably. Every pore in his body was sweating, the hairs all standing on end. The vice principal and several security guards stood at the door, realizing a big problem had occurred, urgently getting the other teachers to leave quickly, while the students went directly to class. Then he and several security guards went inside. Despite mentally preparing himself, he was still terribly frightened. Staring at this scene, he muttered, "Looks like we need to get a priest here to pray for our school." Then he turned around, "Make sure no one spreads this, remember, everyone's salary will increase by 20%, keep this to yourselves, I will have familiar police take over, understood?" Everyone nodded. This is a private school, attended by children from wealthy families, and the principal had connections, able to reach everywhere. They couldn't let this affect their money-making. In the hallway outside, Xiaowan held a teddy bear, tilting her head with a smile. Hee, mommy, you were right, if we are bullied, we must get revenge, this feeling is so satisfying. Hee, there are 2 more people. The other 2 people were naturally that male classmate and his father. The 2 of them were taken from the school to a nearby hospital for emergency treatment. The hospital was very crowded today, with people complaining about itchiness on their bodies, or having headaches, as if something was moving inside them. "Dr. Zhao, we have 2 emergencies here, hurry up and check them, one has a painful eye, and the other has a stomachache, and has started vomiting stomach acid." Soon, father and son were brought up. Dr. Zhao hurriedly set aside his current work and rushed over. By coincidence, his patient was the fisherman from the night before, Xiaolong. Xiaolong scratched his leg. "I'm fine, their situation is serious, you should check on them first." Then he got up and followed to see, as eating melon is a trait deeply ingrained in the blood of all people in Xia country, from the age of 80 to those on the verge of ICU, they must first eat melon. Ugh, the big-bellied man suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Dr. Zhao quickly arranged for an examination. "What did you eat for lunch? What about the child? What's going on with the child?" A doctor hurriedly pushed the child towards another area, the child's eyes were injured, and he passed out from the pain. "I'll take him to the other side for an examination." "You examine him." The hospital was almost overwhelmed with work. Dr. Zhao nodded. While checking, he suddenly noticed that the man's belly button moved. It was like a fetal movement. His belly moved? Is he about to give birth? A fishing blogger casually remarked. Dr. Zhao glanced at him, and the blogger awkwardly closed his mouth, understanding the situation. And then... puff! A sudden fart sound made everyone freeze for a moment. Immediately, a horrible stench hit them, and everyone's face changed. Even the doctors wearing masks couldn't hold it in and almost threw up on the spot. Dr. Zhao forced himself to endure the nausea. The stink felt like a rotten duck egg had been rubbed in your blanket for 10 minutes, then left out in the sun for a while. Finally, the sun-dried blanket was shoved back into his backside, fermenting for a few days, and then a fart was released. The smell was so strong, even the walls of the room seemed to change color. Damn, it stinks. Did you eat shit and then poop it out again? Oh my god, oxygen mask, I need an oxygen mask. Get lost, even if you need an oxygen mask, don't take mine. I'm the patient here. Hurry and drag him out, cut his ass off. From my years of experience, I can tell his ass has been rotting for days. The terrible stench frightened all the doctors and patients, and they fled the room in a hurry. Streamer Xiaolong, pale-faced, was quite close to the source. When the fart released, his expression changed. His entire face turned purple. Wait, Dr. Zhao, look at this. It looks like he pooped. Xiaolong said, pointing to the side, strangely speaking. And as this man came in, his feet began to itch terribly. Dr. Zhao looked up at the sound and saw that the man's buttocks were slightly bulging, his pants stretched out. It indeed looked like he had pooped. No wonder it smelled so horrible. Dr. Zhao helplessly walked forward, then signaled the nurse to quickly take off his pants and check the situation. The abdominal cramping needed to be checked for potential blood in the stool or other issues. Xiaolong shuddered, silently mourning for the doctor for 3 seconds. Being a doctor was tough. Knowing the man had soiled himself, the doctor still had to remove his pants and even clean his buttocks. The nurse stepped forward, grabbed the pants with both hands, and pulled them down. Everyone froze in place. When the pants were removed, there was no feces inside, but instead, a pile of eyeballs. Eyeballs filled the entire crotch area, and even at that moment, he was still releasing more. One by one, the eyeballs fell out like billiard balls sinking into a pocket, blood red. His stomach was still churning. In an instant, the nurse staggered back, collapsing to the floor, her pupils dilating as she pointed at his rear. Dr. Zhao took a quick step back, veins popping out on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down. What is this illness? Something I've never heard of, never seen before. My stomach hurts so much. Doctor, please save me, save me. I have money. The big-bellied man grabbed Dr. Zhao's hands tightly, his face pale, begging desperately. The cramping in his stomach felt like something was jumping rope inside, twisting his intestines tighter and tighter. Dr. Zhao stepped back again, holding his breath. He had seen people pass stools, seen people pass blood, even seen some strange things. But passing eyeballs? This was the first time. Eyeballs sliding out one by one, the scene was like being stared at by countless eyes. It was enough to make your scalp tingle. Dr. Zhao swallowed hard, terrified, but as a doctor, he had to maintain his medical ethics. He reached out and lifted his shirt, revealing his big belly, only to find that there was an eye in his belly button, and this eye was wriggling, moving. Ugh! He couldn't hold it anymore and immediately threw up. The little nurse screamed in fear and ran out, while the other assistants were sweating profusely, already near the door, ready to run at any moment. Doctor, what's happening to me? What's wrong? Hurry and save me. Dr. Zhao smacked his lips, stared at him, and said slowly, word by word, you have an eyeball in your belly button, and you're not suffering from incontinence, but you're pulling an eyeball out. What exactly did you eat? Dr. Zhao. Suddenly, a voice came from the door. A male nurse rushed in, panting heavily, and said, the boy with the injured eye has a problem. Dr. Zhao hurriedly asked, what happened? His eyes are bleeding. One of his eye sockets is desperately dropping eyeballs. Over a dozen or 20 have already fallen out. Dr. Zhao? Blogger Xiaolong? Damn. I've seen pulling eyeballs before, but eyeballs bleeding? This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the big-bellied doctor scream. Then, a terrifying scene, like the arrival of hell, appeared. The big-bellied man lay on the hospital bed, his legs apart, and with a forceful push. Put. Countless eyeballs sprayed out like soda, the eyes of hell, this thing is the eyes of hell. The male nurse fainted on the spot. The big-bellied man's stomach began to deflate, until his entire belly was sunken in. He was lifeless, his eyes bulging out, drooling, dead beyond recognition. The little boy was also in the same condition. After being sent for examination, the instrument scanning showed that all the doctors fell silent. The instrument showed that the boy's entire head was empty, filled only with eyeballs, densely packed eyeballs. Am I seeing ghosts? Xiaolong suddenly stepped back 2 steps, his face turning pale. Ah! Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his feet. He quickly lifted his right foot. There was something white in the crack, and at first, he thought it was a corn, but at this moment, the corn had fully opened. It was an eye. Just like theirs, it was an eye. Ah, Dr. Zhao, I have one too, hurry and save me, I don't want to die. Xiaolong screamed, clutching Dr. Zhao. The latter was also scared stiff, his scalp tingling. I have medical ethics, but I'm also afraid of death. This kind of thing is beyond what a doctor can handle. Soon, the special forces from the police station arrived. They sealed off some of the people. The word eyeball became a taboo in H City for a while. But Zhang Yi didn't use these eyeballs to kill people. Compared to killing, what he needed more was transmission. To spread it out, like a disease, letting fear spread throughout H City. Enjoying fear. H City, the headquarters of the Night Watchers. The remaining Night Watchers were all here, no more than a dozen people, throughout the entire city. Everyone stood up straight, welcoming a middle-aged man who stepped down from a red flag car. The man had a Mediterranean hairstyle, and next to him stood a muscular giant, at least 2 meters tall, arms crossed, with eyes full of killing intent. Comrades, I am the person in charge sent by the central government, Su Jinlong. This is my apprentice, Xing Tao. Nice to meet you all. Everyone clapped to welcome him. Then, Su Jinlong pushed up his glasses and grinned, saying, "Other matters can wait. I've heard that H City has recently produced a lot of strange and eerie beings, like the magic bear and the priest. Lead the way, I'll go and get rid of them and protect the peace of the city." Everyone? One word off and we have to eliminate a special level anomaly? Based on the last intelligence in Zhang Miao's description, the authorities have redefined the level of the demon bear. This is an ominous demon with a strength equal to or even greater than level 6. Currently, the disaster level has temporarily been defined at the monster level. Disaster level is not the same as strength level. Disaster level refers to the destructive power to cities and humans. For example, the actor has been defined as a disaster level, while the demon bear, clearly stronger than him, is defined as monster level. Because when the actor strikes, he has already killed thousands, and he has even reached the peak of disaster, about to escalate to a calamity level anomaly. The disaster level classification: monster, disaster, natural disaster, annihilation. However, in terms of actual strength, it might have already reached fear level 6. In H City, there hasn't been an anomaly surpassing level 6 for decades. Across the whole Xia country, there hasn't been an anomaly exceeding level 8 for a century. Once an anomaly reaches level 8, it can almost be called the god of anomalies, effortlessly annihilating a city. Su Jinlong put down his thermos, reached into his coat pocket, and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Comrades, thank you for your hard work recently. Also, at this point, the sturdy man Xing Tao took out a document. I heard there are 2 large demon controllers clubs in H City, right? You will take this document and forcibly requisition demon controllers with D+ level or above to report to the bureau. Ha! Su Qing was stunned. What does this mean? Leader, what does this mean? Forcibly requisition? Su Jinlong smiled at Su Qing, his voice very gentle. Comrade Su Qing, right? Su Qing nodded. Before coming here, Su Jinlong had already looked through all the registered demon controllers at the H City Night Watch Bureau, so he recognized Su Qing. Now that the resurgence of anomalies is becoming more serious, under official control, our manpower and strength have begun to show fatigue. Following this, we even have to select personnel from special forces and certain police units to join the demon controllers. However, the experimental products are still undergoing side effect testing and haven't been fully implemented yet. So, before that, to protect the entire Xia, we must forcibly requisition them to join. They will agree, right? And what if these people become a danger once they join our night watch? Someone next to Su Qing asked worriedly. Su Jinlong said with a smile, we will reason with them. Xing Tao will go with you. You must know that we represent the higher-ups, we represent the authorities. If they don't give a little face, then that's against the law. After all, it's us who define what is lawful. Defecting? That's no problem. I will arrange the tasks clearly. At this point, everyone understood the leader's meaning. This feels like the ancient practice of conscription. The authorities always hold the strongest power, and to obey means to obey, not to obey means to violate the law. Since it's a breach of law, then there's no need for them to exist. Perfect to extract the anomalies within them for others to use. Anomalies are darkness, a double-edged sword in the dark. Su Jinlong bowed. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Also, please inform me immediately if there are any updates on the demon bear and the priest. I will go eliminate them. Alright, everyone, go back to work. Su Qing, take me to see them. The towering Xing Tao crossed his arms and left, heading straight to the White Rope Club. His master, Su Jinlong, then headed to the laboratory. The doctor inside was busy making things, overwhelmed with work, so he didn't disturb him. Instead, he went to the isolation ward, where several demon controllers lay, all marked with the traces of the withered eyes parasitism. Especially Lu Liang, whose body was covered in eyes that looked like mushrooms. These eyes were pulsating, seeming to suck the blood from his body. This thing is really disgusting. Have you found a way to exorcise it? Su Jinlong asked. Su Qing shook her head, not yet confirmed. In order to obtain the material from the magic bear, the doctor even put in the ghost device, but in the end, it was declared a failure. Monkey Sai Lei, Su Jinlong suddenly said, then pushed his glasses, directly walking through the door. Su Cheng wanted to stop him but couldn't react in time. Entering the isolation ward. Tang Hao and Zhao Li were playing cards, and suddenly saw a balding man walk in. They quickly said, "Uncle, you must have taken a wrong turn, this is not a place for you." Su Jinlong narrowed his eyes into a slit and smiled, causing the flesh on his face to squish together. "Little comrade, I'm here on behalf of the official side. How do you feel?" Tang Hao sighed with relief. "Leader, it's fine. Other than being disgusted every day, this thing isn't too bad. In fact, I feel these eyes are even affecting the strange stuff in my body, and the recovery situation is getting lighter." Su Jinlong narrowed his eyes and elongated his voice, "Oh?" While speaking, he suddenly extended a hand and clamped it onto Tang Hao's wrist. In the next second, a powerful strange aura burst forth. It blew away the remaining few hairs on his bald head. A giant shadow appeared behind him, all black, seemingly wearing armor, but had no head. The mere aura made all the barren eyes shut tight and retreat into their bodies. "Damn, uncle, you're so strong." Tang Hao breathed a little heavily. After a moment, Su Jinlong withdrew his aura. With a smile, he said, "Little comrade, your body has recovered quite well. I helped suppress it a bit, you can return to the team now." "Huh? I can return to the team?" Su Jinlong nodded, "Yes, but don't release the strange aura too recklessly, or these eyes will come back. I can only help suppress it a little, but it's not a cure. The specific method still depends on the doctor." Indeed. He felt the eyes in his body had already drilled inside, countering with his own strangeness. There was even an aura wandering within, as if it were an executor, ready to strike at any moment. After helping Zhao Li suppress it a bit, Su Jinlong walked towards LV Liangbing. Seeing Su Jinlong enter, Zhao Miao and Lu Li immediately stood up. "Teacher." Su Jinlong nodded, looking at LV Liangbing, who was heavily injured and connected to an oxygen tube. "How is Xiao LV doing?" Zhao Miao looked down, his voice slightly choked. "Captain, I'm afraid he only has this last breath left. If the doctor doesn't devise a solution in 3 days, I fear." In such a situation, even Su Jinlong did not dare to suppress his aura. Acting would only lead to destruction. Su Jinlong looked at him, fell silent for a moment, then said, "This is the fate of people like us, a mission. He should be quite honored, this is his will since childhood." After saying a few simple words, Su Jinlong looked up and asked, "Have you seen the magic bear?" "Yes," Zhang Miao pursed his lips and spoke, "I've seen not only the magic bear but also the priest. Both are strange, their power levels are probably both 6. I haven't seen the priest make a move, but that aura is very strong, not weaker than the magic bear." Su Jinlong twisted open his thermos and smiled, "That's for sure. The priest is my second mission here. What about the first mission?" He slowly exhaled a few words. "The death peach vine has already spread to H City. The nearby J City's strangeness recovery is even worse, giving birth to a level 7 anomaly, the terrifying wooden horse." Chapter 84, I want to eradicate the magic bear, the catastrophe level death peach vine. Everyone was stunned by Su Jinlong's words. A special level anomaly priest is so powerful? It actually needs the teacher to personally carry out this mission. Although the teacher's power isn't exceptionally strong within the official Special Dragon Unit, he is a mentor to many. The name Su Jinlong, in the Special Dragon Unit, more than 70% of people need to respectfully call him teacher, that's why Zhang Miao and the others call him teacher upon seeing him. It wasn't that Su Jinlong taught them, but rather an issue of identity. "Teacher, level 7 Special Eerie?" Zhang Miao trembled and spoke. "Level 7 Special Eerie, this is a big deal. In the previous step, upon reaching level 8, that meant being an Eerie god, which the Great Xia country hasn't seen in a long time. Why haven't we heard any news? Generally speaking, after reaching level 7, one will basically become a disaster level Eerie." Su Jinlong sat in the chair, expressionless, tapping his fingers. "Terrifying carousel, fear level tentatively set at level 7, at least not lower than level 6, special. Record the file." As he spoke, he took out a voice recorder and pressed the button on it. The recorder emitted a buzz of electricity. Then, a man's heavy breathing was heard, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle, his voice shaking. He began speaking. "Special Dragon Team, Team Member 007, file recording begins. I heard cheerful laughter, many children's laughs, and innocent music, ding ding ding, dong dong dong, very happy, very cheerful. Suddenly, a carousel appeared before me. It seemed to have many colors, radiating light. Except for the carousel, the rest of the world was pitch black. 2 smiling clowns stood at the entrance, calling me. My body started to lose control. I walked up, I sat on the unicorn on the carousel, laughter surrounded me, I gradually lost all perception, my vision began to blur. I saw stars, and the moon, I was so dizzy. Many people stood outside the carousel staring at me. I seemed to merge into the carousel. My Eerie began to detach. I couldn't hold on anymore. I had to start stripping away the Eerie. The night watcher's lamp never goes out. I fell under his Eerie rules, but I didn't understand when I fell for it. This statement was recorded by my shadow. Fear level testing surpassed 6, tentatively set at 7, disaster level not high, not yet causing widespread killings. Please hand over to the official night watchman, thank you. Until the end, he didn't even get the chance to say a final word. Perhaps from the day you joined the special dragon team, you had the right to apply for a farewell message. Some would choose early, while others would not. Su Jilong tapped the desk, expressionless. We don't need to worry too much about the carousel, someone is already gone. My main purpose here is the Death Peach Vine. Death Peach Vine, an unknown entity, its fruits can turn people eerie. Whether it's a ghost master or an eerie, as long as one consumes the shadow peach, they will become nutrients, dead but not dead, rotten but not rotten, extinguished but not extinguished, turning into its puppet. Last month, in Jiang City, the authorities hunted down 3 level 5 Eerie's. The cost of our sacrifice was very high. These were Eerie's that consumed the shadow peach. The most terrifying aspect of the Death Peach Vine is that the Eerie's controlled by it can share Eerie domains under certain special rules. If it were to extensively control the Eerie's and form a web, the consequences would be extremely serious. With the movement of the Death Peach Vine, large-scale Eerie revival will occur in this region. Hearing this, Zhang Miao and the others were all extremely shocked. No matter what task Su Jinlong mentioned, it was enough to instill fear. This Death Peach Vine is even more terrifying. You must understand, the reason special Eerie's are terrifying is that they have their own Eerie domains and rules. But if these Eerie's could mutually utilize rules and Eerie domains, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Luli frowned and said, so, the most important thing now is to send a large number of personnel to search for the location of the Death Peach Vine? Su Jilong nodded. This is the main task, but the Death Peach Vine is heavily injured, so it's not too urgent. What we need to do now is to find the demon bear and the priest and eliminate them. He smiled slightly, squinting his eyes as he looked at the files of the demon bear and the priest. 2 bizarre entities, both temporarily at level 6. Level 6 special entities, with a low disaster level, means their true power is strong. Zhang Tao, who couldn't interject, heard the words demon bear and suddenly straightened up, apologetically saying, "Excuse me, leader, I want to ask, are you the only one coming this time? Do you have confidence in facing the demon bear and the priest?" Su Jinlong wiped the sweat off his balding head with a handkerchief, unscrewed his thermos, and a few goji berries floated inside. "Don't worry, comrade, my apprentice and I are here." Zhang Tao felt embarrassed but dared not say much more. "You all can take a good rest before going out. I will make a trip to the doctor. Remember, you can use your peculiar powers, but don't overdo it." On the other side. White Rope Club. Since the appearance of the priest and the demon bear, their club has suffered severe losses. The few remaining C-level demon controllers have all died. Now there are only a couple of level demon controllers left, while the other D-level demon controllers are too scared to come. Not only did we fail the mission, but we also can't fulfill the promises made by the officials, and 4 C-level demon controllers have died. If this continues, both our clubs will be wiped out. The person speaking from the White Rope Club was the effeminate man who had previously communicated with Boss Huang. At this moment, his face remained as effeminate as ever, but now it was flavored with fatigue and despair, his eyes sunken and dull. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang from a slap on the table interrupted, and a man dressed in a red short-sleeved shirt and wearing black sunglasses angrily said, "If it weren't for your bad idea to target the priest, would we be in such a dire situation?" He was from the Red High Heels Club, and the 2 clubs were currently discussing together. The turmoil in H-City was becoming increasingly serious, with ominous signs of resurrection growing more terrifying. If the 2 clubs did not take action soon, they might be replaced by other clubs. This was both an opportunity and a trap. The effeminate man, scolded, had no rebuttal and muttered, "Who knew this priest was so formidable, killing our 3 C-level demon controllers? Damn it, nowadays, how come every entity is scarier than the last?" Bang! As soon as his words fell, the door was kicked open. 3 night watchers walked in, with the leader being over 2 meters tall, like a giant. Holding a document in hand, he casually waved it toward them. He spoke bluntly, 3 options. First, disband the club and sign a contract. Second, disband the club, I will extract your entities, and you will sign a contract. Third, actively respond to the official call, sign a contract, and from now on, we will be colleagues. Chapter 85, as a middle-aged man, there's no choice, brewing entities in a thermos. Ah. After saying this, Xing Tao walked straight to the bar. After looking for a while, he took down a bottle of liquor, casually opened it, and tilted his head back to take a big gulp. So rich. As expected. They really were rich. Executing a single task could earn several million. In this world, most of the money was earned by businessmen, and in such times, these businessmen would flow 90% of their money to these demon controllers. So, each club was swimming in wealth. with their worth easily in the tens of millions or even billions. Compared to them, it was like heaven to earth. However, everyone's beliefs were different, their pursuits varied. The official night watchers? The effeminate man frowned, looking at the document beside him. Just glancing at it, his face changed, and he slapped it aside. He stood up abruptly. What does this mean? Is the official trying to eliminate us private demon controllers? Xing Tao took another 2 gulps of liquor. He didn't like talking, just glanced to the side. Naturally, someone stepped forward to explain, not really, it's just that the situation in H City is special right now, and the officials need the help of private demon controllers, so they issued this document. You have to sign it, whether you like it or not. The Night Watchers act first, then report, this is specially authorized by the officials. For the entire Great Xia Kingdom, it has not yet reached that point. The overall strength of the ghost tamers in H City is not strong, according to official statistics, it seems that there isn't even one B-grade. In contrast, in the imperial capital, many clubs have B-grade members, and some families even have A-grade powerhouses. Calling on them is merely to add manpower to solve minor anomalies and conduct search tasks. Xing Tao held a wine bottle in one hand, pointing at him with the other. Sign this document is temporarily directed at you, and is invalid elsewhere. The person in charge of the red high heels also picked up the document, and her expression turned grim. What era is it? Does the official allow you to do this? Xing Tao downed a bottle of Louis XVI in 3 gulps, then let out a belch. Less nonsense, here I am the official. You have 1 minute to sign, and within 10 minutes, bring all the ghost tamers here to sign, otherwise, I'm going to lose it. This is the longest sentence Xing Tao has said in the past half-month. After he finished speaking, he opened another bottle of fine wine and started drinking it on his own. The others exchanged glances, then they turned their gazes towards the leaders of the 2 major clubs. What the hell? Asking them to join the Night Watchers? Is that even possible? Who are the Night Watchers? They are people who risk their lives. In their eyes, their lives are even less valuable than an old lady met casually on the street. They're the first to charge into danger, always telling their teammates to run, while they themselves take the brunt. What right do we have? All we think about is that the world is vast, but I am the biggest. Sorry, we can't sign, I don't believe you really dare to kill. The feminine-looking man slammed the table and stood up coldly. You can drink the wine here, just leave after you're done. Someone followed behind him, but as soon as he stepped forward, a chilling wind swept in. Several people turned back sharply. Xing Tao had already made his move. His speed was quick, almost in a blink he was already in front of them. With muscles like coiled dragons and a stature like a towering mountain, he stood before the feminine man. His cheekbones were extremely prominent, like 2 sharp blades, and his eyes glared fiercely at the opponent. One more step, and someone dies, anomalies will be contained. Someone behind them quickly took out a pure gold containment box. As soon as Xing Tao made a move, it would start the containment immediately. The feminine man took a sudden step back and glanced at the person in charge of the red high heels. Not willing to be outdone, he said, are you sure you want to fight here? We have more than a dozen people. Xing Tao cracked his neck and replied, you should go back and prepare 10 more containment boxes. A few people nodded and ran out without looking back. Then, Xing Tao coldly smiled, if it weren't for the research not being completely successful, I wouldn't even bother to talk to you. As his voice dropped, a fist suddenly swung over. Reasoning? My reasoning is just my fist. Bang. At the moment Xing Tao struck, his bones began to spread out, wrapping his flesh tightly together. Like a layer of armor. At the same time, there was a protrusion at his spine, but he didn't use it. Once he made his move, the feminine man could no longer hold back. Everyone from the White Rope Club rushed together, while the people from the red high heels stood by watching. 3 minutes later. Everyone was lying on the ground, the feminine man's hands were broken, and an eerie atmosphere filled the room. Xing Tao continued sitting at the bar, drinking. Not long after. The soft man had his hands broken, and now he was extremely angry. Damn it, so-called official strong men are so great, they can just hit people at will? Leader, why can your subordinates be so arrogant, just because we won't sign? Why? Xing Tao put down the bottle, looked at him gently, and secretly shook his head. You don't know who really has a bad temper. Su Jinlong smiled, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and upon hearing this, he paused and said, are you saying that you all don't want to sign the document? Of course not, watchers are just walking to death, we don't want to. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt the world spin in front of him. How was the ceiling spinning? How did this thing take off? Why do I see my own figure? Where is my head? Until the last moment of death, the Mediterranean leader in his eyes wore a smile, a kind smile. The soft man was cut down in one stroke, and Xing Tao flew over, grabbing fiercely with his large hand, wrapping the bones, and then capturing the revived strange into the containment box. Su Jinlong stood up, took out a handkerchief from his jacket pocket to wipe his hands, and casually fixed his hairstyle. Alright, now are you willing to respond to the official call and join us, the Watchers, to contribute to the country and the people? After saying this, he opened the thermos and smiled. I'm getting old, reaching middle age and helpless, soaking goji berries in the thermos. Please don't make me do it again, my body really is a bit weak. Chapter 86, Master, I am guilty, please punish me. He brushed the hair beside the Mediterranean. Then he elegantly sat in the chair beside, opened the thermos. I'm old, and recently I've been talking about self-cultivation. But... At this point, he paused slightly and glanced at everyone with the corner of his eye. He blew on the goji water in the thermos and said lightly, but don't take advantage of me, or else I'll have to clean up after you for the leader. Gulan. The people around swallowed hard, frightened by this kind leader. They originally thought Xing Tao was the strong arm, while this leader was just skilled with words. To their surprise, Xing Tao was the gentle one, while the leader, on a whim, would make you admit mistakes to the officials, stuffing everything into a mess. Will you sign or not? Su Jilong stretched lazily and took a sip. The remaining members of the two clubs had no hesitation at all and rushed over, crawling and rolling. Among them, the head of the Red High Heels Club hurried over with a cigarette, nodding and bowing. Leader, have a cigarette, we are so troubled you came in person, we will sign right now. Su Jilong glanced at the brand of the cigarette, smiled instantly. It's okay, we'll be colleagues in the future, we should look out for each other. I hand the cigarette to the leader, and the leader praises me as a good young man. This is what a leader is like, always smiling and treating subordinates very harmoniously. That soft man, he really died a tragic death. In a short time, the members of the two major clubs were all present, and everyone needed to sign this document, unconditionally joining the Watchers and obeying higher orders. Not obeying is also fine, very easy. Below, a neatly arranged line of people stood, each with a straight posture, serious expressions, and hands glued to their pants seams. While Su Jinlong stood at the front, inspecting everyone like a headmaster. With one hand at his mouth, he cleared his throat twice and raised his eyes. Ahem, then I'll just say a few simple words. First, the sunshine is great, being here to meet everyone is for our great Xia country, the following 500 words omitted. Secondly, as a member of the official Special Dragon Forces, I can be considered your leader, but I prefer harmony among comrades, the following 500 words omitted. Hearing this, everyone was ready to yawn. The key is that the leaders are speaking, and they don't dare to not listen. Not listen? The bodies nearby haven't even been buried yet. Finally, after half an hour, Su Jinlong cleared his throat and said, alright, I won't say too many formalities, saying too much will make everyone feel I'm long-winded, so I'll get to the main points. First, maintain the bizarre revival of the entire H-City area. If it can be suppressed, then suppress it. Do not be greedy for life and fear death. You are now considered part of the Night Watchers and must walk with the darkness. If you sacrifice, the authorities will reward you, leaving a mark in history. Second, pursue a bizarre entity. The documents will be distributed later. Each person can only remember it in their mind and must not leak it. If leaked, it will be treated as treason. Third, search for the whereabouts of the priest and the demon bear. Once found, do not act. Report the information, and I will personally handle it. Fourth. Alright, that's about it. Everyone don't be so serious, dismissed. Once the word dismissed was said, the serious crowd below immediately scurried away. No matter the age, standing next to the homeroom teacher and the principal always makes one feel uncomfortable. Su Jinlong stretched lazily, then glared at the nearby Xing Tao, still drinking? How much have you drank? How did you learn from the army? Where's your discipline? Xing Tao burped, feeling a bit embarrassed. Leader, it's fine, just drink as you like. The effeminate man is dead, and naturally, someone will rise in his place, his death won't stir any waves. Su Jinlong pushed with both hands, this won't do. We have discipline, we cannot take even a single needle from the masses. These things cost a lot, what should be paid must still be paid. The person in charge smiled and waved his hand, and immediately someone brought out a few cases of fine wine from inside the cellar. Just casually, a bottle cost several $100,000. Not worth much, it's all fake wine, a few dozen bucks a bottle. Leader can just drink it, when the salary comes down, it's not too late to give us as well. Su Jinlong smiled but stayed silent. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction, a few dozen bucks a bottle? Well then, I'll give it to you once the salary comes. Aren't you leaving? Xing Tao happily hugged several large boxes of fine wine and left. This kind of treatment doesn't exist in the Tailong army. The ways of the world cannot be avoided, no matter the class. One matter at a time. These few tasks cannot be sloppy, they concern the Xia nation. The person in charge immediately nodded, that's for sure, just hope that in the future the leader can take care of us a bit more. Su Jinlong turned a blind eye and nodded before leaving. That's just how the world is. The next day, all the spirit masters in the city received this news. No matter their strength, they must go to the Night Watcher's official registration, otherwise, encountering unregistered spirit masters on the road will result in capture by the Night Watchers. Those coming from outside to H City will be informed of the situation as soon as they get off the plane. Not only H City, the bizarre revival across the country is becoming increasingly severe. Father, I have sinned. The bell tolls in the air, echoing over the grass below. Inside the bell tower, it's quiet, two dilapidated partitions lean against one another. Above the church hangs a statue of Jesus, his hands nailed to the cross, below which seems to have traces of blood. However, in the belly button of this statue of Jesus, there seems to be a green thing, and the cross is very loose. On the steps that no one ever passes by, there is actually a dusty barefoot footprint. All people have sinned, the Lord can hear your sins, and the Lord can also forgive your sins. If you wish to atone, just drink this bowl of water. Inside the partition, a bowl of water sits in front of a woman, a white porcelain bowl filled with clear water. The woman pauses for a moment, but the Lord hasn't heard my sins yet. It doesn't matter, the Lord knows everything. Drink the water, cough cough. Father, you don't seem well, why is your voice so hoarse? Are you okay? The next moment, an angry roar broke out. Stop talking nonsense, drink it. The voice came from a throat torn apart, like an owl tortured in an endless hell. With a furious shout, the partition was shattered. The true face of the priest was revealed, while the sound of church bells rang out. The god on the wall seemed to shift his body. A strange aura spread out. Chapter 87, Hell's Gate Unlocked, Task, Hell Crown. Sharp teeth and a wide mouth, with bulging eyes full of bloodshot veins. As he opened his mouth to roar in anger, a thread of drool was pulled from his teeth, floating in the air with his shout. His body was as thin as a stick, yet his belly was very big, as if all the flesh and blood were stuffed inside. His face was as hideous as a demon, and his furious roar startled the woman in front of him. She stumbled back and fell to the ground, her hands frantically grasping at the floor, terrified and speechless. The priest bared his teeth and twisted his body toward her. I told you to drink. Drink it. The woman suddenly pushed open the door and ran out, only to find the hall tightly locked. She couldn't escape at all. As the priest came closer step by step, despair set in. But the next moment, something changed. Jesus, nailed to the cross, moved, he twisted his body and actually jumped down from the cross. His body was made of stone, and his movements were stiff and awkward. As he jumped down, the entire ground shook. God! God? The woman knelt in terror, with the demon-like priest in front and God Jesus behind her. Is God here to save me? Has my sincerity moved God? I am saved. God moved closer, then suddenly stretched out his hand in her hopeful gaze. Puff! With his left hand holding the cross, God reached into the priest's belly and pulled out the thick heart. The heart was wrapped in green vines, like a seed made of grass. Those vines crawled over like centipedes, and even though the heart was taken out, it still throbbed. This thick heart was enormous, almost the size of two heads. God raised it high, then brought it close to his mouth. Then, he grabbed the woman's mouth and stuffed the bowl of water inside. Meanwhile, in the school. On the swings by the playground, little one sat alone, with her legs crossed, hugging a teddy bear and humming a nursery rhyme. Mysterious Level 6. Mysterious Title, Priest. Transformation. Codename redefined, God. The naked angel of the world, he is Jesus walking in hell. Zhang Yi looked at the system's display, a bit puzzled. The number of people the priest hunted in H City was far fewer than those hunted by the actor, so why had his strength level increased so quickly, even changing his strange codename? It's known that a change in mysterious codename proves a rise in strength. Just like Zhang Yi, he went from the judge to the merciful one. The suddenly appearing dimension made Zhang Yi understand the changes to come. Sure enough. Ding, task activated. Fear is the most delicious food in the world. I want the whole world to be filled with the taste of fear. I want to breathe fear, I want to walk among fear. Hell Demon, Jesus walking in hell, or the Bear Demon in purgatory. Task reward, Hell Crown. Hell Crown, forged from Satan's twin horns and a piece of cursed cold iron by God, adorned with an eye, it is said to be the master of hell. The system is still that system, it's all about making me the king of hell. Besides, there's a bit of uniqueness. The singing anomaly can only have one of itself. The demon lord walking among men can only have one. However, God's power seems a bit strong. He is not like an actor. Zhang Yi glanced at his fear value, which was already able to break through level 6. So, he directly increased all the fear value to the level above. His fear level instantly spread out and broke through to level 6. Suddenly, a layer of dark clouds gathered in the sky, followed by countless crows circling above, playing music. Black feathers fell like rain, and more like snowflakes covering the ground. The little bear's power was further enhanced, and this time, with his fear level at 6, he was no longer afraid of God. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating a new ability, Hellgate. Hellgate, the wailing of death, the roar from purgatory, a place where countless beings seek, a place abandoned by countless souls, the connection between life and death, neither life nor death, only the dead and fear exist within. Summary: I really want to die. I don't want to die. I want to leave, I want to reappear, so many eyes are watching me. Now that he had the Hellgate, he could directly tear apart the void within a certain range. However, this certain range must include his Eerie domain or the kingdom of the compassionate. In other words, within these two specific ranges, he could directly tear the void for teleportation, even releasing something unexpected combined with the rage of compassion. He no longer needed to devour these Eerie beings, but could choose to imprison them in the Hellgate and transform them with compassionate rage. This brought Zhang Yi's combat power to multiple times higher. Even if he couldn't win, with his strength aided by the Hellgate, even level 7 Eerie beings would struggle to keep him. Seemingly sensing Zhang Yi's strength and soul, Lin Qing's body slightly trembled. She curled up next to the swing, her weak and ethereal form flickering in and out of sight. Xiaowan jumped down from the swing, gently touching her mother's head with pain in her heart. Mom, doesn't be afraid, the little bear is good, the little bear is our family, he won't hurt you. She reached out to touch Lin Qing's head, and Lin Chang, crouched on the ground, looked up at Xiaowan with a pale blue face and hollow eyes. Suddenly, a stone flew over. Bang! It hit Xiaowan's head accurately. Already small due to malnutrition, this blow almost knocked Xiaowan over. Her body wobbled a bit, and she hardly managed to steady herself. A small mark of blood appeared on her porcelain-like tender forehead, not big, but very obvious, as her skin was really very pale and tender. Xiaowan stood up straight, tilting her head to look into the distance, where 3 little boys stood. Among them, the little boy with glasses was black and thin, with a black spot in the middle of his nose, and as he spoke, that spot wriggled slightly. At this moment, he was holding a stone. It's this disaster star who caused our teacher to die, and Xiao Ti also died. She must be a disaster star, we must drive her away. Exactly. Another chubby boy nodded. She is there touching the air, calling air mommy, which is frightening. We don't want this kind of lunatic demon in our class. Hurry and roll away. Right, hurry and roll away. More small stones flew over, hitting Xiaowan accurately on her body. She did not respond, only smiled sweetly at them, looking very sweet. But in her arms, the little bear's expression grew colder and colder. You want to play a game with me, right? Okay, little bear, let's take them with us. Chapter 88, No Eating. Stones flew towards Xiaowan, hitting her hard. And there were those mocking laughter and insults. Xiaowan tilted her head, the corners of her lips slightly lifted, appearing to smile, yet looking particularly indifferent. Suddenly she spoke, do you want to play a game with me? Little bear, let's take them with us. The next second, Zhang Yi, who had been quietly lying in her arms, actually twisted his body. The little boys were horrified upon seeing this scene. Open wide your eyes. That toy bear moved. Yes, I saw it too. The little kids looked at the bear in fear. The bear awakened, slowly rising up. Countless eyeballs rolled within its fur, each one bulging wide. A strange sound echoed in their ears. A deep whisper, evil listening. This is the latest effect of the deep whisper, awakening the deepest fears within you. That fear arises from the heart. A rock music taken from the moment of death, playing in harmony with inner fears. A few little kids were suddenly scared to tears, scratching crazily as their bodies itched. Zhang Yi looked at them, coldly smiling. The children's inner fear was still too little. They were like a sheet of white paper slightly dyed with color, unable to create much variation. If it were adults, it would be different. They would be eroded by the fear of the deep whisper, falling into endless darkness without escape. A few teachers also noticed this situation, quickly running over to check. Squatting down, they picked up 3 little kids. What happened, Xiaodong? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with Xiao Li? Why is her body so red and hot? The 3 little kids were red all over, their skin itchy, as if something was wriggling beneath their skin. They curled together, their faces pale. Pointing at Lin Xiaowan standing by the swing in the distance, she did it to us, she is a disaster, teacher, hurry and chase her away. The 2 teachers were stunned, simultaneously looking up at Lin Xiaowan in the distance. Lin Xiaowan was holding a red teddy bear, standing there obediently. There was a small bruise on her forehead, but she looked very good, not making a sound. One of the teachers showed disgust. Everyone knew about Lin Xiaowan. They said this child had a bad aura. Not only did the classmates distance themselves from her at school, but even these teachers basically ignored her. Stay away from her, this person is very bad. Listen, let's go. Don't play with this kind of thing, hurry and leave. The teachers led them away to the infirmary. Xiaowan sat on the swing holding her bear, smiled. Did they want to play with me? Why are they so angry? Really strange. Noontime came. Xiaowan fell asleep on the swing, while the other classmates had already finished eating. Until the bear woke her up, Xiaowan then noticed her tummy was flat and a little hungry. Holding the bear, she went to the cafeteria. "Hello, Auntie, I want to eat." She popped her little head out, smiling at the lady serving food. The serving aunt had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a mole on her forehead. Seeing it was Lin Xiaowan, she recalled what the leader had told her and promptly shook her head. "There's none left, it's past mealtime, come earlier in the evening." Lin Xiaowan stared at the prepared food beside her, not saying a word, just watching, unmoving. The aunt pulled the food back a bit and waved her hand. "The school has rules, if it's past time, you can't eat. Wait for dinner, hurry and go." Lin Xiaowan turned and left. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in, making the aunt shiver, her body hair standing on end. "Dead girl, looks just like a porcelain doll, pretty but frightening. I hope this afternoon the priest can drive away her evil, or she might really be a monster." After saying this, she turned and took a pot of vegetables to the back kitchen. Puff, a piece of something suddenly fell into the pot, splashing a bit of oil. The aunt was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling was pure white, with a fan still spinning, and there were some oil stains, but nothing was falling. After lowering her head, puff, another piece of something fell down, splashing oil again. She frowned, raised her head again, and still saw nothing, looking back once more and still nothing was there. It was just a little itchy on her forehead. She lowered her head, preparing to put down the vegetable basin and finish her work. But just as she bent down, plop. Something fell again, splashing into the vegetable basin. She stared hard at the greasy spot, and a piece of something floated out. It was a chunk of meat, looking square and rectangular. Where did this come from? The aunt looked confused. Plop. Another piece dropped down. This time, the meat seemed to have a mole on it, a dark little mole that looked somehow familiar. She froze for a second, then reached up to touch her forehead, which was completely numb, no sensation left. There was no trace of blood, but as she gently touched, one piece became two, then three. Her whole head turned into blocks of building blocks. Only at this moment did she understand, this wasn't some dirty thing, it was her own flesh. But it was too late, her entire body had become blocks of building blocks. After the afternoon nap, the entire cafeteria was empty, only a little girl in a red floral dress named Juan was here eating with a spoon. "One scoop for me, one scoop for the little bear, one scoop for mom," and occasionally humming nursery rhymes, quite happy. The school leaders were waiting at the school gate, waiting for the priest to arrive. This priest was introduced by the principal's friend, and he was said to be very powerful, able to communicate with God. "Principal, almost everyone in the school is here except Aunt Zhang, but she should have gone home, so let's not worry about her." The principal was a little chubby, with a fat and greasy face that even started to shine in the sun. He nodded. Soon the priest will give us some holy water, which is said to be very effective. Not everyone can drink it. I've really spent a lot of face and cost to invite him, don't embarrass me, remember. Thanks to the principal, we can also enjoy some blessings. Yes, I heard that the world is not peaceful lately, many dirty things. I hope this holy water can help us. Everyone chimed in, and soon, a small vehicle drove up to the gate. Then, two people got out from inside. One was a priest wearing a black robe, a cross on his chest, but he looked a bit thin and pale. The other was a woman, still quite pale. However, she was pregnant, her eyes a bit numb and hollow. From behind she looked more like a puppet. Mechanical, numb, lifeless. Chapter 89 Faith, Living Heroes, God has come. Like a puppet wrapped in a wide robe, her belly was the master controlling her. They walked one in front of the other, the principal trailing behind, saying all kinds of good things, but the priest ignored him, moving forward in his own world. "Father, thank you for coming. Recently, some not-so-good things have happened in our school. It's hard to explain, I hope you can help. I heard from XXX that you are very capable. If you can really solve this, I will definitely not treat you poorly." The priest continued walking ahead. Suddenly, he stopped, and the principal almost bumped into him. The priest looked curiously at a corner of the campus. In the corner, two trees stood tall, and between them was a very simple swing, seemingly tied with two ropes to a wooden plank, with a makeshift safety device behind. The principal noticed his gaze and explained with a smile, "Don't look down on this swing, it is truly the favorite of the children. Looking at this swing brings back memories of my childhood." He thought the priest was dissatisfied with it and smiled as he explained. The priest spoke, his voice a bit hoarse, like a bone saw scratching over a smooth wooden surface. "There's something bad here." His voice was very soft, only the principal heard, and his eyes lit up, indeed a master, seeing the problem at a glance. Just as he was about to speak, the corner of the priest's mouth slightly lifted. A hint of an elusive smile lifted, turning to continue walking forward. "Father, do you need to drive away the evil from this place? Father, do you need me to show you where the restroom is?" The principal chattered endlessly, but the father paid no heed. His purpose here was not these things, but you. Students, parents, teachers. He wanted to spread the seed outward. As for the original strange being in the school, well, since it has existed for so long without solving the school's issues, let God decide. I hope you understand, God is all-powerful. The quiet cafeteria was filled only with little Juan humming a song while eating. She enjoyed this feeling, peaceful, no interruptions, with only little Bear and her mother by her side. One bite for me, one bite for Mom, one bite for little Bear. She ate delicious rice, though it was a little cold. Little Bear feasted on tasty eyeballs, while Mom savored little blocks. How happy that was. Lin Xiaowan took a bite, then propped her chin with her hands, revealing a satisfied expression. Suddenly, little Bear froze, an eyeball on the back of its head suddenly opened, exploding with a fierce aura. Someone had entered his territory. My territory. The place where Juan was all my territory. Wild and strange? Very delicious, also allowing him to spread his fear outward. Thinking of this. In the kitchen, a bag stirred, a roasted chicken moving slightly, still covered in plenty of untrimmed feathers. The feathers began to fall off, turning into little eyeballs. Randomly, one leaped up and flew towards the square. Little Bear, what's wrong? Little Juan tilted her head, sensing something was off with Little Bear. Including her mother, who stood straight and well-behaved, seemingly because of Little Bear's reason. Little Bear grinned, pointing a finger toward the door, and Juan understood in an instant. She set her legs down and jumped off the stool, holding her remaining dish, wiping the table. La la la. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Dancing and moving her little legs, she headed outside. At this moment, everyone in the school gathered in the square. Many little ones, but also many adults. Among them, a woman with her hair tied up was talking on the phone while holding a lovely little girl. Have you been this busy lately? You can't even come home. On the other end of the line, a man sighed, things are very serious now. Not only can I not come home to sleep, but I can't even find a chance to see you. The woman with the tied hair was somewhat dissatisfied, pouting, if you don't come back soon, my daughter won't even recognize you as her dad. What exactly are you doing, hiding from the family? Although there's a confidentiality agreement, you should have heard a bit about it recently, ghosts are resurfacing, I'm involved in this. The woman smacked her lips, rolling her eyes, come on, I don't believe that's your reason for not coming home. I heard from Xiao Fan there are many guards. You won't be one of them causing chaos, right? Don't say that. I'm different from them. Also, this isn't about believing or not, it's a fact. Why won't you listen to what I'm saying? What you're saying is too mysterious. The woman rolled her eyes, tilting her head, even my daughter's school has invited a priest. This world is truly absurd. Priest? Is there a problem? No, those two words are a bit sensitive. Just listen to me, my identity is confidential, but you must understand what kind of person I am. I am darkness. Alright, you are the blade that benefits countless people in the midst of 1,000 darknesses, and every time you're drunk, you shout about it. It's not that I don't believe you, but the pressure is too much. I hope you resign, I can support you. Such sweet words, but I can't. Enough said, just take good care of the daughter. Did you bring what I gave you earlier? You must keep it with you at all times. Though it's a bit disgusting, you need to listen to me. Got it, I have it with me. You be careful too. I didn't expect you to really be that kind of undercover agent. Hee, little sweetheart, your dad is an undercover agent, a hero. The woman patted her pocket. This thing seemed like a protective charm, but it looked like a bone. It was her husband who said it took a lot of effort to get it, almost losing his life in the process. Naturally, she cherished it. The little girl heard this and immediately became excited, snatching the phone. Dad, don't worry, Mom and I won't tell anyone about your identity. We're not the fools from TV. We're not your weakness, we're your shield. Little Rue is really good, listen to your mom, okay? Daddy loves you both, very much. Alright, hang up now. Be careful, come home early to see the kids, and me too. The phone hung up. The little girl's eyes were full of pride, even puffing out her tiny chest. My dad is a hero, an undercover agent, hee. But the woman, with a tired look, was filled with concern. This is Faith, I won't stop you. But I hope that while you defend the country, you can come back safely. What a woman needs isn't a hero in a photo, but one beside her. Mom, is that the priest? Why do I feel like he has a weird, unspeakable smell? I really dislike him. Chapter 90, Being awake is also a sin, meeting the priest and the magic bear. The little girl's name is Jiang Yun. Her father is Jiang Tang, a night watchman in H City. He wasn't very strong, but not weak either. His previous job was to investigate the strange occurrences in H City. He basically didn't engage in direct combat with the strange forces. So, in the past few large-scale incidents where night watchmen were sacrificed, he wasn't involved. But now, as the strange occurrences became more intense, even civilian demon hunters were being called up, and they too had to join the front lines. Jiang Yun looked at the priest above and pulled her mother's hand. Mom, this person looks bad, I don't like him. Su Miao gave an awkward smile. Shu, sweetheart, don't say bad things about others. Looking up, for some reason, a bad premonition started to form in her heart. On stage, the principal and the other leaders stood properly, listening to the priest's lecture. This priest was holding a book in a very proper manner, but no one knew what he was saying, just reading a bunch of things. Then, he suddenly stopped speaking and just stared silently at a nearby tree. The principal hurriedly asked, Father, what should we do next? I heard you have holy water to give us. If we drink it, will we be blessed by God and not fear demons anymore? The priest stared into the distance, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Yes, you will be blessed by God. As he said this, he suddenly yanked off the cross hanging around his neck and muttered a spell. The next second, a black aura emanated from the cross. The aura went unnoticed by ordinary people as it spread. Poof, something dropped from the front. The principal froze for a moment, then his face brightened. Father, did you capture a demon? Quick, go check what it is. Immediately, the gym teacher scampered over. Since the incident with his colleagues before, he had become a firm believer in demons and monsters. He was hoping to get some holy water to ward off evil. He ran over and looked at the ground, immediately frozen in place, feeling his limbs go numb. Was this a chicken? Isn't this the kind of chicken used in the school for fried chicken? But this chicken is covered in eyes. How disgusting, just like the eyes I saw in the bathroom the other day. It's creepy and terrifying. He didn't dare to touch it. The principal was still urging him from behind. Then, the next second, this featherless chicken actually flapped its wings and flew up right in front of him. Soar high into the sky. The priest smiled coldly. It seems the strangeness here is nothing much. I hope you have the sense to leave, or God will not forgive you. He stretched out his right hand, vigorously through the cross. The cross shot out like a bullet, directly embedding itself into the flesh of the hairless chicken. The hairless chicken fell from the sky, landing right in the crowd, startling everyone. Whether students or parents, they were all sweating profusely, closing their eyes and daring not to look directly. Oh my God, what is that? Close your eyes quickly, it's so disgusting. This chicken has no feathers and is covered in eyes? So scary, how did it even fly? Heavens, this is too frightening. Is this really a monster? The priest is amazing, he killed it in an instant. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and even though the children were afraid, they couldn't help but sneak a peek. As for the adults, their expressions varied, filled with admiration for the priest. The principal exchanged glances with a security guard, who immediately rushed over, disdainfully using a bag to collect the chicken and brought it back to the stage. They continuously flattered, the priest is indeed as famous as rumored, this kind of demon was effortlessly slayed before you, truly impressive. Fortunately, we invited the priest for help, or the school would have been in chaos. The audience murmured in surprise. Su Miao was not standing too far away, but she clearly saw the hairless chicken. This was not a special effect, if it wasn't a prop, it was genuinely shot down from the sky by the cross. Could it be that this is really a monster? Is this priest really that amazing? My husband told me, the resurrection of monsters is real? Thinking of this, Su Miao felt even more anxious. Her right hand unconsciously moved to her bag, touching the finger bone contained in a bottle. The finger bone felt a bit warm, almost like jade, but at this moment, it was slightly heating up. The priest smiled coldly, turned, and said, Believe in God, God will protect you, it won't be long before God will come to find you. This is a little holy water prepared for you, just a small sip for everyone will suffice, drink it, and all evil will retreat. He waved his hand. The woman behind him turned and went to another room. Then she brought out a large basin, quietly sitting there with her head aimed at the basin. Suddenly, gag! A large amount of transparent liquid was vomited from her mouth, increasingly filling the entire basin, before she finally carried the basin out. The priest smiled as he held a small spoon. This water has been purified, go ahead and drink. Saying this, he scooped a small spoonful of water and raised the spoon, gently offering it forward. The principal's eyes sparkled long before, and he immediately drank it all in one gulp. The holy water was sweet, going down like mountain spring, he even wanted more after just one sip. The priest went around, feeding the holy water, with the strange god's special rules, it naturally turned into seeds. Everyone had the chance to drink, but not everyone had the chance to become God's seed. God is different from an actor, he needs to choose his targets. Both adults and children were fed the holy water until the priest arrived at Su Miao's side, raising the spoon. She pursed her lips, preparing for a sip when suddenly, the finger bone in her pocket began to heat up, the temperature was very intense. She paused sharply, looking at the holy water in front of her, remembering what her husband told her today. Drink, God will protect you, God will be there by your side. The priest smiled gently, but this tender smile felt particularly cold in her eyes. Jiang Yun pulled her mother's hand, taking a step back. Drink, the priest won't harm you. The priest just killed a demon, don't you trust him? We all drank, why won't you? Do you have a ghost? Or are you possessed by a demon? Faces loom aggressively, their expressions full of suspicion and anger. Su Miao pressed her lips together, she did not want to drink, but the crowd surged forward, their eyes seeming to say, if you don't drink, you are a ghost. We will kill you. When murkiness envelopes clarity, then clarity itself becomes a crime. Su Miao gulped it down in one swallow. Only then did the priest leave satisfied, and the rest of the people could not escape. Until at last, the priest arrived at the back, where sat a little girl in a red dress, swinging while holding a doll, staring at him and laughing. The cross on the priest's chest trembled for a moment, and his pupils slowly narrowed. It's you! Chapter 91, Why does the school meat have moles? The priest was not the true strange being. He was more like a strange ghostly servant, following peculiar rules to carry out his tasks. When he saw little Wan, he immediately sensed something was off. This little girl emitted a strange aura. Could this strange thing in the school be her? Father, this little girl is very evil, could she be the problem? Is she a devil? Should we deal with her? Don't worry, if she really is a devil, we will kill her directly, and the rest is none of your business. The principal squinted, and his greasy, reflective face looked even more terrifying and disgusting at this moment. The priest narrowed his eyes and smiled, no need, God will come to your side. After saying this, he turned and left. As long as the strange rules do not collide and there is no hunting relationship, there will be no major conflict. Especially for this special grade of strange being that has given birth to wisdom. Her long presence here suggests that her target is not this group of people, so there is no conflict. But if conflict arises, then let's just kill together. He did not know at all that the strange aura he perceived was not coming from Lin Xiaowan but from the teddy bear in her arms. As the holy water ended, the priest left. The principal stood on the stage speaking, and as the event ended, it was time for lunch in the afternoon. Parents, usually wealthy people, were busy with work, so they stayed to eat together. The cafeteria was very lively. However, Su Miao and her daughter seemed out of place, as everyone had grown somewhat distant due to earlier events. In the middle, Su Miao even specifically called Jiang Tang to tell him about today's happenings. But unfortunately, Jiang Tang did not answer, he should be on a mission. Her fingers felt hot, holy water, this priest also looked strange. No, I must call Jiang Tang again later to ask about it. They sat in a corner while the others chatted together, with children playing and adults introducing resources to each other. Suddenly, a little girl in a red dress walked over, tilting her head, smiling and asking, "Hello, can I sit here?" Su Miao was taken aback, looking up. This little girl was so beautiful, just like a porcelain doll, and she was hugging a teddy bear, truly adorable. Su Miao immediately smiled and said, "Of course you can." After little one sat down, she placed the bear beside her and propped her chin up, tilting her head and watching them eat. Jiang Yun shrank her neck, "Aren't you going to eat?" Little one shook her head, "They don't give me food." Saying this, she laughed cutely, "But I secretly eat. And also, this stuff is not tasty, it's very disgusting, that meat is dirty." Jiang Yun glanced at the untouched food, "Dirty? Then what about this dish?" "It's also dirty." Su Miao furrowed her brow and asked, "Why is it dirty?" "It looks very clean." Little one propped her chin, looking left and right, then giggled, because mommy added a bit of tasty meat for them. You definitely won't like it, but they should like it, hee hee. For some reason, Su Miao felt a bit flustered looking at this little girl, her hand unconsciously touching the knuckles in her embrace. But the latter didn't respond at all. "Where are your parents? Are you all alone?" Su Miao asked. Jiang Yun immediately answered, I know, you are Lin Xiaowan from class XXX, right? Everyone says she has no mom or dad, and is a little devil. Talking to her will lead to death." This made Su Miao frown and put down her chopsticks. "What are you saying, dear? Hurry and apologize to your sister." "Is that how you speak?" Jiang Yun shrugged her shoulders, pouting, and mumbled, "The teacher told us this." Su Miao, as a mother, knew whether her own daughter was lying or not very clearly. So, did their teacher really teach them this? Then Lin Xiaowan sweetly laughed and said, "No, the teacher is lying to you. I have a mom, she's squatting right here, watching you eat." As she spoke, she pointed at the empty dining table. Both mother and daughter looked again at Xiaowan's serious expression, feeling a chill run down their spines. Jiang Yun softly asked, "Xiaowan, is your mom really here? But the teachers all say you have a problem and told us to stay away from you." Xiaowan, not convinced, shook her head vigorously. "Xiaowan never lies, okay? My mom is really here." My mom said, don't eat this, it doesn't taste good, giggle, because she added spices. And also, the water you are drinking today is disgusting. I saw with my own eyes that the woman next to you spit that water out, you will get sick. After saying this, she ignored them and happily bounced away with her teddy bear, leaving the dining hall. Jiang Yun and Su Miao stood frozen in place, their bodies paralyzed like stone. Recalling Lin Xiaowan's words, they both felt uncomfortable all over. Hey, is the meat at your school really this delicious? Yeah, the school meals are really tasty, especially this meat, it feels much better than normal pork. Why does my pork have a mole on it? You must be mistaken, that's black bean sauce. It tastes so good, but this meat seems a bit fatty, leaner would definitely taste better. The two of them didn't eat, truly frightened by Lin Xiaowan. Simply bought their daughter some snacks. Dear, did your teacher really say that about Lin Xiaowan? Jiang Yun nodded, Su Miao sighed, but you can't say that about others, okay? We are good children, we don't bully others, we must be kind. Jiang Yun happily waved her lollipop. Yes, Dad has said, kindness can't be eaten as food, but kind people will have good luck, and stars will bless them. Su Miao rubbed her daughter's head, feeling proud of her. Taking her daughter out, they happened to see Xiaowan playing alone on the swing. Then mommy will go now, you go give Xiaowan a snack, but don't get too close to her, okay? Mommy is afraid she might hurt you, understand? Jiang Yun nodded, got it, I'm very smart, I'll give her the snack. Good. Su Miao left the school, while Lin Xiaowan watched them, noticing they hadn't eaten the cafeteria food, they just drank water in the afternoon, how disgusting. Sister Xiaowan, you didn't eat either, right? Here's a candy for you, my dad is a hero, so I'm a hero too, I won't bully others. Lin Xiaowan stared at the red lollipop in Jiang Yun's hand and smiled slightly. Thank you, I'll give you a gift too. Saying this, she rummaged in her pockets and finally pulled out an eyeball. Chapter 92, God, the seed has ripened. While rummaging in her pocket, she suddenly grabbed an eyeball and pulled it out. The sunlight tilted down, shining on Xiaowan's back, her complexion appearing very fair and lovely, like porcelain. At this moment, with a smiling face and her head tilted, she extended her hand, thank you.